Hello everyone, today we bring you part 2. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the city of Shihu within the Daxiao Empire, a young man named Zhang Yuan, who retains memories from his past life, finds himself in a world where drawing cards determines fate. Although he was a genius at drawing cards, his previous life's misfortune made him approach this world with caution. At the sports field of Shihu No. 1 High School, Zhang Yuan faced his first major life decision, the card drawing career ceremony. During this ceremony, he drew a rare combat profession, Sword Array Master, a hidden and unique class that stunned everyone. Zhang Yuan's friend, Li Shuer, a wealthy girl, also drew a rare support profession, Elf Saintess, during the ceremony, altering the course of both their destinies. However, Zhang Yuan's deep-seated desire for a combat profession spurred him into an extraordinary adventure in the days that followed. Supported by the school, Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer entered a hidden dungeon to level up. In the dungeon, Zhang Yuan showcased his remarkable prowess, not only solo clearing the monsters but also defeating a corrupted boss in the dungeon's abyssal transformation, thereby protecting the safety of Shihu City. Zhang Yuan's talent and power quickly caught the attention of the Daxiao Empire's higher-ups. He was invited to join the Hidden Dragon Squad, a secret special forces unit, while still retaining his right to take the university entrance exams. Under military training, Zhang Yuan's abilities saw significant improvement, with his levels and skills undergoing substantial upgrades. In the subsequent college entrance exams, Zhang Yuan achieved the highest score in the nation, and his name spread throughout the Daxiao Empire. During the central trial tower following the exams, Zhang Yuan unexpectedly drew the Cursed King's Blade, a cursed artifact. Leveraging his unique talents, not only did he avoid being harmed by the curse, but he also gained even greater power from it. However, Zhang Yuan's growing strength also drew the attention of the Abyss. Demons from the Abyss began attempting to eliminate him, but Zhang Yuan, with his wit and strength, repeatedly thwarted their invasions. In a confrontation with the Abyssal Demon King, Zhang Yuan not only protected himself, but also forced the Demon King to sign a demon contract, ensuring his safety. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and this is your first time watching, you can start with part 1 in the comment section or the playlist below. Now let's begin the storyline of part 2. Eyeing their own demon god. Could it be the deity behind the Cursed King? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Shuer's words, and he began to piece together some things. From her tone, he sensed that her deity's rank might be higher than the demon god behind the Cursed King. Li Shuer seemed to realize she had said too much and abruptly stopped. She looked at Zhang Yuan seriously and said, Yuan, let's end our conversation here for today. What we discuss can only exist in this space. Do not mention my existence to anyone outside, including myself, understood? Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Yes, I understand. A smile reappeared on Li Shuer's face as she waved goodbye to him. All right then, see you at school? Before she finished speaking, her figure, along with the flower field space, vanished. Zhang Yuan blinked and found himself back in the Sky Tower. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations on reaching the 100th floor of the Sky Tower. Commencing reward calculation. Obtain the Xian Shui Demon Slaying Sword Formation Diagram. Obtain the artifact Sky Tower. The system detailed the effects of the two treasures. The Xian Shui Demon Slaying Sword Formation could deploy up to 10 Zhanlu Sword Intents, each providing an invulnerability shield that ignored all rules. The Sky Tower allowed the holder to consume life points to reset skill or equipment cooldowns. Zhang Yuan gasped, his heart racing. The combination of these two treasures was simply unbeatable. As long as he had enough life points, he could continuously refresh the sword formation's cooldown, maintaining invincibility. Just as Zhang Yuan was reveling in his excitement, another system message popped up. You have completed the final task of the Sky Tower and obtained the highest authority of the Sky Tower. Would you like to close the Sky Tower instance? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose no. He knew that if he closed the instance now, the fact that he had obtained the Sky Tower would become undeniable. Although the Sky Tower was no longer valued by the gods, if some ill-intentioned rogue deity learned about it, it could spell trouble. As soon as Zhang Yuan exited the instance, he found himself surrounded by a massive crowd on the beach. Countless players surged forward, bombarding him with questions and requests. Seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed, Zhang Yuan decisively used a force return scroll, quickly teleporting to a nearby city, and then used a teleportation array to return to Kyoto University, finally shaking off the frenzied followers. Back at school, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, his body drenched in cold sweat. The exhaustion from clearing 100 floors hit him all at once, and he just wanted to get back to Dorm 0 and sleep. As he was about to enter the dormitory, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a strange gaze on him. He looked back warily, but saw no one. Am I hallucinating from being too tired? Zhang Yuan muttered, shaking his head. He didn't give the odd feeling much thought and pushed open the door to his dorm. At the street corner, a student dressed in the uniform of Xianlong Academy stood pressed against the wall, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a strange smile crept onto his lips, as if he had discovered something important. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, unaware that he was being followed, stepped into his third-floor dormitory. A notification popped up on the panel. Entered special domain. Please choose a blessing effect. 1. Permanently 10 random attribute points daily. 2. Experience 100 second. 3. Summon creatures below your level gain 1 level daily. Zhang Yuan glanced at the 3 options and chose the third one without hesitation. He thought to himself, with all his 4 attributes already in 6 figures, an additional 10 random points daily were negligible. As for the second option, it was even more useless, was already at level 45, just 25 levels away from 70, so experience points were the least of his concerns. Comparatively, having his summoned creatures gain a level daily was indeed a significant boost. After selecting the room blessing, Zhang Yuan threw himself onto the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep almost instantly. He slept for over 10 hours. When Zhang Yuan finally opened his drowsy eyes, it was already noon the next day. He vaguely noticed someone sitting by his bed and instinctively greeted. Morning before he could finish, he jolted awake, realizing that it was the god of joy sitting there. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. The god of joy, with legs crossed and a displeased look in his eyes, responded, You're asking me why I'm here? Don't you know what you've done? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. What did I do? The god of joy's tone grew more irritable. Are you still playing dumb? Tell me, why did you destroy the job-changing statue I crafted? Hearing this accusation, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood, but remained indifferent as he replied, You never said it couldn't be destroyed. You. The god of joy was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had not explicitly prohibited the destruction of the statue. But who would destroy a statue that offered no benefits for no reason? She couldn't fathom Zhang Yuan's actions and could only stare at him intently before finally saying in exasperation, Zhang Yuan, do you realize how much you've lost by destroying that statue? Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned by the words of the god of joy. The statue that was destroyed was clearly the god of joy's job-changing idol. So why was he the one suffering the consequences? The god of joy explained irritably. Before you destroyed the statue, I had already successfully tricked the goddess of water into crying and stolen the Zhanlu stone. I might have gone too far, and the goddess of fire couldn't stand it anymore. She vowed to help the goddess of water get back at me. He went on to describe the goddess of fire as a crazed martial arts enthusiast who had chased him across the divine realm. Just as he was about to escape, Zhang Yuan destroyed the statue, causing his divine power to fluctuate, and he was caught by the goddess of fire. Because of your recklessness, I not only got beaten up by that crazy woman, but also lost the Zhanlu stone to her, the god of joy said angrily. Zhang Yuan frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without the Zhanlu stone, his Zhanlu sword couldn't be upgraded to a divine weapon, which was crucial for his future development. The god of joy's eyes gleamed as he put on a troubled expression and said, Actually, there is another way, but it will require some effort on your part. Zhang Yuan saw through the god of joy's act and said bluntly, Cut the theatrics. Just tell me what you need. The god of joy immediately dropped the act, grinning as he explained, Didn't I just say that the goddess of fire is a muscle-brained warrior fanatic? When she caught me, to get her to let me go, or rather, to get the Zhanlu stone back, I mentioned you. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Mention me? The god of joy nodded. That's right. I talked you up, saying you were practically invincible, and if she were on your level, she wouldn't stand a chance. The goddess of fire, being the hothead she is, now insists on fighting you. Zhang Yuan hesitated. Fight the goddess of fire? While he was strong, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on a deity. The god of joy quickly clarified. Don't worry, you won't be fighting her directly. We have the star god duel instance here. The goddess of fire will project an avatar into the instance, matched to your level and with balanced attributes. You just need to fight her there. I don't even need you to win. Just put up a good fight, and I can use my silver tongue to get the Zhanlu stone back. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and eventually agreed. Regardless of whether the god of joy was just looking for some amusement, he did bear some responsibility for the deity's predicament by destroying the statue. Plus, with his new Sky Tower artifact and formation diagrams, he was curious to test his strength against a divine projection. The god of joy was so excited he nearly jumped for joy, but quickly composed himself, coughing to cover his slip. All right, I'll go contact that crazy woman. When you're ready, head to the star god duel instance. Remember, the goddess of fire despises all underhanded tactics. I know you're not a demon from the abyss, but avoid using any abyssal curses during the fight, or things might get out of hand. Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. The god of joy blew him a kiss before disappearing. Zhang Yuan sighed. Though he felt a headache coming on, he had no choice but to go all out for the Zhanlu stone. After getting up and washing, he was about to head out to the star realm to earn some star stones when he sensed something unusual in his storage space. Upon inspection, Zhang Yuan found the crimson dragon egg shaking, with cracks forming on its surface. Is it hatching already? But the experience isn't full yet, he wondered as he took out the dragon egg. In the room, a continuous flow of star god power surged into the egg, followed by the distinct sound of cracking as the egg began to hatch. Could it be the blessing of this room? Zhang Yuan had a sudden flash of insight as he observed the changes in the dragon egg. The room's blessing effect increased the level of summoned creatures by 1 each day. And since the dragon egg was considered a summoned creature, its default level of 0 had been raised to 1, triggering premature hatching. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system notification chimed. The crimson dragon egg has hatched. Due to the hatchling absorbing the power of the star god, it has evolved. The crimson dragon hatchling has evolved into a star dragon hatchling. With the notification, the dragon egg suddenly burst into brilliant starlight. Zhang Yuan watched in awe as a cute little dragon hatchling emerged, elegantly pushing off the top half of the egg and sitting gracefully in the remaining shell. This hatchling was unlike any typical crimson dragon. Its skin resembled the vast starry sky, as if it contained the entire galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. Before Zhang Yuan could examine it closely, the hatchling eagerly grabbed the eggshell and began devouring it. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing filled the room as the little creature consumed the shell like it was enjoying delicious chips, finishing it in no time. After eating, its body swelled, more than doubling in size from its initial state. The little dragon stretched and unfurled its wings, revealing a wingspan already exceeding 1 meter. Suddenly, it took flight, soaring under the room's ceiling and leaving trails of starlight in its wake, like a brilliant galaxy spanning the sky. Next, the hatchling dove towards Zhang Yuan. As if they had a telepathic connection, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned a flying sword from his sword array space. The dragon landed gracefully on the sword, hovering in front of Zhang Yuan. It nuzzled his face with its head like a playful kitten, its movements light and elegant. Taking this chance, Zhang Yuan examined the hatchling's attributes. Star Dragon, unnamed. Level 1, Strength, 10,212,313. Agility, 10,198,813. Spirit, 10,443,855. Stamina, 10,198,813. Skills. Star Body Max Level. Blessed by the Stars, immune to magical damage. Child of the Stars Max Level. Blessed by the Stars, immune to negative effects. Crimson Dragon Bloodline. Reduces physical damage by 50. Star Breath Level 1. Breathes star-powered dragon breath, damaging enemies and healing all allies within the breath's range. Constellation, 0. Hiss, Zhang Yuan gasped, stunned by these incredible attributes. Even without the summoning book's bonuses, this star dragon's level 1 stats rivaled those of a level 30 Rakshasa king. What was even more astonishing was that this dragon had a constellation system. Zhang Yuan gazed at the star dragon, which was now calmly licking its wings while standing on the flying sword, and felt as if he was witnessing the birth of a new cheat character. He couldn't help but murmur, "Is this the power of a dragon?" As Zhang Yuan examined the attributes of the little dragon hatchling, a silver-white blur suddenly pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. A warm, wet tongue eagerly licked his cheeks, radiating sheer joy. "Stop, stop, stop!" Zhang Yuan quickly raised his hand to calm the overly excited little creature. "Do you want me to give you a name?" The hatchling let out a cheerful roar and nodded repeatedly, then affectionately nuzzled Zhang Yuan with its head. "You little rascal." Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly, scratching his head. "I'm terrible at naming things." He looked thoughtfully at the affectionate little life in his arms. "I found you at the Sky Tower, and you possess the power of the stars. How about Starry Sky?" The hatchling let out another joyful cry. Although it didn't fully understand the meaning of Starry Sky, it loved any name given by Zhang Yuan. Just then, a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. "Would you like to name the star dragon Starry Sky?" "Yes," Zhang Yuan confirmed without hesitation. Another message popped up. "Starry Sky has bonded with you. You will share the constellation boost. Starry Sky has been added to the card pool." With this message, Starry Sky suddenly emitted a dazzling starlight. Zhang Yuan felt a unique connection form between them, as if they could understand each other with just a glance. "So we can draw constellations, and we can share them too," Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Does that mean I'll have max constellations twice over?" He gently patted Starry Sky's head. "Little one, stick with me, and our future is limitless." Starry Sky let out excited cries, seemingly understanding the meaning behind Zhang Yuan's words. Good, good. Zhang Yuan praised, then asked, Starry Sky, can you enter the summoning space? Starry Sky nodded again and transformed into a beam of starlight, entering Zhang Yuan's body and settling into its designated summoning space. Impressive. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but commend Starry Sky's performance, which perfectly met his expectations. After gathering his thoughts, Zhang Yuan left his room to earn star stones in the Star Realm. Upon entering the dungeon, he didn't engage in combat himself but summoned Starry Sky and deployed a sword formation. Starry Sky instantly gained the full benefits of Zhang Yuan's constellations, significantly boosting its strength. Starry Sky, destroy them, Zhang Yuan commanded. Roar! Starry Sky let out a resounding roar, flapping its wings and taking to the skies, unleashing a radiant starlight breath upon the level 55 Star Knights. In an instant, 24 Star Knights were reduced to ashes. A system notification sounded. Acquired 30,000 star stones. Starry Sky has reached level 5. Does Starry Sky need that much experience? Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. Despite the 1 to 9 experience share ratio and the additional experience provided by the summoning book, Starry Sky had only reached level 5. He couldn't help but wonder how much experience it would need at higher levels. You really are a glutton? Zhang Yuan gently stroked Starry Sky's head. Although he said this, he didn't see it as a bad thing. The slower Starry Sky leveled up, the stronger it would become. Plus, with Starry Sky helping to absorb experience, Zhang Yuan could now tackle high-level dungeons without worrying about leveling up too quickly. Zhang Yuan recalled Starry Sky back to its summoning space and checked its current attributes. He found that all 4 of its main stats had reached 50,000, an increase of 10,000 per level. Zhang Yuan was stunned. His Ghost Sword Master, even with 2 Divine Awakening Stones, only gained a total of 2,000 in stats per level. The difference was staggering. However, Zhang Yuan quickly remembered the level 90 Crimson Dragon he encountered in the Sky Tower, which had stats in the millions. Compared to that, Starry Sky's growth seemed reasonable. It won't be long before Starry Sky can dominate without any boosts from the summoning book. Dragons truly are remarkable, Zhang Yuan marveled. With 30,000 star stones, Zhang Yuan left the Star Realm and entered the Star God Duel Dungeon. A flash of white light transported him to an ancient coliseum. Zhang Yuan, you finally arrived? A commanding female voice echoed through the arena. In the center, a fiery blaze ignited, and a woman with red hair, tiger fangs, and clad in red martial attire emerged from the flames. The scorching heat pierced through Zhang Yuan's flame demon cloak's fire resistance, causing his entire body to burn. What a powerful presence! Zhang Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he immediately used Abyssal Eye on the woman. The Fire Goddess's projection, level 45, has suppressed the Eye of the Abyss. This brief message flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, triggering a wave of shock within him. Although the Fire Goddess's projection was only level 45, Zhang Yuan's instincts told him that this projection could easily tear apart a level 90 Crimson Dragon. A god is still a god, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. Even with the help of 7-star Long Yuan to diminish the pressure, he still felt an indescribable force pressing down on him. Not daring to waste any time, Zhang Yuan immediately deployed his sword formation, covering the entire arena with a flickering silver light. He intended to use the formation to slow down the Fire Goddess and reduce her damage. The Fire Goddess leaped lightly within the formation a few times, but soon realized her movements were becoming sluggish. She gave Zhang Yuan a meaningful smile. So Huan, you didn't lie to me. You mortal are indeed interesting. Your domain can actually suppress me. Before she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed as flames erupted around her. In an instant, her movements became fluid once more, and the sword formation's suppressive effect vanished. Negating all debuffs, huh? Zhang Yuan was not surprised. After all, she was a god. If she couldn't even dispel negative effects, she wouldn't be much of a god. Silently, Zhang Yuan summoned the Qishao sword and the Zhanlu sword, simultaneously activating the Nine Heavens Crimson Fiend sword formation and the Xian Water Demon Slaying sword formation. The sword spirit arsenal continuously replicated flying swords. Within moments, tens of thousands of red flying swords imbued with Qishao's intent filled the sky above the arena, while 10 blue Zhanlu sword intents circled around Zhang Yuan. Impressive, impressive! The Fire Goddess nodded in approval, excited by Zhang Yuan's display. A flaming spear materialized in her hand, and she smiled at Zhang Yuan. Boy, if you can give me a good fight today, there will be rich rewards. Fire Goddess, please enlighten me, Zhang Yuan said, and as soon as he finished, the myriad flying swords descended from the sky, forming a mighty steel dragon that surged toward the Fire Goddess. Bring it on! The Fire Goddess brandished her spear, meeting the torrent of sword shadows with overwhelming force. The arena was instantly engulfed in flames, and Zhang Yuan's flying swords melted into molten iron in the blink of an eye. Boy, this is far from enough. The fire goddess roared, soaring into the sky. The flames at her spear's tip transformed into an immortal phoenix, diving toward Zhang Yuan. In an instant, Zhang Yuan was swallowed by the fiery phoenix, turning the entire arena into a sea of fire. The fire goddess hovered above, looking down at the inferno below with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Is this all? Just then, a sword light pierced through the flames, cutting through space at an unimaginable speed, and penetrated the fire goddess's chest, dealing an explosive 13-digit damage. The goddess of fire looked down at the sudden, gaping wound in her chest, her eyes flashing with disbelief and horror. She couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong with the damage calculation. How could a single strike trigger her life-saving passive ability? Even more puzzling was the fact that Zhang Yuan's flying sword wasn't particularly fast by her standards. She should have easily dodged it, yet she found herself unable to react. Her gaze quickly locked onto the 7-star Long Yuan sword beside Zhang Yuan, and in an instant, she understood what had happened. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure hidden away. You almost took me out in one hit. It seems I need to get serious." As soon as she finished speaking, the wound on her chest began to heal at a visible rate, her health rapidly restoring. Her hair transformed into dancing flames, and waves of intense heat surged from her body, distorting the entire dungeon space due to the high temperature. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. So it's the second phase? He quickly recalled the 7-star Long Yuan sword back into his sword array space, preparing for the next attack. Although he had never expected to defeat the projection of the goddess of fire with a single strike, he thought to himself, if one sword isn't enough, then 2, 3, or more will do the job. The goddess of fire saw Zhang Yuan's actions and smirked. Trying the same trick again? I won't give you another chance. Before she even finished her sentence, she was already diving towards Zhang Yuan like a meteor of destruction, spear in hand. Zhang Yuan swiftly summoned a barrage of flying swords, launching them like machine gun bullets at the goddess of fire in an attempt to halt her advance. However, the ordinary iron swords couldn't withstand the searing heat around the goddess, melting into molten metal before they could even touch her. "Kid, take this," the goddess of fire shouted as her spear shot forward like a dragon, aiming directly at Zhang Yuan's vital points. If this hit landed, Zhang Yuan's health would surely drop to 0. At the critical moment, a shield formed from the essence of the Zhanlu sword materialized, effortlessly blocking the goddess of fire's attack, leaving Zhang Yuan unscathed. Noticing that Zhang Yuan was now surrounded by only 8 remaining Zhanlu sword essences, the goddess of fire realized he could still negate 8 more attacks. Just then, Zhang Yuan completed his preparation, and the 7-star Long Yuan sword flew out from the sword array space, heading straight for the goddess of fire. Unexpectedly, the goddess of fire made no attempt to dodge this time, allowing the 7-star Long Yuan sword to pierce her body without causing any harm. She smugly said, "Zhang Yuan, you're not the only one with invulnerability tricks." Suddenly, numerous fire rings appeared around the 7-star Long Yuan sword, holding it firmly in place. Zhang Yuan tried to recall his weapon, but found it immobilized by the fiery rings. "Don't waste your effort," the goddess of fire laughed. "Under the suppression of the blazing fire rings, your weapon can no longer participate in this battle. Zhang Yuan, I'm curious, without your guaranteed artifact, what other tricks do you have?" With that, she charged at Zhang Yuan again, this time switching her attacks to rapid, high-frequency thrusts. Several spear shadows instantly depleted the remaining Zhanlu sword essences around Zhang Yuan. Seeing Zhang Yuan standing still, the goddess of fire taunted, "Zhang Yuan, are you scared stiff? If this is all you have, it's far from enough to entertain me." Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "Since the goddess herself has said so, it would be impolite of me not to get serious." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingkong suddenly burst out from the summoning space, catching the goddess of fire off guard and pinning her to the ground, spewing stardust breath at her head. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan expended a massive amount of mental energy to replicate over a dozen 7-star Long Yuan swords. "Xingkong, return." At Zhang Yuan's command, Xingkong disappeared into starlight. Before the goddess of fire could get up, the replicated 7-star Long Yuan swords pierced her body, depleting her projection's health to 0 and dispersing her into flames. In those few seconds of replicating the 7-star Long Yuan swords, Zhang Yuan had expended nearly half of his mental energy, forcing him to dispel the replicated artifacts. At that moment, the laughter of the goddess of fire echoed through the Colosseum once more. The dissipated flames instantly gathered, reforming her figure. "Ha! How exhilarating!" the goddess of fire exclaimed. Zhang Yuan, you've actually forced me to use my Phoenix Rebirth skill. I acknowledge you. As her words fell, the aura of the goddess of fire began to soar rapidly. Her body gradually transformed into pure flames, and in an instant, the entire audience area of the ancient Colosseum was consumed by raging fire, turning to ashes. The vast Colosseum became a sea of fire, with thick smoke blotting out the sky. Strength enhancement, speed enhancement, life enhancement, life recovery enhancement. With a series of buffs applied to the goddess of fire, she officially entered her third phase. The goddess of fire grinned and said to Zhang Yuan, at this level, I have no means of blood locking or reviving. If you can defeat me in this stage, not only will I give you the Zhonglu stone, but I'll also give you an unexpected surprise. Give it your all, and try your best. As soon as she finished speaking, the goddess of fire immediately split into 10 blazing clones, surrounding Zhang Yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan realized he could no longer replicate the Qixing Long Yuan sword to attack the goddess of fire. He quickly made a decision to use his life points to secretly reset the Xian Shui demon-slaying sword formation via the Sky Tower, while also replicating 100 Zio swords using the sword spirit arsenal. Although replicating the Crimson Zio sword would also consume a large amount of mental energy and wouldn't be very powerful, with his current mental energy at more than half and the recovery from the sword formation, he could maintain 100 Zio swords for over a minute. In contrast, replicating tens of thousands of ordinary iron swords was feasible but ineffective, as they would melt before even touching the goddess of fire, rendering the Nine Heavens Crimson Fiend sword formation's level reduction effect useless. Zhang Yuan quickly calculated. The projection of the goddess of fire was now only at level 45. If he could hit her 450 times with 100 Zio swords within a minute, he would achieve victory. It was a challenging task, but with the help of his summons, it was worth a try. As Zhang Yuan was devising his battle plan, the goddess of fire launched another attack. The 10 clones closed in on him simultaneously. Knowing he couldn't evade the attack, Zhang Yuan stood his ground, ready to face the goddess of fire's onslaught. 10 spears thrust towards him from all directions, but just as they were about to make contact, they were blocked by 10 invisible Zhonglu sword intents. You have damage immunity? The goddess of fire's eyes flickered with surprise. At that moment, Zhang Yuan had already locked onto the true body of the goddess of fire. Found you! Everyone attack, he shouted. Responding to his call, the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen emerged from the summoning space, flanking the goddess of fire from both sides. The goddess of fire reacted quickly, wielding her spear to instantly slay the two summoned beasts. However, Zhang Yuan's assault did not cease. The Hellfire Demon Ram seized the moment when the goddess of fire was slaying the Rakshasa King and Ice Queen, charging fiercely at her abdomen. Simultaneously, a multitude of replicated Zio swords appeared out of thin air, carrying the Crimson Sky Sword intent as they attacked the goddess of fire. In the span of a single breath, she was struck dozens of times, causing her level to plummet by 6 or 7. Tricks and gimmicks. What use are they? The goddess of fire snorted coldly, swinging her flaming spear again. The Hellfire Demon Ram was instantly shredded, and a large number of Zio swords were blown away by the fiery storm. At that moment, the goddess of fire suddenly felt a shadow looming over her. She looked up to see the Star Dragon diving down. Boom! The ground shook as the starry sky heavily pressed down on the goddess of fire. At the same time, countless Zio swords imbued with Crimson Sky Sword intent materialized out of thin air. Zhang Yuan repeated his tactic, the starry sky quickly retreating to the summoning space as a rain of Zio swords continuously struck the goddess of fire. Under this relentless assault, the level of the goddess of fire began to drop rapidly. The moment the purple ghost sword pierced the flame goddess, Zhang Yuan's sword formation space teleported her to the rear, and a new purple ghost sword continued the assault. The flame goddess struggled to rise, but the relentless attacks from the flying swords left her immobilized. Though the swords didn't deal much damage, they humiliated her greatly. She couldn't comprehend Zhang Yuan's intention. Reducing the level of her projection seemed pointless. In just 10 seconds, 100 purple ghost swords attacked in cycles, reducing the flame goddess's level to below 1. Suddenly, the Qishao sword, suspended in the sky, transformed into a terrifying red light and pierced her chest at lightning speed. The projection of the flame goddess disintegrated into light particles and vanished instantly. With the disappearance of the divine projection, the starry sky's level skyrocketed from 5 to 33, claiming 90 of the experience. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen both leveled up to 37. However, Zhang Yuan's level remained unchanged. Wow, raising this whole family of summons, even 1 billion experience points gets sucked dry, Zhang Yuan sighed, looking at his stagnant level. Keeping a dragon is no joke. No amount of experience is enough to defeat it. At that moment, the god of pleasure suddenly appeared in the dungeon, clapping and smiling. Well done, Zhang Yuan. You actually managed to defeat that crazy woman's projection. I can only imagine her face. Right now it must be hilarious. Before he finished speaking, a flaming arrow shot through the air and hit the god of pleasure squarely on the forehead, causing his projection to vanish instantly. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he turned to see the new projection of the flame goddess emerging from the flames, holding a longbow made of fire. That chatterbox talks too much. I'll shoot her real form sooner or later, the flame goddess said coldly. She then put away the flaming bow and tossed a blue crystal to Zhang Yuan. The moment Zhang Yuan caught the crystal, he felt the surging water element within it. Zhang Stone, he exclaimed excitedly. This rare material, formed from the tears of the water goddess, contained endless water elements and was the treasure he had worked so hard to obtain. To get this Zhang Stone, Zhang Yuan first tricked the god of pleasure into making the water goddess cry, then passed the god of pleasure's trial dungeon, and finally had to fight the flame goddess's projection. Such a small stone had involved 3 deities. But to Zhang Yuan, it was all worth it. With the Zhanlu stone, he could upgrade it to the full-tier Zhanlu and anticipate the astonishing effects of the full-tier Zhanlu sword. Hacks are fun for a moment, but continuous hacks are even better. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, already planning to acquire the god stones after leaving the dungeon. He still had 2 full luck draws this month, and if he was lucky enough, he might even draw the full-tier Zhanlu sword. Zhang Yuan, I have another treasure for you, the flame goddess said, her palm now holding a gentle flame. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to ask, the god of pleasure's head popped out from the void, his face covered in soot, hair frizzled, and smoke rising from his mouth. He looked at the flame goddess in disbelief and exclaimed, "Wow, crazy woman, you're being so generous? Giving away the eternal flame? What is the eternal flame?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. The god of pleasure explained, "It's the purest and holiest flame in existence, never extinguishing. It said the eternal flame can reforge divine artifacts, granting them even greater power. This is an incredible treasure. I remember the god of forging spent over 1,000 years and countless divine materials to craft a divine spear as a gift just to borrow the eternal flame from the crazy woman. Even then, she didn't lend it to him. She actually gave you the eternal flame? Do you know what that means?" The god of joy's voice was filled with surprise and a hint of envy. "Wow, that's incredible." Zhang Yuan was stunned and looked at the goddess of fire in shock. His eyes seemed to ask, "Goddess of fire, isn't this treasure too precious?" The goddess of fire remained calm, her voice steady and firm. "I heard from Joy that you bear the curse of the demon god. I want to fight you at your full strength someday. If you die before then, my wish won't come true." She paused before continuing. "The god of forge has been missing for a long time. With the eternal flame, you might be able to draw him out. If he helps you enhance your artifact, your chances of defeating the demon god will significantly increase." The god of joy immediately winked at Zhang Yuan, his tone mischievous. "Zhang Yuan, since the crazy lady gave you the eternal flame, just take it. Don't be polite with her." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan decided to accept the precious gift. "In that case, I won't be polite." He reached out and took the eternal flame from the goddess of fire, instantly feeling a gentle power spread throughout his body. The eternal flame, a divine artifact, pure and holy, an everlasting fire. Using it to forge equipment might yield unimaginable results. Noticing the god of joy staring intently at the eternal flame, almost drooling, the goddess of fire turned to Zhang Yuan with a serious tone. "Zhang Yuan, remember this. Joy will definitely try to get the eternal flame from you. No matter what she says, don't give it to her. Don't even let her see it, understand?" "Understood." Zhang Yuan nodded, quickly storing the eternal flame in his inventory. The god of joy immediately protested to the goddess of fire. "What kind of relationship do you think Zhang Yuan and I have? How dare you try to sow discord between us, you crazy woman?" Ignoring Joy's protests, the goddess of fire looked at Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Let's end it here for today. Zhang Yuan, I hope one day you can fight me with all your might." Zhang Yuan bowed slightly to the goddess of fire, his voice firm. "I will do my best to meet your expectations." "Good." The goddess of fire nodded with a smile before transforming into a burst of flames and disappearing. The teleportation exit for the Star God Duel dungeon suddenly appeared in the arena. Seeing it, the god of joy quickly grabbed Zhang Yuan's sleeve, her tone a bit hesitant. "Zhang Yuan, I was wondering if you could—" "No." Zhang Yuan interrupted without hesitation and walked straight towards the teleportation exit. "Hey, how can you be so heartless? I've helped you a lot, haven't I?" The god of joy's protest echoed behind him, but Zhang Yuan had already stepped into the teleportation exit and returned to his dormitory. Back in his dormitory, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the Zhanlu sword and the Zhanlu stone. The Zhanlu sword seemed to sense the presence of the Zhanlu stone, and a prompt appeared in Zhang Yuan's mind. The Zhanlu sword has sensed the Zhanlu stone. Do you wish to consume the Zhanlu stone to charge the Zhanlu sword? Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan firmly answered, yes. As the blue light from the Zhanlu stone was absorbed into the Zhanlu sword, the blade suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. The entire dormitory was instantly filled with the vast energy of water elements. Zhang Yuan stared intently at the sword in his hand, watching as strange blue lights flowed across its blade, resembling countless ripples of water. A system notification sounded in his ear. Zhanlu Sword Artifact Quest completed. Zhanlu Sword has evolved into an artifact and can be refined to Tier 3 and above. Immediately, a series of attribute information appeared before Zhang Yuan's eyes. Zhanlu Sword Exclusive Artifact, Tier 3. Attack Power 30,000. Damage 300. Automatic Protection. Bearer is immune to water-based attacks and can reflect them. Damage dealt by the bearer converts to a temporary shield, lasting until the end of the battle. While the shield persists, the bearer regenerates 10 of maximum health per second. Mental energy consumption halved. Ignores equipment level restrictions. Note: one of the 10 great swords, purges evil, cleanses the world. Wow, that's a huge upgrade. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he saw the evolved attributes of the Zhanlu sword. What he lacked most was mental energy, and now that the Zhanlu sword could have his mental energy consumption, it was a timely relief. Just then, his communicator rang urgently. Zhang Yuan quickly put away the Zhanlu sword and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Bai. What's the matter? From the other end of the line came Bai Jinggua's slightly anxious voice. Zhang Yuan, is it true that you reached the 100th floor of the Sky Towers? Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. Yes, it's me. Has the news reached you already? Not just me. Bai Jinggua's tone carried a hint of excitement. The whole world is now searching for you, Zhang Yuan. You're a sensation. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Mr. Bai, I'd rather not be this famous. Although he didn't like being in the spotlight, he knew that clearing the Sky Tower would inevitably lead to this situation. He could only try to adapt. Bai Zhengwu chuckled. I contacted you precisely because of this. Do you have some time now? Yes, I do. Zhang Yuan replied succinctly. Great. Come to the Adventurers Association headquarters. I'll be waiting for you here. All right, Mr. Bai. I'll head over right away. Zhang Yuan hung up the communicator and immediately set off for the Adventurers Association headquarters. The headquarters was located within the first ring of Kyoto City, an independent skyscraper that stood opposite the Imperial Exchange headquarters, like twin stars. Standing in front of the building, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. In comparison, the building of the Westlake City branch was like a rundown shack. As he entered the lobby, a virtual projection resembling a tiny sprite appeared before him, smiling warmly. Honored Silver Adventurer. How may I assist you? Zhang Yuan looked around and noticed that every adventurer was accompanied by a virtual sprite, each varying in appearance and color. He found it fascinating. Feeling like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, everything in the headquarters was novel to him. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yuan said to the virtual sprite, I'm here to see Mr. Bai. Please hold on. Checking if you have an appointment. The virtual sprite paused for less than half a second before smiling again. Honored Silver Adventurer, this way, please. Zhang Yuan followed the virtual sprite into the elevator, which took him directly to the 108th floor. The entire floor, over 3,000 square meters, was Bai Jinggua's personal office. As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Yuan saw Bai Jinggu standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city of Kyoto. Mr. Bai, Zhang Yuan greeted respectfully. Bai Jinggu turned around, smiling warmly. No need to be so formal, come and sit. Zhang Yuan sat on a comfortable sofa and got straight to the point. Mr. Bai, what arrangements do you have for me this time? Bai Jinggu sat down opposite Zhang Yuan, smiling. There are mainly 2 matters to discuss. Let's take them one at a time. First, regarding the rewards for completing the Abyss Expedition Team's task. Based on your contributions, you should rightfully be promoted to an Epic Adventurer. However, the Adventurers Association has rules. To be promoted to Epic level, it's not enough to have contributions. You must also complete an Epic Trial task. Even as the president, I can't change this rule. The system has settled, and Zhang Yuan received a reward of 1 million contribution points. Although his adventurer rank only advanced to platinum level and his trading post membership reached level 4, his mood remained unaffected. No problem, Zhang Yuan responded calmly. To him, 1 million contribution points were worth about 1 billion on the black market, far less than the wealth he could accumulate from casually selling a few retired legendary items. However, the true value of contribution points lay in unlocking rare items from the Adventurers Association shop. Zhang Yuan silently planned his shopping spree. Bai Jingguan nodded slightly. With your strength and talent, becoming a legendary adventurer is just a matter of time. No need to rush. He paused, then continued. This is just the official reward from the association. As your elder, I want to give you an additional reward. What would you like? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Anything I want? Bai Jingguo laughed heartily. Of course, just ask. I've been the guild leader for many years and have quite the savings. Except for divine artifacts, I can get you legendary gear or rare materials. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment before asking. Do you have any unbound divine stones by Lao? This request surprised Bai Jingguo. I do have some, but why would you want that? Divine stones are rare, but the card draws have no guarantee. You're likely to end up with a bunch of junk. Choosing one is far less practical than a piece of legendary gear. Zhang Yuan smiled and explained. By Lao, I'm already decked out in legendary gear. They don't interest me anymore. I only want the divine stones. He was secretly thrilled. For most people, a divine stone might only yield useless items, and getting a constellation or exclusive weapon would be considered incredibly lucky. But for Zhang Yuan, it was different. 10 divine stones meant 10 exclusive weapons, which equated to 2 divine artifacts when combined. Bai Jingguo gave Zhang Yuan a puzzled look, but eventually took out an exquisite box from his storage space. All right, since you want them, I have 10 unbound divine stones here. They're all yours. 10. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. Bai Jingguo spoke earnestly. I know you young people enjoy the thrill of drawing cards, but remember, your future is long. Stay grounded. It's fine to indulge occasionally, but don't pour all your resources into card draws. It's a bottomless pit. Bai Lao, I understand. Zhang Yuan replied, not revealing his secret of guaranteed gold draws. He suppressed his excitement and solemnly accepted the box containing the divine stones. Thank you, Bai Lao. No need to thank me. Bai Jingguo smiled slightly, then shifted the conversation. The first matter is settled. Let's talk about the second one. Second item? Zhang Yuan asked as Bai Jingguo mentioned it. Is it the Sky Tower? Bai Jingguo nodded solemnly. He began to explain slowly. In this world, our Daxiao Empire not only faces threats from the abyss, but also has to guard against backstabbing from other countries. Our nation has a large population and vast territory, holding significant resources. This inevitably incites jealousy and hostility from other nations. He paused before continuing. To be frank, our Daxiao Empire has not fully recovered from the bloody battle 30 years ago, largely due to sabotage by other countries. Many foreign spies have infiltrated our nation, secretly buying off the talented individuals born in the last 30 years. If they can't buy them, they will resort to destroying them by any means necessary. Zhang Yuan frowned. So, you mean I might be targeted by foreign spies? Not might, definitely, Bai Jingguo corrected, a flicker of worry in his eyes. The abyss demons are wicked and brutal, but human malice is even more insidious. They will stop at nothing to approach you, buy you off, and if they fail, they will destroy you. These people are treacherous and their methods are hard to guard against. So, Zhang Yuan, you must be extremely careful from now on. What should I do? Zhang Yuan asked, his expression serious. Bai Jingguo took out a black badge from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Take this. Zhang Yuan examined the badge closely. Confusion badge. Quality, legendary. Effect. When a target, up to level 30 higher than the bearer, uses detection skills on the bearer, they will receive confusing information. This badge remains effective even in storage space. Bai Jingguo explained. This is a special item I had a friend make for you. Wearing it will help you avoid 90 of the trouble. But for the remaining 10, you'll have to rely on yourself. Neither I nor Wan Chang'an can always be by your side. This badge is more than enough. Zhang Yuan solemnly stored the confusion badge in his storage space and bowed deeply to Bai Jingguo. Thank you, Elder Bai. Bai Jingguo waved his hand with a smile. I told you before, there's no need to be so formal with me. I've always treated you as a junior. Your growth and well-being are what matter most. I understand, Elder Bai. Zhang Yuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. After some more casual conversation, Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Elder Bai and headed to the Imperial Exchange. Now a platinum-ranked adventurer, Zhang Yuan's membership level at the exchange had reached level 4, granting him high-level access to treasures most people couldn't even glimpse. Permanent attribute-enhancing pills, resurrection potions, legendary equipment. The selection was vast. However, the prices were staggering, often in the tens or hundreds of billions. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly. Looks like I'll need to sell some equipment to afford anything here. Being a professional really eats up money. He took out the crown of the Holy Spirit, intending to put it up for consignment. A green light scanned the crown, and a new prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. Unable to appraise the equipment's value. Would you like to put it up for auction? Unable to appraise its value? Zhang Yuan was surprised to see such a prompt for the first time and chose to auction it. Confirm for auction. Suggested starting bid is 100 billion, with each increment no less than 10 billion. Auction duration set to 24 hours. Zhang Yuan followed the suggestions and set the auction parameters, then clicked confirm. In an instant, all level 6 and above members of the Imperial Exchange received a notification. Legendary equipment crown of the Holy Spirit is up for auction. Starting bid, 100 billion. At that moment, luxurious estates and high-level dungeons across the nation were abuzz with excitement wherever this message was received. Whoa! Who's got the guts to auction a level-free legendary item? Oh my god! A 50 increase in mental power? I'd be unstoppable. Gotta get it, even if it costs me everything. Hurry! Liquidate all assets if necessary. I must win this auction. The upper echelons of the Daxia Empire were in an uproar, and suddenly, the Imperial Exchange was flooded with an influx of magic-based equipment and materials. The release of the Crown of the Holy Spirit by Zhang Yuan was like dropping a bomb in the world of spellcasters. However, unaware of the commotion he had caused, he simply bought some high-level red and blue potions at the exchange with his contribution points and hurried back to school. The auction house would automatically transfer the proceeds to his account after the auction ended, so he wasn't concerned about waiting for the results. For Zhang Yuan, there were more pressing matters at hand. Back in his dorm room, Zhang Yuan sat on his bed, his expression focused as he took out the destiny compass. This month, he had already used his lottery chances twice in the Divine Treasury, used the 7-star Long Yuan 5 times, and once on a divine level quest. Now, he only had 2 precious lottery chances left. He sighed, thinking how great it would be if he could upgrade his absolute luck talent. 10 full luck draws a month should have been enough, but with so many enticing options, the quota suddenly felt insufficient. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yuan took out 2 unbound divine stones and carefully placed them into the Destiny Star Array. As the stones turned into light and flowed into the array, a large number of red cards began to spin within it, resembling a dazzling light show. Suddenly, one red card stood out, and the entire dorm room was instantly filled with the aura of clashing swords and spears. Zhang Yuan held his breath, staring intently at the slowly emerging card. His heartbeat quickened when he realized it wasn't the Zhanlu sword. In the next moment, the card transformed into a golden, shimmering long sword, its blade emanating an intimidating sword aura. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. This was the divine sword Chunjun. Examining Chunjun sword's attributes closely, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth. Attack power 1000, automatic protection of its master, immunity to metal attribute damage, and each strike reduces the target's maximum health by 1. This was a weapon tailor-made for tough battles. Zhang Yuan's mind raced, already simulating future combat scenarios. Even against enemies with thick health and relentless healing, 100 strikes with the Chunjun sword would end the fight with ease. Even better, he possessed the sword's spirit arsenal, allowing him to instantly replicate 100 Chunjun swords for a one-hit kill. As Zhang Yuan reveled in the anticipation of wielding the Chunjun sword, another red card flew out from the Destiny Star Array. A loud dragon's roar suddenly echoed, capturing all his attention. Once again, his heartbeat accelerated, eager for the next surprise to be revealed. That sound? Could it be? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he heard the dragon's roar, his gaze instantly locking onto the red card floating in midair. On the card, a majestic celestial dragon appeared in all its glory. Before Zhang Yuan could even reach out to summon it, Shinkong eagerly burst forth from the summoning space, eyes fixed excitedly on the red card. It let out a series of ecstatic roars, seemingly aware of the power contained within the card. In the next moment, the card transformed into a brilliant red light and merged directly into Shinkong's body. Instantly, Shinkong's aura surged, as if it had broken through some kind of barrier. Zhang Yuan quickly checked Shinkong's constellation attributes. When he saw the effect of the Star Dragon Scale Constellation 1, he was stunned. Physical damage reduction increased to 99. The simple description belied an incredible power. This, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, 99 physical damage reduction. How is that different from complete immunity? What shocked him even more was that he could share this constellation boost with Shinkong, meaning he too gained this near-invincible defensive ability. Recalling his existing defensive boost, the 10 damage reduction from the Medal of Honor, the 80 reduction from his fearless body talent, and the 90 reduction against non-divine beings from the 7-star Dragon Abyss, Sword Zhang Yuan realized that, unless he faced a god, any physical attack would be rendered ineffective against him. Shinkong, you're just too overpowered. Zhang Yuan looked at his companion in disbelief. You were already strong enough, but this constellation boost is just game-breaking. How are others supposed to compete? Hearing his master's praise, Shinkong proudly raised its head and let out a triumphant roar, as if to say, this is the power of a true dragon. At that moment, A crystal-clear divine stone slowly materialized in front of Zhang Yuan. He was initially taken aback, then quickly understood it was an extra reward for drawing Shinkong's constellation. Looks like this card system is quite fair, Zhang Yuan mused aloud. Whether it's a person or a dragon, drawing a constellation always comes with a divine stone. He smiled as he pocketed this unexpected bonus, silently lamenting that he had already used up this month's maximum luck draw. Otherwise, he would have attempted another full constellation draw. Alas, that ambition would have to wait until next month. As Zhang Yuan reveled in his joy, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from his teacher, Chen Yun. Today has been non-stop, Zhang Yuan chuckled, recalling the excited Shinkong back into the summoning space before answering the call. Teacher, what's up? Zhang Yuan, Chen Yun's voice came through the line. Tomorrow is the freshman entrance exam. How prepared are you? Ah! Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. There's an entrance exam? Chen Yun sighed on the other end. I figured as much. You've been here for almost a month and haven't attended a single public class. You're either running dungeons or buried in the library. It's no wonder you didn't know about the entrance exam. Could you explain it to me, please? Zhang Yuan asked humbly. Chen Yun patiently elaborated. I called to inform you about this. The freshman entrance exam is the most important test for first-year students after their orientation training. Its purpose is to gauge whether the freshman can keep up with the rigor of Kyoto University. Any student who fails to perform satisfactorily will be expelled immediately. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Is it that strict? Kyoto University is the top institution in Daxia, Chen Yun explained. We don't accept mediocrity. Those who can't pass the entrance exam are destined to fall behind here and won't receive any resources. It's better for them to transfer to a less demanding school, which would actually be beneficial for them. Chen Yun paused before adding, Zhang Yuan, I know with your abilities, you can pass the exam with your eyes closed. But the school has its rules. If you don't take the exam, you'll be given a 0. And once you're marked with a 0, not even the principal can save you. So no matter how busy you are tomorrow, you must take the exam. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'll be there on time tomorrow. All right, that's all. Chen Yun was about to end the call when he remembered something. Oh, by the way, Zhu Yongfu asked me to check with you. The campus competitive league is about to report the participating members. Have you reached level 35 yet? Zhang Yuan confidently replied, Teacher Chen, I'm at level 45. Chen Yun was stunned, as if he had just heard something out of a fairy tale. What level did you say you are? His voice was filled with disbelief. He recalled that when Zhang Yuan had agreed to join Zhu Yongfu in the campus competition, he was only at level 29. In just a few days, he had jumped to level 45? This number would make even senior students at Kyoto University sweat, not to mention graduates from other schools. Teacher, I'm level 45, Zhang Yuan calmly repeated. Chen Yun's eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. As the dean, he blurted out something rather uncharacteristic. Are you cheating? He quickly added, No. This news is too shocking. Give me a moment to process it. With that, he abruptly ended the call, clearly needing time to digest the astonishing information. Zhang Yuan found Chen Yun's reaction a bit odd, but he didn't dwell on it. He continued with his routine, heading to the library to study demonic languages until late at night before returning to his dorm to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and when he woke up the next morning, he discovered that the starry sky, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Queen had each leveled up again. After washing up, Zhang Yuan hurried to the exam venue. The square was already filled with over 1,000 energetic freshmen, each with a hopeful look for the future. Zhang Yuan, over here! A familiar voice called out. Zhang Yuan turned to see Miao Shulan and Li Shuan waving at him. Good morning, you two. Zhang Yuan smiled as he walked over. Miao Shulan teased. Zhang Yuan, you really are a busy bee. It's been so long since school started, and we haven't seen you once. If Shuer hadn't mentioned she saw you, I would have thought you dropped out. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I've been a bit busy lately, but you two seem to be getting along quite well. Absolutely. Miao Shulan immediately put her arm around Li Shuer's shoulder. We're roommates in a double room. My relationship with Shuer is way better than with you now. Right, Shuer? Of course. Li Shuer laughed in agreement. Just as the three were chatting happily, a sharp voice interrupted them. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan turned to see a young man in a robe, with delicate features, walking towards them with an aggressive demeanor. Do I know you? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Miao Shulan quickly introduced him. He's Zhang Yun, the second highest scorer in our province's college entrance exam. He performed exceptionally well in the freshman training and got directly into Xianlong Academy. Zhang Yun glared at Zhang Yuan and provocatively said, Zhang Yuan, ever since I lost to you in the entrance exam, I've been working tirelessly. I've made significant progress. Do you dare to compete with me again? Zhang Yuan silently used Abyssal Eye to check Zhang Yun's information. Mechanical Summoner, level 25. Though reaching this level in less than a month was impressive, it was hardly exciting for someone like Zhang Yuan, who had already battled demon lords and even faced projections of gods. Forget it. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I'm just here to pass. I'm not interested in competing. Are you scared? Jiang Yin continued to provoke him. Sure, let's say I'm scared, Zhang Yuan replied indifferently. You! Jiang Yin, frustrated by Zhang Yuan's nonchalance, exclaimed. Take this seriously. Faced with Jiang Yun's provocation, Zhang Yuan remained silent. He thought to himself, there's no grudge between us, and if I rashly accept the challenge, I might defeat him in a single move. If anything goes wrong, it'll be hard to explain to his family. This kind of duel is just asking for trouble. In this era, I can't act lightly unless my opponent has some life-saving trick. Seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of response, Jiang Yun's anger flared. In front of the new students, he summoned a swarm of mechanical insects and shouted, Zhang Yuan, today you fight whether you want to or not. As if the stars themselves were angered by Jiang Yun's aggression. Before Zhang Yuan could react, Shinkong burst out from the summoning space. It stomped several mechanical insects into pieces and let out a deafening roar at Jiang Yun. Roar. A fierce wind howled, making Jiang Yun's hair stand on end. All the mechanical insects he had summoned instantly malfunctioned, emitting weak electrical sparks. Having grown to over level 30, Shinkong's size was now 2 to 3 times its original, towering over the stunned Jiang Yun like a small mountain. Jiang Yun looked up at Shinkong, his mind blank. He murmured, a dragon? Isn't Zhang Yuan a sword formation master? How can he summon a dragon? Am I dreaming? Saying this, he slapped himself hard. The stinging pain made him realize this was no dream. His face gradually showed an expression of shock and disbelief as he stared at Zhang Yuan. The surrounding new students started to chatter. That person who summoned the dragon seems to be Zhang Yuan, the national top scorer of our year. No wonder his points are miles ahead of the second place. With the dragon's help. Who couldn't do that? Stop being jealous. Having a dragon is a skill too. If you have the guts, go catch one yourself. By the way, does anyone know what kind of dragon that is? It's so beautiful, like the night sky. Seeing the commotion caused by Shinkong's sudden appearance, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, Shinkong, why did you come out on your own? Shinkong pointed its claw at the stunned Jiang Yun, seemingly explaining that it was provoked first. Zhang Yuan sighed. I know you're upset, but coming out like this might scare people. Why don't you apologize? Reluctantly, Shinkong let out a soft growl at Jiang Yun and then returned to the summoning space. With Shinkong's departure, the dragon's pressure vanished, and Jiang Yun finally remembered to breathe, collapsing to the ground with his clothes soaked in cold sweat. Zhang Yuan walked over to Jiang Yun, extending a hand. Can you stand? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yun eventually stood up with Zhang Yuan's help and said quietly, thank you. Zhang Yuan also apologized. No need to thank me. It's my fault for not controlling my dragon. As for our duel, let's forget about it. Jiang Yun forced a smile. Yeah, there's no point in the duel anymore. I concede. After seeing the dragon, he had come to terms with reality. Even if he summoned all his mechanical creatures, they were no match for the dragon's single swipe. Just then a bell rang. Chen Yun appeared out of nowhere on the empty podium, drawing the attention of all the new students. Chen Yun began, students, the entrance exam is about to start. Before we begin, I will explain the rules briefly. Remember, I will only say them once, so listen carefully. Although Chen Yun's voice wasn't loud, somehow every student in the square heard him clearly. This entrance exam is a level 20 secret realm dungeon. Students will pair up randomly. As long as you clear the dungeon, regardless of individual contribution, both students will pass. If neither of the pair manages to clear the dungeon, regardless of the reason, both will fail. So for this exam, I hope the students assigned to the same group can work together to complete it successfully. As soon as Mr. Chen finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with whispers. Suddenly, a student with black-rimmed glasses raised his hand, his face showing a hint of concern. Teacher, he began, his voice slightly nervous. What if two support characters, who lack offensive abilities, are paired together? What should they do then? Mr. Chen smiled approvingly. That's a very good question, he said, looking around the classroom to ensure everyone was paying attention. He then continued, the content of this dungeon will adapt based on the team composition. If two support characters are paired together, the challenge will test your support skills. As long as you have the necessary abilities, there is no situation where you can't clear the dungeon. He paused to let the information sink in, then added, the specific group assignments have been sent to your personal communicators by the academic system. Find your teammates and enter the dungeon. That will mark the start of the exam. As he finished speaking, a blue vortex appeared in the center of the plaza, emanating a mysterious glow. The new students eagerly took out their communicators to check their team assignments. Miao Shulan's eyes lit up as soon as she saw her teammate's name. She turned to Li Shuer beside her, excitedly saying, Shuer, we're on the same team. This exam is in the bag. Li Shuer beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's me who should be grateful to team up with you, Miao Jie, she said half-jokingly, but her tone revealed genuine relief. The two girls exchanged a knowing smile, their camaraderie clear. As roommates and close friends, they were well aware of each other's roles and abilities, making them confident about the upcoming exam. Zhang Yuan, seeing that Li Shuer and Miao Shulan had already teamed up, also looked at his communicator. When he saw Jiang Yun's name, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He looked over at Jiang Yun. What a coincidence. We're on the same team? Jiang Yun, hearing Zhang Yuan's voice, immediately showed an awkward expression. He scratched his head uncomfortably and stammered. It's fate. Recalling how he had been terrified and paralyzed in front of Zhang Yuan's dragon, and the boastful words he had spoken, Jiang Yun wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing this, Li Shuer gently patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, Yuan, Miao Jie, and I are heading into the dungeon now. Good luck. Zhang Yuan nodded in response. All right, you two as well. He watched Li Shuer and Miao Shulan walk towards the blue vortex, then turned to Jiang Yun and said calmly, Jiang, let's enter the dungeon too. Let's finish this quickly. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Jiang Yun seemed to regain his confidence. He straightened his back and nodded firmly. I'll follow your lead, Yuan. The two exchanged a glance, and then stepped towards the mysterious blue vortex, ready to face the challenges ahead. Zhang Yuan and Jiang Yun stepped into the dungeon, and the sandy beach beneath their feet instantly transformed into an island. In the center of the island stood a smoking volcano, its imminent eruption a stark warning. Both of their panels simultaneously displayed the mission prompt. Reach the volcano's summit and defeat the flame beast boss to clear the dungeon. Zhang Yuan quickly surveyed the monsters on the island. All of them leveled 20 minions. Turning to Jiang Yun, he asked casually, Brother Jiang, do you want to handle this dungeon yourself, or should I carry you through it? Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. I wouldn't dare show off in front of you, Brother Yuan. I'm actually more curious about your skills. I still don't understand how you scored so high on the college entrance exams. Want to see me in action? Sure, ITLL save us some time. Zhang Yuan nodded and, without hesitation, deployed his sword formation. Blue light flickered, and the formation instantly enveloped the entire island, which spanned less than 2 kilometers in diameter. In the next moment, the space above the volcano's crater split open, and the Qishao sword descended like a meteor. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's panel filled with a dense array of kill notifications, as all the island's monsters were obliterated. A golden light burst from Jiang Yun's body, and he leveled up on the spot. The dungeon's exit portal appeared out of thin air in front of them, signifying the dungeon had been cleared. Jiang Yun stared wide-eyed at the thousands of kill notifications, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. Bro, what did you just do? Are you hacking? Stay calm, it's just basic operations. Let's head out. Zhang Yuan replied calmly and stepped into the portal first. When they reappeared in the plaza, most of the new students were still busy forming teams. A fellow new student who knew Jiang Yun well asked in surprise, Brother Jiang, how did you guys get out so quickly? Did the dungeon bug out? Should we report it to Teacher Chen? Jiang Yun glanced at Zhang Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating, he decided to cover for Zhang Yuan and made up an excuse to send his friend away. Zhang Yuan politely said to Jiang Yun, Brother Jiang, it was a pleasure working with you. I look forward to our next collaboration. You're too kind. I was just there to make up the numbers. Jiang Yun quickly responded. Can we add each other as friends? Sure. Zhang Yuan agreed readily, and they quickly exchanged contact information. After parting ways with Jiang Yun, Zhang Yuan went straight to find Chen Yun in the plaza. Teacher Chen, now that we've cleared the dungeon, is there anything else we need to do? You've already cleared it? Chen Yun exclaimed, immediately pulling up the dungeon's back end. Zhang Yuan and Jiang Yun's astonishing 3-second clear time was right at the top. Looking at the incredible result, Chen Yun was initially shocked, but then he remembered Zhang Yuan's remarkable performance in the college entrance exams and couldn't help but smile wryly. You really outdid yourself, kid. I meticulously designed this dungeon, and you made it look like a crack game. If this score gets out, who knows how many kids will claim it's cheating. Zhang Yuan quickly apologized. Sorry, Teacher Chen. I'll try to be slower next time. You rascal. Chen Yun shook his head with a smile. Never mind. That's for the academic office to handle. You don't need to worry about it. After the freshman entrance exams, the next big test is in 6 months. In the meantime, you can follow the curriculum set by your academy. Oh, right. Sword Heart Academy doesn't have classes. Chen Yun patted his head. Anyway, you'll have a lot of free time. Just make sure you earn enough credits, and you can manage your campus life as you see fit. Oh, and the campus competitive league is starting soon. Trainer Zhu's team has already begun training. If you're free today, go see Trainer Zhu. Got it? Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and, after bidding Chen Yun farewell, headed towards the training hall of the competitive team. Halfway there, Zhang Yuan once again felt the strange sensation he had experienced 2 days ago. Someone is definitely tailing him. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure and continued walking forward as if nothing was amiss, turning a corner. About 100 meters behind, a student in a Xianlong Academy uniform quickened his pace to follow. As soon as the student rounded the corner, a sharp sword was already at his throat. Zhang Yuan coldly asked, "Why are you following me?" Unexpectedly, the student didn't panic. Instead, he grinned. "Zhang Yuan, you're quite vigilant." Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed, sensing something off in the student's expression. "Abyssal demon?" "Correct. You win a prize." The student sneered and suddenly pushed forward, causing Zhang Yuan's sword to pierce his own throat. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted. He quickly withdrew his sword into the sword array space. The student, with his throat pierced, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, two female students passing by witnessed the scene, their faces turning pale. "Murder! Murder!" they screamed, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Yuan looked around at the growing number of witnesses, and then at the blood-soaked corpse. He muttered to himself, "Abyssal demons! Such ruthless tactics." He knew that fighting was strictly forbidden on the Kyoto University campus, let alone killing. The most severe punishment could be demotion, and then being handed over to the police for legal action. Running away now would only confirm his guilt, but staying meant facing whatever other traps the abyssal demons had in store. It was a meticulously designed trap. Soon, teachers and professors arrived at the scene, quickly cordoning off the area and detaining Zhang Yuan. "Where's the student?" Gu Bingying rushed over, her eyes changing slightly when she saw Zhang Yuan being held. A nearby teacher urged, "Ms. Gu, the student just died. Try reviving him." Gu Bingying nodded and immediately cast a revival spell on the deceased. A green light enveloped the body, and the wound began to heal rapidly, but there was no sign of revival. Gu Bingying's expression changed dramatically. "I can't revive him. Can't be revived?" The teachers' faces turned pale upon hearing Gu Bingying's words. With a grave expression, Gu Bingying didn't elaborate and simply said, "Let's evacuate the students first. This is a serious matter that requires a dean's meeting." Although the teachers had doubts, they understood the gravity of the situation and immediately began to disperse the gathered students. As the school's only divine healer, if even Gu Bingying couldn't revive the deceased, it was clearly beyond normal circumstances. Zhang Yuan noticed Gu Bingying's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Gu, why can't he be revived?" Lowering her voice, Gu Bingying replied, "It's a curse. The residual curse energy on him is identical to that of the Curse King from 30 years ago." Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted as he instantly grasped the abyssal demon's plot. In the entire Xiao Empire, only he had made a pact with the Curse King and wielded the Curse King's blade. With numerous eyewitnesses, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Even if he claimed the deceased had run into his sword, no one would believe him. Despite this, Zhang Yuan tried to explain, "Ms. Gu, I didn't kill him." Gu Bingying softly responded, "I believe you," but her brows remained furrowed. "The deceased has a very special identity. Given the current situation, even if I believe you without strong evidence, I can't protect you." "Who is he?" Zhang Yuan pressed. With a sigh, Gu Bingying revealed, "He's Guan Lu, the son of the second master of the Guan family, one of the 5 great families in the capital." Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he recalled the Guan family's elder into Xia's 5 nations. The abyssal demon had clearly chosen this scapegoat carefully. He began to ponder how to break the deadlock. Gu Bingying continued her advice. "Child, to prove your innocence, you must not violently resist the authorities before the truth comes out, or things will only get worse. Do you understand?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, Ms. Gu. I know what to do. I won't let the demon succeed." "Good. Rest assured, we will clear your name." Gu Bingying nodded approvingly, and then used her skills to freeze Guan Lu's body, preserving its state. Soon after, officers from the Mirror Division temporarily detained Zhang Yuan. Gu Bingying then sought out Jing Bingyun to explain Zhang Yuan's situation. Realizing the severity, Jing Bingyun immediately convened a dean's meeting, deliberately excluding Yi Qingsong to prevent any rash actions. In the meeting room, Duan Xing slammed the table in anger. "This is outrageous. There's no way Zhang Yuan could kill someone. He must have been framed." Gu Bingying tried to calm him. "Mr. Duan, getting worked up won't help. We all know Zhang Yuan wouldn't do such a thing. But the key is finding evidence that the demon controlled Guan Lu. Without it, our words alone won't satisfy the Guan family." Principal Lu Huafeng of the Fire Phoenix Academy added, "It's not just the Guan family. Many students witnessed Zhang Yuan killing him. Public opinion is already brewing, and many are calling for severe punishment. The situation is very unfavorable for Zhang Yuan." Duan Xing erupted again. "This is absurd. How could public opinion escalate so quickly in less than half an hour? There's no way someone isn't stirring things up behind the scenes. Jing Bingyun spoke gravely. Indeed, Duan Xing is right. We can use public opinion to our advantage. Su Wanting immediately asked, Principal, do you mean hiring online trolls to clear Zhang Yuan's name? Of course not. Jing Bingyun shook his head. Public opinion can't influence the judiciary. Their manipulation of public sentiment is clearly aimed at our school. If we hire trolls, it will only give them more ammunition. Ms. Su, the school should release a normal statement, saying that we are aware of the incident and are actively investigating it. Don't give anyone a chance to attack the school. Jing Bingyun's voice echoed in the conference room, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Additionally, find out which media are stirring things up behind the scenes and who their backers are. I want a detailed list within an hour. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. Dare to bully my students from Kyoto University, and they'll pay the price. Su Wanting immediately stood up, her voice resolute. I'll get right on it. With that, she swiftly left the conference room, the sound of her high heels echoing down the hallway. Gu Bingying turned to Jing Bingyun, her brows slightly furrowed. Principal, how should we handle the campus public opinion? Do we need to silence it? Jing Bingyun shook her head, her tone steady. We can't block it. The more we suppress it, the more it looks like we're hiding something. Just got it normally? Her gaze sharpened. Our most important task now is to trace Guan Lu's recent activities. She turned to Duan Xing. Duan Xing, Guan Lu is a student of your Xianlong Academy. Can you handle the investigation? Duan Xing stood up, his eyes firm. Don't worry, leave it to me. He then quickly left the conference room, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Wan Chang'an's office, the tension was equally palpable. He had just received intel that Zhang Yuan had committed murder on campus, and the victim bore traces of the Cursed King's power. Unbelievable! Wan Chang'an roared, slamming his palm on the solid wood desk, which shattered on impact. Splinters flew everywhere as his anger almost became tangible. These abyssal demons are getting bolder and bolder, daring to frame us in Daxia. Just by reading the report, Wan Chang'an was convinced that Zhang Yuan had been framed. He knew Zhang Yuan's character too well. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't be so reckless, nor would he be foolish enough to use the Cursed King's power, which would blatantly mark him as the culprit. Wan Chang'an quickly donned his military coat and turned to Ning Wuwei. Let's go, we're heading to the police to get him out. Ning Wuwei hurriedly stepped forward, his tone urgent. War God Wan, you mustn't act impulsively at a time like this. Wan Chang'an frowned. Zhang Yuan is one of our military personnel. If he's committed a crime, he should face a military tribunal. We have legitimate grounds to retrieve him. Ning Wuwei sighed, his expression grave. I understand we can bring Zhang Yuan out, but doing so will only worsen the situation and might even pit the military against the government. Wan Chang'an's brows knitted tighter. Wuwei, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Ning Wuwei's face grew even more solemn. Why don't you take a closer look at the victim's name? Hearing this, Wan Chang'an picked up the report again and scrutinized it. When he saw the name Guan Lu, his expression instantly became serious. He murmured to himself, the Guan family? His face grew even more severe. This is going to be tricky. Kyoto, Guan family mansion. The sun shone warmly as an elderly man with white hair reclined leisurely in a grand chair, basking in the sunlight. Nearby, a lively young girl perched on a sturdy ancient tree branch, casually munching on sunflower seeds. The old man glanced up at the girl in the tree and sighed lightly. Exine, you've taken a year off from school, neither studying nor training. What exactly do you want to do? Exine giggled. Grandpa, you just don't get it. I'm training in divine skills. Levels don't matter at all. The old man snorted, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. I don't get it. There are fewer than 10 people in this world who understand cultivation better than I do. Yes, Grandpa. You're the grand elder. You know more than I ever will. Xin responded dismissively, continuing to focus on her sunflower seeds. The old man shook his head in resignation. You, such a waste of your divine level talent. Xin just laughed it off unconcerned. At that moment, a gray-haired butler rushed into the courtyard, panting heavily. Master, something terrible has happened. The old man frowned slightly and turned to the butler. Butler Bai, it's rare to see you so flustered. What happened? Butler Bai took a deep breath and struggled to speak. Young Master Guan Lu has been killed at school. The old man's aura suddenly erupted with a terrifying intensity, causing a fierce wind to blow through the courtyard. His eyes turned icy as he asked in a deep voice, who did it? Butler Bai trembled as he replied, a student named Zhang Yuan. According to the police, it seems he used the power of the Cursed King to kill young Master Guan. Zhang Yuan is currently detained, awaiting trial. Outrageous! The old man roared, causing his grand chair to shatter into pieces. Feeling the old man's fury, Butler Bai quickly said, Master, Zhang Yuan dared to consort with demons. It's simply too audacious. I'll go to the police station and bring him here for our family to deal with. The old man glared at Butler Bai. Bring him here? What do you think the police are for? Go and have him released immediately. Butler Bai was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Master, you want the police to release the murderer? He killed young Master Guan. The old man replied sternly. This is clearly a ploy by abyssal demons to drive Zhang Yuan to their side. Butler Bai hesitated. Master, you haven't even heard the full story. How can you be so sure? Many people at Kyoto University witnessed Zhang Yuan killing young Master Guan. If you let the murderer go, second master might be upset, having lost his son. The old man's face darkened. Butler Bai, after all these years, don't you understand my intentions? No matter why Zhang Yuan killed Guan Lu, the conclusion must be that it was the work of abyssal demons. Realizing the old man's plan, Butler Bai quickly responded, I understand. I'll contact the police to release him immediately. With that, he hurried off. At this moment, Xian gracefully jumped down from the tree and said, Grandpa, I'll go to the police station too. The old man, still irritated, asked, What for? To cause more trouble? Xian smiled. From what you said, Zhang Yuan seems important to our family. I'll go and smooth things over with him. The old man frowned. Do you know him well enough to smooth things over? Xian gave a mysterious smile. To tell you the truth, Grandpa, Zhang Yuan and I share a special bond. A special bond? What nonsense are you talking about? The old man looked puzzled. Just leave Zhang Yuan to me. Grandpa, I'm off. Xian said, disappearing from the courtyard like a shadow. Xian. The old man was about to chase after her when his communicator suddenly rang, displaying a call from Wan Chang'an. The old man's eyes narrowed as he answered the call. Chang'an, is this about Zhang Yuan? Yes. I just found out. Don't worry. Since I decided to protect Zhang Yuan at the meeting, I will see it through. This seems to be the work of the Abyss. Come to the Guan house, and we'll discuss it further. Meanwhile, in the detention center at the Kyoto police station, Zhang Yuan sat quietly in his cell, meditating. The cell door suddenly opened, and a man in a police uniform walked in. He closed the door and gave a knowing smile. Hey, the famous genius of the human race, now in such a predicament. Humans really do love to destroy their own kind, don't they? Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the man in front of him. In the dim light of the cell, he spoke calmly. So, you went through all this trouble just to watch me suffer? The man smiled elegantly and shook his head. No, I'm not that petty, he replied, stepping forward, his voice deep and magnetic. You killed the grandson of one of the 5 elders of the great Xia Empire. Now, there's no place for you here. On behalf of the Demon Dragon King, I formally invite you to join the Abyss. He paused, a hint of temptation flickering in his eyes. With your talent, once you embrace the Abyss, it won't be long before you rise to a position of immense power. When the Demon Dragon King conquers the world, he will grant you the great Xia Empire, making you its unrivaled ruler. Isn't that better than rotting in this cell? Zhang Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. So, any random lackey can come and invite me to join the Abyss? If you're trying to recruit me, at least show some sincerity. Are you just trying to get my identity? The man remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. I am Hadi, one of the 7 Grand Dukes of the Abyss. Is that sincere enough for you? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So you're the one I stabbed, who then ran away without even showing his face. The one who fled in disgrace? Hadi's expression twisted with rage, his mouth twitching. Boy, I was careless last time. If we face off again, I could crush you like a bug. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Then why don't you come here in person? Are you afraid? You! Hadi was about to explode in anger, but suddenly calmed himself. He sneered. Do you really think such a cheap provocation will work on me? I enjoy watching you humans tear each other apart. Soon, you'll face one of 2 fates. Either you betray your country and get hunted by Great Xia, or you get executed. Zhang Yuan, I'm looking forward to your downfall. As Hadi laughed sinisterly, a noise came from outside the cell. He grinned at Zhang Yuan and said, Your time is running out. With that, he dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Zhang Yuan turned to see Guan Xian walking up to the cell door with a set of keys. She smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, we meet again. You? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to rescue you. Guan Xian opened the cell door. Come on, you're free. Zhang Yuan frowned, hesitating. Are you breaking me out of jail? He had stayed here trusting that the state and his mentors would clear his name. If he left with Guan Xian, wouldn't that confirm his guilt? What would happen to his grandmother and aunt then? Seeing his reluctance, Guan Xian chuckled. You're still as stubborn as ever, clinging to your principles. Let me ask you, did you kill Guan Lu? No. Then how did he die? He was possessed by a demon. So it really was a demon? Guan Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. In any case, if you're innocent, you shouldn't be here. We need to go out and deal with the demon that framed you. Zhang Yuan still hesitated. But Guan Xn reassured him with a smile. Don't worry. My grandfather has already spoken. Whether you're guilty or not, you can be bailed out first. No one at the police station will give you trouble. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Who is your grandfather? Guan Xian answered. Guan Lu's grandfather. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless, unable to find the words to respond. After much deliberation, Zhang Yuan decided to leave the police station. He was well aware that Hardy's target was him, and to deal with him, Hardy must have set numerous traps in secret. Staying here wouldn't bring Hardy out, nor would it change the situation in any way. As Zhang Yuan followed Guan Xian out of the cell, he was surprised to see that all the staff at the police station seemed to have been replaced. Not a single person came forward to stop them, allowing them to walk out the main gate unimpeded. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Guan Xian's smooth hair. She turned to Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile. See? No one stopped you, right? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The Grand Elder is truly remarkable. His grandson was killed under mysterious circumstances, yet he managed to restrain himself from seeking revenge. Not only that, but he also had me as suspect released. Guan Xen chuckled and explained. Of course, Grandpa was heartbroken and furious. When he heard about Guan Lu's death, his expression was so dark it seemed like the sky itself had dimmed. But as the Grand Elder, he has many things to consider and can't afford to let his emotions cloud his judgment. I guess, in Grandpa's mind, you hold more weight than Guan Lu. So, whether you're the real culprit or not, he wouldn't harm you. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, what about you? Guan Lu was practically your brother. Why aren't you upset about his death? Guan Xn shook her head, a hint of coldness in her voice. You don't understand. The Guan family is a top-tier clan, and with that comes a lot of internal strife. My father's generation of siblings seems harmonious on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're constantly vying for power. They're harsher on their own family members than on outsiders, using any dirty trick they can. If it were for Grandpa, they would have split long ago. I wasn't close to Guan Lu, and he was a spoiled brat who abused the family's power. I've long been fed up with him. His death is actually a relief. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Hearing you say that, any guilt I had is gone. Guan Xian's smile faded, her expression turning serious. Enough about my family. You should be more concerned about yourself. Although my grandpa can suppress this matter, the demon who framed you won't give up easily. Also, Guan Lu was my second uncle's son. Even though Grandpa will undoubtedly warn him not to touch you, who knows what a grieving father might do. For you, this is just the beginning? Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this won't be resolved so easily. But the one who framed me is the Archduke of the Abyss, Hardy. He's cunning and cautious, likely leaving no traces. If he doesn't show his true form, there's not much I can do except react to his moves. A flash of shock crossed Guan Xian's eyes. An Archduke of the Abyss is targeting you? What did you do to make the Abyss hate you so much? Zhang Yuan laughed. I didn't do much, just cleared a few Abyss dungeons and killed some of their demons. Maybe they're just petty. Guan Xian shrugged, not pressing further on the topic. Instead, she reminded him, oh, there's something else you should know. News about you being a murderer has gone viral online, likely fueled by some insiders. The government needs a few days to deal with those troublemakers and help turn public opinion in your favor without damaging their credibility. Unless you plan to leave Daxia, it's best not to return to school for now. If students recognize you and people find out you're not in custody, spies and traitors could spin conspiracy theories online, ruining your reputation. That would be a lose-lose situation, with both the government's authority and your name tarnished. Zhang Yuan sighed. Well, it seems I can't go back to school. Guan Xian added, don't worry too much. Grandpa is personally overseeing this, and it won't take more than 3 days to resolve. Then you can return to school. If you don't have anywhere to go today, you can come to my place. It's absolutely safe. Zhang Yuan politely declined her offer. No need to trouble you. I've actually been wanting to report to the Qianlong base since I arrived in the capital. Campus life has kept me busy, so I haven't had the chance. This is a good opportunity to go. He was still thinking about the Advanced Skills Training Center at the Qianlong base. Zhang Yuan stared at his skill panel. The sword array and sword control skills had been stuck at level 5 for a whole month. He calculated silently that without going to the skill training center, the progress might drag on for a long time. Since he couldn't return to school in the short term, he decided to take the opportunity to go to the Qianlong base and push his skill levels to the limit. By the time he came out of the training center, it would be almost next month, just in time to draw a new batch of cards and prepare for the upcoming campus competition league. Everything would align perfectly. Guan Xian, listening to him, couldn't help but mutter, what a fool. What? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Nothing, Guan Xian said, covering her smile. Then she added seriously, the military base is indeed a good place. It's heavily guarded, and demons can't infiltrate it. My second uncle won't dare to bother you there, since you have a good plan. Before she could finish, a blood-red magic circle suddenly appeared at her feet. Black mist surged like a tide, instantly enveloping her. Guan Xine. Zhang Yuan's face changed dramatically as he reached out, but it was too late. Realizing she couldn't escape, Guan Xine quickly pulled a dagger from her storage space and threw it at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan catch, she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished into thin air. Zhang Yuan barely managed to catch the dagger, helplessly watching as the black mist swallowed her. Damn it! Zhang Yuan cursed, his eyes quickly shifting to the police station entrance. There stood the man possessed by Hardy, a smug smile on his face. Zhang Yuan. The man began slowly. I really underestimated you. Those old geezers value you so much that they don't even care about their own grandson's death. But so what? Do you really think that just because you've conquered a few abyss dungeons and killed at waste disses, I can't deal with you? Huh? That girl has already been taken to the abyss. If you want to save her, come to the abyss yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the man collapsed, clearly indicating that Hardy had lifted the possession. At that moment, the dagger in Zhang Yuan's hand suddenly glowed, and in the next instant, Guan Xine reappeared before him. Guan Xine, you? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at her sudden return. Wow, that was close. Almost didn't make it back. Guan Xine patted her chest in relief. Good thing I was quick enough to give you the phase dagger. Zhang Yuan looked down at the dagger in his hand. You came back through this? Guan Xine nodded and pulled out 2 identical daggers. These are called phase daggers. There are 3 in total, and I got them from a legendary trial. As long as the phase daggers are separated, no matter how far apart they are, I can teleport to the vicinity of another phase dagger. Incredible, Zhang Yuan marveled, a sudden idea striking him. Can I use this equipment too? Of course, Guan Xine confirmed. As long as you have a phase dagger, you can teleport to my side anytime. Hearing this, a smile curved Zhang Yuan's lips. I've got a way to deal with Hardy. What way? Guan Xine asked, curious. Zhang Yuan gave a mysterious smile. Give me one more phase dagger. Guan Xine's eyes widened instantly after hearing Zhang Yuan's words, her expression shifting unpredictably. She lowered her voice and asked in disbelief. You're not joking, right? You can really take down the Abyss Duke in seconds? Zhang Yuan quickly made a shushing gesture and warily looked around. Guan Xine got the hint immediately, covering her mouth and nodding repeatedly. Zhang Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, given Hadi's nature, he'll definitely come back once he finds out you've escaped. I'll start gathering my power now. When he comes to take you again, I'll be there to give him a surprise. Got it? Guan Xine's eyes sparkled with excitement at the plan. The thought of hunting down an Abyss Duke was exhilarating. Zhang Yuan grabbed her hand and walked briskly, saying, let's find a secluded spot and lie in wait. They found an empty alley, and Zhang Yuan began secretly charging the Qixing Long Yuan's sword in the array space. As time ticked by, Guan Xine grew anxious, seeing no sign of Hadi. Zhang Yuan, are you sure this plan will work? Zhang Yuan replied confidently, don't worry, he'll definitely come. I've faced him a few times. Hadi isn't the type to let things go easily. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-red magic circle appeared beneath Guan Xine's feet. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He's here. Hadi's sinister voice echoed through the alley. Little girl, did you really think you could escape my grasp? Let me tell you, you're already marked. Unless I die, I'll find you no matter where you run. Come back to me. With a creepy laugh, the magic circle glowed red, engulfing Guan Xine once more. Zhang Yuan feigned shock and shouted, Guan Xine! Hadi's cold laughter continued to resonate. Zhang Yuan, it seems you care a lot about that girl, but I'll give you only 24 hours. If you don't enter the abyss within 24 hours, she will die. As the abyss's presence faded, Zhang Yuan's shocked and angry expression turned into a smug smile. He muttered to himself, should I get an Oscar for that little act? Seeing the Qixing Long Yuan fully charged, Zhang Yuan placed a phasing dagger on the ground and pulled out another one. He grinned, Hadi, no matter how clever you think you are, it won't matter. I gotta cheat. The phasing dagger glowed, and Zhang Yuan vanished in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, in the abyss, inside Hadi's palace, Hadi sat leisurely in a luxurious chair, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine. He looked at Guan Xine, who was bound in the hall, and sneered, little girl, no matter how you escaped earlier, I've now sealed all your equipment and skills. You'll never escape my grasp. Enjoy the abyss's atmosphere one last time, because you'll soon say goodbye to this world forever. Guan Xine asked in panic. Aren't you using me to lure Zhang Yuan? Why kill me so soon? Hadi laughed disdainfully. Humans, always so pathetic. When their lives are threatened, they'll do anything. If Zhang Yuan heard what you just said, he'd probably regret coming to save you. Feigning fear, Guan Xin pleaded, "Don't kill me. Zhang Yuan will definitely come to save me. If you spare me, I can help you trap Zhang Yuan." Hadi burst into laughter. Haha, interesting, very interesting. You act so pure, yet you're so despicable. It's a shame you're not a demon. For your despicable nature, I won't kill you. But first eat this. He tossed a blood-red flesh ball in front of her. Guan Xin, suppressing her disgust, asked, "What is this?" "The seed of the abyss," Hadi explained. "Eat it, and you'll become a demon. Only then can I trust your loyalty." Guan Xin looked at the bloody flesh ball with hesitation. Seeing this, Hadi's gaze turned playful. "What? Were you lying to me just now? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. After that, if you don't eat it, you die." "But Hadi, you don't have 10 seconds left." At this critical moment, Zhang Yuan's voice echoed through the grand hall. Guan Xin, who had been in a state of panic, suddenly brightened up and shouted excitedly, "Zhang Yuan, you're here." Hadi spun around abruptly, his pupils dilating in shock as he saw Zhang Yuan standing at the entrance of the hall. His face was a mask of disbelief and terror. Stammering, he asked, How did you get here?" Zhang Yuan didn't bother to answer Hardy's question. He stepped into the hall, activating his sword array space. A cold smile played on his lips as he spoke to Hardy. "Hardy, say hello to my precious baby." Within the sword array space, the Qixing Longyuan sword was poised to strike, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. The entire hall was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sword aura, as if the air itself was being sliced apart. The moment Hardy saw the Qixing Longyuan sword, his hair stood on end, instinctively sensing the mortal danger. "I'm done for," he thought, and without hesitation, he transformed into a plume of black smoke, attempting to flee the hall. However, the Qixing Longyuan sword had already locked onto its target. A streak of starlight pierced through the space, and the sword shot into the black mist like a meteor. The black mist didn't emit any screams. It simply exploded into a string of 14-digit numbers starting with 2. As Hardy fell, Zhang Yuan's interface began to flood with notifications. Legendary equipment acquired. Despicable dagger attack 5,000, agility 10,000, assassin skill damage 100, guaranteed critical hits from behind, equipment level 90. Legendary equipment acquired. Despicable boots strength 10,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, constitution 10,000, movement speed 200, equipment level 90. Duke of Demons Heart 1. Duke of Demons Soul Embers 1 acquired. Cursed Kingdom Demon Support 20.00. Star level upgraded to 36. Rakshasa King level upgraded to 39. Ice Spirit Queen level upgraded to 39. Abyss King 111033. Yet, before Zhang Yuan could savor these bountiful rewards, an intense sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, he shielded Guan Xin and activated the Xianxue demon-slaying sword array. 10 beams of Zhanlu's sword intent formed a protective barrier around him. At that moment, a beam of black light pierced through the space, aiming straight for Zhang Yuan's face. The shield formed by the Zhanlu sword intent barely managed to deflect the lethal strike. Boom! The black light scattered, reducing Hardy's palace to rubble. As the dust settled, Zhang Yuan stood amidst the ruins, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed on the direction from which the black light had come. There, hovering in midair, was a black-robed demon king, calmly observing the scene. The instant Zhang Yuan's eyes met those of the demon king, a chill ran down his spine. He immediately recognized that this figure was none other than the legendary demon dragon king, Algernon. Zhang Yuan and Algernon locked eyes, the air thick with tension. A hint of mockery flashed in Algernon's eyes, his voice calm, yet oppressively menacing. "I didn't expect you to come to the abyss to kill the demon duke at just level 45. You got guts." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth as he replied fearlessly, "Don't you demons often come to our daxia? It's called reciprocation." "Umph, reciprocation indeed." Algernon sneered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Let's see what you've got." As he spoke, dozens of magic circles with various attributes suddenly formed behind him, each exuding the ominous aura of forbidden spells. Seeing this, Guan Xion's face turned pale. She cried out in terror, "So many forbidden spells right at the start?" Each of those magic circles contains a forbidden spell that requires a divine level, mage, a lot of time to cast. Once formed, they can obliterate a city in an instant. She looked at Algernon in disbelief. "And he's casting them instantly, and so many of them. This demon king is probably even stronger than the cursed king from 30 years ago." Zhang Yuan also sensed the terrifying power of the forbidden spells, but he showed no sign of panic. He smiled and said, as expected of the new demon king, starting with forbidden spells, "I can't handle this barrage right now. So, I'll come back when I'm stronger. With that, Zhang Yuan took out a phase dagger, which glowed white and enveloped both him and Guan Xin. Trying to run? Algernon's eyes narrowed, and one of the magic circles behind him shot out a beam of destruction, tearing through space towards Zhang Yuan. At the critical moment, a sword intent from the Zhanlu sword emerged, forming a shield in front of Zhang Yuan to block the deadly attack. Boom! The destructive beam exploded against the sword intent shield, illuminating the dark abyss with a blinding white light. When the light faded, a massive crater several kilometers wide was all that remained in front of Algernon, with Zhang Yuan and Guan Xin nowhere to be seen. Algernon's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't surprised that Zhang Yuan had escaped. He gently flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. In a narrow alley in Kyoto, Guan Xin patted her chest, still shaken. Her voice trembled as she said, "I can't believe we made it back alive. When that demon attacked, I thought we were done for." She turned to Zhang Yuan, her eyes full of confusion. "Zhang Yuan, do you know that demon? He seemed really intent on killing you." Zhang Yuan calmly replied, "He's the Demon Dragon King." "The Demon Dragon King?" Guan Xin was initially stunned. Then her pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed, "You mean the current Demon King of the Cursed Kingdoms?" "Yes." Guan Xin was utterly shocked, staring at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "My God, Zhang Yuan, what have you been doing in the Abyss? Didn't you say you just cleared a few Abyss dungeons and killed a few demons? How did you end up being targeted by the Demon King? The Abyss aims to conquer not just one country, but the entire world. And the Demon King is a powerful existence that requires the combined efforts of top-tier fighters from all over the world to combat." Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. "I didn't do much, just killed Desses, and oh, I also killed Hadi, that's all." "Two demon dukes?" Guan Xin was speechless for a moment. She muttered to herself, "The cursed kingdom of the Abyss has only 7 demon dukes, each capable of destroying a country on their own. And you've killed 2 of them." She suddenly remembered something. "I recall that a month ago, you were only at level 10 or so, and you hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. How could you grow so fast?" Even if you were cheating, taking a deep breath to calm herself, Guan Xin looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, "Zhang Yuan, do you mind if I tell my grandpa about what happened today?" "I don't mind," Zhang Yuan replied, shaking his head. Guan Xin nodded. "Thank you. I'll head home first. You should stay away from school for the next few days. Although Hadi is dead, his henchmen are still active in the country. Wait until the government finishes cleaning up before you go back." "Wait," Zhang Yuan called out to Guan Xin as she was about to leave. He took out a dagger from his space ring. "Take this equipment." Guan Xion's eyes widened as she saw the dagger's attributes. "A level 90 legendary item?" She quickly shook her head. "No, this equipment is too precious. I can't accept it." Zhang Yuan and Guan Xian stood in a desolate clearing, surrounded by complete silence. Zhang Yuan held a dagger glinting with a cold light and handed it to Guan Xian, saying, "This is the equipment dropped by Hardy when he was killed. He dropped 2 items in total, so we each get 1. Without you risking your life as bait, I couldn't have killed Hardy. This equipment is rightfully yours." Guan Xian hesitated for a moment. Zhang Yuan, without giving her a chance to refuse, shoved the devious dagger into her hand. "This is an assassin's weapon. It would be wasted on me." Guan Xian looked down at the devious dagger in her hand, torn with inner conflict. She knew she should refuse, but the dagger's attributes were too tempting. 5,000 attack power, 10,000 agility, 100 bonus to assassin skills, and guaranteed critical hits from behind. She could already imagine herself taking down bosses 10 levels higher with a single strike. After a moment of thought, Guan Xian looked up and said, "I feel uneasy taking this devious dagger for free. How about this? I'll take the dagger, and in exchange, I'll give you a set of phase daggers." Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head. "How can that be? Those phase daggers are legendary gear too. You'd be losing out." Guan Xian smiled and explained, "Not at all. Aside from teleportation, the phase daggers have no other attributes, so they don't benefit me much. But the devious dagger is different. I have a talent that ignores equipment level restrictions, making this dagger perfect for me. It's settled then. The phase daggers are yours, and the devious dagger is mine. Otherwise, I won't take the devious dagger at all." Seeing Guan Xian's resolute expression, Zhang Yuan understood that if he refused, she would definitely not accept the devious dagger. He nodded. "All right, I'll take the phase daggers then." Guan Xian gave a satisfied smile. "That's more like it. Fair exchange keeps friendships lasting. I'm heading home now. Let's chat again sometime." After exchanging their gear and a brief farewell, Guan Xian turned and left, while Zhang Yuan headed towards the Qianlong base. At the training grounds of Qianlong base, Ning Wuwei was absent-mindedly supervising the training of new recruits, his brows furrowed with worry over Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to report, "Instructor Ning, there's a new recruit reporting in." Ning Wuwei snapped back to attention and asked, puzzled. A new recruit? Who would be reporting in at this time? The soldier replied. He says his name is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei was startled. Where is he? At the base gate. Before the soldier could finish, Ning Wuwei had already sped towards the gate like the wind. He saw Zhang Yuan standing there, smiling and greeting him. Hello, Instructor Ning. Ning Wuwei lowered his voice and asked, Zhang Yuan, how did you get out? Did you break out of prison? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Instructor Ning, what do you take me for? The matter has been resolved. He briefly explained a series of events. After listening, Ning Wuwei was utterly stunned. He asked in disbelief, so, to clear your name from being framed, you personally stormed the abyss, and right in front of the Demon King, you killed the Archdemon Hardy? That's right, Zhang Yuan nodded. Ning Wuwei was left utterly speechless. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Wuwei finally snapped out of his shock and looked at Zhang Yuan as if he were a monster. In just a single month, the person he once had to protect had accomplished a feat that even the mighty De Xia couldn't achieve. The rapid changes in this world were truly astonishing. Zhang Yuan noticed Ning Wuwei's expression and asked softly, Instructor Ning, it might take a few more days for this incident to settle down. Can I use the advanced skills training facility of the army? Of course. Ning Wuwei agreed without hesitation, his tone full of enthusiasm. Not just the advanced skills training facility, even if you need advanced upgrade pills, we can provide as many as you want. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. No need for upgrade pills. I'm already struggling to slow down my leveling up. Please don't add more pressure on me. Ning Wuwei burst into hearty laughter. True, you're nothing like ordinary professionals. While others toil for months to level up once, you can effortlessly gain levels by clearing high-level dungeons. He paused before adding, in any case, it's good that you're fine. The advanced skills training facility is on the north side of the base. You can go there directly. I'll handle the registration and enlistment process for you. Guan Zhanshan has already upgraded your access to the highest level, so you can use any facility or resource in the base as you wish. Thank you, Instructor Ning, Zhang Yuan said sincerely. No need to thank me. You've earned this, Ning Wuwei said, patting Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Kid, you need to keep pushing forward. Aim to take Guan Zhanshan's place someday. Zhang Yuan was a bit taken aback. Instructor Ning, you're kidding, right? Haha, I'm not joking. Even Guan Zhanshan is looking forward to that day. Ning Wuwei laughed. Anyway, I need to train the new recruit soon, so I won't hold you up. Go practice your skills. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuan gave a standard military salute to Ning Wuwei before turning to head towards the north side of the base. Soon, he arrived at the advanced skills training facility, a pure, white cubic building that glistened coldly in the sunlight. As Zhang Yuan stepped inside, a peculiar light wave scanned his entire body. An icy AI voice then announced, Scan complete. Access level, assess. All functions of the skills training facility are now available. Currently upgradable skills. Ghost God, Sword Array level 5. Ghost God, Sword Mastery level 5. Attribute Conversion level 5. Sword Intent Concentration level 1. Ghost Sword Speed level 1. Training suggestion. 24-hour non-stop training. Estimated duration. 10 days. Would you like to start training? 10 days without sleep? Zhang Yuan was stunned by the suggestion. Are you trying to kill me? The AI responded indifferently. This plan is customized for you. If you forego training, this skills training facility will close and no longer be available to you. Not this trick again? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grumble. Is this advanced skills training facility using the same AI as the beginner one? After some consideration, Zhang Yuan decided to accept the challenge. With his current mental and physical strength, 10 days and nights of continuous training, though grueling, were not impossible. Moreover, the advanced skills training facility could directly upgrade his skills to their maximum level. If he could endure it, it would be a significant leap forward. I accept, Zhang Yuan said resolutely. As soon as he spoke, the environment inside the training facility underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan found himself in an unbearably hot desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and waves of heat surged through the air. Just taking a breath made his lungs feel like they were on fire. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. What is this place? Before Zhang Yuan could gather his thoughts, the ground began to tremble violently. Enormous centipedes emerged from the sand, surrounding him. The AI's cold voice echoed again. Training begins. First, use Ghost God Sword Array. Then use Ghost God Sword Mastery to eliminate all centipedes. Zhang Yuan immediately followed the instructions, deploying the sword array and summoning flying swords to attack the centipedes. After a round of flying sword strikes, all the centipedes were annihilated, disintegrating into particles. However, in the next moment, the giant centipedes reformed and began to encircle him again. They can regenerate? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, realizing that this training was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The AI continued to issue commands, use attribute conversion to dodge the centipede's attacks. No other skills are allowed during this period. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, ready to face this grueling training. The scorching desert, the relentless centipede attacks, and the ever-changing training demands would all serve as the whetstones for him to sharpen his abilities. Zhang Yuan hadn't even had time to react when a gigantic centipede suddenly lunged at him from behind a sand dune. Instinctively, he dodged, and with a loud bang, the centipede crashed into the dune. Scalding sand flew everywhere, covering Zhang Yuan's face. He quickly spat out the sand from his mouth, only to see more centipedes swarming towards him. In a moment of crisis, Zhang Yuan immediately activated his attribute conversion, turning his mental energy into agility. His figure blurred as he darted and weaved through the dense swarm of centipedes. However, the number of giant centipedes in the desert kept increasing, leaving him with less and less room to maneuver. The scorching heat and burning sand made his training even more grueling. Gradually, the immense pressure made Zhang Yuan grumble. This is nothing like the beginner's training facilities. The AI coldly responded, "If you wish to remain a failure, feel free to quit. This advanced training facility will no longer be available to you." This sharp retort instantly enraged Zhang Yuan. Damn it, who programmed this AI to be so harsh? He muttered through gritted teeth, but it also ignited his fighting spirit, and he threw himself into the training with renewed focus. However, Zhang Yuan had clearly underestimated the intensity of the advanced training facility. The exercise of dodging centipede attacks lasted a full 3 hours. His continuous sweating left him dehydrated, and his vision was becoming blurry. First set of training complete. Rest for 10 minutes. The AI's voice announced again. Zhang Yuan returned to the training facility, where the cool air conditioning felt like heaven. 2 mechanical arms immediately delivered a specially formulated energy drink and a grilled steak. The AI reminded him, "Friendly reminder, please finish your meal within 10 minutes. The training intensity will increase, and there will be no further supplies for the next 12 hours. Increase the intensity?" Zhang Yuan nearly broke down at the thought. But having started, he was determined not to give up halfway. He didn't hesitate and began devouring his meal. The 10 minutes flew by, and the environment in the training facility suddenly changed. Zhang Yuan found himself in a blizzard-ravaged, icy world, where his breath instantly froze. In the distance, a dozen ice giants were slowly approaching. The AI coldly ordered, "Training begins. Use only sword intent to gather power. Increase it to over 30 times, and eliminate all the ice giants." Zhang Yuan didn't have time to think. Shivering, he summoned over a dozen flying swords and began gathering power in the freezing cold. For the next 10 days, Zhang Yuan endured almost every harsh environment imaginable in this advanced training facility, suffering immensely. These short 10 days felt longer than a lifetime to him. When a disheveled, wild-looking Zhang Yuan finally returned to the advanced training facility, the AI congratulated him. "Congratulations on completing this training package. If you have any new skills to enhance, you're welcome to return. If I come back, I'm a dog." Zhang Yuan roared in fury, flipping the AI the bird. The AI calmly replied, "Thank you for your positive feedback." Zhang Yuan couldn't take it anymore and let out a string of expletives. "You piece of..." Zhang Yuan stumbled out of the Advanced Skills Training Center, utterly exhausted, without even the energy to greet the friendly AI. 10 days of intense training had drained him completely, and all he wanted now was to find a place to sleep for 3 days straight. He couldn't even muster the interest to check his newly upgraded skills. However, just as he stepped out the door, he was blocked by the sudden appearance of the god of merriment. "Haven't seen you in days. Miss me?" the god of merriment asked with a cheeky grin. Zhang Yuan, barely able to keep his eyes open, walked past the deity without a second glance. "I'm not interested," he muttered. Watching Zhang Yuan's indifferent back, the god of merriment raised her voice, her tone laced with mischief. "Oh dear, I was going to tell you I got in touch with the god of forging and thought I'd introduce you, but it seems someone isn't interested." Zhang Yuan halted, turned around, and looked at the god of merriment with a hint of wariness in his eyes. "You said you found the god of forging? Now you're interested?" The god of merriment's smile widened with satisfaction. Zhang Yuan sighed. He knew this mischievous deity too well to believe she'd offer help for no reason. Cut to the chase. "What do you want me to do?" The god of merriment chuckled. "It's nothing major. Remember when you defeated the projection of the goddess of fire? Well, the god of war heard about it and wants to challenge you." Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, alarms going off in his mind. How did the god of war hear about that fight? It took place in the star god's duel instance, and only the goddess of fire, the god of merriment, the star god, and maybe the goddess of water should know. The goddess of water was a recluse, not one for gossip. The goddess of fire was a battle maniac, not interested in spreading news. As for the star god, Though Zhang Yuan didn't know him well, his creation of Dorm Zero suggested a favorable bias toward humans, making it unlikely he'd cause trouble. Seeing Zhang Yuan deep in thought, the god of merriment coughed to break his reverie. Ahem, it doesn't matter how the god of war found out. What matters is that you fight him. Win or lose, you'll gain a lot from it. Zhang Yuan, opportunities to battle gods don't come often. Don't miss out. Zhang Yuan sighed wearily. Fine, I'll do it, but let's talk about the duel after I get some sleep. I'm exhausted. The god of merriment's eyes lit up as Zhang Yuan agreed. You've promised. I'll inform the god of war right away. See you in the star god's duel instance. Zhang Yuan yawned. Got it. Anything else? Nope, that's all. Bye-bye. The god of merriment waved cheerfully and vanished in an instant. As the god of merriment disappeared, Zhang Yuan could no longer hold on. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him, and he fell forward, his body giving out. In a daze, he felt himself land in a soft, sweet-smelling embrace. The next moment, he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 3 whole days and nights. When Zhang Yuan finally opened his eyes, he found himself not in the familiar military barracks, but in an unfamiliar boudoir. For a moment, he thought he had traveled to another world again. But when he saw his interface and gear were still intact, he realized he was merely in a girl's room. Getting out of bed, he noticed he was only wearing underwear. His entire body had been carefully cleaned, and his freshly washed clothes were neatly placed on the bedside table. Filled with confusion, Zhang Yuan dressed and stepped out of the room. As soon as he walked out the door, he saw Li Fang training in the courtyard. Li Go! Zhang Yuan realized he was in the Li family manor, and that girl's room must be... Brother-in-law, you're finally awake. Li Fang dropped the 300-kilogram dumbbell he was lifting and walked over with a grin. He playfully punched Zhang Yuan's chest. You had me worried sick. Li Go, how did I end up here? Zhang Yuan asked, bewildered. Li Fang shrugged. It was my silly sister who insisted on bringing you here. When she found out you were taken by the police, she did everything she could to save you, even going to our old man for help. Honestly, I've never seen her so anxious before. When she learned from the old man that the Guan family had managed to get Zhang Yuan released from the police station, Li Shuer immediately sprang into action. She tirelessly mobilized the Li family's resources, working day and night. On one hand, she secretly eliminated demonic spies and enemy agents. On the other, she worked online to clear Zhang Yuan's name. During those days, she barely slept, but she eventually managed to turn Zhang Yuan's reputation around, allowing him to return to school. Later, Li Shuer found out that Zhang Yuan was training at the Advanced Skills Training Hall in the Qianlong base. She rushed there, eager to share the good news with him. However, just as Zhang Yuan emerged from the training hall, he suddenly collapsed into her arms. Despite Instructor Ning's suggestion that Zhang Yuan should rest in the base dormitory for a few days, Li Shuer insisted on taking care of him personally and took him back to her home. After listening to Li Fang's account, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of warmth and gratitude. He urgently asked, Brother Li, where is Shuer now? Li Fang glanced at the time and replied, Today is the opening ceremony of the campus competition league. Since you hadn't woken up, she wanted to take your place as a substitute. The competition is being held at the Fengchao Sports Center in the capital. If you head there now, you should still make it for the first match. Thank you, Brother Li. I'm heading there right away. Before he finished his sentence, Zhang Yuan activated his attribute conversion skill. His figure instantly turned into a blur and shot out of the Li family estate. So fast. Li Fang's eyes widened in shock at Zhang Yuan's incredible speed. He thought to himself, he's gotten even stronger. On his way to the Fengchao Sports Center, Zhang Yuan took a moment to review his gains from the Advanced Skills Training Hall. All 5 of his skills had reached level 10. 1. Ghostly Sword Array. Deploys a sword array that continuously consumes mental energy. Within a 500-meter radius, critical hit damage increases by 300. Enemies within the array have their speed reduced by 50 and take 100 more damage, while allies' speed increases by 50 and their damage dealt increases by 100. 2. Ghostly Sword Command. Maneuvers flying swords for aerial attacks. Can directly slay targets with less than 50 health. 3. Attribute Conversion. Within the sword array, mental energy can be converted into strength, agility, and constitution attributes with a conversion multiplier of 10x. 4. Sword Intent Accumulation. All flying sword attacks can be charged, increasing damage up to 1,000 times based on the charge duration. When Sword Intent Accumulation reaches its peak, it ignores any damage-limiting effects. 5. Ghostly Sword Speed. Flying sword speed increases by 100 times. Seeing all 5 skills maxed out at level 10, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. He thought to himself with joy. All that hard work paid off. The National Campus Competition is the most popular, widely participated, richly rewarded, and prestigious event in the Xiao Empire. The stadium is buzzing with excitement, and the big screen is broadcasting each team's impressive maneuvers in real time, with the rankings scrolling beside it. When Zhang Yuan hurriedly arrived, the opening ceremony had already concluded, and a massive blue vortex, a special dungeon entrance created by the Ministry of Education for the preliminary round, appeared in the center of the arena. The competition is divided into two stages, the preliminary round and the knockout round. In the preliminary round, all teams enter the same level 35 dungeon and earn points by defeating monsters within 2 hours. The top 8 teams advance to the knockout round, which is a points-based ranking battle to determine the champion. The entire event spans 10 days and includes 5-person, 3-person, and solo categories. Zhang Yuan quickly scanned the big screen, but didn't see Kyoto University's ranking. Still on time, he thought with relief and immediately dashed to Kyoto University's lounge. Pushing open the door, he was met with a tense atmosphere. Wang Haoran and Li Shuer were seated, while Coach Zhu Yongfu was on the phone, looking grim. After hanging up, Zhu Yongfu walked in, and Wang Haoran stood up at once to ask about the situation. In a grave tone, Zhu Yongfu said, the 4 of them insisted on withdrawing, and even the threat of expulsion didn't sway them. Wang Haoran anxiously asked, can we find replacements? Zhu Yongfu shook his head. Replacing team members requires approval, and even if granted, we wouldn't have enough players for the 2 preliminary matches this morning. Li Shuer frowned and analyzed. They're deliberately sabotaging us to ensure we get eliminated in the preliminary round. For a top-tier school like Kyoto University, failing to advance would cause a huge scandal and severely damage our reputation. Zhu Yongfu sighed. Their motives will have to be investigated later. For now, we must abandon the 5-person competition and focus all our efforts on the 3-person and solo categories. Haoran Wang and Shuer Li sat in the Kyoto University team's break room, their expressions serious. Coach Yongfu Zhu stood before them, his brows furrowed. Haoran, you have a dragon, and Shuer, you're the elf saintess. If you two coordinate well, making it to the top 8 in the 3-person dungeon shouldn't be a problem, Zhu said gravely. Haoran, you should also tackle the solo dungeon this afternoon. If you make it to the top 8 there, we can still salvage some of our reputation. Haoran shook his head with a bitter smile. I didn't expect things to go wrong right from the start. If Yuan Zhang were here, the 3 of us could easily take first place in the 5-person dungeon. Zhu sighed. Yuan had some bad luck. Just being back on campus is the best outcome for him. After what he's been through, I can't force him to compete. At that moment, Yuan's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Coach Zhu, I'm here. The 3 in the room brightened up. Shuer stood up excitedly. Yuan nodded at Shuer, then looked around in confusion. Why are there only the 3 of you? Where are the other team members? Haoran shrugged. They all withdrew from the competition. It's just us now. Withdrew? Yuan was stunned. What happened? Zhu shook his head. We're not sure why they suddenly dropped out, but it doesn't matter. He looked Yuan straight in the eye. I need to know, if the 3 of you go into the 5-person dungeon, do you have the confidence to make it to the top 8? Yuan smiled confidently. Coach, don't worry. I can solo a level 35 team dungeon. If we don't take first place, I'll write my name backward. Zhu's eyes lit up, as if he'd been injected with a dose of adrenaline. You're that confident? Absolutely, Yuan replied firmly. Just then, the intercom in the break room crackled to life. Kyoto University team, the entrance to the 5-person dungeon will close in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the dungeon to avoid missing your match. Zhu took a deep breath and handed the Kyoto University uniform to Yuan. Put this on and go. The reputation of Kyoto University is in your hands. Yes, sir. Yuan took the uniform, quickly changed, and headed to the central arena with Shuer and Haoran. The Fengchao arena was buzzing with noise. As the 3 of them, dressed in Kyoto University uniforms, approached the dungeon entrance, floating cameras immediately zoomed in on them. Their images appeared on the giant screen, broadcast live across the nation. The announcer's voice boomed. The Kyoto University team is entering the arena. Judging by the state of their 5 team members, it seems they are ready to... He trailed off as he realized only 3 team members were present, momentarily at a loss for words. The audience began to murmur. Why does Kyoto University only have 3 people? Where are the other 2 in the bathroom? The preliminary dungeon has been open for over 10 minutes. They should have finished by now. Do they think this is a 3-person preliminaries? Making such a basic mistake. Is this the championship favorite Kyoto University? Looks like they're all hype. Sensing the situation slipping out of control, the announcer quickly regained his composure. Haha, Kyoto University, a perennial champion, has never made such a mistake. They must be playing a joke on us. Everyone, please be patient. The other team members will be here Before he could finish, Yuan and the others had already entered the dungeon. The announcer was left speechless, and the arena erupted in a cacophony of noise. They went in. The audience erupted in a chorus of exclamations. 3 determined figures stepped into the dungeon entrance, leaving the crowd in an uproar. 3 people tackling a 5-person dungeon? Kyoto University is way too arrogant. This is a competition, not a wild dungeon. Do they really think a 3-person team can beat other schools' 5-person teams? Too cocky. They're insulting the competition. We strongly demand that Kyoto University be disqualified. Angry voices rose one after another, and the audience was outraged. At that moment, most people believed that Kyoto University's team was disrespecting the competition. Where's the director? Switch to Kyoto University's dungeon, someone shouted. I want to see what these 3 can pull off. Sensing the crowd's mood, the director quickly switched the screen to show Zhang Yuan and his team in the dungeon, filling the entire big screen. The scene depicted a simulated abyssal battlefield for this qualifying dungeon. Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer, and Wang Haoren stood on the desolate ground, surrounded by virtual abyssal monsters emitting a disturbing aura. Zhang Yuan looked around and couldn't help but remark, the organizers really went all out. The atmosphere in this dungeon is almost like a real abyssal battlefield. He turned to Li Shuer and Wang Haoren, asking, we're probably being watched nationwide right now. Do either of you want to show off first? I can step in later. Li Shuer smiled and shook her head. I'm just here to make up the numbers. I won't steal your thunder. Wang Haoren added, I'll pass too. I don't want to struggle and then have you outscore me in an instant. I have some dignity to maintain in front of the whole country. All right then, let me do the heavy lifting. Zhang Yuan chuckled at their reluctance, then stepped forward and unleashed a sword formation that covered the entire dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the rejuvenated host didn't forget his job and enthusiastically narrated. Kyoto University's Zhang Yuan is making his move. According to his profile, Zhang Yuan was the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Exam, and his profession is a sword array master. It's said that a sword array master can control 10 flying swords to kill enemies from a distance. Zhang Yuan's strong profession helped him score a significant lead in the entrance exam. The host paused and continued, but the monsters in the campus competition's dungeons simulate real abyssal creatures, making it much harder than the entrance exam. Zhang Yuan's hidden profession advantages will be greatly diminished in this challenging environment. How will he respond to this situation? Let's find out. Just as the host finished speaking, the audience saw numerous flying swords appear out of thin air, darting through the dungeon at incredible speed. In an instant, all the monsters in the dungeon were wiped out, and Kyoto University's score skyrocketed to first place. Then, the dungeon boss appeared, but before it could react, a sword light flashed, and the boss was instantly killed. A new wave of monsters spawned, and once again, countless flying swords cleared the dungeon in an instant. The boss appeared and was promptly one-shotted. Zhang Yuan stood in place, manipulating the flying swords to slaughter the dungeon monsters. In just a few minutes, Kyoto University's score was more than 10 times that of the second place, and the gap continued to widen. All the doubting spectators in the arena fell silent. The host was also stunned, at a loss for words. At that moment, the campus competition arena witnessed an unprecedented scene. A stadium with over 10,000 people was as quiet as a library. They could only see the sword energy flashing in the dungeon, with no monsters left, while Kyoto University's score kept skyrocketing. Not only were the spectators outside the dungeon dumbfounded, but Li Shuer and Wang Haoren inside the dungeon were also speechless. They stared at Zhang Yuan's performance in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. A flood of kill notifications filled their screens, and Li Shuer's experience bar shot up like a rocket, leveling up every few minutes. It felt like she was consuming endless experience pills, with her experience points skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Even Wang Haoren, who was at level 35, saw his experience bar slowly rise despite allocating 90 of the experience to his red dragon. The red dragon's leveling speed was even more remarkable, constantly breaking new level thresholds. Although Zhang Yuan gained little experience from killing these low-level monsters, the dungeon's real-time monster refresh mechanism created perfect conditions for leveling up. To help Li Shuer and Wang Haoren level up quickly, he tirelessly battled in the dungeon for over an hour. Time flew by, and the results were impressive. Li Shuer jumped from a novice to a formidable level 30, and Wang Haoren broke through to level 36. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of their frenzied monster grinding. Outside the dungeon, the giant screen left the audience in shock. The box originally displaying Kyoto University's points could no longer accommodate the astonishing number, turning the display into a series of meaningless garbled characters. Holy crap! Even the seasoned professional host couldn't help but curse at the unprecedented scene. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued his relentless monster grinding. The garbled characters he generated spread like a virus, even starting to affect the second-place leaderboard. At this moment, the nature of the competition completely changed. The audience had long forgotten about which schools would advance. All eyes were on one question. Could Zhang Yuan completely break this secret dungeon? Zhu Yongfu, sitting in the audience, suddenly understood. Zhang Yuan's claim of one person can break the dungeon was literal, as Zhang Yuan's garbled characters began to affect other teams' score displays. The campus competition committee had to take emergency measures. They instructed the director to switch the broadcast to the second-place dungeon and forcibly removed Zhang Yuan's team from the dungeon. Zhang Yuan, who was in the midst of a killing spree, found himself suddenly teleported out, momentarily bewildered. What's going on? Isn't there still time left? Why am I out? Li Shuer and Wang Haoren also looked displeased, clearly wanting to continue benefiting from Zhang Yuan's prowess. As Zhang Yuan wondered what was happening, a group of serious-looking event staff surrounded them. One of them explained, "We apologize for forcibly removing you from the preliminary dungeon. However, if you continue, the entire dungeon system might crash. As compensation, the committee has decided you will automatically advance to the knockout stage with first place in all 3 categories." Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a national competition, and everyone is watching. Advancing without completing the preliminaries seems unfair." The staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly explained, "Rest assured, the committee's decision is within the rules. The Kyoto University team advancing in first place is perfectly legitimate." What he didn't say was that the secret dungeon was artificially created, and generating monsters consumed a lot of energy, which translated to significant costs. Zhang Yuan's relentless grinding for over an hour not only caused a leaderboard bug, but also exceeded the committee's energy budget, even eating into the revenue from ticket sales. If Zhang Yuan continued through the remaining 2 dungeons, the committee might end up bankrupt. After persistent persuasion from the event committee staff, Zhang Yuan finally gave up on continuing in the preliminary selection rounds. The 5-member team from Kyoto University clinched first place with an overwhelming lead, their score far surpassing the second place by several magnitudes. This achievement quickly became a national sensation. Online, stories of Zhang Yuan's legendary feats spread like wildfire. One post detailed how he single-handedly repelled the Abyss army at the first front line of the Abyss battlefield, saving an entire city. Another revealed his astonishing accomplishment of reaching the 100th floor of the Sky Tower on his first attempt. Soon, more tales surfaced, including his full constellation draw and being framed by the Abyss Demon Duke. In no time, the top 10 trending topics on the internet were all about Zhang Yuan. Titles like National Champion Zhang Yuan, Sky Tower 100 Floor Master, and Unbelievable Luck King dominated the headlines, with videos and articles flooding in. Under this immense wave of attention, Zhang Yuan became a household name, with some even attempting to elevate him to legendary status. In the Kyoto University lounge, Wang Haoren stared intently at his phone screen and exclaimed, "Zhang, you're really famous now. Did you really clear all 100 floors of the Sky Tower?" Zhang Yuan nodded in confirmation. Wang Haoren was amazed. "I can't believe it. You even broke Professor Ye's record. I thought there would never be another like him. But you're even more incredible." Zhang Yuan smiled modestly. "You're giving me too much credit. I still have a long way to go." Wang Haoren immediately retorted, "Come on. You're too humble. If you're still far off, what does that make us? Insects?" Li Shuer, who was also scrolling through the trending topics, looked worriedly at Zhang Yuan and said, Yuan, your popularity is through the roof this time. They're already digging into your past. I'm concerned about your grandma and aunt. Will they be harassed?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, this attention is even greater than when I was falsely accused of murder. I don't mind, but my grandma and aunt definitely can't handle it. But don't worry too much. Wan Zhanshun can protect them." With that, he immediately messaged Wan Chang'an, requesting the military to safeguard his grandma and aunt. Wan Chang'an readily agreed, promising to block all online information about them and to send people to discreetly deal with any harassers, ensuring their peaceful life. At this moment, Zhu Yongfu walked into the lounge with a smile and praised Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, well done. Kyoto University has gained great prestige this time. Everyone believes we can achieve a grand slam." He then announced that they wouldn't need to participate in the upcoming 3-member and individual selection rounds, and that they were free for the rest of the day, only needing to gather here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. After speaking, Zhu Yongfu hurriedly left, seemingly to investigate the sudden withdrawal of a team member. Wang Haoren wanted to watch more matches, so Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer headed back to school together. Thanks to the protection of the Chaos Badge, despite the high attention, few people recognized Zhang Yuan. Back at school, Zhang Yuan invited Li Shuer to dinner at the cafeteria to thank her for her care over the past few days. They chatted for nearly 3 hours until the cafeteria closed, reluctantly parting ways. Returning to his dorm, Zhang Yuan didn't immediately head to the Star God gambling dungeon. Instead, he took out the Fate Compass and 9 Divine Stones. With the new month, he had 10 draws with full luck, so he naturally wanted to use up the divine stones before meeting the war god. After all, he had destroyed the war god statue in front of him while conquering the sky tower, making them enemies. Zhang Yuan needed to be fully prepared before their encounter. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan went Allen, sending all 9 divine stones into the Fate Star array. In an instant, the entire room began to shake as a large number of red cards emerged from the array, resembling a spectacular magic show. A peculiar energy filled the air, causing Zhang Yuan's skin to tingle slightly. Suddenly, 5 red cards shot out from the star array, each vividly depicting a celestial dragon. At the same time, 5 divine stones, granted by drawing the fate seeds, converged in midair to form a radiant orb of light. Before Zhang Yuan could react, Shinkong's starry sky leapt out from the summoning space on its own. Its enormous dragon eyes stared intently at the floating red cards, its entire body trembling with excitement. Roar! Roar! Shinkong let out an excited howl, opening its mouth wide to absorb the power emanating from the 5 cards. Boom! As Shinkong finished absorbing all the power from the fate seeds, an astonishing aura erupted from its body. Zhang Yuan watched in awe as Shinkong's size rapidly expanded, making the dorm room feel cramped. The once small dragon hatchling had transformed into a majestic adult dragon, its scales shimmering with starlight, its wings spreading so wide they nearly touched the ceiling. What a powerful presence! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, feeling the immense pressure radiating from Shinkong. He eagerly checked its current fate seed information. Name, Shinkong. Level, 36. Stardust Scales Fate Seed 1. Physical damage reduction increased to 99. Source of the Star Sea Fate Seed 2. Dragon Breath. No longer consumes mental energy. Wings of the Star Sea Fate Seed 3. Flight speed increased by 100 times. Star Bond Fate Seed 4. If the owner suffers a fatal injury, the damage is transferred to Shinkong. Indestructible Dragon Heart Fate Seed 5. Survives fatal damage and restores 50 health within 10 seconds. Complete Dragon Fate Seed 6. Removes the level cap for both itself and its owner. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath as he read through Shinkong's Fate Seed attributes. The implications of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Fate Seeds left him stunned. If he suffered a fatal injury, the damage would be transferred to Shinkong. And even if Shinkong sustained fatal damage, it wouldn't die, recovering within 10 seconds. This essentially meant he had a chance to avoid death every 10 seconds. Even the undying passive of Qi Xiao could only be used once a month. This makes me practically invincible, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, feeling both excited and incredulous. However, it was the final complete dragon fate seed that left Zhang Yuan utterly baffled. As far as he knew, the highest level a human could reach was 100, and no one in the world had ever reached that level. Surpassing level 100 was considered the realm of deities. Now, with Shinkong's fate seed ignoring the level cap, what did this mean? A bold idea flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. With Shinkong's fate seed, could I become a god? This thought, once conceived, took root and grew in Zhang Yuan's mind like a seed, filling him with both excitement and apprehension, and leaving him brimming with boundless expectations and imaginations for the future. As Zhang Yuan marveled at the formidable power of the constellation, a radiant light burst forth from the Fate Star array. 4 red cards shot out like meteors. 2 of the cards bore the golden emblem of the Chunjun sword, while the other 2 displayed the blue insignia of the Zhanlu sword. Instantly, the Chunjun sword and the Zhanlu sword soared out from the sword formation space, with each card merging into the respective sword. In a flash, the entire room was bathed in a mix of golden and blue sword energy, crisscrossing with immense power that even seemed to push the stars back a few steps. The Chunjun sword was refined to the 3rd level, while the Zhanlu sword reached its maximum level. Hovering before Zhang Yuan, the 2 swords exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuan immediately checked the attributes of the 2 exclusive weapons. The Chunjun sword's attributes were astonishing. Attack power 3000, automatic protection for the wielder, immunity to weapon damage, each attack reducing the target's maximum health by 5, perfect blocks destroying the opponent's weapon, and no equipment level restriction. The divine weapon quest required slaying the giant king of the mountain and sea, with a current progress of 0-1. The Zhanlu sword's attributes were even more jaw-dropping. Attack power 100000, damage 500, automatic protection, immunity to and reflection of 10 times water-based attacks, damage converted to a temporary shield, with the shield restoring 50 of maximum stamina and mental strength per second while active, having mental strength consumption, guaranteed hits, and no equipment level restriction. The divine weapon quest was to collect all 10 fully leveled sword artifacts, with a current progress of 210. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising sharply. He quickly calculated the incredible advantages brought by the Zhanlu sword. It could restore nearly 280,000 mental strength per second, allowing him to maintain a full mana state almost continuously. This meant he could keep replicating over 50 divine artifacts for attacks during battles, essentially giving him a cheat-like advantage. After storing away the two swords, Zhang Yuan turned his attention to the 5 god stones. He decided to use his remaining full luck draw, taking out one god stone and placing it into the fate compass. The fate star array lit up once more, with countless red cards swirling within it. Eventually, a card depicting a heavy sword chest flew out. Zhang Yuan was initially pleased, but then frowned. This meant he would have to choose between a new exclusive sword chest and his existing sword spirit arsenal. If Zhang Yuan had known he would draw the exclusive sword chest, he wouldn't have wasted the chaos dice to upgrade the ordinary one. He was wrestling with whether to give up one of them when suddenly, the sword spirit arsenal flew out of the sword array space, resonating with the floating sword chest. At that moment, a surprising message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel. The Emperor's Sword Treasury senses the sword spirit arsenal. Would you like to allow the Emperor's Sword Treasury to devour the sword spirit arsenals? Zhang Yuan quickly checked the attributes of the exclusive sword chest and discovered some astonishing information. Emperor's Sword Treasury exclusive level 1, infinite space. When any of the 10 great swords are stored within, it gains the skill True Form of the Emperor's Sword. For each of the 10 great swords, the true form of the Emperor's Sword unlocks corresponding skill attributes. The Emperor's Sword Treasury can devour divine-level sword chests and acquire all their effects. True form of the Emperor's Sword unites the sword and the wielder, slashing through the Tao. Lasts for 1 minute, during which special attributes are gained based on the swords possessed. Cooldown time is 1 day. True form of Qi Xiao, damage, speed, and flying sword speed increased by 100 times. True form of Zhanlu. All skills have no cooldown and no longer consume mental energy. True form of Qixing Longyuan. Immunity to all damage. True form of Chun Jun. Guaranteed block and counters reduce the target's maximum health by 50. Divine Weapon Quest. Collect the 10 great swords for 10. Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Although the true form of the Emperor's Sword only lasts for a minute, with the Divine Sky Tower's ability to reset cooldowns, he could maintain the true form for 10 minutes each day. This meant he could potentially even battle gods. Trembling with excitement, Zhang Yuan licked his dry lips and without hesitation, chose to let the Emperor's Sword Treasury devour the Sword Spirit Arsenal. Instantly, the Sword Spirit Arsenal transformed into light and merged into the Emperor's Sword Treasury. Panel prompt. The Emperor's Sword Treasury has devoured the Sword Spirit Arsenal and acquired all its effects. Zhang Yuan noticed that the Emperor's Sword Treasury now had intricate golden patterns from the Sword Spirit Arsenal, exuding a unique aura. Satisfied, he stored the Emperor's Sword Treasury back into the sword array space and turned to the starry sky, saying, "Let's go, Shinko. It's time to face the war god." Zhang Yuan had a fruitful card draw this time, not only acquiring powerful equipment, but also obtaining 4 divine stones. He calculated that once his talent refreshes next month, his strength would significantly leap forward. After tidying up his dorm, Zhang Yuan wasted no time and headed straight to the Starry Secret Realm dungeon. In no time, he collected 30,000 star stones. Without hesitation, he entered the Star God Duel dungeon and arrived at the familiar arena where he had previously faced the Goddess of Fire. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, a chilling aura of killing intent enveloped him, making his hair stand on end. At that moment, a deep male voice echoed through the arena. "Zhang Yuan, we meet again." Before the voice had fully faded, a rift appeared in the dungeon space, and a towering man stepped out. Standing over 2 meters tall, clad in black heavy armor, and wielding a dark spear, his presence was overwhelming. Zhang Yuan felt as if he were facing a primordial beast. The man's powerful and intimidating aura made his heart race. The Abyssal, I provided only brief information. War God projection, level 45 suppressed. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that this war god's strength might surpass that of the Goddess of Fire. Zhang Yuan respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. "War God, shall we begin?" The war god chuckled. "Kid, you're quite polite this time. I thought you might try to ambush me directly." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Yuan quickly explained, "War God, the incident at the Sky Tower was a misunderstanding. Destroying your statue was not intentional." The war god waved it off. "No need to explain. I'm not petty enough to trouble you over a statue. However," he paused, "I heard from Joy that you defeated the Goddess of Fire Hedon with a human body. It's a pity I didn't get to witness your strength last time. If you can entertain me, I might reward you with a treasure." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately activated his sword formation, covering the entire arena. "Please enlighten me." "Not bad. The war god nodded slightly, then ignored the suppression of Zhang Yuan's sword formation and instantly appeared before him. Before Zhang Yuan could see the gleam of the spear, he felt an overwhelming surge of bloodlust, as if it would swallow him whole. Under this terrifying pressure, his legs felt like they were stuck in mud, unable to move. Since he couldn't dodge, he decided to face it head-on. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan summoned his pure June sword and activated his blocking instinct. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as the pure June sword shattered the war god's spear. The war god's pupils contracted as he looked at the broken spear. Though it wasn't a divine weapon, it was no ordinary item. How could it break so easily? While the war god was still in shock, the space around Zhang Yuan distorted slightly, and the 7 stars Long Yuan sword shot towards the war god as a beam of light. Using the same move you used against the goddess of fire, the war god quickly regained his composure, seemingly aware of the guaranteed hit property of Zhang Yuan's divine weapon. Instead of trying to block it, he left a decoy in his place. Whoosh! The 7 stars Long Yuan's sword pierced through the decoy, while the real war god appeared behind Zhang Yuan, holding a brand new dark longsword. Kid, your equipment is impressive, but relying too much on the guaranteed hit property of your divine weapon will be your downfall, the war god said, mercilessly slashing towards Zhang Yuan's back. However, Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. A Lu sword intent appeared out of thin air, blocking the war god's lethal strike. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan seized the opening after the war god's attack, releasing the Lu sword that had been charging within the sword formation space directly behind him. Whoosh! The Lu sword pierced through the war god's heavy armor and embedded itself in his chest. A string of 14-digit numbers starting with 6 exploded above the war god's head, triggering his blood lock passive. The war god winced in pain and exclaimed, "You have another guaranteed hit divine weapon." Zhang Yuan turned around, smiling. "War god, I can guess that the god of joy told you about my battle with the goddess of fire. So from the beginning, I never intended to rely solely on the 7 stars Long Yuan to hit you. Now it's my turn to counterattack." Zhang Yuan knew well that no matter how high his damage was, he couldn't defeat the war god projection with just one strike. As a divine projection, it was expected for the war god to have multiple bloodlock skills. Zhang Yuan's plan finally revealed its true form. His meticulously designed strike not only successfully hit the war god, but more importantly, activated the passive effect of the Zhang Lu sword, earning him a valuable shield. In the next moment, the arena was filled with a dazzling light as over 50 Zhang Lu swords materialized out of thin air, encircling the war god. The terrifying aura emanating from these divine weapons was suffocating, even causing the war god's projection to feel considerable pressure. The war god looked around in shock, his gaze finally settling on Zhang Yuan. "You can replicate divine weapons?" he asked in disbelief. "How did you do it?" Although the war god was already aware of Zhang Yuan's ability to replicate divine weapons after all, he had used this trick against the projection of the fire goddess. What truly shocked him now was Zhang Yuan's capacity to replicate so many at once. How could a mere human, only at level 45 with a mental power of just over 40,000, withstand the mental strain of replicating so many divine weapons? Puzzled, the war god's eyes glowed as he quickly probed Zhang Yuan's current state. He was even more astonished to discover that Zhang Yuan was consuming over 200,000 units of mental power per second, while simultaneously recovering the same amount, maintaining a delicate balance. "This monster," the war god exclaimed inwardly. Zhang Yuan's terrifying rate of mental power recovery far surpassed that of his own level 45 divine projection. Is this really a human? He couldn't help but question. Seizing the moment when the war god's attention wavered, Zhang Yuan sneered, "War god, isn't it a bit inappropriate to lose focus while fighting me?" Before his words even faded, several replicated Zhang Lu swords shot towards the war god with incredible speed. Sensing the threat, the war god had to concentrate, once again using his substitute to endure the Zhang Lu sword's attacks while he teleported to the other side of the arena to create distance. However, as soon as he reappeared, several more Zhang Lu swords came whistling towards him. Zhang Yuan had already distributed the replicated Zhang Lu swords evenly throughout the arena, ensuring that no matter where the war god appeared, he would be relentlessly pursued by the Zhang Lu swords. With these swords possessing an infallible targeting attribute and speed rivaling his own, the war god found himself constantly on the run, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Even worse, Zhang Yuan was now surrounded by 9 invulnerable Zhang Lu sword auras. Even if the war god wanted to use his invulnerability skills to withstand the Zhang Lu sword's attacks and harm Zhang Yuan, it was impossible. Before Zhang Yuan's Zhang Lu sword auras were exhausted, the war god would undoubtedly be slain. The outcome was clear. Without resorting to extreme measures, the war god had already lost. Yet, conceding without a fight would make him the laughingstock of the gods, especially that big-mouthed god of pleasure. Who would have thought I'd end up so pathetic, forced to use a divine weapon by a mere mortal? The war god muttered with a bitter smile, suddenly stopping in his tracks to face the oncoming Zhang swords. With a wave of his hands, he conjured a massive black shield out of thin air. Boom! The war god slammed the giant shield into the ground. Instantly, the arena floor shattered, and a terrifying shockwave spread outwards. All the replicated Zhang swords vanished in an instant, and even the Zhang sword auras around Zhang Yuan were shattered. Zhang Yuan was thrown into the air by the powerful shockwave, helplessly tumbling through the air. The starry skies swiftly emerged from the summoning space, precisely catching the falling Zhang Yuan. The breathtaking scene, just moments before, had left the entire audience holding their breath. Zhang Yuan landed steadily, his gaze immediately locking onto the pitch-black, giant shield beside the god of war. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and his heartbeat quickened. The aura emanating from that shield was unmistakably that of an extraordinary artifact. Reflecting on the earthquake-like shockwave from earlier, not only had his prized replica flying swords and Xian, Shay, demon-slaying sword formation been rendered useless in an instant, but even his temporary shield had been torn apart like paper. This overwhelming power forced Zhang Yuan to reassess his opponent. The god of war placed the giant shield by his side and spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Yuan, I must admit, your strength is indeed remarkable. This shield is one of my frequently used artifacts. Forcing me to use it is proof enough of your prowess. He paused briefly before continuing. Let's end it here for today. This shield is not something you can surpass at your current level. You have won this star god duel. Although the god of war had disrupted Zhang Yuan's offensive rhythm, he chose not to press the advantage, but instead proposed ending the match. As a deity, even a suppressed projection of his level was still far superior. Using an artifact against a mere level 45 human class was already bending the rules considerably. To win and then refuse to give a reward would be outright dishonorable. As the god of war, he couldn't stoop to such behavior. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit burned even brighter. He grinned and said, Lord God of War, I don't want a victory that's handed to me. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. This match isn't over yet. The god of war frowned and asked, I've already acknowledged that without using artifacts, my level 45 projection isn't your match. What more do you want? Zhang Yuan's eyes blazed as he stared directly at the god of war. I want you to use your artifacts and fight me with all your might. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shock appeared in the god of war's eyes. You want me to use artifacts against you? Of course. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. After all, I haven't had enough fun yet, my lord. Before he finished speaking, a radiant golden light suddenly burst forth from Zhang Yuan's body. His aura surged at an astonishing rate, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the sudden influx of power. This is... The god of war's pupils contracted, a storm of shock rising in his heart. He sensed a lethal threat from Zhang Yuan. The power Zhang Yuan was now displaying far exceeded the boundaries of a level 45 god projection. At that moment, an exclamation erupted from the audience. Oh my! Xiao Yuanzi is incredible! The god of joy appeared out of thin air, her pink eyes filled with delight. Next to her, a burst of flames materialized into the figure of the fire goddess. The fire goddess fixed her gaze on Zhang Yuan in the arena. Speaking in a solemn tone, he's grown even stronger. The god of joy, smiling broadly, looked at the fire goddess. Hey, crazy lady, so you were secretly watching this battle too. What do you think of Zhang Yuan now? The fire goddess pondered for a moment before responding. If his victory over my projection last time had a hint of luck, this time, he can directly defeat my level 45 projection. In just over 10 days, he's made such progress. If he becomes a god, the divine realm will surely be in turmoil. She then turned to the god of joy and asked, Joy, you've been paying close attention to him. Did you foresee this? The god of joy simply propped her chin with one hand, smiling without a word, her gaze never leaving Zhang Yuan in the arena. The fire goddess gave the god of joy a deep look and ceased her questioning, refocusing on the arena. Seeing the aura Zhang Yuan now exuded, the god of war's expression grew increasingly serious. He solemnly apologized to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, it seems I was too arrogant. I formally apologize. He then gripped the pitch-black giant shield with his left hand, and a similarly pitch-black giant axe materialized in his right hand. Come on, I will unleash the full potential of this projection. Let's determine a true victor. Boom! With the power of two artifacts, the god of war's projection erupted with a suffocatingly terrifying aura. The entire arena shook violently, and even the instant space showed signs of collapsing. Zhang Yuan gazed at the god of war, who was now emanating overwhelming bloodlust, and couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the god of war. I can't believe I'm about to fight such a formidable enemy. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, showing not a trace of fear. He decisively turned and ordered the dragon behind him. Shinkong, we have only 10 minutes. Cover me, and we need to finish this quickly. Shinkong, understanding its master's intent, immediately let out a deafening roar. It flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, and soared into the sky. The dragon ascended rapidly, and then dove towards the war god like a meteor. Seeing Shinkong's approach, the war god was not alarmed but delighted. Laughing, he shouted, "Good timing!" He raised his massive black shield and firmly blocked Shinkong's fierce assault. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's enormous body struck the shield but did not budge the war god an inch. "Little dragon, you're still far from worthy," the war god roared, swinging his giant axe at Shinkong. At that critical moment, Shinkong vanished without a trace. In its place, numerous copies of the Zhanlu sword and Qixing Longyuan sword rained down from where the dragon had been. The war god, noticing this, narrowed his eyes. More copied artifacts? He struck the ground forcefully with his shield, dispersing all the copied swords instantly. However, amidst the sea of replicas, the real Zhanlu sword and Qixing Longyuan sword lay hidden. Unable to dodge in time, the war god raised his shield once more. The two genuine divine swords, imbued with terrifying power, crashed into the black shield with a resounding boom. The clash of the three artifacts unleashed a surge of energy, making the entire arena unstable. In the instant the war god's shield was occupied by the two divine swords, Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity. Moving at lightning speed, he circled behind the war god and thrust his Chun Jun sword forward. Sensing the danger, the war god released his shield and swung his axe at Zhang Yuan's throat. "Just what I was waiting for." Zhang Yuan grinned, perfectly parrying the war god's axe with his Chun Jun sword. The sword's passive effect activated instantly, releasing a powerful force that struck the war god's axe. Although it didn't break the weapon, the impact caused the war god to momentarily lose his balance. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuan launched a counterattack, slashing a brilliant beam of golden light at the war god. The light struck the war god's chest armor, instantly reducing his maximum health by 50. Simultaneously, countless copies of the Chun Jun sword emerged from the sword formation, transforming into dense beams of gold that rained down on the war god, further depleting his maximum health. In the blink of an eye, the war god's maximum health had been reduced to less than 10 of its original value. Stunned by Zhang Yuan's tactic, the war god teleported to the edge of the arena, putting distance between himself and Zhang Yuan. This rapid reduction in maximum health had pushed him to the brink of defeat. Worse yet, with his health now full, all healing skills were rendered useless. At this moment, the war god realized he was cornered. One more hit from Zhang Yuan, and he would be utterly defeated. As the god of war retreated, Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity and launched an attack without hesitation. With a wave of his hands, countless Zhanlu and Qixing Longyuan swords materialized out of thin air, raining down on the god of war like a torrential storm. At the same time, Shinkong flew out from the summoning space, opened its massive jaws, and spewed out searing dragon breath, forming a wall of fire to block the god of war's escape route. With sword rain above and dragon breath below, the entire arena was covered by Zhang Yuan's assault. The god of war was pushed to the brink, yet he remained unflustered. His giant axe glowed with a blinding red light, and his figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging straight into Shinkong's dragon breath. Under the blessing of Zhang Yuan's constellation, Shinkong's dragon breath ignored the god of war's defenses, fiercely burning away his remaining life points. In the blink of an eye, the god of war's health dropped to just 1 point. However, under the protection of his giant axe, this last point of health did not decrease any further. From the spectator seats, the goddess of fire squinted her eyes and murmured, "The god of war has used his ultimate invincibility skill. It looks like he's aiming to decide the outcome with the next strike." The god of joy chimed in with a smile. "I remember that's a special skill of his axe. Something like Destruction Axe?" "It's Wrath of Destruction," the goddess of fire corrected. "The god of war's health is already at rock bottom. This move is his most powerful attack currently. During the skill's duration, he can't die, is immune to control, and can bypass defenses and lock health. If he used this in his true form, he could even kill a god. Do you think Zhang Yuan can withstand this move?" The god of joy asked. "My level 45 projection couldn't, so Zhang Yuan." The goddess of fire shook her head. "I don't know." As the two deities conversed, the god of war had already charged out of the dragon breath range, heading straight for Shinkong. Shinkong let out a deafening roar, attempting to block the god of war with its massive body, but was struck heavily and forced back into the summoning space in an instant. The god of war's speed did not diminish, and in a flash, he was within a dozen meters of Zhang Yuan. He suddenly leaped into the air, shouting, "Zhang Yuan, this strike will decide the victor." The pitch-black giant axe traced an arc in the air, and a black slash that seemed to tear through space hurtled towards Zhang Yuan. In almost an instant, Zhang Yuan was engulfed by the black slash. Boom! A terrifying light erupted in the arena, creating a massive rift in the entire Star God Duel instance, with the power of the gods' battle leaking out. On the 6th floor, Granny Nyo, who was cleaning, suddenly felt the floor shake violently. She saw numerous cracks appear in the instant's entrance vortex with horror. Before she could react, the aftershock of the God of War's attack swept her away, sending her flying. The entire floor was thrown into chaos, with many pieces of equipment destroyed. Inside the instance, the God of War hovered in midair, calmly observing the smoke-filled arena below. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, as if he had sensed something. "God of War, I am the winner." Zhang Yuan's voice emerged from the smoke. In an instant, countless flying swords gathered around the God of War, completely sealing off all his escape routes. The God of War looked at the densely packed flying sword around him, first stunned, then chuckled. "I lost." In the next moment, the flying sword shot towards the God of War like raindrops, turning him into a pincushion. The God of War's projection dissipated into points of light. The system notification immediately sounded. Shinkong's level has increased to 39. Rakshasa King's level has increased to 40. Ice Spirit Queen's level has increased to 40. In the spectator seats, the God of Joy and the Goddess of Fire both stood up and applauded simultaneously. "Magnificent!" they exclaimed in unison. This time, Zhang Yuan had defeated the God of War's projection Hedon, a stark contrast to the trickery he used to win against the Goddess of Fire last time. As the dust settled in the arena, Zhang Yuan emerged unscathed, the golden light around him gradually fading. The true form of the Imperial Sword was deactivated. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, as expected of the God of War. If it weren't for the Imperial Sword's immunity to damage, that last strike would have killed me outright, without even triggering Qi Xiao's death prevention passive. As Zhang Yuan was reflecting, the war god's projection reformed in the arena. He gave Zhang Yuan an approving smile and said, "Human, you did very well. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly." Zhang Yuan respectfully bowed to the war god and humbly replied, "War god, you're too kind. I merely defeated one of your projections." The war god laughed heartily and said, "Defeat is defeat. There's no need to make excuses for me. Your performance was outstanding. If you ever become a god, you will undoubtedly be one of the top deities in the divine realm. Losing to you is no disgrace." With that, he retrieved a round, pitch-black piece of metal from the void and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "As promised, this is your reward. Take it." Suddenly, the God of Joy leaped into the arena excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, War God, you're being so generous. You're giving that kid the Wanshang black metal." Zhang Yuan looked at the God of Joy curiously and asked, "You know about this?" The God of Joy proudly put his hands on his hips and explained, "Of course I do. This is an extremely rare mineral in the divine realm, used to forge top-tier artifacts. It's said that the Sky Tower, the greatest artifact in the divine realm, was also forged from Wanshang black metal." Turning to Zhang Yuan, he added excitedly, "Zhang Yuan, now that you have the eternal flame and Wanshang black metal, the god of forging will be drooling over you." The war god smiled at Zhang Yuan and explained, "I heard that the goddess of fire gave you the eternal flame, so I thought to gift you the Wanshang black metal. Using the eternal flame to forge the Wanshang black metal, you should be able to create an artifact that even the gods would envy." At this moment, the goddess of fire teleported into the arena. She sternly warned the starry-eyed God of Joy, "Joy, you better keep your mouth shut. No other gods can know that Zhang Yuan has the eternal flame and Wanshang black metal. If any malevolent gods target him, it will be your responsibility." The God of Joy protested indignantly, "Crazy woman, do I look like a blabbermouth?" The goddess of fire shot him a cold glance and retorted, "If you're not a blabbermouth, how did the war god find out about Zhang Yuan?" The war god also spoke seriously, "Joy, the fire goddess is right. While I appreciate that you introduced me to Zhang Yuan, I don't want any other gods knowing about what happened here today. If I hear any rumors in the divine realm, don't blame me for not being merciful." The God of Joy shouted in frustration, "You too, if it weren't for me, how would you have met Zhang Yuan? This is infuriating." The goddess of fire ignored the protests of the goddess of joy and turned to Zhang Yuan, a satisfied smile on her face. Her voice, warm like dancing flames, said, "Zhang Yuan, you did well today. I can't wait to see how much you've grown the next time we meet." Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully and responded with determination, I will do my best. All right, until next time. The goddess of fire waved at Zhang Yuan, her figure gradually dissolving into flames and disappearing into the air. The god of war then approached Zhang Yuan, his voice booming like thunder. I should take my leave as well. Zhang Yuan, I hope to face you again with all my might in the future. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I look forward to that day. The god of war nodded at Zhang Yuan and vanished on the spot, leaving behind a faint sense of battle intent lingering in the air. The goddess of joy, seeing that the goddess of fire and the god of war had completely ignored her and left without a word, was furious. Her face turned red, and she stomped her feet repeatedly. Her voice was filled with indignation. Those two jerks. They make me so mad. Zhang Yuan, promise me we won't bother with those two anymore. Okay. Seeing the goddess of joy so enraged, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Joy goddess, you're a deity yourself. Is it really appropriate to say something so childish? The goddess of joy glared at Zhang Yuan, her tone threatening. You too? Fine. If I'm being childish, then I'll leave. Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed her sleeve, hurriedly saying, Wait, you can't leave just yet. The goddess of joy snorted, her voice smug. Oh, now you're trying to make amends? Tell me, what's my position in your heart? Zhang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It's not what you think. You can leave, but you need to introduce me to the god of forging first. The smile on the goddess of joy's face instantly vanished, her expression becoming unreadable. Joy goddess? Zhang Yuan called out tentatively when she didn't respond. The next moment, he felt a powerful force pushing him out, and he was abruptly ejected from the Star Duel Arena instance. Before he could react, the voice of the goddess of joy echoed in his ears. If you want to meet the god of forging, wait until I'm in a better mood. Goodbye. With that, her voice completely disappeared. Zhang Yuan stood there, muttering to himself. Did she take the wrong medicine or something? Kid! Just as Zhang Yuan was mumbling, the angry voice of Granny Nyo came from not far away. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, looking around to find the entire floor in disarray. Granny Nyo was covered in wounds, and most of the equipment around her was destroyed, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked cautiously, Granny Nyo, was there an enemy invasion? Enemy? My foot! Granny Nyo retorted angrily. Kid, the last trial instance you blew up hasn't even been fully repaired, and now you've blown up the Star Duel Arena too? Is blowing up instances your hobby? Hearing Granny Nyo's accusation, Zhang Yuan noticed that the entrance to the Star Duel Arena was full of cracks, looking like it could collapse at any moment. Granny Nyo continued her tirade. And look at this floor's equipment. Almost all of it is destroyed. Do you have any idea how much this cost the dormitory? Feeling deeply embarrassed by Granny Nyo's scolding, Zhang Yuan said softly, I'm really sorry, Granny Nyo. This is indeed my fault, but I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. Is there anything I could do to make up for it? You. Granny Nyo saw Zhang Yuan's apologetic attitude, and most of her anger dissipated. She sighed and said, Forget it. It's not entirely your fault that the Star Duel Arena wasn't sturdy enough. Just go back for now, and put up a notice on the first floor saying that the sixth floor is temporarily closed. All right, Granny Nyo. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yuan quickly left the sixth floor, afraid of further angering her. Granny Nyo watched Zhang Yuan leave and sighed. That kid has been nothing but trouble since he arrived at Dormitory 0. I've got my hands full. She walked to the entrance of the Star Duel Arena and began using the power of the Star Stone to repair the instance. While doing so, Granny Nyo suddenly had a whim to check Zhang Yuan's performance in the instance. That kid has been in the Star Duel Arena 3 or 4 times now, hasn't he? How does he always manage to match with deity projections so easily? How did he perform? Using her administrator privileges, Granny Nyo accessed the back-end records of the Star Duel Arena. When she saw the records, she was completely stunned. Winning a bet against the Goddess of Joy, she could understand since it was a game of wit and luck, where even a mortal could win. But the later records left Granny Nyo utterly baffled. The Goddess of Fate conceded defeat, handing Zhang Yuan the reward without a fight. Zhang Yuan's consecutive victories over the 45th-level projections of the Goddess of Fire and the God of War left Nyo, Papa utterly stunned. Seeing his incredible performance in the Star God Duel instance through the back end, she was shocked. This kid has only been here for less than a month, and he's already quietly defeated the projections of 2 gods? What kind of monster is he? Zhang Yuan was unaware that Nyo Papa had seen his achievements. Following instructions, he posted a notice on the first floor bulletin board announcing the temporary closure of the 6th floor, then returned to his dorm. Despite the seemingly easy battle with the God of War projection, Zhang Yuan had been under immense pressure the entire time. Especially the final, earth-shattering strike from the God of War made him feel as if he might not be able to withstand it. Exhausted, Zhang Yuan quickly washed up and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep almost immediately. The next morning, he was awakened by the system notification sound. Star level increased to 40. Rakshasa King level increased to 41. Ice Elf Queen level increased to 41. Staring in astonishment at these notifications, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The blessings of this room are insane. It takes billions of experience points to level up the star level, and I leveled up just by sleeping. If Wang Haoran knew about this, he'd probably regret not coming to the third floor sooner. He quickly got ready and headed to Phoenix Nest Stadium. Today was the second day of the national campus competition and the first day of the 5-person team matches. As the top seed from the preliminary rounds, the Kyoto University team would be making their debut in the first match. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the lounge, he found Zhu Yongfu, Li Shuer, and Wang Haoran already there. To his surprise, Miao Shulan and Zhang Yuan were also present. "What are you two doing here?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Zhu Yongfu explained, "We were short 2 members for our team, and I figured with you here, it didn't matter who the other members were. So Shuer invited your 2 friends to join us for the honor. After all, the national campus competition has a lot of prestige, and having a championship on their record will make it easier for them to join a major guild after graduation." Miao Shulan smiled and said, "Zhang Yuan, we're really lucky to have you. We're definitely going to stick close to you." Zhang Yun quickly added, "Zhang Shun, don't worry if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. I promise not to hold us back." Zhang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. "Let's all work hard together." At that moment, the announcer's booming voice came over the loudspeaker. "The match is about to begin. Please welcome the teams from Kyoto University and Donghai University." Hearing the announcement, Zhu Yongfu flashed a confident smile at the group. "Let's go crush them. Zhang Shun, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Go Jingda. Jingda will win." As Zhang Yuan stepped into the center of the sports arena, a wave of thunderous cheers engulfed the entire venue. Ever since he topped the leaderboard in yesterday's preliminary round, Zhang Yuan had become the nation's focal point. Today's competition tickets were being scalped at over 10 times the usual finals price, yet they were still nearly impossible to obtain. Everyone was eager to witness this rising star who was rewriting history. Standing next to Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer chuckled. "Yuan, you've really become a superstar now. Do you need me to be your manager?" Wang Haoran joined in. "Brother Zhang, I'm a bit short on cash lately. How about giving me a few of your signed photos to sell?" Zhang Yuan gave an awkward smile, clearly not used to such attention. Not far away, the team members from Donghai University looked worried. They whispered among themselves, "We're doomed. We barely made it to 7th place yesterday, and now we have to face Jingda? Should we just forfeit? I don't want to get skewered by Zhang Shun's flying sword." The Donghai team captain snapped. "You guys have some backbone. Didn't we run through countless simulations last night? Zhang Yuan is a ranged fighter. If we can get close before he attacks, at least we won't lose too badly. We're representing Donghai University's honor. Even if we lose, we must go down with style." The captain's words seemed to have an effect, and the team members regained their spirit. "Yeah, even if we lose, well, lose with dignity. It's just Zhang Yuan, right? 5 against 1. At least we won't get taken out in one hit." Suddenly, the ground shook, and a massive 200-meter square platform rose in the center of the arena. The host's enthusiastic voice boomed. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Campus Competition League. The first team elimination match today features Jingdao versus Donghai University. Let's welcome the representatives to the stage." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Let's make this quick," as he led his team onto the platform, standing 100 meters away from Donghai University's 5 members. The host continued. "This platform was personally constructed by a master array mage, and it is equipped with top-tier protective enchantments. When a contestant receives a fatal blow, they will simply be teleported off the platform, ensuring no life-threatening injuries. So, contestants, give it your all and deliver an exciting team battle for the audience." As the host finished speaking, hundreds of high-definition camera drones ascended, circling the platform to capture every thrilling moment. Zhang Yuan looked at the 5 opponents and asked, "Do you guys want to put on a show? I can cover for you." Wang Haoran refused without hesitation. "Why exert effort when I can just relax?" Li Shuer laughed. "I'm a healer. I doubt I'll have much chance to shine in this battle." Miao Shulan and Zhang Yuan also shook their heads. As mid-level 20s players, they knew they stood no chance against opponents who were at least level 35. Zhang Yuan noticed that no one was willing to make a move, so he smiled and stepped forward. At that moment, a massive 10 lit up above the stage, initiating the countdown. The host's voice filled the arena, brimming with excitement. The match is about to begin. Will Kyoto University claim a crushing victory, or will Donghai University make a miraculous comeback? Stay tuned. The captain of Donghai University stared tensely at the countdown flashing in the sky. He turned to his teammates and whispered, "Don't be nervous. They're human too. Stick to our plan. Support, get the buffs up. I'll hold the front. Mage, start charging. Assassin, flank them. Healer, keep me alive. The team responded in unison. Got it. 3, 2, 1. As the host's countdown ended, a gleam of determination flashed in the captain's eyes. He raised his shield and shouted, "Support! Buffs up!" But before he could finish his command, he was shocked to find his entire team already standing outside the arena. He was momentarily bewildered, thinking, didn't the countdown just start? How is the battle already over? As the captain was still in a daze, a soft ding sounded. Their support girl nervously applied a buff to him. Unfortunately, it was too late. She hadn't even realized they had already been eliminated. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, just like the day before. Suddenly, the host snapped back to reality and shouted into the microphone, "Replay. Show the replay." The director immediately switched the big screen to the battle footage and played it back at 10 times slower speed. Even at 10 times slow motion, the audience could barely make out a flash of a sword slicing through the air, instantly striking the Donghai captain and eliminating all 5 members of Donghai University. The audience erupted in astonishment. So fast. I can't see it even in slow-mo. Am I blind? Zhang Yuan is a god. He crushes all challengers. Hearing the exclamations from the audience, Zhang Yuan realized that his flying sword had reached a terrifying speed. Previously, he had been fighting abyssal dukes or divine projections, making his sword's speed seem less noticeable. Now, against opponents of the same level, Zhang Yuan's fearsome power was fully revealed. At that moment, the only word the audience could use to describe Zhang Yuan was God. As the entire team from Donghai University left the stage, the referee announced the results. The Kyoto University team successfully advanced to the semifinals. The match ended so quickly that the following teams were caught off guard, leaving the atmosphere awkward. The host received an urgent directive from the director, and with a forced professional smile, exclaimed, "Wow, what an exciting match." He then began to eloquently describe how Zhang Yuan's stunning move reminded him of a legendary swordsman. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and his companions quietly returned to the resting area. After a brief summary, Zhu Yongfu announced a break, allowing the team members to move freely. Since Zhang Yuan joined the team, Zhu Yongfu was surprised to find that coaching had become so easy to send Zhang Yuan out, and victory was almost guaranteed. However, Zhang Yuan did not stay to watch the subsequent matches with his teammates. He headed straight back to school and immersed himself in the library, focusing on studying the demonic language. To him, the greatest threats at present were the Curse King Aridus and the Demon Dragon King Algernon. He believed that mastering the demonic language and understanding the abyssal demons would give him a crucial advantage in future confrontations. Just as Zhang Yuan began reciting his first demonic word, the goddess of joy suddenly appeared. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazed at Zhang Yuan's profile with interest and teased, "Zhang Yuan, don't you find this boring? What's the point of learning the demonic language?" Zhang Yuan, accustomed to her sudden appearances, responded calmly, "As long as it helps me avoid strange tasks, it's worth it." The goddess of joy shrugged dismissively. "It's just a fight with the Demon Dragon King. You're fine now, aren't you? Why hold a grudge? A man should not hold a grudge against a weak woman like me." Zhang Yuan sighed, closed his dictionary, and looked directly at the goddess of joy. "So, what's your real purpose in interrupting my study this time?" "Of course, it's for something important," the goddess of joy said with a smile. "Aren't you looking for the god of forging?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "So you remember that? I thought you'd use some excuse about being in a bad mood to forget it." The goddess of joy looked offended. "When have I ever broken a promise?" Zhang Yuan had to admit that, although the goddess of joy often added her own twists when fulfilling promises, she had never failed to keep her word. He decided to trust her once more. "So, how can I meet the god of forging? The Star God's dungeon hasn't been restored yet." "This time, we're not going to the Star God's dungeon," the goddess of joy said, snapping her fingers. A mysterious portal appeared out of thin air. "We're going directly to meet the god of forging himself." "Wait a minute," Zhang Yuan said in surprise. "You're not planning to take me to the divine realm, are you?" The goddess of joy shook her head. "You're overthinking it. Mortals can't go to the divine realm. The god of forging is in a secret place in your Daxia Empire called Lushang. How long will this trip take?" Zhang Yuan asked. The goddess of joy pondered for a moment. At least 10 days to half a month. Lushang has its own rules. You'll need to complete some preliminary tasks to see the god of forging. And even if you meet him, breaking the curse heart will take time." Zhang Yuan considered this. 10 days to half a month wasn't long. After all, it took him that long to master a skill. Finding the god of forging in such a short time was already highly efficient. However, it was currently the season for the Campus Sports League, and Zhang Yuan faced a tough decision. The god of joy's plan to find the god of forging clashed with the league's schedule. Furrowing his brows, Zhang Yuan tentatively asked, Can we postpone this trip by 10 days? The god of joy's lips curled into a knowing smile. You're worried about the campus sports league, aren't you? He chuckled. I can wait, but the coordinates of the Forge realm, where the god of forging resides, are constantly changing. I've locked in the location now, but there's no guarantee we'll find it in 10 days. Miss this chance, and the next opportunity to visit the Forge realm could be a long way off. Zhang Yuan's frown deepened. So, I have to give up the campus sports league? Not necessarily, the god of joy said mysteriously. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Are you saying you can make me be in two places at once? Exactly. The god of joy nodded with a smile. You've already met quite a few gods. Haven't you ever wanted to learn the projection skill? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Is that something I can learn? Of course, the god of joy explained. But it's considered a divine skill, and learning it now would take up 5 of your general skill slots. In other words, if you learn the projection skill, you won't be able to learn any other general skills until your second class change at level 60. You'll need to make a choice. Zhang Yuan lowered his head in deep thought, muttering to himself, 5 general skill slots. He recalled that after becoming a ghost sword master, he had only learned one class-specific skill, sword intent focus. Before reaching level 60, he could learn 2 more class-specific skills and 5 intermediate general skills. Unlike basic general skills, intermediate general skills no longer included less useful abilities like cooking mastery or potion enhancement. Instead, they offered extremely practical passive skills such as attack boost, defense boost, elemental damage boost, and luck boost. Zhang Yuan weighed his options. Trading 5 useful passive skills for a divine skill was no easy choice. But then again, projection was a skill that all gods possessed, so it couldn't possibly be useless. With his mind made up, Zhang Yuan looked up at the god of joy and said, I'll do it. How do I learn it? The god of joy nodded in approval. All right, go prepare 100,000 intermediate skill scrolls, and then I'll teach you. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? The astronomical demand for 100,000 intermediate skill scrolls left Zhang Yuan utterly speechless. The god of joy, however, remained unfazed, as if this were a routine matter. Zhang Yuan, visibly agitated, explained, Sister, do you know how much one intermediate skill scroll costs? 1,000,000. 100,000 of them would be 100 billion. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't come up with that amount. The god of joy shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do. You have a demon curse on you, so I can't bless you directly. Using god-level skill scrolls is the cheapest method available, and I haven't even charged you for labor. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhang Yuan pulled out his communicator and opened the Empire Exchange app to check his balance. The last sale of the legendary equipment, the Holy Crown, should have brought in several hundred billion. Combined with clearing out his storage of unused gear, he might just scrape together the required amount. However, when he saw the account balance, he froze. There was a 1 followed by a long string of digits. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted as he leaned in to count. Carefully, it really had surpassed the 100 billion mark. He quickly checked the auction records and found that the Holy Crown had sold for over 100 billion. So, I'm actually this rich, Zhang Yuan muttered, starting to calculate the value of the legendary equipment and artifacts he had. The god of joy, noticing his reaction, laughed. Since you have the money, hurry up and gather the 100,000 intermediate skill scrolls. The location of the Furnace Village secret realm could change at any moment. We need to act fast. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yuan headed straight to the Empire Exchange at his school to begin a large-scale purchase of intermediate skill scrolls. However, his actions soon led to a new problem. The market price for intermediate skill scrolls skyrocketed, with some unscrupulous merchants even doubling or tripling the price. Worse still, even after buying up all the scrolls available on the market, he only managed to gather a little over 20,000, still 80,000 short of the goal. It was then that Zhang Yuan realized intermediate skill scrolls were inherently scarce. Each scroll cost 1,000,000 and didn't guarantee a 100 skill awakening. Only a limited number of people in the entire Great Xiao Empire could afford them, so naturally, the supply was limited. Just as Zhang Yuan was feeling stuck, his communicator rang. It was Bai Jingwa calling. Zhang Yuan answered hastily. Old Bai. What's up? Bai Jingwa's tone was serious. Zhang Yuan, the Empire Exchange detected your account hoarding a large number of intermediate skill scrolls, which is suspected of market manipulation. It's severely disrupting market order. They asked me to confirm if it's really you operating the account. If your account has been hacked, they'll lock it immediately. Realizing his actions had alarmed the Empire Exchange, Zhang Yuan quickly explained. Old Bai, those skill scrolls were indeed bought by me. Please inform the exchange that I have no intention of disrupting the market. Really, it was you? Bai Jingguo was taken aback. Why do you need so many intermediate skill scrolls? Are you raising an army? But even then, you should be buying equipment, not skill scrolls. Those things are expensive and not very cost-effective. Bai Lao's words left Zhang Yuan momentarily speechless. He realized he might have strayed too far from the topic. With a wry smile, Zhang Yuan shook his head and quickly thought of asking Bai Jingwa for help. He swiftly adjusted his thoughts and set aside the matter of the god of joy for now, explaining, Bai Lao, I have an urgent task that requires 100,000 intermediate skill scrolls. But all the scrolls available on the market only add up to over 20,000. I still need 80,000 more. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingwa couldn't help but exclaim, You need 100,000 intermediate skill scrolls? His brows furrowed, clearly surprised by such an extravagant request. However, after a moment's thought, Bai Jingwa understood. Considering Zhang Yuan's extraordinary capabilities, it wasn't entirely unreasonable for him to undertake such unimaginable tasks. Bai Jingwa quickly accepted this unusual request. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls is indeed a substantial number. However, I can ask the Adventurers Guild to issue a procurement mission. We should be able to gather them within a month. Zhang Yuan, however, shook his head urgently. That's too long, Bai Lao. I need to complete this task today, at the latest by tomorrow. So urgent? Bai Jingwa frowned, a hint of worry in his eyes. Will failing the task have serious consequences? Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave. Yes, it might affect our plans to counter the Cursed King. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingwa's demeanor became immediately serious. After a moment of deep thought, he resolutely said, I understand. Leave this matter to me. By midnight tonight, I'll have 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls delivered to your dormitory. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Bai Lao, can you really gather 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls in such a short time? Bai Jingwa chuckled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Silly boy, of course, I can't do it alone. No single entity in this world can produce 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls within a few hours. But, Zhang Yuan, don't forget, you have the entire Great Xiao Empire behind you. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned, seemingly not grasping the full meaning of Bai Jingwa's words. Bai Jingwa continued, You are our hope against the abyss. Therefore, no matter what you need, Great Xiao will spare no effort to assist you. Once the state machinery starts operating, we will certainly produce the 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls you need by midnight. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Yuan lowered his head. Bai Lao, isn't this too much trouble for you? Silly boy, Bai Jingwa interrupted, a hint of reproach in his tone. You're always too polite and never seek help from us old folks. Instead, the country has benefited from you time and again. Every time I think of this, I feel a bit ashamed. This time, don't say anything more, just wait. With that, Bai Jingwa hung up the phone, not giving Zhang Yuan a chance to respond. Well, Xiao Yuanzi, quite impressive, the god of joy suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuan, a meaningful smile on his face. As far as I know, you're the second genius in history to receive such unwavering support from the Great Xiao Empire, and the only one still alive today. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Yuan curiously asked, Who was the first? The god of joy chuckled, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Your senior brother, Su Jianxin. Su Jianxin. When Zhang Yuan heard the words of the god of joy, his brow furrowed slightly. The name stirred a vague sense of familiarity in his mind. He pondered for a moment, and then a flash of insight struck him. He asked the god of joy, could it be that Jianxin Academy is named after him? The god of joy chuckled and nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. You're right. Back in the day, Su Jianxin was a genius whose talents were on par with yours. He paused and continued. Interestingly, before Su Jianxin's fall, your teacher, Yi Qing-song, was a strict and proper instructor. After Su Jianxin's death, he turned into a drunkard. I never imagined a person's change could be so drastic. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and reverence. He pressed on. How did Su Jianxin die? The god of joy spread his hands, his tone tinged with regret. It was because of that war 30 years ago. Su Jianxin was only at level 30 then, hadn't even undergone his first transformation. Yet, with the blessing of the star god, he single-handedly held off 3 demon dukes, saving all the deans of today's capital university, including your teacher. His voice grew somber. After that battle, Su Jianxin remained on the battlefield forever. If he were alive today, he would probably be the strongest in the world. The god of joy sighed deeply and continued. That war cost the Grand Xia Empire too many strong warriors and geniuses, leading to the current lack of successors. If you Xiao Yuanzi had lived in that era, it would have been quite interesting. What a pity. As Zhang Yuan listened to the god of joy's lament, he fell into deep thought. Until now, the war 30 years ago was just a vague concept to him. As a transmigrator, his journey in this world had been smooth sailing, never truly experiencing the harshness of the abyss. Now, the god of joy story made him realize the heavy burden the older generation of the Grand Xia Empire bore. The peace the empire barely maintained today came at a cost far beyond his imagination. What shocked Zhang Yuan even more was knowing that the culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Xia Empire was now hidden within his own body. This realization made the weight on his shoulders feel even heavier. Sensing the somber mood, the god of joy quickly changed the subject. All right, that's enough storytelling. If you're interested in your genius senior, go ask your teacher. I need to prepare the materials for crafting the divine skill scroll. See you tonight. With that, he vanished. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, forcing himself to gather his thoughts. He stored the over 20,000 intermediate skill scrolls he had received from the exchange into his storage space and returned to the library to continue studying the demon language. Since Bai Jingguo promised to get him 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls, he chose to trust him. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Zhang Yuan received a message from Bai Jingguo, asking him to return to dormitory number 0. He immediately got up and hurried to the dormitory building. At the entrance, Zhang Yuan saw Bai Jingguo and Wan Chang'an chatting with Granny Niu. He greeted them. Mr. Bai, General Wan, Granny Niu. Wan Chang'an smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you with Granny Niu. I can't believe it. You've only been here a month, and you've already demolished dormitory number 0 twice. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly. I didn't do it on purpose. Wan Chang'an waved his hand. No need to worry. I'm not blaming you. In fact, I think you did a good job. Young people should be energetic and daring. Even if you tear down the building again, the military will cover all the repair costs. Granny Niu immediately pulled Wan Chang'an's ear, fuming. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not your building, is it? Ouch, ouch. Granny Niu, I'm sorry, please be gentle. Wan Chang'an quickly begged for mercy. Despite being a high-ranking military officer, one of the top 10 most powerful people in the Grand Xia Empire, he had no temper in front of Granny Niu. Watching this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. He realized that despite demolishing the dormitory twice, Granny Niu had only scolded him lightly. He was indeed favored. He chuckled. Granny Niu is quite biased, but inwardly he felt grateful. I like it. Bai Jingguo, who seemed used to this scene, took a small capsule about 5 centimeters long from his pocket and tossed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, catch. Zhang Yuan caught it steadily and asked curiously, Mr. Bai, what is this? Bai Jingguo explained, this is a piece of black technology developed by the military, a space compression capsule. It can store over 100,000 items. The 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls you requested are inside. Zhang Yuan looked at the capsule in his hand, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Is there really such advanced technology? He carefully examined the seemingly ordinary, yet incredibly advanced little object, gaining a new appreciation for the technological level of the Grand Xia Empire. After storing 20,000 intermediate skill scrolls in his storage space at the exchange, Zhang Yuan found it packed to the brim, unable to hold anything else. As he pondered a solution, Bai Jingguo timely handed him a crystalline capsule, explaining, this is a space compression capsule. It should solve your immediate problem. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Elder Bai, can I have one of these space compression capsules? Bai Jingguo nodded with a smile. I intended to give it to you. Keep it safe. He then added in a serious tone, now that the items are delivered, we have other matters to attend to. We'll be leaving. Hearing this, Wan Chang'an seized the opportunity to escape from Niu Granny's chatter and hurriedly said, Niu Granny, I'll visit you next time. Zhang Yuan, keep up the good work. If you need anything, just let us know. We're heading out? Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. Wan Chang'an and Bai Jingguo quickly left, fearing they might be caught by Niu Granny again. Watching them leave, Niu Granny turned to Zhang Yuan and said earnestly, Young man, although President Bai and Wan Chang'an didn't mention it, producing 80,000 intermediate skill scrolls in such a short time must have required many favors. They hold unprecedented expectations for you, and I hope you won't let them down. With determination in his eyes, Zhang Yuan replied, Don't worry, Niu Granny, I won't let anyone down. Niu Granny nodded with satisfaction. Good. It's already late. Go back to your dormitory and rest. After bidding farewell to Niu Granny, Zhang Yuan returned to his dormitory and immediately emptied the intermediate skill scrolls from his storage space and the space compression capsule. In an instant, scrolls piled up, filling every corner of the room. The god of joy appeared out of nowhere and confirmed, Oh, it looks like everything is ready. Shall I begin? Zhang Yuan nodded. Please go ahead. All right. Watch closely. The god of joy's eyes glowed with a purple light, and all the intermediate skill scrolls in the room began to float. She took out a golden blank skill scroll and started absorbing the energy from the intermediate scrolls at a rapid pace. The drained scrolls turned to ashes and drifted away. As the continuous influx of energy poured in, divine script began to appear on the surface of the golden scroll. These divine characters were distinctly different from demonic ones. and Zhang Yuan could feel the immense divinity and terrifying power within them. When the 100,000th intermediate skill scroll turned to ashes, a skill scroll capable of awakening divine skills in mortals formed in the room, radiating a dazzling golden light. Zhang Yuan stared at the golden skill scroll lying before him, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Fully aware of the scroll's properties, he couldn't help but ask the God of Joy, this skill scroll, it has no risk of failure, right? The God of Joy rolled his eyes, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Look at what you're saying. Do you take me for some back alley deity? Use it without worry. This skill scroll guarantees a 100 awakening. Relieved by this assurance, Zhang Yuan exhaled. Then I can rest easy. Without hesitating further, he activated the divine skill scroll. In an instant, the scroll transformed into a beam of golden light, surging into Zhang Yuan's body. He immediately felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, every cell in his body seemingly cheering with joy. Awaken divine skill. Phantom true form. The system notification sounded, and Zhang Yuan quickly checked the skill's effects. Phantom true form level 1. Continuously consumes mental energy to summon a projection identical in level, skills, equipment, celestial seat, and talents. The projection's strength can be adjusted lower. The lower the strength, the less mental energy consumed. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, utterly stunned. He had only hoped this skill would create a weaker clone to help him in the campus league. He never expected the skill to be this phenomenal. An exact replica of myself? Zhang Yuan murmured. In future battles, I could fight 2 against 1? And if those divine artifacts are duplicated, the combat power wouldn't just double. He turned to the God of Joy, incredulous. Joy God, is this skill really that powerful? The God of Joy snorted dismissively. Why would a god use a subpar skill? Go ahead, create a projection here, and we can set off. Nodding, Zhang Yuan immediately tried summoning a full-strength projection of himself. In the next moment, a figure identical to Zhang Yuan appeared in the room, equipped with everything except the incomplete sky tower. However, Zhang Yuan quickly noticed his mental energy depleting at an alarming rate. He roughly calculated that without activating the passive effect of Zhanlu, the fully equipped projection could only last 10 minutes. Realizing that a full-strength projection couldn't be sustained indefinitely, Zhang Yuan swiftly removed 6 divine artifacts from the projection. The Imperial Sword Treasury, the Zhanlu Sword, the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, the Star God's Robe, the Cursed King's Blade, and the Cursed King's Heart. Instantly, the projection's mental energy consumption drastically decreased, even falling below Zhang Yuan's natural recovery rate. The God of Joy explained with a smile, the Phantom True Form skill doesn't really consume much mental energy. As long as you don't duplicate divine artifacts, your projection can handle daily life just fine. Of course, as you grow stronger, it's not impossible for your projection to wield all your artifacts daily. It truly is a divine skill. Zhang Yuan marveled. Worth trading 5 general skill slots for. He began testing his control over the projection and was astonished to find he could switch his consciousness between his main body and the projection at will, even controlling both simultaneously and seeing from 2 perspectives. This sensation of 1 mind and 2 bodies was fascinating, but soon, Zhang Yuan felt dizzy and nauseous, forcing him to sever the connection with the projection. Seeing this, the God of Joy consoled him with a smile. Zhang Yuan, you've just acquired this skill. It's normal to feel unaccustomed to controlling multiple bodies at once. You'll get used to it. Zhang Yuan glanced at his projection and asked, can't the projection act on its own? The God of Joy's expression turned serious. That's a question some gods have pondered. One even created a corresponding skill, but that god didn't end well. Why? Zhang Yuan pressed. With a light chuckle and a warning tone, the God of Joy replied, a projection is like your shadow. If it gains self-awareness and has the same power as you, do you think it would be content to remain just your shadow? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment before saying, I guess I should get used to controlling 2 bodies simultaneously. A wise choice, the God of Joy nodded approvingly. Are you ready? It's time to go. Zhang Yuan had his projection lie on the bed and nodded at the God of Joy. I'm ready. Good. The God of Joy snapped his fingers cheerfully, and a portal to the Furnace Land's secret realm appeared before them. Zhang Yuan didn't think twice and walked straight towards the teleportation vortex. As he was stepping into the swirling light, the God of Joy suddenly spoke, all right, Zhang Yuan, I forgot to mention something. The Furnace Realm is actually a special dungeon. Be careful once you're inside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, I knew there'd be a catch, but he showed no surprise, merely sighing in resignation. In that instant, the vortex blazed with a blinding light, engulfing both Zhang Yuan and the God of Joy. When the light faded, Zhang Yuan found himself in a hellish mountain range. All around him were boiling lava and scorching heat, and the god of joy was nowhere to be seen. In the center of the mountain stood a massive volcano, billowing black smoke like a colossal furnace. Deafening hammering sounds periodically echoed from within the volcano, causing the entire range to tremble and sending waves of heat rushing at him. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had endured high-temperature training at the Advanced Skills Training Hall before, so he could barely manage in this extreme heat. As he surveyed his surroundings, 3 mission prompts suddenly appeared on his interface. Hidden God-level dungeon discovered. Furnace realm. To meet the deity, you must complete 3 trials. 1. Cross the sea of lava. 2. Defeat the keeper of the furnace. 3. Forge a divine artifact. Zhang Yuan reviewed the mission details. The first 2 tasks seemed understandable, but the third left him baffled. Even the top god-level blacksmiths in Xia might not forge a divine artifact in their lifetime, let alone him, who wasn't a blacksmith at all. How could he possibly complete such an impossible task? Well, I'm already here. No point overthinking it, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, deciding to focus on the first 2 tasks. He turned to look ahead and saw a narrow path, less than half a meter wide, winding through the landscape. On either side, molten lava churned, with unidentified creatures seemingly swimming beneath the surface. This first task won't be easy, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. Following his usual practice, he summoned the Rakshasa King and the Hellfire Demon Goat to scout ahead. As for the Ice Spirit Queen, considering the hellish environment, he decided to give her the day off. The Hellfire Demon Goat and the Rakshasa King had just stepped onto a narrow path when a shadow with a gaping maw suddenly burst from the magma, swiftly devouring both of them before vanishing back into the searing lava. A system notification flashed. Hellfire Demon Goat and Rakshasa King have been slain. Zhang Yuan witnessed this scene with a jolt. The creature's speed was so incredible that he didn't even have a chance to use the Abyssal Eye to investigate it. To proceed cautiously, he waited for the Hellfire Demon Goat to revive and sent it back onto the path. Boom! The magma roiled again, and the massive shadow emerged. Zhang Yuan reacted quickly, summoning Zhang Lu to attack and simultaneously activating the Abyssal Eye. The Abyssal Eye provided only minimal information. Iron Beast, Special Elite level, level 90. At the same time, Zhang Lu struck true, piercing the Iron Beast's head. The Iron Beast collapsed and sank into the magma. However, Zhang Yuan did not receive a kill notification. Instead, he noticed some iron fragments scattered on the path, seemingly pieces of the Iron Beast. This puzzled Zhang Yuan. Given his current strength, he should be able to instantly kill anything short of a demon Duke-level monster. More surprising was the absence of the shield generated by Zhang Lu on his body. This meant that despite appearing to have pierced the Iron Beast's head, it hadn't actually inflicted any damage. The only explanation was that the creature he attacked wasn't the Iron Beast's true form. Sure enough, as the Hellfire Demon Goat took a few steps forward, another Iron Beast surged from the magma, lunging at it. Zhang Yuan, quick on the draw, once again used his flying sword to pierce the Iron Beast, clearing the way for the Hellfire Demon Goat. Stretching over 2,000 meters, the magma sea saw the Hellfire Demon Goat endure 13 attacks from the Iron Beast as it dashed along the path. Zhang Yuan remained vigilant on the shore, using his flying sword to protect the Hellfire Demon Goat until it safely reached the other side. After crossing the magma sea, nothing significant occurred. Zhang Yuan realized that the first task was merely to traverse the magma sea, and the Iron Beasts were mechanism monsters that couldn't be killed and didn't need to be. Confirming this, Zhang Yuan confidently stepped onto the path over the magma sea. After just a few steps, an Iron Beast leaped from the magma, jaws wide open to bite Zhang Yuan. Prepared, Zhang Yuan easily shattered it with his flying sword and accelerated his pace. Utilizing his high agility and the boost from the Boots of Deception, Zhang Yuan sped across the magma sea like the wind, completing the crossing in under a minute. A system notification popped up. Trial 1 completed successfully. You have obtained a fragment of the Iron Emblem. A flame ignited before Zhang Yuan, coalescing into a black emblem fragment. He silently accepted it, thinking that this trial wasn't too difficult. Looking ahead, a towering volcano loomed. After crossing the magma sea, Zhang Yuan found himself at the volcano's base. Lava poured from the crater, flowing down the mountainside. The distant sound of hammering grew clearer. The second task was to defeat the Furnace Keeper, and Zhang Yuan surmised the boss must be on the mountain. He quickly found a path leading up and sent the Hellfire Demon Goat ahead to clear the way, following closely behind. The mountain path was eerily quiet, devoid of any monsters, but littered with unfamiliar metal ores and broken weapons and gear. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yuan inspected a piece of equipment by the roadside and was shocked to find it was of legendary quality with excellent attributes. Unfortunately, all the gear here was marked as damaged and unusable. Seeing all these treasures, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of regret. It was like standing before an endless gold mine, but being unable to take even a speck. Sighing, he continued his ascent. The volcano was towering, with a winding and treacherous path. The higher he climbed, the steeper the path became, and the temperature kept rising. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Yuan remained vigilant, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. As Zhang Yuan climbed to the midway point of the mountain, it felt as though he had stepped into a gigantic furnace. The scorching air seared his windpipe, and each breath felt like swallowing flames. Fortunately, his flame demon cloak provided 100 fire resistance. Otherwise, just breathing would have caused him constant harm. As the altitude increased, the heat became even more unbearable. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but wonder, does the god of forging not fear the heat? How high must the temperature be at the summit? He gazed at the shimmering heat waves ahead, feeling a tinge of apprehension. Despite having trained his heat resistance in the Advanced Skills Training Hall, facing this real-life extreme heat still left him feeling overwhelmed. It took Zhang Yuan less than half an hour to climb from the base to the midway point. However, the journey from there to the summit took him over 3 hours. The blistering environment forced him to summon the Ice Queen to act as an air conditioner. Yet, even the Ice Queen couldn't endure the heat for long. She would almost immediately be on the brink of death and have to retreat to the summoning space to recover. After a grueling trek, Zhang Yuan finally reached the summit. Before the volcanic crater stood a giant made of steel and ore, towering over 20 meters high, resembling a small mountain. Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply and then used the abyssal eye on the giant boss. Mountain Sea Giant King, Furnace Keeper, level 9. Though the information from the abyssal eye was brief, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing the boss's name. He suddenly remembered that the artifact quest for the Pure June Sword required him to defeat a mountain sea giant. This unexpected discovery thrilled Zhang Yuan, and he quickly prepared his sword formation. Intrude or die, the Mountain Sea Giant King roared, charging at Zhang Yuan. However, it had only taken 2 steps when it was pierced by the Zanlu sword. With a thunderous crash, the Mountain Sea Giant King instantly entered its second phase. Its body began to glow red as if tempered by intense flames, and its aura surged wildly. But Zhang Yuan's initial strike had already granted him a shield, triggering the passive effect of the Zanlu sword. In an instant, countless divine swords materialized in midair and rained down like a storm. The Mountain Sea Giant King, having just ended its invincible state, was overwhelmed by the barrage of divine swords and completely annihilated. As the boss fell, Zhang Yuan's 3 summoned Starry Sky, Rakshasa King, and Ice Queen all leveled up. Simultaneously, a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan, and his level rose to 46. Despite adjusting the experience distribution ratio between himself and Starry Sky to 1:9, his recent feats of defeating deity projections and level 90 bosses had accelerated his leveling far beyond the norm. The system prompt immediately sounded. Trial 2 successfully completed. Awarded fragment of the Divine Iron Emblem. Pure June Sword artifact quest completed. Pure June Sword evolved into an artifact, can be refined to tier 3 and above. Zhang Yuan gazed at the Chun June Sword, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The legendary weapon emitted a faint glow, as if telling tales of its extraordinary nature. He meticulously examined the sword's attributes, each one leaving him in awe. Chun Jun Sword, exclusive artifact tier 3, attack power 30,000, Zhang Yuan murmured. Auto protection, grants the wielder immunity to physical damage. Each strike reduces the target's maximum health by 10 and has a chance to stun. Perfect blocks can even destroy the opponent's weapon. And most importantly, no level restriction. He gently caressed the blade, feeling the immense power within. One of the top 10 swords, protector against evil, purifier of the world. Zhang Yuan reflected on the sword's history, marveling. From immunity to weapon damage to immunity to physical damage, this is practically a cheat-level artifact. Gripping the hilt tightly, Zhang Yuan envisioned future battles. This sword combines defense, offense, and control. It's like the 3-in-1 sword, he chuckled, coining a nickname. Just then, a system notification broke his thoughts. Trial 3 completed successfully. Acquired Divine Iron Emblem Fragment. A fragment of the Divine Iron Emblem materialized, floating before him. Zhang Yuan paused, then realized, could it be that completing the artifact quest with the Chun Jun Sword upgraded it from legendary to divine, and the system recognized it as artifact creation? He shook his head with a wry smile. Talk about sheer luck. If it hadn't been for that Mountain Sea Giant King guarding the forge, I wouldn't have known how to complete the 3rd trial. With the completion of the 3 trials, the 3 fragments of the Divine Iron Emblem merged in midair, emitting a beam of light that pointed directly at the volcano's crater. Suddenly, the entire volcano shook violently, and a magnificent iron fortress slowly rose from the magma. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The god of forging lives in magma? That's hardcore. However, when a cold breeze blew from the fortress, his expression turned puzzled. Wait, is this god afraid of heat? Then why live in a volcano? As Zhang Yuan was deep in thought, the goddess of joy appeared beside him, fanning herself and complaining. Phew, Zhang Yuan, we really had it rough. Finally completed the trials, and this place is boiling. That forging god is a jerk, staying cool while we suffer in this harsh environment. It's so unfair. Zhang Yuan glanced at her, thinking, you're not much better yourself. But he only smiled politely, keeping his thoughts to himself. The goddess of joy, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Yuan's silence, walked towards the palace. Stop dawdling, Zhang Yuan. I haven't seen the forging god in years. Let's see what he's been up to in this hellhole. Following her into the palace, Zhang Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed by a deafening sound of hammering, nearly bursting his eardrums. What immense power, he thought, astonished. Though he knew nothing about forging, the sheer force in the hammering sound conveyed the forging god's overwhelming strength. Each strike seemed to make the world tremble. Zhang Yuan was deeply shaken. Is this what a true god is like? Completely different from the projections of gods I've encountered before. The goddess of joy, however, seemed used to it. She shouted, Hey blacksmith, your guests are here. Aren't you going to greet us? As soon as she finished speaking, another deafening hammer strike echoed. Zhang Yuan saw sound waves solidify in the air, rushing towards them. In the nick of time, Xing Kong flew out from the summoning space, shielding Zhang Yuan with its wings. The goddess of joy wasn't as fortunate. She was blasted away by the sound wave, and the palace doors slammed shut, leaving her locked outside. The god of joy. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to speak, he noticed that the deity of joy was being stopped outside the palace. His expression shifted slightly, but before he could take any action, a powerful divine aura suddenly surged from the depths of the hall, making it hard for him to breathe. Forcing his eyes upward, Zhang Yuan saw a burly man walking out from the palace's depths. The man held a massive hammer, exuding a terrifying and intimidating presence. Could this be the legendary god of forging? Zhang Yuan wondered. At that moment, the starry sky let out a low growl. It bared its teeth and stared intently at the god of forging, clearly sensing an unprecedented threat from this deity. Starry, return, Zhang Yuan commanded, quickly recalling the tense starry sky back into the summoning space. He took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to the god of forging. Mortal Zhang Yuan greets the god of forging. The god of forging, seeing that Zhang Yuan did not show fear in his presence, nodded slightly. You are quite impressive. Since you've passed my 3 trials, according to the rules, I can forge a divine weapon for you. What do you need? Zhang Yuan met the god of forging's gaze and said calmly, God of forging, I do not need you to forge a divine weapon for me. Instead, I need you to destroy a divine weapon that I possess. Destroy a divine weapon you possess. The god of forging was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an unusual request. At that moment, the god of joy squeezed into the hall and hurriedly explained to the god of forging, Blacksmith, he's been targeted by the cursed demon god. His heart has turned into the heart of the cursed king, and he needs your help to destroy it to break the cursed demon god's curse. The cursed demon god. The god of forging frowned deeply, then shook his head. This is beyond my capability. You'd better make another request. The god of joy was not surprised by the god of forging's refusal. He leaned over and whispered into Zhang Yuan's ear, Kid, take out the items given to you by the goddess of fire and the god of war. He'll come around. Understanding the hint, Zhang Yuan unhesitatingly took out the eternal flame and the all-form black gold. The god of forging, who had been pondering how to politely decline the difficult request, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing the eternal flame and all-form black gold in Zhang Yuan's hands. He practically teleported to Zhang Yuan's side, reaching out to grab the treasures. Hey! The god of joy swiftly intervened, blocking Zhang Yuan and pushing the god of forging back. Blacksmith, these belong to Zhang Yuan. As a deity, do you intend to rob a mortal? Have some decency. The god of forging's attitude changed dramatically. Instead of getting angry at the god of joy's reprimand, he laughed heartily. You actually possess such treasures? Why didn't you say so earlier? Destroying the heart of the cursed king and offending the cursed demon god? I'll do it. The god of forging reached out to grab the eternal flame and the black gold of all forms, but the god of pleasure slapped his hand away. Deal with Zhang Yuan's problem first, the god of pleasure ordered sternly. The god of forging chuckled awkwardly. Pleasure god, you know I've been craving these. I've been eyeing that eternal flame for thousands of years. Just let me touch it. The god of pleasure shook his head firmly. No way. What if you go back on your word? Zhang Yuan, put them away. Zhang Yuan nodded and immediately stored the two treasures in his storage space. The god of forging looked at Zhang Yuan wistfully and sighed. Fine, follow me. He then turned and walked deeper into the palace. The god of pleasure leaned close to Zhang Yuan and whispered, Remember, once your issue is resolved, listen to me. No matter what that blacksmith says, don't take anything out without my permission. Zhang Yuan whispered back. What are you planning? The god of pleasure gave a sly smile. That blacksmith is only focused on forging. As for who gets the finished product, we can maneuver a bit. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood and gave the god of pleasure an okay sign. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up! The god of forging's voice echoed from the depths of the hall. We're coming, the god of pleasure called back loudly, then winked at Zhang Yuan, urging him to move quickly. Zhang Yuan quickened his pace and arrived at the far end of the hall, where the god of forging stood before a massive forge. Lie down on it, the god of forging commanded. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Me? Lie on the forge, the god of forging explained. You want me to destroy a divine artifact, don't you? I need to inspect it first. Zhang Yuan looked to the god of pleasure for help, who smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it's just his workbench. Nothing will happen to you. Reassured, Zhang Yuan lay down on the forge. The god of forging entered his work mode, his demeanor transforming into one of intense focus. His eyes glowed red as he scanned Zhang Yuan's entire body, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Yuan's chest. Remarkable, the god of forging exclaimed. Kid, you're something else. With so much cursed energy inside you, it's a miracle you're still up and about. In his vision, a dense black mist was concentrated around Zhang Yuan's heart, containing enough cursed power to instantly destroy a mid-sized country. The god of pleasure stepped forward and asked, Can you destroy this heart of the cursed king? The god of forging smiled proudly. Pleasure god? What kind of question is that? The cursed demon might outrank me, but when it comes to forging, he can't hold a candle to me. If it's equipment, I can handle it. No matter how tough this heart of the cursed king is, I can destroy it. Before he finished speaking, the god of forging's body began to swell and transform into a half-beast creature resembling a wolf and a tiger. His already formidable presence became even more overwhelming, making it hard for Zhang Yuan to breathe. Zhang Yuan stared in shock at the beastly form of the god of forging. The god of forging laughed. Kid, don't be so surprised. This is my true form. Destroying a high-ranking demon god's artifact isn't easy, even for me. It'll take some time. As he spoke, shackles suddenly appeared on the forge, securing Zhang Yuan's limbs tightly. The god of forging picked up a massive spike from the workbench and placed its tip against Zhang Yuan's chest, raising a gigantic hammer with his other hand. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Wait, you're not going to. The god of forging grinned. Kid, this might hurt a bit. Hang in there. Clang. The hammer came down, driving the spike into Zhang Yuan's heart. Black blood spurted out instantly, and the excruciating pain surged through Zhang Yuan's body like an electric shock, nearly causing him to pass out. But before Zhang Yuan could catch his breath, the god of forging brought his hammer down once more. The immense force caused Zhang Yuan's chest to tremble violently, and a large amount of dark blood spurted out, splattering all over the golden fur of the deity. However, as soon as the blood touched the god's scorching surface, it evaporated into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The god of forging gazed at Zhang Yuan, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Not bad, kid. You managed to endure this pain. I thought you'd scream from the first blow. By now, Zhang Yuan was trembling all over, cold sweat pouring down his body and soaking him entirely. Despite the excruciating pain, he forced himself to ask, I need to know, after you smashed the heart of the cursed king, will my original heart still be intact? A look of surprise flashed in the deity's eyes before he responded, Don't worry. The heart of the cursed king has fused with your heart, but it's just like a shell around it. With my skilled craftsmanship, your heart won't be harmed. Before he finished speaking, the god of forging brought down another heavy blow, the force so great that sparks flew off the anvil. Blood surged from Zhang Yuan's mouth as he managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Your craftsmanship is truly skilled. Thank you for the compliment, the god of forging replied impassively, then continued with a series of hammer strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the space, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the heart of the cursed king. After enduring the initial bouts of extreme pain, Zhang Yuan's nerves seemed to grow numb, adapting to the rhythm and force of the deity's hammer blows. This brutal surgery lasted for 3 whole hours. Finally, the black shell around Zhang Yuan's heart was completely shattered, though his heart was still surrounded by a great deal of cursed energy. The god of forging extracted all the fragments of the heart of the cursed king from Zhang Yuan's body and sighed deeply. Phew, That was quite a workout. Weakly, Zhang Yuan asked, "Is it over?" "Over." The god of forging let out a cold laugh. "Do you think the curse of the demon god is that easy to remove? The heart of the cursed king is now thoroughly bound to you. Even if I separate it from you now, it will heal itself and re-enter your body. To destroy this artifact, there is still a series of tedious steps to follow. During this process, to prevent the cursed energy around your heart from reforming its shell, the hole in your chest must remain open. Removing the shell from your heart was just the beginning." Hearing these words, Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, "How long will this take?" The god of forging thought for a moment before answering, "Not too long, about 10 days or so." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's vision darkened, and he nearly passed out. Although it would take the god of forging over 10 days to completely destroy the cursed king's heart, he had already managed to remove all its fragments. This was undoubtedly a comforting piece of news for Zhang Yuan, who still lay on the forging table. The god of forging's hands glowed with a golden light as he created an opening in Zhang Yuan's chest. In a deep voice, he said, "During this time, you are free to move around my castle, but remember not to leave. If the cursed demon senses you are trying to destroy the cursed king's heart, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Zhang Yuan struggled to sit up and asked, "Can I control the projection in Kyoto?" A flicker of surprise crossed the god of forging's eyes, but after glancing at the god of joy standing nearby, he nodded and said, "Yes, as long as your main body stays within this castle." "All right," Zhang Yuan responded, glancing down at the wound on his chest that was still emitting black smoke. He then found a comfortable spot to sit. Although the pain in his chest was hard to ignore, he could bear it for now. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, and his consciousness swiftly shifted to the projection in Dormitory 0. In this state, he could only focus on controlling one projection at a time. The god of joy appeared in the dormitory shortly after, smiling as he asked, "Xiao Yuanzi, with a hole in your chest, you still want to compete? What's the point of fighting against a bunch of level 34s? Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile and replied, "Since I've already promised, I can't go back on my word. Besides, there's nothing much to do in the forging realm, so I might as well use the competition to distract myself." "All right then," the god of joy shrugged. "I'll go find some fun on my own." With that, he vanished into thin air. After the god of joy left, Zhang Yuan tried to get up but was forced to sit back down by the intense pain in his chest. "Hiss," he gasped, realizing that even while attached to the projection, the pain from his main body still affected him. After a moment of adjustment, Zhang Yuan gradually adapted to the pain. He took a deep breath and directed the projection towards the Phoenix Nest Stadium. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the Kyoto University Lounge, there was less than an hour left before the semifinals of the 5-person team competition. The other team members were already geared up and ready to go. Li Shuer immediately noticed Zhang Yuan's pale face and asked with concern, Yuan, are you feeling sick? You look awful." "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night." Zhang Yuan forced a smile and then asked, "By the way, who's our opponent this time?" Zhu Yongfu quickly replied, "The team from Demon City University. They only placed third in the qualifiers, but their strength ranks second among all teams. Their captain is a level 45 legendary class, the Holy Light Knight, and the average level of their other members is around 40. Wang Haoran chimed in confidently. "Doesn't matter how high their levels are. With Yuan Shin in action, they'll all be sent packing in no time." "Yuan Shin?" Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Li Shuer laughed and explained, "Haven't you been online? After you wiped out the entire Donghai University team in one move yesterday, the internet exploded. Now everyone is calling you Yuan Shun. That's a bit of a strange nickname." Zhang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile, not expecting to have earned such a title. Zhang Yun immediately spoke up. "See, I told you Zhang Shun sounds better." He turned to Miao Shulan. "What do you think?" Miao Shulan chuckled softly. "I'm on Team Yuan Shun." As the team members continued their lively discussion, the announcer's voice came over the loudspeakers. "The match is about to begin. Please welcome the Kyoto University team and the Demon City University team to the arena." With the announcer's call, the entire stadium erupted. The stands were filled with cheers for Kyoto University and Zhang Yuan, making the cheers for Demon City University almost inaudible in comparison. In the Demon City University team, a young member sighed as he heard the overwhelming support for Zhang Yuan. This campus esports league is practically Zhang Yuan's personal show. "We're all just here to make up the numbers." "Tell me about it," another teammate agreed. "We spent all night analyzing Zhang Yuan's match footage, and we still can't figure out how he managed to take down 5 opponents single-handedly. Without understanding his skills, we'll probably end up like East University. Sigh, I was hoping to win this tournament and get a good offer from the top guild. But now we have to face such a monster." The Magic University team members murmured dejectedly, their faces filled with disappointment and helplessness. The captain of Magic University, Huo Wei, swept a cold glance over his team. a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. He snorted, his voice as sharp as a blade. Oomph. Just one Zhang Yuan scares you like this? You're really bringing shame to Magic University. A team member couldn't help but retort. Captain, can you really blame us? Rumor has it that Zhang Yuan has cleared the 100th floor of Sky Tower. How can we, with our limited skills, compete with him? Huo Wei's lips curled into a cold smile, and an unnatural dark gleam flickered in his eyes. Why can't we compete? I have my ways. He lowered his voice, brimming with confidence. Once we're on stage, you guys just focus on keeping the other Kyoto University members busy. I'll take on Zhang Yuan alone. Captain, you're amazing. All right, we'll follow your lead. Seeing Huo Wei's confidence, the team members felt a spark of fighting spirit reignite within them. Although still harboring doubts, they were no longer completely demoralized. At that moment, the cheers in the gymnasium suddenly surged. The Magic University team members turned to the entrance in unison, where Zhang Yuan and his team were emerging. Hey, Zhang Yuan looks a bit pale. Is he sick? Isn't this our lucky break? Ha, Captain, we have a chance. The Magic University team members noticed Zhang Yuan's pale face and lips, and a glimmer of unrealistic hope sparked in their hearts. Seeing Zhang Yuan's condition, Huo Wei's lips curved into a subtle smile, and the dark gleam in his eyes grew more intense. Sensing a hostile gaze, Zhang Yuan turned to meet Huo Wei's eyes. Who is he? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling wary. Though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, he sensed something off about Huo Wei. Li Shuer, standing nearby, noticed Zhang Yuan's reaction and quickly introduced, Yuan. That's the captain of Magic University, Huo Wei. Huo Wei, huh? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, and then used the abyssal eye on Huo Wei. Huo Wei, Holy Knight, level 45. The initial information from the abyssal eye seemed normal, nothing unusual. But the next second, a new prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. Abyssal eye has revealed hidden power. Huo Wei's information has been updated. Immediately, Huo Wei's information turned blood red. Huo Wei, Demon God's Acolyte, Corrupted Fallen Knight, level 45. Wow. Xiao Yuanzi, I take back what I said earlier. When Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to see Huo Wei's hidden information, the God of Joy suddenly appeared beside him. With a meaningful smile, the deity whispered, who would have thought that this little campus competition hides so many talents, including someone blessed by a demon god? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and looked at the God of Joy in confusion. Noticing his reaction, the deity began to explain. Just as the human world has the abyss, the divine realm has a corresponding demonic realm. Humans worship gods, while the abyssal demons worship the demon gods of the demonic realm. For example, the cursed demon god targeting you is a deity of considerable stature in the demonic realm. Just as gods can bless humans, demon gods can bless demons. At this point, the God of Joy's gaze shifted to Huo Wei in the distance, and his tone became serious. Since the human has a demon god's blessing, it means he has already betrayed humanity and joined the abyss. In other words, he is a traitor to humans. Zhang Yuan asked, how powerful is someone blessed by a demon god? The God of Joy shrugged. It depends on how much power the demon god has given him. If it's just a little, he's equivalent to having a high-level or god-level talent. But if the demon god has given him a lot of power, then it's hard to say. Just as Zhang Yuan and the God of Joy were talking, the host's voice suddenly echoed through the venue. Please welcome the teams from Kyoto University and Demon City University to the stage. Huo Wei immediately led his team members onto the platform with heads held high. Seeing this, the God of Joy smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, to make the match more interesting, I won't reveal any more about that traitor. Just do your best and keep your teammates safe. With that, the God of Joy vanished. The moment the God of Joy disappeared, Li Shuer seemed to sense something. She cautiously scanned the spot where the deity had vanished but said nothing. Instead, she turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Yuan, it's time to get on stage. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and walked onto the platform with the others. With a serious expression, he warned, everyone, be careful. The captain of the Demon City team is a traitor from the abyss. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly freezing the previously relaxed atmosphere. Wang Haoran frowned and said, Brother Zhang, that's a very serious accusation. Are you sure? Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. Yes, I have a talent that allows me to detect information about targets. Huo Wei is already a fallen knight and has the blessing of a demon god. He's quite formidable. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately became tense. Should we notify the organizers? Stop the match? There are over 10,000 people here, most of them young professionals with low levels. If an abyssal demon appears, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Shuer, her face solemn, said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that's not possible. First, we have no evidence. Second, Huo Wei is a well-known genius at Demon City University. Accusing him directly of being an abyssal traitor would be a slap in the face to Demon City University, possibly escalating into a confrontation between Kyoto University and Demon City University. Miao Shulan asked anxiously. Then what should we do? We can't just do nothing now that we know. Zhang Yuan glanced at the countdown timer above the platform and, after a moment of contemplation, said, when the match starts, I won't take action immediately. You guys look for an opportunity to get yourselves eliminated and leave the platform. Then, Howren and Zhang Yuan should return to the school to contact the principal, while Shuer and Shulan should contact the Divine Dragon Squad and inform War God Guan. The principal and War God Guan won't ignore my opinion. The school and the military will then contact the organizers. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their playful attitudes replaced by seriousness. With an abyssal traitor in the arena, the nature of the match had changed. No one knew how many more demons might be hidden here. In this situation, the match was no longer important. The safety of the audience came first. As the countdown above reached 0, the host enthusiastically announced, let the match begin. The Demon City team members immediately assumed defensive stances, fearing they might be taken out by Zhang Yuan in an instant. However, after a few seconds, they realized they were still standing on the platform unharmed. We're okay, one team member exclaimed in surprise. I knew it. Zhang Yuan's skill must have a long cooldown. He can't take us all out at once. Seeing this, Hui immediately ordered, stick to the plan, everyone. Distract the Kyoto team members, and create an opportunity for me to go unknown. Charge! The Demon City team, now brimming with confidence, sprang into action. The mages began chanting spells, the assassins stealthily vanished, and the support and healers started casting buffs. All their skills were executed seamlessly. Unbelievable, Zhang Yuan hasn't made a move yet. Is it because his skills haven't cooled down from yesterday? Or is he giving his teammates more opportunities to shine? The commentator couldn't help but feel a bit pleased seeing that the Moda team wasn't instantly defeated. He could finally commentate on a battle instead of doing a solo act. On the arena, Wang Haoren and Miao Shulan from Jingda charged forward first. The commentator's eyes lit up as he quickly began his commentary. Wang Haoren and Miao Shulan are a warrior and a knight, respectively. Their charge is clearly an attempt to disrupt Moda's formation and create openings for their teammates in the back. However, just then, the commentator was shocked to see that Li Shuer, the healer, and Zhang Yuan, the summoner, who were supposed to stay in the back, also charged forward. The commentator's words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. But he quickly regained his composure and continued with enthusiasm. It seems Jingda has a unique strategy. They must have prepared thoroughly for today's match, and are aiming to catch Moda off guard. As the four from Jingda rushed into the enemy lines, Moda's captain, Hui, immediately used an area taunt, immobilizing Wang Haoren and Miao Shulan. The commentator had a sudden realization and hurriedly explained, I get it. Jingda must have anticipated Hui's control skill. Li Shuer, being a holy elf priestess, has a control removal skill with a limited range, which is why she moved to the front line. And Zhang Yuan, as a mechanical summoner, can offset the slow speed of his constructs by summoning them up close. This decision is risky, but could potentially give Jingda a huge advantage. However, Li Shuer and Zhang Yuan's actions were completely unexpected. They ignored their immobilized teammates and charged directly at Moda's mage. The commentator was stunned for a moment, but quickly adjusted and continued. It seems Jingda has another plan. Are they prioritizing taking down Moda's mage? But Moda's assassin is lurking in the shadows. Just as he finished speaking, Moda's assassin suddenly appeared behind Li Shuer, launching a lethal sneak attack. Simultaneously, Moda's mage unleashed a lightning orb at Zhang Yuan. In the next second, both Li Shuer and Zhang Yuan were blasted out of the arena. They've been taken out instantly, the commentator shouted, his voice breaking. Immediately after, Moda's team swiftly surrounded Wang Haoren and Miao Shulan, effortlessly knocking them out of the arena as well. In less than 30 seconds, all four members of Jingda were eliminated, leaving only Zhang Yuan on the stage. The stadium fell into a dead silence. The commentator was rendered speechless, suddenly realizing that dealing with this eccentric Jingda team was the biggest challenge of his career. As the audience and the host fell into silence, the expressions on the faces of the MO University team members were not joyful at all. Instead, they were filled with confusion. During their bout with Wang Haoren and his team, they had noticed that their opponents were deliberately losing. This unusual behavior left the MO University team members baffled. A shadow of gloom flickered in Hui's eyes as he turned to Zhang Yuan with a somber face and a deep voice. Zhang Yuan, what's your team's game here? Are you pitying us by purposely giving us some easy kills? Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. You give me too much credit, Hui. I just want to have an onion with you. Before his words had fully settled, Zhang Yuan flicked his fingers, summoning a sword formation. A violet sword shot out from the formation, transforming into a sharp beam aimed directly at Huawei. As the flying sword approached, Huawei sneered, "You think this flimsy sword can break my defense?" He quickly conjured a holy light shield in front of him. Boom! With a loud crash, the violet sword pierced through, sending Huawei and his shield flying. Simultaneously, the other four MO University team members were instantly knocked off the stage. This astonishing scene reignited a buzz in the stadium. The previously silent host suddenly became animated and exclaimed, "Here it is! Zhang Yuan's splash damage." Despite losing four teammates, Zhang Yuan turns the tide single-handedly, defeating four MO University members. And Huawei, a legendary professional, becomes the first in this league to withstand a single blow from Zhang Yuan. Now, only two remained on the stage: Zhang Yuan from Beijing University and Huawei from MO University. The host continued with fervor, "A king versus a king, who will emerge victorious?" Stabilizing himself at the edge of the stage, Huawei glanced at his dented shield, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. "You can ignore my defense?" If not for his passive skill that grants temporary invincibility at half health, Zhang Yuan's strike would have ended him. Zhang Yuan maintained his smile. "Did the demon behind you not mention this?" Huawei's face darkened. "What do you mean?" "Nothing else." Zhang Yuan's smile persisted, but his tone grew colder. "If you don't unleash your hidden demon power, my next strike will kill you right here on this stage." As Zhang Yuan finished speaking, 10 violet swords emerged from the sword formation, circling him with their tips, all pointed at Huawei. Despite Zhang Yuan being injured and only having his projections with replicated Qi Shao and Zhanlu's swords, without the Imperial Sword Treasury, he was more than capable of dealing with Huawei. After a brief silence, Huawei laughed derisively. "Seems they were right. Trying to hide from you and then kill you quietly isn't that easy. In that case, there's no need to hide anymore." As he spoke, a surge of black energy erupted from within Huawei. His shield sprouted spikes, and his holy light armor morphed into a sinister black armor adorned with skulls. A serrated great sword over 2 meters long appeared in his right hand. Huawei's transformation immediately caught the audience's attention. Many exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Isn't Huawei a holy knight? How did he become like this? Something's wrong. Huawei's state isn't right. Is it just me? Or does he have an aura of the abyss?" Not only the audience, but even the MO University team members in the rest area were stunned, clearly unaware of Huawei's transformation ability. "Is that really our captain? How did his aura become so sinister?" On the stage, Huawei paid no mind to the audience or his teammates' reactions. He grinned at Zhang Yuan, showing his white teeth. "Zhang Yuan, be very careful. Don't let me take your head too quickly." Before he finished speaking, Huawei raised his spiked shield and charged at Zhang Yuan like a raging bull, the ground trembling under his powerful advance. Zhang Yuan remained steadfast, his eyes locked onto Huawei. The purple glow sword in his hand transformed into streams of light, shooting toward his opponent like arrows. Huawei sneered, his eyes glowing with a dark radiance. Instantly, a pitch-black energy shield formed around him. The purple glow sword clashed against the shield with a piercing metallic sound, but couldn't penetrate it. "Zhang Yuan, your little tricks are useless against me now," Huawei shouted arrogantly, his voice brimming with confidence in his own power. Empowered by the blessing of the demon god, Huawei's figure suddenly blurred. Using his teleportation skill, he turned into a shadow, ignoring all of Zhang Yuan's attacks and controls. In the blink of an eye, Huawei crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. "Take this!" Huawei roared, swinging his serrated greatsword down at Zhang Yuan's head. This strike carried 10 times the strength of an ordinary person, with the blade gleaming with an eerie red light, seemingly imbued with a dreadful curse. At the critical moment, a silver light shot out from the sword formation space behind Zhang Yuan. It was the pure June sword. With a resounding clang, the pure June sword collided with the serrated greatsword, instantly slicing Huawei's prized weapon in half. "What?" Huawei's pupils contracted, his face filled with incredulous shock. A playful smile tugged at Zhang Yuan's lips. "Huawei, is this the extent of the demon god's blessing?" Before he finished speaking, 10 purple glow swords whistled in from all directions. Huawei had no time to react before the swords pierced him through, blood splattering as his life force drained away to zero. "Captain!" The members of the demon squad below the arena cried out in disbelief and sorrow. The audience was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events, their murmurs filling the air. Why is Zhang Yuan being so ruthless this time? Why didn't the arena's protective array activate? Is Zhang Yuan really going to kill someone in front of the whole nation? However, an even more shocking scene was about to unfold. Huawei, whose life force had reached zero, let out a thunderous roar. His body began to swell and distort visibly, strange markings appearing on his skin. An overwhelming abyssal aura erupted from within him, shattering the arena's protective array and filling the entire stadium. Panic ensued among the spectators. Abyssal demon? Has the abyss already invaded here? Everyone run! Many people fled the stadium in terror, the nightmare of the abyssal invasion from 30 years ago seemingly replaying before their eyes. At that moment, Guan Chang'an arrived with the teachers from Kyoto University and a group of high-level professionals. They quickly took control of the situation, calming the crowd and organizing an orderly evacuation. Everyone stay calm. The Great Xia will ensure your safety. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Guan Chang'an's steady and powerful voice provided immense reassurance. The commentator on the commentary platform instantly grasped the purpose behind Kyoto University's earlier sacrifice. Grabbing the microphone with professional zeal, he passionately explained, "Unbelievable. Huawei from the demon squad had long fallen into the abyss, and Zhang Yuan must have seen through his disguise. That's why he deliberately let his teammates sacrifice themselves to request reinforcements. Zhang Yuan truly lives up to his reputation. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he also strategizes masterfully, manipulating the abyssal demon like a puppet. He's the perfect embodiment of strength and wisdom, a true role model and star of the Great Xia." The commentator's words echoed through the stadium, further enraging the fully demonized Huawei. His eyes blood-red, he roared ferociously, "Shut up!" He then ripped a massive stone from the ground and hurled it toward the commentary platform. In a split second, Guan Chang'an teleported in front of the platform, shattering the stone with a single palm strike. He turned to the stunned commentator with a smile. "I admire your professional dedication, but in this situation, you should evacuate first." The commentator nodded repeatedly and started to run. Halfway, he couldn't resist grabbing the microphone again. "Go, Zhang Yuan. Defeat that demon." He then sheepishly smiled at Guan Chang'an. "Sorry, General Guan. I couldn't help myself." With that, he truly bolted out of sight. Ning Wuwei flew to Guan Chang'an's side and asked, "Sir, we've taken over the control room. Should we cut the broadcast?" Guan Chang'an's gaze fell on the unyielding young man in the arena. A smile curved his lips. "No need. The people of the Great Xia need a hero to inspire confidence against the abyss. This time, let's allow Zhang Yuan to rise to fame and become that hero." In the center of the arena, Hao had fully transformed into a three-material humanoid beast, his skin gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, exuding danger from every inch. Hao knew all too well that with the elite fighters from Kyoto University and the military surrounding the stadium, his demise was inevitable. Yet, at this moment, he no longer cared about life or death. Only his overwhelming hatred for Zhang Yuan remained. "Zhang Yuan, today you must die here too." Hao roared, charging at Zhang Yuan like a monstrous flood beast. Each step he took made the entire stadium tremble, the oppressive force washing over like a tidal wave. Hundreds of drones hovered in the air, capturing every angle of the battle in the stadium for a nationwide broadcast. Countless viewers watched their screens, anxiously sweating for Zhang Yuan. Even through the screen, the terror of Hao's transformed state could be felt, let alone by Zhang Yuan who was facing it directly. However, Zhang Yuan stood on the stage with a calm expression, wielding the Zu sword to launch an attack on Hao. Sword light shot towards Hao like meteors, only to spark against his skin without causing any real harm. "It's useless. Zhang Yuan." Hao laughed maniacally. "With the blessing of the demon god, I'm now immune to physical damage." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Hao had already lunged forward, his sharp claws swiping down. In a split second, the pure June sword flew out, forming a golden shield around Zhang Yuan. Boom! The colossal clash echoed through the stadium. Hao's massive claws collided with the golden shield, the impact tearing up the ground around them. Yet, the golden shield around Zhang Yuan remained unscathed, Hao's attack having no effect. From the commentary booth, Ning Wuwei couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Yuan has grown stronger again. Even I would have difficulty withstanding that strike from Hao, yet he is unscathed. His talent is terrifying." Wan Zhan Shun. "Dare I say, he might soon surpass you." Guan Chang'an chuckled lightly. "Perhaps he already has." Ning Wuwei was taken aback, surprised. "You're not joking?" Guan Chang'an explained. "Wuwei, haven't you noticed? The Zhang Yuan fighting Hao in the stadium is merely a projection." "Projection?" Ning Wuwei's eyes widened in shock. "I didn't notice at all." Guan Chang'an just smiled and sighed. "The new era of the Xia is already unfolding." On the battered stage, Zhang Yuan smiled at Hao. "What a coincidence, I'm immune to physical damage too." With that, he gripped the pure June sword and slashed at Hao. The blade clashed against Hao's metallic skin, sparking violently. A golden light then pierced through Hao's body, instantly reducing his maximum health by 10. Shocked by the sudden damage, Hao staggered back. Zhang Yuan taunted. Looks like you're only immune to physical damage, but not to equipment effects. As he finished speaking, the pure June sword vanished and reappeared behind Hao, slicing off another 10 of his maximum health. Hao desperately tried to evade the sword, but Zhang Yuan's control was lightning fast, leaving him no escape. Despite his full transformation, Hao was like a massive punching bag, continually hacked at by Zhang Yuan's flying sword. Zhang Yuan, you monster! Hao finally realized the vast gap between them, a chasm that no demon god's blessing could bridge. Fear crept into his face as he roared in frustration. Why? Why is a mere human like you so powerful? I should be beyond you mortals. Why can't I defeat you? A belief within Hao began to crumble, and he completely broke down. Yet, Zhang Yuan showed no mercy, continuing to manipulate the pure June sword to relentlessly attack Hao, chipping away at his maximum health. When Zhang Yuan estimated that Hao's maximum health had dropped to less than 3 digits, he summoned the Ice Queen. A precise ice explosion spell struck Hao, ending the battle decisively. Successfully killed Hao. Received an invitation to the Divine Selection Club. As the notification appeared on the panel, Hao's massive body crashed to the ground, reverting to his human form. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted across the nation. In front of their televisions and on giant screens in public squares, countless viewers witnessed an unbelievable miracle. A young human single-handedly crushed an abyss demon. Ha! So the abyss demon isn't that tough after all. Weaker than I imagined, people in the crowd kept saying. With Zhongshan on our side, how can the great Xia not prosper? He's amazing. That Hui was such a fool. Instead of being a decent person, he chose to be a lapdog for the abyss. Now he got killed like a dog. In the celebrating crowd, the dark shadow of the abyss over the great Xia Empire seemed to lift a little. However, not everyone was caught up in the joy of victory. On the edge of the arena, a few members of the Magic University team looked at Huawei's corpse in the distance with complex expressions, their hearts a mix of emotions. Captain, they muttered, eyes full of confusion and sadness. They couldn't understand why their once optimistic and hard-working captain, who trained and joked with them daily, had turned into a lackey for the abyss. What had gone wrong? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the group of Magic University students. With a serious expression, he said, I am Zhu Yongfu, a coach from Jing University. There are a few things about your Captain Huawei and our former team member that I need to confirm with you. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Zhang Yuan was retrieving an item from Huawei's body, a card engraved with a black rose. An invitation to the chosen clubs? Zhang Yuan looked at the card in his hand, puzzled. What is this? He immediately used the Eye of the Abyss to check the card's properties. Invitation to the chosen club, a mysterious invitation. Using it allows entry to the chosen club. Note, whether you go to heaven or hell is uncertain. Use with caution. Zhang Yuan. A familiar voice broke his train of thought. Wan Chang'an landed in front of him with Ning Wuwei, both wearing approving smiles. Well done. Wan War God Instructor Ning. Zhang Yuan greeted them before asking, do you know anything about the chosen clubs? The moment Wan Chang'an heard those words, his smile froze, and his expression became unusually serious. Kid, where did you hear that name? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yuan handed the invitation to Wan Chang'an. This is an invitation to the chosen club. It dropped after I defeated Huawei. Wan Chang'an took the invitation, flipped it over, and saw Zhang Yuan's name already inscribed on it. His brow furrowed, and he muttered under his breath, this is going to be trouble. Zhang Yuan noticed that Wan Chang'an's expression was becoming increasingly serious. He couldn't help but ask, General Wan, what exactly is the Divine Selection Club? Wan Chang'an glanced around and lowered his voice. This isn't the place to discuss it. Let's head back to the headquarters first. He handed the invitation back to Zhang Yuan and then turned to Ning Wuwei. I'll go back with Zhang Yuan. You handle the aftermath at the stadium and reassure the public. Ning Wuwei stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. He glanced worriedly at Zhang Yuan, but said nothing, turning silently to leave. Let's go, kid. Wan Chang'an placed a hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. A teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. Light enveloped them, and they vanished, reappearing moments later at the military headquarters. Wan Chang'an led Zhang Yuan through multiple checkpoints and security posts to a sophisticated office. This is my personal office. Make yourself at home. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa, eager to ask, General Wan, what is the Divine Selection Club all about? Wan Chang'an took a deep breath and began. We've only recently gathered information about this group. Zhang Yuan. Do you remember the abyssal plot you thwarted on the battlefield? Zhang Yuan nodded. You mean when the demons tried to use a teleportation array to send a massive abyssal crystal core into Daxia? Exactly. Wan Chang'an continued. During that incident, we captured a high-ranking traitor within Daxia, someone just below the five elders in status. This individual was at the very pinnacle of the empire's power structure. Zhang Yuan frowned. Why would someone of such high status become a lackey for the Abyss? Helping them destroy Daxia would ruin his own interests here. Guan Chang'an explained. After we captured him, we extracted his memories before he could commit suicide. The most frequent term in his memories was Divine Selection Club. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. So his betrayal is linked to this club? Guan Chang'an shook his head. Our memory extraction technology is still rudimentary. The memories we retrieved are fragmented. There's no concrete evidence connecting the Abyss to the Divine Selection Club. However, it is clear that he began working for the Abyss shortly after receiving an invitation from the club. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. It seems this Divine Selection Club is no benign entity. Guan Chang'an's expression grew grave. The intelligence we have on the Divine Selection Club is extremely limited. We only know it's a highly dangerous organization that poses a significant threat to national security. Since you've received an invitation, it means they've set their sights on you. We don't know their full capabilities, so you must be extremely cautious. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. General Yuan, the invitation seems to be a usable item. If I use it, I might be able to teleport to the Divine Selection Club. You want to join the Divine Selection Club? Guan Chang'an immediately grasped Zhang Yuan's intent and sternly warned. No, that's too risky. Zhang Yuan explained. The enemy is in the shadows while we're out in the open. We know nothing about them, but they seem to know a lot about us. Instead of waiting for them to strike again, we should take the initiative. At least that way, we might gain some control. Guan Chang'an was silent for a moment before asking. How will you ensure your safety? True, taking the initiative against a hidden enemy is logical. But Zhang Yuan, your safety is synonymous with national security. Anyone else can take the risk of going undercover, but you can't, Zhang Yuan said firmly. But this is something only I can do, isn't it? Besides, since I've received the invitation, they'll come for me sooner or later. I have to face this eventually. As for my safety, you needn't worry, General. I have plenty of ways to protect myself. Even if something goes wrong, Teacher Yi has left me a lifeline in the Pantheon. I can be resurrected. Hearing this, Guan Chang'an reluctantly relented. All right, if you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Whatever you need, just let me know. The military will do its best to support you. Thank you, General Yuan. I'll go prepare now. Zhang Yuan stood up to leave, already planning for the dangerous mission ahead. Guan Chang'an nodded and said concisely, all right, contact me anytime. After Zhang Yuan bid farewell and left the command center, the goddess of joy suddenly appeared before him, just as he stepped out the door. With a mischievous smile on her face, she asked, Xiao Yuanzi, have you noticed how this whole thing is getting more and more interesting? Zhang Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he cut straight to the point. Goddess of joy, do you know anything about the Divine Selection Club? A sly look flashed in the goddess of joy's eyes as she countered. I do know, but why should I tell you? She chuckled softly and continued. Don't you think the unknown is more fun? Zhang Yuan frowned, and his tone grew serious. I don't like riddles. If you want me to cooperate with the god of forging, then tell me about the Divine Selection Club. Ugh! The goddess of joy exaggeratedly feigned being hurt. Using the god of forging to threaten me. How despicable. But seeing Zhang Yuan's expressionless face, she quickly dropped the act and sighed. All right, I'll tell you. The Divine Selection Club is actually a group created by humans blessed by the gods. Those fools believe they are chosen by the gods and should rule over the entire world. So they created this club to manipulate everything from the shadows. Zhang Yuan pressed on. Who are the members of this club? The goddess of joy sneered. Do you think I care about a bunch of delusional idiots? The club is a mixed bag of humans and demons, functioning as a third-party force independent of both humans and demons. In simple terms, they're just a bunch of troublemakers. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, and then asked, how did my invitation to the Divine Selection Club come about? The goddess of joy snorted and explained, I think it's because you killed Huo Wei, who was blessed by a demon god. Some people must have thought you were blessed by a god too, and wanted you to join them. See, they're just that stupid they can't even tell you haven't been blessed by any god. Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile. I suppose you can't really blame them for that. You have a point there. The goddess of joy agreed, nodding with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Who would have thought that a human not blessed by the gods, even cursed by them, could kill those blessed by gods and even slay projections of gods of the same levels? Zhang Yuan didn't respond, only laughed lightly. Seeing this, a cunning glint flashed in the goddess of joy's eyes. She leaned closer to Zhang Yuan and whispered, Abyssal demons appeared at the school competition, so it's definitely going to be cancelled. Xiao Yuanzi, your main body has a hole in its chest right now, so you can't deal with that club. Besides, she paused, a look of excitement appearing on her face. Since you have some free time now, how about joining me for some fun? Upon hearing that the god of merriment was up to something, Zhang Yuan immediately grew wary. He instinctively took half a step back, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. What are you planning? Zhang Yuan asked, his voice tinged with tension as he stared intently at the god of merriment. The god of merriment chuckled and replied, Why are you so nervous? I'm not here to harm you. That's debatable, Zhang Yuan retorted, maintaining his vigilance without a hint of relaxation. The god of merriment's smile vanished, replaced by a look of disappointment. Zhang Yuan, I'm truly disappointed. Do you really think so little of me? Yes, indeed, Zhang Yuan responded without hesitation. You! The god of merriment clenched her fists, a flicker of anger in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately decided against it. Taking a deep breath, she said bluntly, Fine, I'll get straight to the point. I want to steal some artifacts from the god of Forge's treasury. Are you in or not? Zhang Yuan straightened up immediately, firmly rejecting the idea. Do I look like someone who engages in petty theft? The god of Forge is helping me destroy the heart of the Cursed King. If he finds out we raided his treasury, wouldn't that break his trust? The god of merriment laughed dismissively. Don't worry about it. Once the blacksmith starts working, he gets so absorbed that he won't notice anything else. Besides, he has so many treasures he won't miss a couple. For instance, the chaos dice I gave you last time? I swiped that from his treasury. Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. So, what are we waiting for? I knew you'd come around, the god of merriment said smugly. Meet me at the Forge village, and hurry up. With that, she vanished into thin air. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yuan quickly controlled his projection to return to his dorm to rest, then shifted his consciousness back to his body. Clang! 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 As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, he heard the sound of hammering from deep within the hall. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. The god of merriment placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then winked at Zhang Yuan and pointed towards the treasury. Follow me, she whispered. Zhang Yuan nodded and followed the stealthy god of merriment towards the treasury. Soon, they arrived at a tightly shut golden door, inscribed with ancient runes that formed a powerful enchantment. Zhang Yuan could feel the terrifying energy within the door, warning that anyone who touched it would face divine retribution. Do you have a way to open this door? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? The god of merriment replied confidently, pulling out a golden key from her pocket. Tada! Look at this. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. The treasury key? Exactly, the god of merriment said triumphantly. I made a copy while the blacksmith wasn't paying attention. Zhang Yuan couldn't resist asking. How many treasures have you taken from the god of Forge's treasury? Not that many, just a few dozen, the god of merriment replied with a grin, humming a tune as she inserted the key into the lock and gently turned it. With a click, the golden door opened a crack. See? Easy as that. Come on, the god of merriment said excitedly, pushing the door open and stepping halfway in. In that instant, a terrifying force surged from behind the golden door, blasting the god of merriment away. Ah! She screamed, flying past Zhang Yuan and crashing heavily into a distant wall, leaving a human-shaped crater. Seeing the god of merriment in such a state, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, secretly thankful he hadn't rushed in. Otherwise, there would likely be 2 craters on the wall. Zhang Yuan turned back to the golden door, now fully open, revealing a golden vortex similar to a dungeon entrance. Is this a dungeon? Zhang Yuan wondered, quickly checking the dungeon information. God of Forge's treasury. Level? Difficulty? Unselectable. Note: no entry for the god of merriment or dogs. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the note. Just then, the bruised and battered god of merriment reappeared beside him. Let me see. What did that blacksmith write? When she saw the note, she stomped her foot in anger. That jerk! Just because I stole a few dozen artifacts, he changes the lock and bans me and dogs from entering? How rude! Zhang Yuan looked at the fuming god of merriment and couldn't help but tease. You kind of had it coming with your antics. Zhang Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the vortex of the dungeon ahead, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled the words of the god of forging and mused to himself. Since only the god of pleasure and dogs are barred from entering, doesn't that mean I have a chance? Just then, the god of pleasure interjected out of nowhere. Don't be so sure about that. His tone dripping with sarcasm. Ignoring the provocation, Zhang Yuan extended his hand toward the vortex. In an instant, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Do you wish to enter the god of forging's treasuries? Yes, I can. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he chose to enter. In the next moment, a golden light burst from the vortex, enveloping Zhang Yuan entirely. Under the god of pleasure's gritted teeth gaze, Zhang Yuan's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan found himself in an enormous, resplendent treasury. A vivid red carpet stretched straight into the depths of the vault. The walls on either side were lined with a dazzling array of equipment, each piece emanating the unique glow of divine artifacts. Casually picking up a piece of equipment to inspect, Zhang Yuan noticed that every single item bore the suffix divine. He couldn't help but marvel. What a spectacle! An entire treasury of divine artifacts. In the entire Great Xiao Empire, there were probably fewer than 10 divine artifacts, yet here they were in abundant supply. As Zhang Yuan walked slowly forward, he couldn't help but feel a desire to claim these artifacts for himself. However, each artifact was surrounded by a barrier, and his thoughts of acquisition quickly dissipated. It seems the god of forging has truly been scared stiff by the god of pleasure, locking up each artifact. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. So, he let me in just to admire his creations? Despite the divine artifacts making his mouth water, Zhang Yuan could only look on helplessly. Soon he wandered from the equipment section to the ore section. Here, a vast array of divine-grade ores, some metallic, some wooden, and even some liquid, broadened his horizons. Suddenly, a white ore shaped like a cloud caught his attention. The system immediately provided information. Sky Stone Divine, a legendary or believed to be condensed from the sky itself, containing immense and mysterious energy, suitable for forging divine artifacts. Sky Stone? Zhang Yuan's breath quickened. This was precisely the stone he needed for his Sky Tower's divine artifact quest. Upon discovering the Sky Stone, Zhang Yuan stood rooted to the spot, staring intently at the rare mineral. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the projection of the god of forging manifested behind him. Do you desire the Sky Stone? The god of forging asked curiously. Zhang Yuan turned around, a hint of surprise in his eyes upon seeing the god of forging in this instance. The god of forging? Didn't the god of joy say that once you start working, you wouldn't care about anything else? The god of forging smiled slightly and explained. Generally, I do prefer to immerse myself completely in my work. That state of total absorption allows me to maintain extreme focus and unleash 100 of my creativity. However, destroying the heart of the cursed king this time doesn't require that much dedication. Besides, if a thief broke into your house and stole dozens of your treasures, could you still focus entirely on your work? Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Well, I guess not. The god of forging reached out and took the sky stone from the barrier, continuing, Zhang Yuan, I can give you this mineral, but you must provide something of equal value in return. For instance, the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms. Zhang Yuan immediately shook his head. Sorry, I've already promised the god of joy that the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms are not available for now. As expected, the god of joy is also wary of me. The god of forging smiled, seemingly unsurprised by Zhang Yuan's response. He then asked, if you don't want to exchange the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms, can you offer other items of equivalent value? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling the artifacts and treasures he possessed. Ultimately, he realized that the only item he could afford to part with was the blade of the Cursed King. God of forging, how about this long blade? Zhang Yuan took out the blade of the Cursed King and handed it to the God of forging. The God of forging examined the blade of the Cursed King closely and commented. In terms of quality, this weapon is indeed up to standard, and it seems to be paired with the heart of the Cursed King, making it valuable for research. However, you really have a knack for striking a deal? The god of forging smiled knowingly. This weapon is clearly a hot potato for you. If I were to accept it, you'd probably be willing to give it away for free. And now you want to trade it for the Sky Stone? Even though the god of forging saw through him, Zhang Yuan remained composed and smiled. Regardless of my intentions, the fact remains that the value of the blade of the Cursed King does match that of the Sky Stone, doesn't it? Fair enough. You humans are truly interesting. The god of forging laughed, taking the blade of the Cursed King from Zhang Yuan and examining it further. I can agree to exchange the Sky Stone for this artifact, but I have one more condition. Please go ahead. Zhang Yuan listened attentively. The god of forging said, didn't you forge a sword during your trial? Let me see it. You mean this one? Zhang Yuan took out the pure June sword. That's the one. The god of forging's eyes lit up as he saw the pure June sword. He immediately set the blade of the Cursed King aside and eagerly picked up the pure June sword, scrutinizing every detail. Incredible. Truly incredible. To think such a perfect creation exists in this world. The god of forging marveled. I can sense immense power hidden within this sword. When its true form is revealed, the heavens and earth will surely be moved. He turned to Zhang Yuan, asking excitedly, Zhang Yuan, where did you get this sword? It's been a long time since I've made any breakthroughs in forging. The master who crafted this sword has skills surpassing mine. I desperately want to meet and learn from them. If you can introduce me to that master, I'll give you every artifact in this treasure trove. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the god of forging's excitement upon seeing the pure June sword. However, the sword's creator, Yezi, was a master swordsmith from his original world who had been dead for thousands of years. How could he arrange an introduction? With no other option, Zhang Yuan smiled wryly and said, God of forging, I'm sorry. This weapon is my exclusive weapon drawn from the Fate Star array, and I'm afraid I can't fulfill your request. I see. A deep disappointment flashed in the god of forging's eyes. What a pity. If I could study more of that master's works, my skills might improve. If that happened, I could finally create the masterpiece I've envisioned for thousands of years. Upon hearing the words of the god of forging, Zhang Yuan's heart was stirred. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes, and he spoke, God of forging, if you're merely interested in seeing more works by that master, I might be able to fulfill your wish. The god of forging's eyes lit up with boundless joy, and his voice trembled with excitement. Really? You have more works by that master? Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, his actions deliberate and respectful. First, he pulled out the Zhanlu sword, its blade emitting a chilling gleam. Then, he presented the Qixing Long Yuan sword, the two divine swords side by side, their radiance intermingling. These two divine swords were also crafted by Yezi, Zhang Yuan explained softly. Magnificent swords, the god of forging exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. He stared intently at the blades, as if trying to engrave every detail into his memory. The power of these swords clearly surpasses that of the Chun Jun sword, yet they still haven't reached their full potential. These swords are true artifacts, extraordinary. That master is truly incredible. Seeing the god of forging, so captivated by the swords, Zhang Yuan realized this was a perfect opportunity to win his favor. Without a word, he produced another sword, its blade glowing faintly red. God of forging, I also have the Qishao sword here for your inspection. You have more? The god of forging was stunned upon seeing the Qishao sword. He examined the newly revealed artifact carefully, his brows furrowing before relaxing. This sword, it wasn't forged by the same master as the previous three, but it's clear the forging technique of the Qishao sword also surpasses mine. Taking a deep breath, the god of forging's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Unbelievable. There are actually two masters in this world whose skills surpass mine. It seems I am not worthy of the title of the god of forging. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan offered words of comfort. You shouldn't belittle yourself. The artifacts in this treasury are all divine weapons, unimaginable to ordinary people. Today, I've truly been enlightened. The god of forging waved his hand, a determined look on his face. No need to comfort me. Discovering that there's a significant gap between myself and others isn't a bad thing. It motivates me to reach greater heights. With that, he handed the sky stone to Zhang Yuan, a slight smile on his lips. Thank you. These four swords have given me much inspiration. As promised, the sky stone is yours. Additionally, I will accept the cursed king's blade, and in exchange, you may choose another item from my treasury. Before he finished speaking, the god of forging eagerly took the cursed king's blade and hurried away, as if afraid his inspiration would slip away. Zhang Yuan barely had time to respond before seeing the barriers around all the items in the treasury disappear. Surveying the room full of unsealed treasures, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He murmured to himself, perhaps this is the spirit of craftsmanship. I think I understand why he became the god of forging. Despite his musings, Zhang Yuan did not forget his main objective. He took out the sky tower and silently asked, do you wish to use the sky stone to repair the sky towers? Yes. Zhang Yuan made his choice without hesitation. The quest for the sky tower artifact has progressed, and the tower has regained some of its energy. The second quest is now unlocked. Zhang Yuan gazed at the sky stone in his hand, watching its light flicker as a mysterious energy surged into the sky tower. In an instant, the tower's surface was revitalized, its once dull colors now shimmering brilliantly, as if reborn. Eagerly, Zhang Yuan checked the updated attributes of the sky tower. Holding his breath, he carefully read the information that appeared before him. Sky Tower Fragmented Artifact. The bearer can consume a fixed 10 of their maximum health to reset skill or equipment cooldown times. The consumed health cannot be restored within a day, and cooldowns cannot be reset if health is at 1. The bearer can surpass their limits and awaken the 7th constellation. Artifact Quest 2. Find the heart of the sky 01. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the description. Shock washed over him. Was 6 constellations not the limit? This discovery was enough to overturn all of humanity's historical knowledge. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yuan quickly opened his constellation panel. Sure enough, beneath the 6th constellation, a new locked constellation had appeared. This meant that if he drew the sword array master profession again, he could awaken the seventh constellation. Recalling the powerful effects of the sixth constellation, Zhang Yuan could hardly imagine how terrifying the seventh would be. Unfortunately, he had already used up his luck for the month, otherwise he would have attempted to break through this new limit today. As he carefully examined the new attributes of the Sky Tower, Zhang Yuan finally understood why the gods would go to any lengths to obtain this artifact. It was not just a powerful piece of equipment, but a treasure capable of changing the rules of the world. If it was already so astonishing in its fragmented state, what unimaginable power would the complete Sky Tower possess? With a sense of reverence, Zhang Yuan placed the Sky Tower into a storage space and then looked around the treasure vault again. The god of forging had promised him another artifact, an opportunity to compensate for the loss of the Cursed King's blade and its impact on his combat power. Although the Cursed King's blade was a double-edged sword that needed to be dealt with before the Cursed King resurrected, Zhang Yuan had to admit it had been a crucial asset. Its execution effect and inherent curse embodiment skill had saved him in critical moments. If used in battles against the fire goddess and the war god, he was confident he could end the fight within a minute. Determined to restore his combat strength, Zhang Yuan began a meticulous selection process. The god of forging's vault was vast, with thousands of artifacts on display, not to mention the divine minerals and rare treasures. Hours passed, and Zhang Yuan's eyes were nearly overwhelmed. Although each artifact was perfect in its own right, none fully met his needs. Some attributes or effects were redundant for him, causing him considerable frustration. However, upon reflection, this was understandable. These artifacts were not tailored specifically for him, and his unique sword array master profession made it difficult to find fully compatible equipment outside of his exclusive weapons. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to give up, a floating white sword case caught his attention. He quickly approached the display, immediately sensing a distinct energy emanating from within the case, unlike any other artifact in the vault. With the experience he had gained over the past few hours, Zhang Yuan instantly realized that this sword case was not crafted by the god of forging. He recalled that the vault contained not only the god of forging's works, but also a few collected artifacts. This unique sword case was likely one of them. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon the sword case before him, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. The case's overall style was gentle and delicate, in stark contrast to the bold and robust forging style of the god of smithing, as if they came from two different worlds. He immediately checked the attributes of the white sword case, and information instantly surfaced in his mind. Immortal sword case divine level. All flying swords within the case will have their quality increased by 1 level. If a flying sword is already of legendary quality or higher, it will nurture a sword spirit. The sword spirit will continue to grow, and the higher the quality of the sword, the higher the potential of the sword spirit. The notes also mentioned that this was a sword case lost at the edge of the world, seemingly not belonging to this realm. What divine weapons it once housed remains unknown. Immortal sword case, nurturing sword spirits, Zhang Yuan murmured, his heart involuntarily speeding up. Although the concept of nurturing sword spirits sounded mystical, the mere fact that all flying swords would be upgraded by 1 level was enough to excite him. He quickly calculated. All iron longswords would become silver-grade weapons, and those violet swords would leap to legendary status. This is it. Zhang Yuan made his decision without hesitation. The system immediately prompted, do you choose the immortal sword case? Note, you can only select one item from the god of smithing's treasure vault. Yes, Zhang Yuan answered firmly. No sooner had he spoken than the white sword case flew towards him as if it had a life of its own. Then, the system issued another prompt. The Imperial Sword Vault has detected the divine level sword case. Do you wish to merge the Imperial Sword Vault with the Immortal Sword Case? This fusion prompt made Zhang Yuan realize the extraordinary nature of the Immortal Sword Case. He chose the fusion without hesitation. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's Imperial Sword Vault transformed into a black light, intertwining with the white light of the Immortal Sword Case, forming a dynamic Taiji yin-yang symbol before him. Soon after, this wondrous symbol condensed into a black and white sword case, exuding a mysterious aura. System prompts flooded in like a tidal wave. The Imperial Sword Vault has merged with the Immortal Sword Case and acquired all its effects. The quality of iron swords within the case has been upgraded to silver flying swords. Silver flying sword silver. Attack 100, no equipment level restriction. The quality of violet swords within the case has been upgraded to Netherworld swords. Netherworld sword legendary. Attack 3000, restores 5 of mental energy upon hitting a target. No equipment level restriction. More astonishing information followed. Qi Xiao has awakened a sword spirit. Zhan Lu has awakened a sword spirit. 7-star Long Yuan has awakened a sword spirit. Chunjun sword has awakened a sword spirit. Zhang Yuan's interface refreshed with a plethora of information, each line stirring his emotions. At this moment, He deeply felt that he had made an incredibly wise choice. Zhang Yuan noticed that the spirits of his four specialized swords had awakened, so he immediately took them out. Each sword emitted a faint glow, as if they had come to life. He carefully examined the new abilities of each sword. The spirit of the Qishao sword can cooperate with its wielder in battle, providing a boost to sword intent. All flying swords deal an additional 10 Qishao sword damage, and its execution effect ignores any invincibility mechanisms. The spirit of the Zhanlu sword also cooperates in battle, enhancing sword intent. Flying swords deal an extra 10 Zhanlu sword damage and can trigger passive effects without needing a shield. The spirit of the Qixing Longyuan sword provides cooperative combat and sword intent enhancement, with flying swords dealing an additional 10 damage. Each injury taken by the wielder will reduce their maximum health by no more than 10. The spirit of the Chun Jun sword can also cooperate in battle, enhancing sword intent. Flying swords deal an extra 10 damage, and the wielder can perfectly block spells and destroy the target's weapon. Zhang Yuan marveled at these powerful abilities. The Qishao sword spirit allows him to forcefully execute enemies, ignoring their life-saving skills. The Zhanlu sword spirit enables him to use the 10,000 swords return to one technique right from the start. The Qixing Longyuan sword spirit greatly enhances his survivability, while the Chun Jun sword spirit allows him to block spells and even destroy enemy weapons. I'm becoming less and less human, Zhang Yuan joked to himself, storing his specialized weapons back in the sword formation space before leaving the treasure vault. Just as he stepped outside, he heard the sarcastic voice of the god of joy. Oh, finally decided to come out, huh? Did you get dazzled by all the choices in there? Zhang Yuan responded with a smile. Thanks, I gained a lot this time. I wouldn't have found such treasures without you leading the way. But don't worry, I didn't agree to the god of forge's offer to trade the eternal flame and mysterious black gold for the treasures. The god of joy snorted. At least you have some decency. I need to go have a word with that blacksmith. You take a good rest and patiently wait for the heart of the cursed king to be destroyed. With that, the god of joy vanished into thin air. Zhang Yuan just smiled and didn't think much about what the god of joy wanted to discuss with the god of forge. He found a comfortable spot to sit down and resume control of his projection. Due to the Abyss Demon incident, the National School Competition League was indefinitely postponed. Zhang Yuan's main body was injured in the chest, making intense physical activity unsuitable. So for the next 10 days, he immersed himself in the library, studying demon language and working hard to earn credits from Kyoto University courses. During this time, Zhang Yuan fully utilized the special effects of Dormitory Zero to raise the levels of the Starry Sky, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Spirit Queen to match his own, reaching level 46. 15 days flew by in the blink of an eye. In the Hearth Village, the final hammer strike of the god of forging echoed through the air. With this blow, the heart of the cursed king shattered completely. Zhang Yuan felt the blood hole in his chest heal at a visible speed, and the curse of the demon god receded like a tide. He was finally free from the long-standing curse. At that moment, the goddess of joy appeared before Zhang Yuan once again. With a familiar smile, she said, Zhang Yuan, now that you've lifted the demon god's curse, you can receive a divine blessing. How about considering mine? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, his tone cautious. Is your blessing really that powerful? After all, one can only receive a blessing from one god, and right now I have plenty of options. The goddess of joy responded immediately, her tone affectionate. Little Yuanzi, what's our relationship? Do you think I would deceive you? Zhang Yuan retorted bluntly. Haven't you deceived me before? Hey, that's not important. The goddess of joy quickly changed the subject. What's important is that we start over and build trust. Think about it, other gods might give you just a little blessing which won't make much difference for you now. But I'm different. I'll give you a lot of power. You'll soar instantly, much better than seeking blessings from others, right? Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Weighing the pros and cons compared to other gods, he was indeed more familiar with this goddess of joy. Despite being tricked several times, he had also gained many benefits. One could say that half of his current strength was due to her help. Choosing her blessing might not be the best choice, but it certainly wasn't the worst. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan made his decision. All right, bless me. You won't be disappointed? The goddess of joy smiled and gently tapped Zhang Yuan's forehead with her index finger. A prompt appeared in Zhang Yuan's mind. The goddess of joy offers you a divine blessing. Do you accept? Note, you can only receive a blessing from one god at a time. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose to accept. Instantly, a surge of immense power flooded into his body like a torrent. However, the next moment, another force within him rose to counter the blessing of the goddess of joy. The system prompt sounded again. Due to the influence of the unawakened seventh fate seat, the divine blessing is altered. Please make a choice. 1. Fully accept the blessing of the goddess of joy, preventing the awakening of the seventh fate seat. 2. Allow the seventh fate seat to absorb the blessing of the goddess of joy, with the blessing taking effect upon the awakening of the seventh fate seat. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden choice before him. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to let his seventh constellation absorb the blessing of the god of joy. In his view, no divine power could surpass his own constellation. As soon as the decision was made, the mysterious force within Zhang Yuan that had been resisting the god of joy began to merge with the blessing, ultimately dissipating along with the divine power. A flicker of confusion crossed the god of joy's eyes as she pinched Zhang Yuan's cheek, examining him closely. Xiao Yuanzi, what did you do to my power? Why isn't there any improvement? Where's my blessing? Zhang Yuan pulled away and explained. Don't worry, your power is still there. It has just been absorbed by my constellation. The god of joy was stunned. Don't lie to me. I know the effects of your constellations. Which one can absorb a divine blessing? Couldn't it be an Asiatun-awakened constellation? Zhang Yuan retorted. Suddenly, the god of joy seemed to realize something, her pupils contracting as she dragged Zhang Yuan aside and whispered, Have you unlocked the seventh constellations? Realizing that things might be more complicated than he thought, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice too. What about the seventh constellation? I have it, but I haven't fully activated it yet. The god of joy looked incredulous. You really have it? Zhang Yuan. Do you know that the seventh constellation is actually a god's divine core? Only gods possess such a thing. Zhang Yuan was astonished. Does this mean I've become a god? Not a chance, the god of joy immediately refuted. Do you think I wouldn't be able to tell if you had become a god? She scrutinized Zhang Yuan intently, as if trying to peer into his soul. After a moment, she burst into laughter. Xiao Yuanzi, you are becoming more and more interesting. The fun never ends with you. Truly fascinating. Seeing that the god of joy wasn't pressing further, Zhang Yuan shifted the topic. By the way, what benefits do mortals get from receiving a god's blessing? The god of joy explained, there are some benefits, but not many. It mainly depends on whether we find the person pleasing. If we like them, even a bug could receive a blessing. If we don't, no amount of talent will help. Someone like you, who is both pleasing and extraordinarily talented, is an ideal candidate for a blessing. Blessing you not only makes me happy, but also brings me some benefits. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that divine blessings were indeed a two-way street, just as he had suspected. At that moment, the god of smithing emerged from the depths of the hall. God of joy, Zhang Yuan, as agreed, I have destroyed the heart of the cursed king. Now it's time for you to hand over the eternal flame and the all-form of black gold. The god of joy smiled. Smith, Zhang Yuan can give you the items, but we have one more condition. The god of smithing frowned. God of joy, that wasn't part of the deal. How is it different? The god of joy spread her hands. We only said that if you dealt with the heart of the cursed king, you could touch these treasures. We never said we would hand them over to you. The god of smithing was exasperated. You're playing word games. The god of joy chuckled. Don't get upset. We're not saying you can't have them. We just need you to agree to one condition. The god of smithing took a deep breath to calm down. What condition? The artifact you forge with the eternal flame and all formed black gold will belong to us, the god of joy stated. The god of smithing explained, any artifact forged from these materials will possess a spirit. It will choose its own master. Even if I forge it, I can't determine its owner. The god of joy smiled warmly and said, that's none of your concern. If we can't control the artifact, that's our problem. But whether you give it to us is another matter entirely. The god of forging furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. All right, I can agree to that. Once the artifact is forged, I can hand it over to you. However, I'll need the eternal flame for at least 3,000 years. Upon hearing this, the god of joy's lips curled into a satisfied smile, but she didn't immediately agree. She turned to Zhang Yuan with a questioning look in her eyes. What do you think? Seeing that the god of joy was already inclined to agree, Zhang Yuan knew it was not the time to haggle. He promptly took out the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms from his spatial ring and respectfully handed them to the god of forging, saying, I have no objections. Please take them. After all, Zhang Yuan was not a forger. These treasures were of little use in his hands. Trading them for a top-tier artifact was undoubtedly a worthwhile deal. The god of forging's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms before him. He eagerly took the treasures, caressing them with great affection. With these two treasures, combined with the inspiration I received earlier, I can definitely forge the artifact I've envisioned. One that rivals the Sky Tower, he exclaimed. You may leave now. I need to retreat and focus on this. Once the artifact is completed, I'll notify you. With that, the god of forging turned and walked towards his workbench, completely ignoring Zhang Yuan and the god of joy behind him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering resumed as the god of forging immersed himself in his work. Seeing this, the god of joy leaned in close to Zhang Yuan's ear and whispered with a chuckle. Hee hee. You don't know this, but with the eternal flame and the black gold of myriad forms, that forger will definitely bring out his best materials to create a perfect masterpiece. We'll end up with an incredible artifact for free. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but tease. You're really something, joy god. He thought to himself, under the god of joy's persuasion. The god of forging not only risked offending the cursed demon god by destroying the heart of the cursed king, but also had to use his own resources to forge the artifact, which ultimately wouldn't even belong to him. This was the ultimate act of being taken advantage of. Just thinking about it made Zhang Yuan feel sorry for the god of forging. The god of joy, however, didn't see it that way. She laughed and retorted, how can you call it bad? This is a win-win situation. The god of forging gains forging experience, and we get the benefits. It's fair. She then turned to Zhang Yuan and said, let me send you back first. The god of forging will need some time to create the artifact, and since he's offended the cursed demon god, he might run into trouble. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things. Once the artifact is ready, I'll let you know. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. After returning to his dormitory via the teleportation array constructed by the god of joy, Zhang Yuan quickly tended to his wounds. Although his injuries had already healed, he cautiously checked them again. Once he confirmed he was in good condition, he picked up the invitation from the Divine Selection Club, ready to explore further. Just then, his communicator buzzed, displaying Wang Haoren's name on the screen. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He swiftly answered the call and asked, Brother Wang, what's the matter? Wang Haoren's voice was filled with urgency. Brother Zhang, can you get in touch with Teacher Zhu? Teacher Zhu? Zhang Yuan's heart tightened. Has something happened to him? Wang Haoren quickly explained. The 4 members who withdrew from the training team have suddenly vanished. Teacher Zhu was investigating the matter, but now he has also gone missing. I checked with the Dungeon Management Center, and they said he hasn't been to work for a week. Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted. Teacher Zhu is missing? It seems so, Wang Haoren said gravely. That's why I wanted to ask if you know anything about it. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I've been in the library these past few days and haven't seen Teacher Zhu. Have you reported this to the police? I have, Wang Haoren sighed. But the case was just opened, and there are no leads yet. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. What about starting with those 4 missing members? Wang Haoren replied helplessly. They disappeared just like Teacher Zhu, without a trace. It's really frustrating. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked again. Brother Wang, when was the last time you saw Teacher Zhu? A week ago, Wang Haoren recalled. I went to him for some materials. He mentioned that those who withdrew might be involved in something they shouldn't have touched, and said he would personally bring them back. I asked where he was going, but he didn't say anything, just that it would be resolved in a few days. Zhang Yuan's internal alarm bells were ringing. Disappearing after investigating a mysterious force was a bad sign. Wang Haoren suddenly remembered something and added, oh right. Before he left, Teacher Zhu showed me a strange painting, saying it was a clue. I've already given it to the police. What was in the painting? Zhang Yuan asked. A black rose, Wang Haoren said. I didn't understand its significance at the time. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took out the invitation from the Divine Selection Club and sent a photo to Wang Haoren. Is it this rose? Upon seeing the photo, Wang Haoren's voice became excited. That's the one. Brother Zhang, you have a lead. Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious. This is troubling. Teacher Zhu got involved in this matter. He briefly explained the situation with the Divine Selection Club and then told Wang Haoren, Brother Wang, this is too dangerous. You should stay out of it. I'm going to see if I can rescue Teacher Zhu. Before Wang Haoren could respond, Zhang Yuan ended the call and immediately used the invitation. A white teleportation array unfolded beneath his feet, and with a flash of white light, he vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Zhang Yuan found himself in front of an ancient, elegant temple. Worshippers were coming and going, surrounded by modern skyscrapers, creating a peculiar scene. He looked around vigilantly, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Zhang Yuan stood in front of Ongwa Temple, momentarily dazed. This well-known temple within the first ring of Kyoto was actually the headquarters of the Divine Selection Club. He found it hard to believe as he gazed at the centuries-old structure, his eyes sweeping over the continuous stream of worshippers. He could even see the towering building of the Adventurers Guild headquarters several hundred meters away. In his shock, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the clever arrangement. He had expected the Divine Selection Club to be hidden away in some remote mountain forest, but here it was, boldly situated in the bustling heart of Kyoto. Wasn't this the most ingenious disguise? At that moment, the invitation letter in his hand began to glow faintly. A series of black roses appeared in his vision, pointing towards the interior of the temple. He squinted, a mix of curiosity and caution rising within him. After quietly sending the coordinates to Wan Chang'an, Zhang Yuan decided to investigate further. Following the guidance of the black roses, he blended in with the throng of worshippers. He passed through the solemn and majestic main hall and slipped through a side door, leaving the noise behind. Soon, Zhang Yuan found himself in a secluded courtyard. Under a golden ginkgo tree sat three peculiar figures: a chubby monk, a ragged Taoist priest, and a blonde priest holding a cross. This odd combination made Zhang Yuan wary, and he immediately activated the Eye of the Abyss. The initial information displayed: Huijue, monk, level 32. Xuanxiu, Taoist priest, level 35. Jonah, priest, level 26. They all appeared to be ordinary life class professionals. However, the next moment, the Eye of the Abyss provided a shocking correction. Huijue, demon god's follower, fallen monk, level 72. Xuanxiu, demon god's follower, blood-clothed Taoist, level 75. Jonah, demon god's follower, dark priest, level 69. As Zhang Yuan marveled at this revelation, the three individuals in the courtyard simultaneously turned toward him, their faces showing knowing smiles. In unison, they said, "A new friend has arrived." Huijue stood up and gave Zhang Yuan a slight bow. His movements were graceful and solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. "Young man, have you decided to join the Divine Selection Club?" Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and responded bluntly, "I know nothing about your Divine Selection Club. Shouldn't you introduce it to me before asking me to join?" Upon hearing this, Jonah's expression became devout, as if possessed by some holy power. His voice was deep and firm. "We are all watched by the gods. We are destined to rise above this world. We are the future gods." Zhang Yuan impatiently interrupted, "Speak plainly." Xuanxiu chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. He explained in a straightforward tone, "In plain terms, the members of the Divine Selection Club are elite individuals blessed by the gods. Our power surpasses that of this world. Every country you can imagine is under our control." Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Yuan questioned with a hint of skepticism, "Including Daxia?" Xuanxiu smiled confidently, "Including Daxia." Huijue continued to persuade, his voice gentle and sincere. "Young man, if you join the Divine Selection Club, you too can share in the world's resources." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Share in the world's resources? You certainly have big ambitions." Xuanxiu chuckled mysteriously. "Whether we are exaggerating or not, you'll find out once you join the Divine Selection Club." Jonah added enticingly, "We've been observing you for some time. You have a strong divine aura, and your recent displays of power prove that you, like us, are chosen by the gods." His voice grew more excited. "Zhang Yuan, you shouldn't mingle with ordinary people. You are a true elite. You should join us and rule this world together." Instead of responding to Jonah's invitation, Zhang Yuan continued to ask, "I have a basic understanding of your Divine Selection Club, but before I answer, I have one last question." Huijue nodded slightly, his tone gentle. "Please ask. If we know the answer, we will tell you everything." Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly became low and serious. "Where's my teacher, Zhu Yongfu?" Jonah chuckled dismissively. "Just an ordinary human. Is he really worth your concern?" Zhang Yuan, as a chosen one, you still seem to have the mindset of a common person. That's not acceptable. A faint red glow began to emanate from Zhang Yuan, and the aura of the red sky sword enveloped him. His voice turned icy and dangerous. "Where is he?" Jonah, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, grinned, "Getting angry already? What if I told you that ordinary man is already dead by my hand? Wouldn't that make you furious?" Before he could finish his sentence, the red sky sword shot out like a red streak from the sword formation, piercing Jonah's head and pinning him to the ginkgo tree behind him. A system notification echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. "Successfully killed Jonah. Obtained the Corrupted Staff." Corrupted Staff Legend. Mental Power 50. Skill Healing Effect 30. The holder's healing effect will deal 200 of the healing value as true damage to enemy targets. No equipment level restriction. As Jonah was instantly killed, Huijue and Xuanxiu's expressions changed dramatically. One pulled out a tin staff, the other a copper coin sword, but before they could act, dozens of red glowing flying swords appeared around them, the cold glint of the sword tips making them hesitant to move. Zhang Yuan's face was as cold as winter, his voice chilling. "I'll ask you one more time. Did you really kill Teacher Zhu?" Huijue immediately backed down, quickly putting away his tin staff, his voice filled with fear. "Young man, don't be rash. Are you talking about Zhu Yongfu, the professor at Kyoto University? He's not dead. Jonah was just joking with you." Xuanxiu quickly chimed in, his tone obsequious. "Yes, yes. Zhu Yongfu is fine. He's at Ongwa Temple." Zhang Yuan coldly demanded, "Where exactly is he?" Huijue hurriedly replied, Elder Badu is in charge of him. I could take you to him now. Xuanqiu added, that's right, he's with Elder Badu. He's not in any danger. Please calm down. We only wanted to invite you to join us. We mean no harm. Although Zhang Yuan wanted to kill these two immediately, his priority was to confirm Zhu Yongfu's safety. He retracted the flying swords into the sword formation and coldly said, lead the way. Seeing the flying swords disappear, Huijue breathed a sigh of relief. He put his hands together and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Ba, young man, follow me. Huijue and Xuanqiu exchanged a glance and in silent agreement, turned to walk deeper into the temple, leaving Jonah's body behind. Zhang Yuan followed closely, weaving through the temple's corridors. The Guan temple was far larger than Zhang Yuan had anticipated. It took them 10 minutes of walking to reach a grand hall. Inside the hall, 5 towering golden statues stood, none of which were Buddha statues. Zhang Yuan was astonished to find that these were deities he had never seen before. On the prayer mat before the statues sat a long-haired man dressed in shamanic attire. Zhang Yuan activated his abyssal eye again. Bahu Shaman, level 42. The information quickly corrected itself. Bahu, Demon God's Chosen, Demon Prophet, level 80. Clearly, this shaman was also a chosen one of some demon god. Huijue and Xuanqiu respectfully bowed to Bahu. Elder Ba, we have brought Zhang Yuan. Bahu slowly turned around, revealing a face that surprised Zhang Yuan. His eyes were hollow, and his skin was ashen as mist. Despite having no eyes, Zhang Yuan felt as though he was being watched by some unseen force. It seems you've had some conflict with Zhang Yuan. Have you forgotten what I told you? Bahu said calmly. Huijue and Xuanqiu lowered their heads in silence, clearly intimidated by this elder. Bahu shifted his attention to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, I know why you are here. Zhu Yongfu is still alive. He just saw something he shouldn't have, so we had to detain him temporarily. If you agree, we can release him unconditionally. The doors of the Chosen Club are always open to you. Zhang Yuan responded directly. Let me see him first, then we can talk. Bahu chuckled softly. No problem. A black mist swirled in his palm, and the unconscious Zhu Yongfu rolled out from it. Mr. Zhu. Zhang Yuan rushed forward to check on him. Confirming that Zhu Yongfu was not in any immediate danger, he sighed in relief and then demanded of Bahu, what do you want? Bahu replied, we've said from the beginning, we hope you will join the Chosen Club, and if I refuse? Zhang Yuan countered. Bahu sighed, that would be unfortunate. However, our club never forces anyone to join. If you don't want to, then you are free to leave. You're just going to let us leave? Zhang Yuan asked in disbelief, thinking he must have heard Bahu wrong. His gaze swept over Bahu's calm face and scanned the surroundings, as if searching for a trap. Before coming here, Zhang Yuan had prepared for a full-scale confrontation with the Divine Chosen Club, even mentally rehearsing countless battle scenarios. But now, Bahu was showing no intention of stopping them, which completely overturned his expectations. Bahu noticed Zhang Yuan's confusion and allowed a slight smile. To us, every Divine Chosen is a precious companion. Zhang Yuan, you might not understand us now, but I believe one day, you'll willingly join the Divine Chosen Club and work with us. His tone carried a hint of confidence as he continued. We always see you as a companion, so we will fully respect your choice. Whenever you decide, the doors of the Divine Chosen Club will always be open for you. Zhang Yuan frowned, incredulous. But I just killed one of your precious companions. You still consider me a companion, and are letting me leave without any repercussions. Bahu chuckled lightly. I can perform resurrection. Jonah isn't truly dead. From my perspective, your recent skirmish was a minor conflict. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes. As long as you are willing to join us, you can kill anyone you want without any consequences. That's the power the Divine Chosen Club offers. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, asking cautiously, your Divine Chosen Club has always operated in the shadows, right? Aren't you afraid that if you let us go, I'll bring the Xia army here to wipe you out? Bahu seemed to have anticipated this question and replied unhurriedly. Didn't you already try that before coming here? Besides, they won't destroy this place. What makes you so confident? Zhang Yuan pressed. Bahu simply smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Yuan gave Bahu a long, hard look before turning to carry Zhu Yongfu out of the hall. Safe travels, young master, Huizhu said with his hands pressed together in a gesture of farewell. Farewell, friend, Xian Su also chimed in. Zhang Yuan did not respond, but within his sword array space, the sword spirits were already preparing for any potential conflict. If Bahu and the others made any move, he would not hesitate to strike. However, even after Zhang Yuan had walked more than 100 meters from the hall and looked back, Bahu and the others remained where they were, showing no intention of pursuing. This scene deepened Zhang Yuan's confusion. He couldn't fathom their motives. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. Saving Mr. Zhu comes first, Zhang Yuan muttered, shaking off his doubts. The priority was to bring Zhu Yongfu back to school for a thorough examination by Teacher Gu. Any conflict with Ba, Hu, and his group now would only delay Zhu's treatment. Besides, Ngua Temple was right here. He could always return. With that thought, Zhang Yuan quickened his pace, carrying Zhu Yongfu swiftly away from Ngua Temple. Just as Zhang Yuan exited the temple gates, he encountered Wan Chang'an, who had arrived with his troops, following the coordinates Zhang Yuan had sent earlier. Zhang Yuan, Wan Chang'an called out, rushing forward as he saw Zhang Yuan, carrying Zhu Yongfu. Are you hurt? No. Zhang Yuan shook his head, then added, General Wan, there's something strange about this divine, chosen clubs. Strange? In what way? Wan Chang'an asked, puzzled. Zhang Yuan then recounted his experience in Ngua Temple in detail. After listening, Wan Chang'an pondered for a moment. Even after you killed one of their members and refused to join them, they still let you leave. I see. Leave this to us. Our troops have already sealed off Ngua Temple. We'll try to capture the divine chosen club members in one sweep. Thank you, General Wan. Zhang Yuan nodded. I'll take Mr. Zhu back to school for treatment and return to help as soon as possible. Don't push yourself too hard. We have plenty of strong fighters here. Even if they have divine blessings, we can handle them. I'll go meet them now, Wan Chang'an said, immediately ordering his troops to seal off Ngua Temple before leading the charge himself. Zhang Yuan moved swiftly. After placing a phase dagger near Ngua Temple, he used another phase dagger from his dormitory to teleport back with the injured Zhu Yongfu. As soon as they reappeared, Zhang Yuan supported Zhu Yongfu and quickly headed to Mingjing Academy. Upon arrival, he handed Zhu Yongfu over to Gu Bingying for treatment and immediately teleported back to Ngua Temple without waiting for any questions. The entire process was seamless and took less than 10 minutes. However, when Zhang Yuan reappeared at Ngua Temple, the scene before him caught him off guard. Wan Chang'an was walking out of the temple, his expression so grave it was alarming. Zhang Yuan hurried over and asked with concern, War God Wan, what's wrong? Wan Chang'an took a deep breath and replied in a solemn tone. Zhang Yuan, we've thoroughly searched every corner of Ngua Temple, but we didn't find the 5 peculiar statues you mentioned, nor any trace of the Divine Selection Club members. The news struck Zhang Yuan like a bolt from the blue. In disbelief, he said, How is that possible? Let me take a look. He immediately rushed into the main hall of Ngua Temple, only to be stunned by what he saw. The original 5 statues had completely transformed into 5 solemn golden Buddha statues standing majestically in the hall. All the statues have turned into Buddha statues? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, eyes filled with confusion. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. How long has it been? This is the real world, not a game instance. How could such a massive transformation be completed in such a short time? Wan Chang'an followed him into the hall and added, Zhang Yuan, we've interrogated all the monks in the temple. They all claim to have never seen the Taoists, priests, and shamans you described. Even stranger, the monk Huijue you mentioned doesn't exist in Ngua Temple. He paused and cautiously asked, Zhang Yuan, are you sure everything you saw was real? Could it have been some sort of illusion? Zhang Yuan shook his head firmly and took out a weapon from his storage space. It couldn't be an illusion. War God Wan, this is the equipment that dropped after I killed that priest. If it was an illusion, I wouldn't have this tangible item. Looking at the legendary weapon in Zhang Yuan's hand, Wan Chang'an's expression grew even more serious. He slowly said, if everything you encountered was real, it means that the Divine Selection Club members not only replaced the 5 statues over 10 meters tall within minutes, but also altered the memories of all the monks in Ngua Temple. Their ability to accomplish so much in such a short time is truly extraordinary. No wonder they were confident enough to let you leave without worrying about exposing their existence. A sharp glint flashed in Wan Chang'an's eyes. The Divine Selection Club members are deliberately provoking us. Provoking us? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as the hollow eyes and confident smile of Baho flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, Baho must have anticipated all of this. The Divine Selection Club is far more complicated than he initially imagined. Due to the sensitive nature of religious buildings like Ngua Temple, Wan Chang'an couldn't justify keeping the military station there without solid evidence. He led his troops in a thorough search both inside and outside the temple, but found no clues related to the Divine Selection Club. Eventually, Wan Chang'an had no choice but to withdraw and allow the temple to resume normal operations. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Zhang Yuan saw no reason to stay any longer. Zhu Yongfu had been safely rescued, and the matter of the Divine Selection Club could be put on hold for now. With only 10 days left until the next month, he decided to wait until he obtained the 7th life constellation and new specialized weapon before dealing with this mysterious organization again. As Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Wan Chang'an and returned to school, The god of joy suddenly appeared before him. With a playful smile, the deity remarked, "Little Zhang Yuan, you really can't sit still, can you? I took my eyes off you for a moment, and you've already caused such a commotion." Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback at the sight of the god of joy. Li Zixin, aren't you supposed to be overseeing the god of forge as he crafts divine artifacts? The god of joy pouted. Watching that guy hammer metal is unbearably dull. I couldn't stand it, so I left the projection there and slipped away. Anyway, the forger is always hiding in Lushong. Even if the cursed demon god wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't find him. He then gave Zhang Yuan an amused look. You're quite interesting yourself. You've just shaken off the cursed demon god's curse, and now you've attracted a new demon. A new demon? Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious. The god of joy nodded. That's right. You've been marked by a new demon. In a way, you could say you have a knack for attracting trouble. Zhang Yuan sighed. I'd rather not have this knack. He thought to himself. Not only had he not resolved the issue with the cursed king, but now another demon was in the mix. Although he had destroyed the cursed king's heart and lost the cursed king's blade, their contract remained, and the cursed demon god could return at any moment. Now, with a new demon to deal with, he felt overwhelmed. Sensing Zhang Yuan's anxiety, the god of joy chuckled and offered reassurance. But this time, you don't need to worry too much. The one who's marked you is the illusion demon god, whose rank is even lower than mine. Plus, he was almost dissipated in the last divine war and likely hasn't fully recovered. I guess his current strength is comparable to an 80-level projection of the god of war. If you put in some effort, you should be able to handle him. Zhang Yuan's interest was piqued. Is the illusion demon god really that weak? He suddenly remembered the mythic quest Path of the Sword Immortal Part 1, which required him to slay a god. If the illusion demon god behind the Divine Selection Club was truly this feeble, it might be an opportunity to complete the quest early. This thought excited him. Noticing Zhang Yuan's change in demeanor, the god of joy asked in surprise, Little Yuan, why do you seem so excited all of a sudden? Don't tell me you have some twisted hobby of killing gods? I haven't done anything to provoke you. He exaggeratedly hugged himself. Zhang Yuan was used to the god of joy's antics and waved his hand dismissively. Stop being dramatic. Tell me more about this illusion demon god. The god of joy looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Are you seriously thinking about going after the illusion demon god? Let me make this clear. Even if he's weak, he's still a god. If a fight breaks out, I can't help you. There's a truce between the divine and demon realms right now. While I wouldn't mind another war, I don't want to be the one to start it. Zhang Yuan replied confidently. He's already targeted me, so isn't it only fair that I take him down? I've got enough on my plate with the higher-ranked cursed demon god. I can't have every random lesser god thinking they can mess with me. The god of joy was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, interesting, very interesting. To be honest, since you humans gained the ability to draw cards and change classes, there have been several cases of mortals ascending to godhood. But a mortal killing a god? That's never happened. If you actually manage to kill the illusion demon god, you'll make history. I can't even imagine how chaotic the divine realm would become. Zhang Yuan smiled. Isn't that exactly the kind of chaos you thrive on, god of joy? So, how about sharing some useful information to make this grand spectacle happen? Seeing Zhang Yuan's eagerness, the god of joy finally relented. All right, since you're so keen, I'll begrudgingly give you some intel. The god of joy wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, his expression turning serious. He looked directly at Zhang Yuan and said, First, you need to understand an ironclad rule. Only divine weapons can kill a god. To defeat the illusion demon god, the final blow must be delivered with either the 7-star Long Yuan sword or the Zhanlu sword. Currently, these are the only weapons you possess that qualify as divine. As for the Chunjun sword, it's barely half a divine weapon. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Secondly, as his name suggests, the illusion demon god excels in illusions and mental attacks. I know you have the Qi Shao sword which can make you immune to mental attacks, but your opponent is still a god. Your Qi Shao sword hasn't evolved into a divine weapon yet, so whether it can withstand his attacks remains to be seen in actual combat. The god of joy's gaze grew profound. Lastly, there's a dungeon beneath Ongwa Temple where the illusion demon god is hiding. If you're well prepared, you can start your god-slaying journey by entering it directly. His tone suddenly became stern, but remember, a god is still a god. No matter how weak the illusion demon god appears, he will have a trump card. In a life-or-death situation, he might do something completely unexpected. After a brief pause, he offered some advice. If you want to be cautious, I recommend waiting until your 7th life seed awakens and you undergo a second transformation before challenging him. It's best to upgrade the Qi Shao sword to a divine weapon, which would completely counter him. Of course, he added with a sly smile, if you want to try your luck now, go ahead. After all, Teacher Yi has stored a wisp of your soul, with the drunken sword immortal. Even if you die, you'll be resurrected, though you might lose some equipment. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought, and after a moment asked, "So, to slay a god, I need to reach level 60 and undergo a second transformation?" "Exactly." The god of joy nodded with a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious again. "But you need to hurry. The god-selected club has already set their sights on you. Once the illusion demon god realizes you have the capability to kill him, they will act preemptively, striking before you can fully grow." Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. "I understand." He already had a plan in mind. Leveling up as quickly as possible was the top priority. Only high-level Abyss dungeons could provide the substantial experience points he needed. Additionally, clearing these dungeons would help him complete the Qishao, Sword's Divine Weapon quest, killing two birds with one stone. For high-level Abyss dungeons, he thought of the Abyss strategy group. Sensing Zhang Yuan's thoughts, the god of joy smiled. "It seems you have a plan in mind, so I won't say more. I'm looking forward to your performance." With that, he vanished into thin air. Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and entered the Abyss strategy group. His attention was immediately drawn to a pinned message. "North Mang Mountain at the border of Daxia. Level 80 Abyss Dungeon. Urgently recruiting." The information about the Abyss Dungeon in Bei Mang Mountain flashed before Zhang Yuan's eyes, and his expression turned serious. Bei Mang Mountain, a colossal mountain range spanning the continent, serves as the northern natural barrier of the Daxia Empire. Just 10 kilometers further north stands the Empire's third line of defense, the Unyielding Great Wall. The Unyielding Great Wall, the final bastion of Daxia, is garrisoned by over 1 million elite troops. The number of high-level professionals here far exceeds those at the first two lines of defense, being Great Wall and Watchtower Great Wall. Ideally, the appearance of an Abyss dungeon in Bei Mang Mountain should be handled by a task force from the Unyielding Great Wall. However, the Abyss task force had posted a request for assistance in their group. Frowning in thought, Zhang Yuan realized this could only mean that the Unyielding Great Wall was no longer capable of dealing with threats from the rear. He murmured to himself, "The northern battlefield is mired in a quagmire, yet the Empire appears calm. This is the calm before the storm. The Abyss is about to return." Reflecting on how the Daxia Empire had yet to fully recover from the war 30 years ago, Zhang Yuan felt an even heavier burden. Taking a deep breath, he decisively put away his communicator and quickly headed towards the school's teleportation array. From any angle, tackling this level 80 Abyss dungeon in Bei Mang Mountain was his unavoidable responsibility. As the teleportation light flashed, Zhang Yuan appeared in Bei Mang City. Originally built as a logistics hub for the front lines, the sight before him was alarming. The sky was overcast, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire city. The dense abyssal aura was almost on par with that of the second line of defense, Watchtower Great Wall. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, Zhang Yuan noticed that the city was nearly deserted, more like a ghost town. The few visible residents were hurriedly flocking towards the teleportation array, eager to escape this dangerous place. At that moment, a middle-aged man with short hair hurried over, his tone urgent. "Young man, why are you here in Bei Mang City at this time? It's too dangerous. The military has already ordered an evacuation. All facilities are shut down. There's nothing you can do here." Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Yuan asked, "Is it because of that level 80 Abyss dungeon outside the city?" The man shook his head. "That's only part of the reason." Lowering his voice, he explained, "What's worse is that a group of abyssal creatures somehow bypassed the Unyielding Great Wall and Bei Mang Mountain and attacked Bei Mang City directly. Although they were repelled with the support of powerful fighters from the Unyielding Great Wall, those creatures contaminated the surrounding land. All the supplies in the city have been corrupted, and the abyssal aura is everywhere. Ordinary professionals like us can easily be affected if we stay too long. We have to evacuate immediately." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. Bei Mang City was the logistics hub for the front lines. If it were contaminated, the supply lines would face enormous challenges. Although all three defensive lines had teleportation arrays, the energy required for long-distance, large-scale transportation of supplies was astronomical. Given Daxia's current magic crystal reserves, they might not last more than a few months. The middle-aged man gave a bitter smile. "These issues are beyond what we common folk should worry about. Young man, you should leave quickly. Maybe you don't feel it in the rear, but we old hands who have lived on the border for years can clearly sense that the abyssal attacks are becoming more frequent. I reckon it won't be long before we are at war with the Abyss again." Sigh. "These are troubled times. Everyone just has to do their best to survive." The middle-aged man sighed deeply, patting Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Worry flashed in his eyes before he turned and stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing in a flash of light. Zhang Yuan stood there, his brows furrowed. Is the situation at the front line that dire? Even Wan Zhanshun is silent. He clenched his fists and looked around at the hurriedly evacuating crowd, then resolutely turned and headed towards the west gate. Amid the evacuation crowd in Beiwang City, Zhang Yuan moved against the flow, drawing many surprised glances. When he reached the gate, a guard stepped forward to stop him. "Young man, the city lord has issued a lockdown order. No one is allowed to leave. You should use the teleportation array to evacuate," the guard said sternly, though there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Zhang Yuan took out a colonel's badge from his pocket, the metal glinting in the sunlight. "I am Zhang Yuan of the Qianlong squad. I need to leave the city to tackle the Beiwang Mountain Abyss dungeon." The guard's eyes lit up suddenly. "You're Zhang Xin?" His voice trembled with excitement. "I can't believe my words. Who in Xia doesn't know Zhang Xin? I'm a huge fan of yours." He quickly pulled out pen and paper. "Zhang Xin, could you please sign an autograph for me?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed as he took the pen and paper and scribbled his name. "So, can I go now?" The guard carefully stored the autograph, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. "Of course. With you on the job, the crisis in Beiwang City will surely be resolved." Zhang Yuan, a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm, replied, "You're giving me too much credit. I'm not as great as you think." "You're too modest, Zhang Shun," the guard exclaimed excitedly. "Your prowess in slaying abyssal demons on the battlefield has made my whole family your fans." As he spoke, he opened the gate for Zhang Yuan and then stood at attention, saluting. "I wish you victory." "Thank you." Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of Beiwang City under the guard's admiring gaze. The scene outside was alarming. The blackened soil exuded a strong abyssal aura, and the air was thick with a faint scent of blood. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently taken place. Zhang Yuan looked back at the city walls of Beiwang City, noticing the numerous breaches with no one repairing them. Has the Xiao really decided to abandon this city? Zhang Yuan muttered softly, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. He took a deep breath, turned, and headed towards the Beiwang Mountain Abyss Dungeon, determined to do his part in this crisis. The Abyss Dungeon of Beimang Mountain is located on the mountain to the northwest of Beimang City. Zhang Yuan passed through the west gate of the city and climbed the winding mountain path. After about 10 minutes, he finally reached the dungeon entrance. The scene before him made him pause. The area around the dungeon was cordoned off with conspicuous warning tape, yet it was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Has no one responded to the Adventurers Guild's call? Zhang Yuan mused as he looked at the empty area. Soon he understood why. The Abyss Dungeon of Beimang Mountain was an 80-level dungeon, requiring a team of at least level 85 players to conquer. Such high-level experts were as rare as the deans of Kyoto University and could be counted on one hand across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Abyss raiding groups were mostly composed of freelancers, whose levels generally did not exceed 70. It was no surprise that no one dared to challenge this dungeon. Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Looks like I'll have to solo it, just the way I like it." He stepped towards the dungeon entrance. "Hey, stop right there!" A young girl's voice suddenly called out from the dense forest. Zhang Yuan turned to see a cute girl with elf-like features running out of the bushes, panting heavily as she questioned him. "What are you up to?" Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to observe the girl. Sima Dai, elf dragon tamer, level 40. Human, confirming her identity. Zhang Yuan calmed his restless sword spirit and replied calmly, "I'm here to conquer the Abyss Dungeon." Sima Dai was momentarily stunned, then used her detection skill on Zhang Yuan. Her expression quickly turned to one of disbelief and amusement. "You're a level 40 array master trying to conquer a dungeon? If you fail and release the abyssal monsters inside, Beimang City will be doomed." Zhang Yuan's chaos badge had given her false information. Zhang Yuan retorted, "And what are you here for?" Sima Dai proudly puffed out her chest. "I'm here to conquer the dungeon, waiting for my teammates. You're only level 40 yourself. What gives you the right to criticize me?" Zhang Yuan shot back. "I have my own way of conquering it," Sima Dai said confidently. "Anyway, I'll handle this Abyss Dungeon. You should just go back and not cause trouble." "No way." Zhang Yuan ignored her warning and walked straight towards the dungeon vortex. "Why won't you listen?" "Xiao Chui!" Sima Dai shouted. A deafening dragon roar echoed from the depths of the forest. A massive green dragon soared into the sky, landing firmly in front of the dungeon vortex, blocking Zhang Yuan's path. The dragon growled menacingly at Zhang Yuan, its eyes full of warning. "A dragon?" Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately used his abyssal eye on the green dragon. "Xiao Chui, forest dragon, level 90? A level 90 adult dragon, huh?" Zhang Yuan turned to Sima Dai with a smile. "You're quite lucky. For a level 40 practitioner like Sima Dai, to tame a level 90 dragon was a rarity worldwide. Truly, this world was full of hidden talents." Sima Dai proudly put her hands on her hips. "See? Xiao Chui is my trump card for conquering this dungeon. Don't be fooled by my level 40." I've got the skills. Since the Abyss dungeon can only be conquered once, trust me and don't cause trouble. Starry Sky, come out and meet our new friend, Zhang Yuan suddenly called out. A flash of silver light appeared, and a silver dragon emerged from the summoning space, letting out a thunderous roar. Roar! Although Starry Sky size was only half of Xiao Chui's and its level was only 46, the presence boosted by 6 celestial constellations and the power of the stars made its aura surpass Xiao Chui's. Xiao Chui was forced to take a few steps back, but quickly regained its stance, responding with an equally fierce roar. The two dragons faced off in the mountain forest, their terrifying dragon auras sweeping the area, causing many forest creatures to flee in fear. Sima Dai stared in shock at the dragon beside Zhang Yuan. You have a dragon too? Zhang Yuan patted Starry Sky's leg and asked with a grin. So, how do you like my dragon? She may be pretty, but... Sima Dai snapped back to reality, her gaze still fixed on Zhang Yuan. Her opinion of the young man had somewhat improved, yet she remained cautious. Even if you have a dragon to help you, isn't it reckless to go in alone? How do you plan to solo an 80-level Abyss dungeon with just a level 40 dragon? Shouldn't we wait for our teammates? Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. You don't need to worry about that. If I'm daring enough to solo, I have my reasons. Without further explanation, he walked up to the dungeon vortex and gently placed his hand on it. The system prompt echoed. Do you want to challenge the Beiwang Mountain Abyss dungeon? Yes. Zhang Yuan confirmed without hesitation. Wait, are you seriously going in alone? It's dangerous in there, Sima Dai exclaimed. In a panic, she threw herself at Zhang Yuan, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Zhang Yuan was visibly shocked. What are you doing? Let go. No way. Sima Dai stubbornly shouted. I can't let you tackle this Abyss dungeon alone. As she yelled, the dungeon's light engulfed them both. The forest dragon and Starry Sky also transformed into light particles, entering the dungeon with them. Inside the dungeon, Zhang Yuan looked at Sima Dai helplessly and couldn't help but grumble. Are you out of your mind? I didn't even party with you. Why did you follow me in? Sima Dai scratched her head sheepishly. I was just worried about you going in alone, and I acted on impulse. But don't worry, we now have 2 dragons. We should be able to clear this dungeon, right? Zhang Yuan sighed. Is that the point? Fine. Consider it a free carry. Reluctantly, he sent Sima Dai a party invitation. When she saw the invitation, Sima Dai's eyes widened in surprise. You're Zhang Yuan? Do you know me? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Why would I know you? Sima Dai smiled brightly. I'm your senior. Are you also a student at Jing University? Zhang Yuan was even more astonished. You go to Jing University too? Not only that, Sima Dai continued, I live in dorm 0, right next to you. Then why have I never seen you? Zhang Yuan asked, confused. I've been leveling up in Beiwang Mountain for the past 2 months and haven't been back. But I kept in touch with Granny Nyo and heard a lot about you. Honestly, you're the first person she's ever worried so much about. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan could only manage an awkward smile and quickly change the subject. The dorm stuff isn't important. Let's focus on clearing this dungeon. Why are you suddenly so shy? Sima Dai teased, blinking her big eyes and smiling. All right, let me see for myself just how powerful the legendary Yuan Shun, who cleared the 100th floor of the Sky Tower, really is. When Zhang Yuan and Sima Dai realized they were both alumni and neighbors, the tension between them eased considerably. Just then, a decayed zombie emerged from the forest, shattering the brief harmony. Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to inspect the creature. Decayed undead, elite level, level 80. He frowned and said, like other abyssal dungeons, I can't see the attributes or skills of these decayed monsters. Xiao Tse, Sima Dai called out, summoning her forest dragon. Kill it. Xiao Tse roared in response, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light. In an instant, sharp vines burst from the ground beneath the zombie, piercing it like swords. Zhang Yuan's interface promptly displayed the kill information. Abyssal King, 111034. Obtained Decayed Undead Core 1. He couldn't help but marvel. I have to say, a dragon is indeed a dragon. It can one-shot an 80-level enhanced abyssal monster. Zhang Yuan calculated silently. Since this level 90 forest dragon can one-shot an 80-level abyssal monster, its attributes must be comparable to that red dragon in the Sky Tower. If there isn't a powerful boss in this abyssal dungeon, Sima Dai might be able to solo it. Sima Dai asked proudly, So, how's my dragon, Junior? Not bad, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Seems like you don't need my help after all. As he spoke, he summoned his own dragon. Stellar, go assist. Stellar let out a roar, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, unleashing blue flames onto the forest below. The flames quickly engulfed the forest, and their interfaces began to display a continuous stream of abyssal monster kill information. Xiaoze, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, also took to the skies, breathing green flames. However, unlike Stellar's relentless attack, Xiaoze needed to rest after each burst. Eventually, Xiaoze had to acknowledge that she couldn't match Stellar's endless firepower and switched to using wood-based magic to pick off monsters. Sima Dai, noticing Stellar's continuous assault, curiously asked, "Junior, doesn't your dragon ever get tired? How does it keep breathing fire non-stop?" "Young dragon. Lots of energy," Zhang Yuan explained with a smile as he walked forward. "Let's move. With 2 dragons clearing the way, we probably won't have to lift a finger until we reach the boss." This abyssal dungeon was vast, covering almost the entire mountain range, with a high density of monsters. Even with Stellar, the Curse King, and Sima Dai sharing the experience, the monsters here were exceptionally rewarding. In less than half an hour, Zhang Yuan had leveled up to 47, and the Abyssal King's attributes had increased by over 6,000 points. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. In this abyssal dungeon, he could level up grind attributes and complete his artifact quest all at once. Achieving 3 goals in one dungeon run, this efficiency made him incredibly satisfied. However, Zhang Yuan noticed that Sima Dai's level was still at 40, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why haven't you leveled up yet?" "By rights, once Xiao Tzue's level surpasses yours, it shouldn't gain any more experience, and all the kill experience should go to you. At this rate, you should have leveled up twice by now." Sima Dai chuckled and explained, "That's due to my Fate Seed effect. My first Fate Seed converts all gained experience tenfold to Xiao Tsue, and I get 10 of Xiao Tzue's 4-dimensional attributes. Don't be fooled by my level being only 40. Many second-turn professionals might not be able to solo me." Zhang Yuan pressed on. "Then how do you level up?" "When Xiao Tsue levels up, it returns 50 of the experience to me," Sima Dai replied. "In short, whenever Xiao Tsue levels up, I gain several levels." "That's pretty impressive," Zhang Yuan marveled. "So, in essence, you're getting 5 times the experience for kills." "Well, it is a unique hidden class, and I drew a Fate Seed, so of course it's powerful," Sima Dai said proudly. Then she looked at Zhang Yuan curiously. "But what about you, Junior? Isn't your class supposed to use swords? How do you have a dragon?" "I hatched it from a dragon egg," Zhang Yuan explained simply. Sima Dai couldn't help but exclaim, "To find a dragon egg, your luck is extraordinary." With Shinkong and Xiaote leading the way, Zhang Yuan and Sima Dai effortlessly navigated through the Abyss dungeon. They chatted and laughed, barely lifting a finger as they made their way to the boss's Domaina Massive Valley. Zhang Yuan marveled at the power of summoners, thinking how easy it was to gain experience with a summon like Shinkong. Sima Dai also felt at ease, thanks to Xiao Tzue's formidable strength. However, just as Shinkong and Xiao Tsue were about to charge into the valley to challenge the Abyss boss, a cold, mocking voice echoed from within. "Foolish humans," the voice sneered. "Did you really think you could clear this Abyss dungeon with just 2 dragons? This dungeon will be your grave." As the words faded, a thick black fog surged out from the valley, quickly entangling the airborne Shinkong and Xiao Tsue. In an instant, the 2 majestic dragons dissolved into specks of light and returned to their summoning spaces. A notification popped up on Zhang Yuan and Sima Dai's interfaces simultaneously. Due to the influence of abyssal power, the rules of the Abyss dungeon have changed. Summoned creatures are now forbidden, but abyssal monsters take 50 more damage. Sima Dai's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "This Abyss dungeon has an Abyss buff?" Zhang Yuan remained unfazed, as Shinkong wasn't his main combat strength. However, he was curious about the Abyss buff Sima Dai mentioned. "What's an Abyss buff?" "This is the first time I've encountered something like this," he asked. With a grim expression, Sima Dai explained, "Some abyssal dungeons develop unique rules known as Abyss buffs. These buffs usually offer both benefits and drawbacks. Typically, an Abyss buff appears before the dungeon challenge starts, but this one activated right as we were about to fight the boss and it's specifically targeting us." She continued in frustration, "I'm a dragon tamer. 99 of my combat power comes from Xiao Tsue. Now that Xiao Tsue is sealed, what good is a 50 damage increase against monsters? The Abyss is cheating us." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems this Abyss dungeon hides a formidable Abyss boss. I've encountered abyssal demons who could manipulate dungeon rules before. Both Disses and Hadi have done such things, and they're demon lords." His eyes gleamed with excitement. "This means there's a high chance another demon lord is lurking in this Abyss dungeon." "Archdemon." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a twisted smile as he thought about the possibility of encountering one of the 7 archdemons in this dungeon. His fingers unconsciously caressed the hilt of his sword, as if eager for the imminent battle with a formidable foe. Simity, who had been frowning, noticed the eerie smile on Zhang Yuan's face. She asked in surprise. Junior, how can you still smile at a time like this? Without the dragon's help, how are we supposed to conquer this abyss dungeon? Zhang Yuan turned to Simity, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Have you forgotten? I planned to solo this from the start. While Shinkong is my companion, it isn't my main strength. Simity was taken aback, her eyes widening. You mean you can solo an 80-level abyss boss? But you're only at level 47. Junior. Zhang Yuan smiled calmly. Level doesn't matter to me. Just sit back and watch. I'll carry us through. Without further explanation, he walked straight into the valley. In the center of the valley stood a massive boulder over 20 meters high, shrouded in dense black mist. Simity felt an overwhelming sense of dread and stammered. Junior, my detection spell is completely ineffective against this boss. I can't even see its level. Fear flickered in her eyes. Without Xiaozui's protection, all her confidence had evaporated. Zhang Yuan remained unfazed and used Abyssal Eye on the boss. Corrupted Sacred Stone Giant, level 80, he murmured, an 80-level abyss boss, pretty standard. With the support of the Qi Xiao Sword Spirit, Zhang Yuan felt confident he could charge up into sword array space and defeat the boss before it could enter its second phase. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was more concerned about the archdemon's whereabouts. He scrutinized the valley, trying to find a trace of the enemy. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Ah, human, are you looking for me? The archdemon, hidden in the shadows, seemed to have seen through Zhang Yuan's intentions. Impressive perception, but unfortunately, without the dragon's help, you'll never see my true form. Once I kill you, the abyssal portal will open, and I shall lead the abyssal army to crush your great Xia. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, prepare to die. As the archdemon's maniacal laughter filled the air, the entire valley began to shake violently. The massive boulder in the center slowly rose, cracks spreading across its surface. Terrifying black mist poured out, transforming it into a colossal stone giant over 20 meters tall. However, before this behemoth could even strike a pose, Zhang Yuan's sword array had already activated. A dazzling red sword beam shot out from the array space, piercing straight through the giant's head. A string of numbers starting with 2 and spanning 13 digits exploded above the giant's head. Obtained legendary equipment Sacred Stone Armor. Abyss King, 117234. The system notification chimed. The corrupted Sacred Stone giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the archdemon's laughter abruptly ceased. Simity was dumbstruck, stammering, How much? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen wrong. That damage number looked like a phone number. Zhang Yuan sighed softly. Sigh, Qi Xiao's attack power is still too low. It couldn't even reach 14-digit damage. Simity's mind went blank upon hearing this. One strike to kill an 80-level abyss boss with such an overflow of damage. And that was considered low? Then what was high? She was completely bewildered, and it was clear that the archdemon hiding in the shadows was also stunned. After a long silence, the archdemon's voice echoed through the valley again, this time with a noticeable tremor. Human? Are you Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan's lips curled. Since you know me, why not come out and meet me? His Qixing Long Yuan and Zhang Lu swords were already quietly charging in the sword array space. However, the archdemon sneered. Zhang Yuan, are you naive? Or do you think I'm a fool? Hadi and Disses both died at your hands. Why would I come out to meet you? Zhang Yuan, what good is your high damage if I don't come out? What can you do to me? Simity listened to the archdemon's venomous yet cowardly words and felt disoriented. Was this really one of the legendary 7 archdemons of the abyss? Why did he seem more cowardly than a regular minion? Is this really the demon Duke Sima Dai knew? She stared at Zhang Yuan in shock, her mind racing through the rumors about the 7 demon dukes of the abyssal cursed kingdom, each possessing power over level 90, enough to destroy small to medium-sized nations. Just 2 months ago, the demon Duke Disses had led the abyssal army to break through the first line of defense of the Great Xiao Empire, severely injuring the president of the Adventurers Guild, Bai Zhenghua. And now, Zhang Yuan had already killed 2 demon dukes? Sima Dai stared blankly at Zhang Yuan, recalling that he was just a freshman who had enrolled less than 2 months ago. Where did such power come from? She couldn't help but speculate whether Zhang Yuan had used some special means. While Sima Dai was shocked by Zhang Yuan's strength, a demon duke in the shadows began to taunt him. Zhang Yuan quickly activated the Eye of the Abyss, trying to locate the opponent. However, the demon duke was exceptionally cautious, not giving Zhang Yuan any opportunity. Zhang Yuan, you're wasting your time, the demon duke said with a smug grin. My true body has already returned to the abyss. You can't kill me now. Zhang Yuan sneered in response. For a demon duke, running away like this isn't a bit disgraceful? Disgrace? Is pride more important than life? The demon duke chuckled coldly. If the Dragon King's plan fails, we'll just come up with another one. But if I lose my life, it's gone for good. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's mind raced and he probed. From what you're saying, it seems you aren't entirely loyal to the Dragon King. What? Are you trying to turn me against him? The demon duke laughed loudly from the shadows. I may not like the Dragon King, but I have my principles. Do you really think a human like you can sway me? Zhang Yuan remained calm, continuing his line of thought. You know I am a human, and I plan to fight the Dragon King to the death. If I manage to kill him, I, as a human, certainly wouldn't be accepted as the Demon King. That position would be vacant, wouldn't it? The Demon Duke fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity. When that time comes, he'll need to support a powerful and respected demon to take the throne. But I don't have any loyal followers in the abyss. Who should I support? It's quite a dilemma. Finally, the Demon Duke spoke. Zhang Yuan. As one of the 7 dukes, I already have considerable prestige in the Cursed Kingdom, and my power is not to be underestimated. Hearing this, a smile played at the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth. Actually, I think you're quite suitable. How about we discuss the details? The archdemon's eyes flickered with caution upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. It sneered. Kid, you're not trying to lure me out to kill me, are you? Zhang Yuan wore an innocent smile, his voice gentle. Why would I do that? We humans are not like you demons. Most of us are honest and trustworthy. However, in his sword array space, hidden flying swords were quietly gathering energy, their power rising to a new level. The archdemon clearly didn't believe Zhang Yuan's words. It didn't show itself, but said in a deep voice, Kid, the Demon Dragon King is stronger than the Cursed King ever was. If you want me to side with you, you need to show me that you have the strength to defeat the Demon Dragon King. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. How do I prove that? The archdemon's voice echoed in the air. The Demon Dragon King has already launched an attack on the unyielding wall. If his tactics succeed, the unyielding wall and Beiyang City will be reduced to ashes in an instant. At that point, the Xia's gates will be wide open, and the Demon Dragon King will lead the abyssal army straight in. You won't have any room to grow. So, show me that you can thwart the Demon Dragon King's plans. Then we can talk about other matters. With those words, the archdemon's presence completely vanished, as if it had left this realm. A system notification suddenly flashed before Zhang Yuan and Sima Dai. Successfully conquered Beiyang Mountain Abyssal Dungeon. Received Job Exclusive Skill Scroll 1. Received God's Stone 1. Qishao Sword Artifact Quest. Conquer 10 Abyssal Dungeons 410. Sima Dai saw the completion notification, but didn't look pleased. She looked at Zhang Yuan worriedly. Junior, how credible do you think the Archdemon's claim about the Demon Dragon King's plot is? Zhang Yuan's expression was serious. Although demons are not to be trusted, in this matter, we should err on the side of caution. The recent activities of the abyssal demons around Beiyang Mountain suggest that they are up to more than just creating one abyssal dungeon. A greater crisis is likely looming. Sima Dai nodded. You're right. Our battle has just begun. Anyway, let's leave this dungeon first, Zhang Yuan suggested. All right, Sima Dai agreed. The two of them exited the dungeon through the portal, returning to Beiyang Mountain. As soon as they appeared, their communicators buzzed with a series of urgent messages. Zhang Yuan quickly checked his communicator and saw a series of pinned and highlighted messages in the Abyssal Conquest group chat. Urgent support needed north of Beiyang Mountain, south of the Unyielding Wall. 3 level 75 Abyssal Dungeons. Beiyang City East. Level 65 Tomb Dungeon has abyssalized. Level 70 professionals needed urgently. A large number of abyssal monsters have descended outside the Unyielding Wall. All professionals level 45 and above, please assist. During the time Zhang Yuan was conquering the Beiyang Mountain Abyssal Dungeon, the Abyssal Conquest group chat had exploded with activity. Numerous new abyssal dungeons had appeared near Beiyang Mountain, and existing dungeons had begun to abyssalize. At the same time, a large number of abyssal monsters had appeared outside the Unyielding Wall, tying up its main forces and preventing high-level professionals from tackling all the abyssal dungeons. Sima Dai saw the messages too, her eyes flashing with shock. Junior, Zhang Yuan analyzed the situation gravely. It seems this is the Demon Dragon King's plan. He first sent an abyssal force to attack Beiyang City, using abyssal energy to contaminate its supplies and cut off the Unyielding Wall's logistics. Then, he caused many high-level dungeons near Beiyang Mountain to abyssalize. Finally, he directed the abyssal army to bypass our first and second lines of defense, directly attacking the Unyielding Wall to tie up its high-level professionals and prevent them from conquering the abyssal dungeons. He continued, if the Xia Empire doesn't have enough strong professionals to conquer those abyssal dungeons, once the enhanced monsters inside break out, the Unyielding Wall won't hold out long enough for reinforcements. If the Unyielding Wall falls, the Bing Wall and the Watcher Wall will become isolated and their fall will be inevitable. Once the abyssal army crosses Beiyang Mountain and enters the plains of the Xia Empire, Their advance will be unstoppable. Sima Dai's expression grew serious after hearing Zhang Yuan's analysis. She stared at him, her brows furrowed. Do you have any good strategies to break this deadlock? She asked. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. The Demon Dragon King managed to bypass the Bing Great Wall and the Watchful Great Wall, deploying forces directly outside the unyielding Great Wall using a large teleportation array. While this method allows the Abyss to send forces, the number is limited. As long as the unyielding Great Wall holds for a day or two until reinforcements from the Xia arrive, we can handle it easily. He paused before continuing. The real threat from the Demon Dragon King is those abyssal dungeons. Once they activate, they open a direct link to the Abyss. If 3 or more abyssal dungeons are successfully activated, the main Abyss forces can flood through. Therefore, we must clear all abyssal dungeons near Mount Baimang as quickly as possible to avert this crisis. Hearing this, a determined glint flashed in Sima Dai's eyes. Then we'll split up. I can solo the dungeons below level 70 with Xiaotsue. The higher level ones are yours. We need to clear all the surrounding abyssal dungeons in the shortest time possible. Zhang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. No, that's too dangerous. If you encounter an abyssal buff that prohibits summoned creatures, you'll be in grave danger. My suggestion is for you to take Shinkong and Xiaotsue to the front lines at the unyielding Great Wall. That's where the dragon's power can be best utilized. As for the abyssal dungeons near Mount Baimang, I can handle them all by myself. Sima Dai was stunned, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. You plan to clear all those abyssal dungeons alone? Do you have enough time without any help? A confident smile played on Zhang Yuan's lips. If I get serious, I can clear dungeons very quickly. The Demon Duke wants to see what I'm capable of. This is the perfect opportunity to show my strength. With that, he summoned Shinkong and turned to Sima Dai. Trust me, senior. Sima Dai gazed deeply at Zhang Yuan before finally nodding. All right, I trust you. I'll handle the front lines with Shinkong. She leaped gracefully onto Shinkong's back. Shinkong, let's go. With a mighty roar, Shinkong spread its massive wings and soared into the sky, carrying Sima Dai northward. Watching them leave, Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and dialed Bai Jingguo's number. Mr. Bai, I have a request. Please delete all the abyssal dungeon strategies near Mount Baimang from the abyssal strategy group, and send me the coordinates of those dungeons. As soon as Zhang Yuan hung up the phone, Bai Jingguo sent all the information and coordinates of the abyss dungeons around Baimang Mountain to Zhang Yuan's communicator. Bai Jingguo's trust in Zhang Yuan had reached 100%. When Zhang Yuan proposed to tackle all the abyss dungeons in Baimang Mountain alone, Bai Jingguo didn't even question his reasons and immediately took action. Bai Jingguo quickly deleted the dungeon help request from the abyss strategy group and contacted Wan Chang'an, instructing him not to send any more strategy teams to the abyss dungeons. These actions clearly demonstrated his absolute confidence in Zhang Yuan's abilities. After receiving the abyss dungeon information, Zhang Yuan didn't set off immediately. He took out a class-specific skill scroll that had dropped in a previous dungeon, hoping the new skill would be a pleasant surprise. Every class-specific skill I have is incredibly powerful. I hope this new one doesn't disappoint. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as the skill scroll transformed into a beam of light and instantly entered his body. A system prompt appeared. Acquired skill, Sword Flight Level 1. Sword Flight Level 1 allows continuous consumption of mental power to fly using a sword. While flying, the range of the sword formation increases tenfold. Sword Flight! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his excitement evident. This was a skill he had long anticipated. For a swordsman, sword flight was not only practical, but also significantly boosted his cool factor. Eager to try it out, Zhang Yuan summoned his Qishao sword and immediately attempted to use the sword flight skill. The Qishao sword swiftly flew beneath his feet, and Zhang Yuan cautiously stepped onto it. To his delight, he found that the invisible sword aura surrounding the slender blade kept him from falling, even if he stepped outside the blade's edges. Even more astonishing was the sword's exceptional stability, as if he were standing on solid ground. Seems like this skill is quite user-friendly, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, standing firmly on the Qishao sword. With a mere thought, he ascended into the sky, swiftly breaking through the clouds and looking down at the earth below. From his vantage point, he could see the indomitable Great Wall, the Baimang Mountain Range, Baimang City, and all the abyssal dungeons near Baimang Mountain. What a magnificent view! Zhang Yuan marveled, his spirits lifting. To his surprise, the mental energy consumption for sword flight was almost negligible. The invisible sword aura not only helped him maintain balance, but also allowed him to fly effortlessly without any training. Even more exciting was the discovery that his flight speed was closely tied to his agility and movement speed. Zhang Yuan experimented with converting his mental energy into agility and found that his flight speed increased more than tenfold. Astonishingly, he could even use the ghost sword speed skill while flying to further boost his speed. With a sense of curiosity, Zhang Yuan converted his mental energy into tenfold agility and activated the ghost sword speed skill. Instantly, his speed skyrocketed 100-fold, breaking the sound barrier and generating a massive sonic boom. The deafening explosion echoed throughout Beimang Mountain, even reaching the indomitable Great Wall battlefield 10 kilometers away. Holy crap! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, startled by his own speed. Fortunately, the sword aura protected him. Otherwise, the air pressure at such high speeds could have seriously injured him. He was grateful he had tested this in the high mountains rather than low-altitude city flying, which could have caused severe casualties. Having gauged his sword flight speed, Zhang Yuan confirmed the coordinates of all the abyssal dungeons from high above. He then summoned his projection, multitasking by sending it to the dungeons below level 70 while he headed for those above level 70. There were 7 abyssal dungeons in total near Beimang Mountain, spaced far apart. Without the ability to fly, just traveling between the dungeons would take hours. However, with the sword flight skill, distance was no longer an issue for Zhang Yuan. In less than a minute, Zhang Yuan arrived outside a level 75 dungeon, while his projection reached the level 65 dungeon east of Beimang City. Let's get this done quickly. I'll aim to clear all the abyss dungeons within an hour, then head to the main battlefield to boost my stats. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as he confidently stepped into the abyssal dungeon. After the retreat of the Demon Duke, the abyss dungeon near Beiwang Mountain returned to its standard abyss difficulty. Zhang Yuan, leveraging his sword spirit's abilities, bypassed the boss's invincibility mechanics and cleared the dungeon at an astonishing speed. As soon as he entered, he used sword flight to head straight for the boss's lair. With a single concentrated sword intent, the boss was obliterated, and all the monsters within the dungeon were also annihilated by the splash damage. This seamless process allowed Zhang Yuan to clear an abyss dungeon in under 5 minutes. Working in perfect sync with his projection, he managed to clear 6 abyss dungeons within 20 minutes. Their efficiency was so remarkable that the staff responsible for monitoring abyss dungeons in Daxia thought there was a system malfunction. The experience from the 6 dungeons boosted Zhang Yuan directly to level 49, with all his attributes increasing by over 10,000 points. More importantly, he completed the Qishao Divine Weapon quest. After evolving into a divine weapon, the Qishao sword could be refined to tier 3 or higher, with attributes that were truly astonishing. Divine Sword Qishao Exclusive Divine Weapon, tier 3. Attack power 30,000. Critical rate 100. Critical damage 3,000. Special effect. When the wielder's HP reaches 0, all negative statuses are removed. HP is restored to 100. Damage is increased tenfold for 10 seconds, and the wielder becomes immune to all damage once per day. Automatic protection. The wielder is immune to mental attacks and unaffected by mental influences. No equipment level restriction. Note: one of the top 10 swords, it protects its master and purges evil from the world. Staring at these exaggerated stats, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he sighed. No wonder it's my white moonlight. These evolved attributes are a bit over the top. But the more over the top, the more I like it. His gaze shifted to the abyss dungeon ahead, glowing red. This was the level 75 abyss dungeon located between Beiwang Mountain and the unyielding Great Wall, and it was the last abyss-corrupted dungeon near Beiwang Mountain. Zhang Yuan decided to finish it quickly, hoping that after clearing this dungeon, there would still be a couple 100,000 abyss monsters left in the frontline battlefield for him to farm attributes. He dismissed his projection and walked straight towards the dungeon vortex. The system prompt appeared. Do you wish to enter the Dragon Fortress dungeon? Yes. Zhang Yuan confirmed without hesitation. The vortex glowed, enveloping Zhang Yuan entirely. However, in the next moment, the situation changed drastically. A massive amount of abyssal energy surged from the vortex, significantly enhancing the entire dungeon. The system warning immediately followed. Due to the influence of abyssal power, the Dragon Fortress dungeon has been significantly fortified. Dungeon difficulty adjusted from abyss to demigod. Good luck. Before Zhang Yuan could react, the crimson light from the dungeon completely engulfed him, dragging him into this suddenly mutated dungeon. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from its depths. The air seemed to thicken, and every breath he took was filled with an exaggeratedly dense abyssal essence. His status panel displayed the dungeon's mutation log, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Abyssal Dungeon Evolution. Is this the Dragon King's gift? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, then deployed his sword formation, cautiously eyeing the path ahead. 500 meters away, a massive fortress glowing red stood imposing. The 50-meter-high walls were majestic, surrounded by a silver moat. Shadows moved beneath the water, hinting at the presence of some monstrous creatures. On the walls, Rows of heavily armed dragon soldiers stood in formation, exuding an aura of intimidation. Estimating the distance, Zhang Yuan knew that stepping into the attack range would unleash a barrage of assaults. He decided to clear the enemies on the walls first, summoning his flying swords and directing them at the dragon soldiers. However, when the flying swords were less than 10 meters from their target, a barrier suddenly rose outside the walls, deflecting the attack entirely. A protective barrier? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Am I supposed to take down the entire fortress alone? His attack had alerted the guards on the walls. The dragon soldiers quickly drew their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was protected by the pure June sword, which granted him immunity to physical damage. With the help of the pure June sword spirit, he perfectly deflected many arrows, destroying numerous archers in the process. This semi-divine difficulty doesn't seem that tough, Zhang Yuan remarked. Just as he finished speaking, several hidden doors on the walls opened, revealing cannons resembling the great Xia's demon-slaying cannons. The cannon muzzles gathered terrifying elemental power, aiming directly at Zhang Yuan. They even have demon-slaying cannons? Zhang Yuan could no longer hold back. He immediately awakened all his sword spirits and duplicated tens of thousands of flying swords, launching a fierce assault on the protective barrier. Countless flying swords rained down on the barrier, creating ripples. Benefiting from the legendary weapon Nether Sword's effect, Zhang Yuan restored 5 of his mental power with each hit. As the attack continued, the number of duplicated flying swords quickly surpassed the 100,000 mark. Under such a relentless onslaught, the protective barrier began to crack. The dragon soldiers, sensing the imminent danger, accelerated the charging speed of their cannons. Terrifying red light gathered in the dark cannon muzzles, distorting the surrounding space with its immense energy. Just as the barrier was about to collapse, all the cannons fired simultaneously. Dozens of devastating beams tore through the space, targeting Zhang Yuan. The beams disintegrated every flying sword in their path. Boom! A massive light ball exploded outside the fortress, illuminating the entire dungeon. Yet, before the light faded, tens of thousands of flying swords reappeared, raining down like a storm. Crack! The protective barrier finally shattered like glass. The flying swords penetrated the walls, impaling numerous dragon soldiers. By this time, Zhang Yuan had activated his true Sword Emperor form, standing on a flying sword and hovering above the fortress, calmly observing as the dragon soldiers fell like wheat. Inside the fortress, more heavily armed dragon soldiers prepared for battle. Dragon mages chanted spells, colorful magic launching like fireworks towards Zhang Yuan in the sky. In his true Sword Emperor form, Zhang Yuan paid no mind to these attacks, letting the spells hit him. Simultaneously, he commanded the sword spirits to control his specialized weapons, sending them into the fortress to commence a ruthless slaughter of the dragon soldiers. A flood of kill notifications relentlessly scrolled across Zhang Yuan's screen as the dragon soldiers in the fortress fell like wheat, transforming into streams of experience that surged into his body. In this dungeon, Zhang Yuan was like an unfeeling city destroyer, single-handedly taking on the entire fortress. As his experience bar skyrocketed, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst from within him, instantly elevating his level to 50. The dragon soldiers in the fortress were completely slaughtered, yet the anticipated dungeon completion prompt was nowhere to be seen. Exiting his true Sword Emperor state, Zhang Yuan frowned, a wave of confusion washing over him. To his surprise, the abyssal aura within the fortress not only persisted, but grew even stronger as the dragon soldiers perished. Activating the abyssal eye, Zhang Yuan quickly pinpointed the source of the densest abyssal aura luxurious palace at the center of the fortress. He swiftly descended in front of the palace, where the black door slowly creaked open, revealing the interior. A giant dragon man wearing a crown sat on the throne, but it was not a living being, merely a dried-up corpse. As Zhang Yuan pondered the whereabouts of the boss, the black door shut automatically just as he stepped inside. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted from the depths of the palace, charging straight at him. Clang! For specialized weapons materialized simultaneously, barely deflecting the fierce attack from the shadow. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan still lost a tenth of his health. The astonishing damage bypassed his shield, and over 90 damage reduction, even penetrating the passive defenses of Zhanlu and the protection of the Qixing Longyuan sword spirit. Stunned, Zhang Yuan stared at his assailant. A young dragon man clad in silver armor, with crimson eyes, black scales covering his body, and eerie black mist swirling around him. The system identified him. Prince Yarrow, demigod level 100. Before Zhang Yuan could recover from his shock, the dragon prince let out a thunderous roar, his glowing red claws raining down on the 4 specialized weapons like a storm. Zhang Yuan's health began to plummet at an alarming rate. Damn it! Are you enjoying this too much? Zhang Yuan snarled in frustration, immediately activating the Sky Tower to reset the cooldown of his true Sword Emperor state. True Sword Emperor, he roared, unleashing a terrifying aura that momentarily threw Prince Yarrow off balance. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhang Yuan gripped the pure sword tightly and struck down with all his might. The golden sword light struck Prince Alot's armor, but a sudden halo appeared and blocked it. The shield enveloped the prince like a barrier, nullifying Zhang Yuan's attack. Although the pure June sword shattered the halo, Alot remained unscathed, and even the sword's special effect failed to trigger. A look of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he swung his sword again. Another protective halo appeared, once again deflecting the attack. At that moment, he realized the truth. Alot possessed a special shield mechanism similar to his Xian Shui demon-slaying sword formation. Until these shields were exhausted, Alot would remain unharmed. For most combat professionals, such a shield was a nightmare. Breaking it required launching high-frequency attacks in a short period, a feat beyond the capability of most. But Zhang Yuan was different. High-frequency attacks were his specialty. Let's see how long your shield can last. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. He ascended into the air on his flying sword, conjuring numerous pure June swords in the hall. These swords shot toward Alot like bullets from a machine gun. The protective halos kept appearing around Alot, only to be destroyed. In less than 10 seconds, the invincible shield was depleted. Countless pure June swords pierced Alot's body, triggering the Qi Shao sword intent, killing him before he could enter his second phase. Successfully killed Prince Alot. Successfully completed the Dragon Fortress dungeon. The panel displayed the kill and completion messages as Alot's body turned to ashes. However, Zhang Yuan neither gained experience nor received dungeon rewards. Only a portal to exit the dungeon appeared before him. This outcome was highly unusual. As Zhang Yuan pondered, his innate ability, I Am Legend, suddenly activated. Detected demigod-level trial within the dungeon, forcibly dropping trial dungeon activation item. The crown on the head of the giant dragon corpse in the palace center flew into Zhang Yuan's hand. The panel indicated it was the Dragon King's crown, an item that could unlock a certain secret realm. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan put on the crown. Instantly, the panel prompted, entering the Lost Dragon Kingdom. Note, this trial dungeon is a special instance. You cannot leave by any means until specific objectives are completed. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed, Zhang Yuan decided resolutely. The entire palace shook violently, and the dragon corpse on the throne opened its eyes, enveloping Zhang Yuan in golden light. A faint elderly voice echoed, "Please save Alot." Before Zhang Yuan could react, he was engulfed by the light. When it dissipated, he found himself in a lavishly decorated hall, dressed in an imposing yellow robe, seated on a golden throne. Dragon-like civil and military officials stood on either side of the hall. Kneeling in the center was a young dragon man in silver armor, with flowing silver hair and a delicate human-like face. If not for the dragon horns on his head, he could almost be mistaken for a human. The young dragon man suddenly spoke, "Father, I am willing to go to battle and defeat the cursed king Aridius." He looked up at Zhang Yuan, his eyes filled with determination. "Father? Me?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback. His panel immediately updated with the dungeon prompt. The Dragon Kingdom trial dungeon has begun. You must play the role of the Dragon King, leading the Dragon Kingdom to repel the Abyssal Army and change the history of the Dragon Kingdom, rescuing Alot from his endless nightmare. In the role-playing scenario, Zhang Yuan suddenly found himself transformed into the Dragon King, sitting majestically on his grand throne. He cast a piercing gaze over the dragon folk kneeling in the center of the hall. A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately used the Abyssal Eye to discern the abilities of the dragon folk, named Yarrow before him. Data streamed into Zhang Yuan's mind. Yarrow, level 80, strength 300,000, agility 350,000, spirit 300,000, stamina 300,000. Skills included Dragon Transformation, Cross Slash, Thundersword Flash, Dragon God's Blessing, and Indestructible Shield. Zhang Yuan silently evaluated. Such attributes would be considered bottom tier even among ordinary level 80 bosses. In the world of Daxia, many high-level second-tier professionals could probably take him on solo. Sending Yarrow to challenge the Cursed King would be a death sentence. Recalling the mysterious voice he heard when entering the scenario, Zhang Yuan unhesitatingly refused. "No, you are no match for the Cursed King. Going would be certain death." Hearing this, Yarrow raised his head, eyes gleaming with determination. "Father, the Abyssal Army has already occupied vast territories of our land. Countless citizens are displaced, suffering in misery. Even though I am weak, I cannot bear to see those demons trample our homeland. Our country, our people, need a hero to save them." Zhang Yuan replied with a stoic expression. This country may need a hero, but that person will not be you. Unwilling to give up, Yarrow continued to plead, Father, I am the only one in the Dragon Kingdom blessed by the Dragon God. If I don't stand up, who will? Who can fight the Cursed King? A slight smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's lips. Naturally, I will do it myself. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted. Yarrow stood stunned, and the other dragon folk knelt, their voices rising in protest. Your Majesty, you must not. You are the ruler of this nation. You cannot risk yourself. Your Majesty, your safety is crucial to the stability of the kingdom and the well-being of the people. Please, do not act recklessly. The nation cannot be without its leader, even for a day. Leading the charge yourself is out of the question. Even the previously impassioned Yarrow joined in the pleas. Father, you should remain in the rear, overseeing the entire situation. Leave the task of defeating the Cursed King to me. However, as a trial participant, Zhang Yuan had no intention of heeding the opinions of these virtual characters. He abruptly stood up from his throne, exuding authority, and with a thunderous voice declared, It's decided. I will personally hunt down the Cursed King. Anyone disturbing the morale will be executed. As Zhang Yuan issued the warning, anyone who disrupts the morale of the troops will be executed. The dragon officials in the Grand Hall fell silent, not daring to oppose his decision to lead the army personally. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath, fearing to anger the new king. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by hurried footsteps. A dragon guard rushed to the entrance of the hall, shouting, Report! The Abyssal army has reached the outskirts of the royal city. The news hit like a sledgehammer, instantly breaking the last semblance of calm in the hall. The faces of all the dragon officials turned pale, some even beginning to tremble. In stark contrast to their panic, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's lips. Perfect timing. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He strode out of the hall, leapt onto a flying sword, and shot towards the city walls like an arrow, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, the unyielding Great Wall is still facing the real Abyssal army. He had no time to waste playing around in this trial scenario with a bunch of virtual NPCs. The core of this trial task was to lead the Dragon Kingdom in repelling the Abyssal army and changing history. If he could annihilate the entire Abyssal army on his own, it would still count as completing the mission. When Zhang Yuan landed on the city wall, the sight before him took his breath away. Over 1,000,000 abyssal creatures stood densely packed outside the royal city, like a rolling black ocean. The thick abyssal aura enveloped the surroundings, turning the once clear sky into a gloomy haze. On the city wall, all the cannons were ready to fire, but compared to the vast enemy numbers, these weapons seemed insignificant. Zhang Yuan scanned the area and saw the intense fear in the eyes of every dragon soldier. However, to his surprise, despite their trembling, not one soldier retreated. They knew that behind them lay their last sanctuary, everything they needed to protect. Seeing these soldiers overcoming their fear, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Although they showed great courage, he knew that the fate of these soldiers was already sealed, given the Dragon King had died on the throne and Yalit was about to be corrupted. Their efforts and persistence would ultimately be in vain, leading only to pain and despair. Zhang Yuan sighed again, and then focused on the two demons at the forefront of the Abyssal army. One had an incredibly terrifying aura, resembling the Cursed King Aridas exactly. The other, though slightly weaker, was instantly recognizable to Zhang Yuan, the current Demon King of the Cursed Kingdom, Demon Dragon King Algernon. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye to check the information of the two demons. Cursed King Aridas Phantom Level, 100. Blade Demon Algernon Phantom Level, 95. Zhang Yuan pondered. Although this Cursed King is just a phantom, his aura far surpasses the demigod level Yalit. It seems the Cursed King at his peak was even more powerful than I imagined. No wonder he could single-handedly bring the flourishing Xia dynasty to its knees. As for Algernon, though his aura is weaker, I remember he was a mage. Here, he's a blade-wielding demon. It looks like he was already plotting to seize the Cursed King's position at this time, making him even more dangerous. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to leap down from the city wall to deal with the phantoms and the million-strong Abyssal army, Yalit came rushing up from behind, urgently shouting, Father, please allow me to fight alongside you. Zhang Yuan was about to refuse when a familiar, aged voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Assist Yalit. He can defeat the Cursed King. This left Zhang Yuan stunned, looking at Yalit in disbelief. He was filled with doubt. Can this guy really defeat the Cursed King? Although Zhang Yuan was highly skeptical, he had a vague feeling that the old voice's words might hint at a hidden task in the trial scenario. Completing this special objective might bring unexpected rewards. After weighing his options, Zhang Yuan decided to give it a try. He changed his mind and said to Yalit, "Since you insist on fighting, let's go together." Upon hearing this, Yalit's face lit up with excitement, and he solemnly said, "Thank you, father. I will stay by your side, being your sharpest sword and strongest shield." Hearing Yalit repeatedly call him father, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mentally gripe, "Can you stop adding generations to me?" Feeling a bit of a headache, he decided to endure it for now and focus on the imminent battle. He didn't actually say anything, just nodded slightly and responded with a quiet before leaping off the city wall. Seeing this, Alad immediately drew his longsword and followed Zhang Yuan, jumping down to face the vast army of the abyss. Zhang Yuan glanced at Alad and noticed his legs trembling with fear. He thought to himself, instead of staying behind like those dragon officials, he insists on coming out to fight the Cursed King. Well, regardless of his strength, his courage is certainly maxed out. Alad, misinterpreting Zhang Yuan's smile as approval, straightened his back and said in a slightly shaky voice, "Thank you for the praise, father." Encouraged, Alat's morale soared. He gripped his longsword firmly, stood in front of Zhang Yuan, and declared, "Father, allow me to lead the charge." Since Zhang Yuan had decided to support Alat, he didn't refuse this time. He immediately set up a sword formation, bestowing powerful buffs on Alat. In an instant, a series of exaggerated enhancements enveloped Alat. Ally speed 50, damage 100, continuous recovery of mental and physical strength, guaranteed critical hits, extra 200 critical damage, and ignoring 50 of the enemy's defense. Feeling the surge of power within him, Alat looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "Father, you're so powerful." Zhang Yuan didn't elaborate much, and simply smiled. "You've been buffed. Go ahead." "Yes." With the sword formation's enhancements, Alat's confidence skyrocketed. He gripped his greatsword tightly and charged toward the Cursed King's phantom. Watching Alat's fearless back, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mutter, "Can this reckless guy really defeat the Cursed King?" Zhang Yuan was more nervous than if he were fighting himself, fearing that the Cursed King might instantly kill Alat, leading to mission failure. "Insignificant insect." The Cursed King's phantom sneered as Alat charged at him. With a slight motion of his finger, a black beam shot out, hitting Alat squarely in the head and sending him flying. Alat rolled on the ground for over 10 meters, looking quite disheveled. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. "This is an invincibility shield?" He realized that Alat had just blocked the Cursed King's skill, similar to the times he had blocked the pure sword. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang Yuan's heart. With this invincible skill and some untapped potential from Alat, combined with the sword formations buffs, they might just be able to defeat the Cursed King's phantom. Zhang Yuan's newly kindled hope was instantly extinguished. Despite Yalit's invincible shield, the power gap between him and the Cursed King was simply too vast. Even the double buffs provided by Zhang Yuan were of no use. With just a casual flick of his fingers, the Cursed King's shadow unleashed beams of light that knocked Yalit to the ground, leaving him unable to stand. The one thing that impressed Zhang Yuan about Yalit was his indomitable spirit. Each time he was knocked down, he would struggle to get up, only to be effortlessly struck down again by the Cursed King's shadow. This scene repeated until the Cursed King's shadow grew weary of this one-sided massacre. Suddenly, the Cursed King's shadow hooked a finger, and countless black threads wrapped around Yalit like a spider's web, pulling him closer. With a sinister grin, the Cursed King mocked, "You want to protect your country so badly? I will make you destroy it with your own hands." A terrifying curse energy surged from his fingertips into Yalit's body. Yalit let out a heart-wrenching scream as his once handsome face was shrouded in black mist, turning grotesque and terrifying. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately recognized the signs of corruption. He was about to summon his flying sword to save Yalit when he heard that familiar, ancient voice again. "Please, wait a moment longer." These events truly happened in history. Yalit is undergoing a transformation. The dragon god's power is about to awaken. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, puzzled. The dragon god's power? As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding golden light erupted from Yalit's body, which was wrapped in the curse energy. The Cursed King's shadow's expression changed slightly, while a glint of greed flashed in the eyes of Algernon's shadow behind him, who stared intently at Yalit. Boom! Yalit's body suddenly exploded, and a massive golden orb of light blossomed on the battlefield, engulfing the million-strong abyssal army. The dazzling light forced Zhang Yuan to shield his eyes with his arm. In that moment of illumination, Zhang Yuan seemed to hear a thunderous dragon's roar. When the light faded, Zhang Yuan lowered his arm, and the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Yalit had transformed into a magnificent golden eastern dragon, coiling in the sky. The Cursed King's shadow was blown to pieces, with only half of his body remaining, while Algernon was nowhere to be seen. The once a million-strong abyssal army was now reduced to less than a tenth of its original size. Zhang Yuan stared wide-eyed at the golden dragon in the sky, instinctively using his abyssal eye to check its information. Dragon God projection level. Dragon God! Zhang Yuan exclaimed. This is insane. Yalit actually summoned a god's projection. How did the Dragon Kingdom lose this battle? As Zhang Yuan pondered, the dragon in the sky unleashed divine lightning. Bolts of lightning struck the Cursed King's shadow, leaving him in a sorry state. Cursed lowly beings, how dare you push me to such humiliation? The Cursed King's shadow roared in fury as the divine lightning enraged him. Black mist surged around him, manifesting the cursed demon god's blessing, and an endless torrent of cursed energy erupted from him, spreading across the land. In the next moment, the Cursed King's shadow bypassed Yalit, ignoring Zhang Yuan, and charged towards the city walls, spreading curses among the dragon people. Any dragon person touched by the curse would instantly corrupt, turning on their own. At this moment, the ancient voice rang in Zhang Yuan's ears once more. Please, stop the Cursed King. Finally, it's my turn? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately summoned a swarm of flying swords, launching them at the Cursed King's shadow. Ever since he saw the Cursed King's shadow, Zhang Yuan had been itching to fight, eager to experience the Cursed King's power firsthand. If not for the hidden mission, he would have acted sooner. The Cursed King's shadow, who was rampaging through the city, suddenly sensed the danger from behind. He instantly dissipated into black mist, evading Zhang Yuan's attack. Think you can escape? Zhang Yuan's abyssal, I had been locked onto the Cursed King's shadow all along. As soon as the Cursed King disappeared, Zhang Yuan predicted his landing point and directed his pure June sword to strike. The Cursed King's shadow had just appeared when Zhang Yuan launched a surprise attack. Several replicas of the Chunjun sword pierced through its body like lightning, not only severely injuring it, but also significantly reducing its maximum health. The Cursed King's shadow roared in pain and fury, realizing that unless he eliminated Zhang Yuan, he wouldn't be able to curse the city and lure Alat, the dragon god, into his trap. Determined, the Cursed King's shadow waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of curses toward Zhang Yuan. However, just as the curses were about to reach him, the Qishao sword formed a red shield around him, blocking every single curse. Immune to my curses? The Cursed King's shadow exclaimed in shock, his eyes flashing with surprise. In that critical moment, Alat seized the opportunity. No longer needing to sacrifice himself to absorb the city's curses, he transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light and pierced through the Cursed King's shadow like a divine weapon. Under the overwhelming force of the dragon god's power, the Cursed King's shadow was instantly covered in golden cracks and shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. Riding the momentum, Alat unleashed a vast wave of golden dragon god's power. This force rippled through the entire city, purifying all the cursed dragonfolk in an instant. Successfully assisted Alat in defeating the Cursed King, rewriting the history of the Dragonfolk Kingdom. Trial completed. This message popped up on Zhang Yuan's interface. Immediately after, the trial dungeon space began to crack, as if on the verge of collapse. The next moment, Zhang Yuan was transported back to the palace in the Dragonfolk Fortress. The cold throne still bore the lifeless body of the Dragonfolk King, and the entire palace was shrouded in an atmosphere of deathly silence. Staring at the Dragonfolk King's remains, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, in reality, the Dragonfolk Kingdom has already fallen. The dragon god's power didn't turn the tide, and Alat was corrupted by the abyss. What was the point of changing the story's ending in that trial? No, it has great significance. That old voice rang out again. In that battle, the Cursed King used the power of the cursed demon god to curse the entire Dragonfolk Kingdom. Despite Alat's best efforts, he couldn't save the nation or its people. The abyss's Algernon stole the dragon god's power, and Alat was trapped in an endless cycle of despair set by the Cursed King. He has been drifting in darkness for too long, and although the history you changed is fictitious, to Alat, it is a tangible hope. You saved my son. To thank you, let me offer you my highest respect. A new message popped up on Zhang Yuan's interface. Successfully completed the hidden quest Dragonfolk's Lament. Received reward Dragon God's Blessing. Note, you can only receive one deity's blessing at a time. Do you accept the Dragon God's Blessing? Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the message. Could he really receive a deity's blessing? Zhang Yuan was stunned. His mind raced, quickly realizing that this might be the effect of his yet-to-be-awakened seventh constellation. Without any hesitation, he chose to accept the blessing. A golden orb suddenly burst forth from the dragon man's corpse on the throne and directly entered Zhang Yuan's body. Just like when he received the blessing of the god of joy, a new force surged within Zhang Yuan to counteract the dragon god's power. However, this time it was different. The new force within him was noticeably stronger, likely due to absorbing the god of joy's blessing. At this moment, two options appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel. 1. Fully accept the dragon god's blessing, but the seventh constellation will remain dormant, and the god of joy's blessing will be nullified. 2. Let the seventh constellation absorb the dragon god's blessing, with the blessing taking effect once the seventh constellation awakens. Zhang Yuan's guess was confirmed, and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, the seventh constellation allows me to receive blessings from multiple gods, truly worthy of being liberated from the sky tower. He chose the second option without hesitation. Instantly, the dragon god's power fused with the mysterious force within him and disappeared. After accepting the blessing, the ancient voice spoke again. Young man, I have one more request. My consciousness is about to fade, and a lot will be reborn, but he has no family left in this world. I hope you can take care of him. A new task appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel. The Dragon King requests you to take care of a lot. Do you accept? He pondered for a moment, and, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to accept. Regardless of how the slain Alat would be reborn, his potential as a demigod was assured. Thank you. May the reborn Alat be of great assistance to you. As the ancient voice faded, the Dragon King's corpse turned into golden light and vanished, leaving a delicate dragon-horned youth on the throne. Zhang Yuan immediately checked Alat's attribute panel. Alat demigod level. Strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 stamina, 10,000. Skills. Dragon transformation max level. Activate ancient bloodline. Transform into a dragon, increasing all attributes by 100 times. Immortal shield level 1. Gain a shield that blocks 10 attacks with a 10-second cooldown. Dragon God's blessing passive. The dragon god bestows a blessing, increasing all dragon allies' damage, including self, by 10 times. This effect doubles for each additional dragon ally in the team. Current damage increase, 20 times. Constellation, 0. These attributes and skills are on par with the stars. Zhang Yuan was delighted to find that Alat also had a constellation system, already planning how to enhance his potential. However, a new problem arose. Zhang Yuan's absolute luck draw attempts were severely lacking. He only had 10 attempts per month, which were far from enough. He couldn't help but fantasize. It would be great if the absolute luck talent could be upgraded. I've saved up over 10 godstones. Never thought I'd have a surplus of them. As Zhang Yuan was lost in thought, Alat opened his eyes. He flew to Zhang Yuan, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "My king, Alat swears to follow you to the death." Zhang Yuan collected his thoughts and looked at Alat, who, like the stars, had self-awareness. He smiled and said, "You truly are on the same level as the stars. Not bad, really not bad." Then he asked Alat, "Can you reside in the summoning space?" This was crucial. He didn't want to drag Alat around everywhere. Alat replied, "My king, as your follower, I can naturally reside in the summoning space." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Good, that's a relief. Your level is still low, so go rest in the summoning space for now." "Yes." Alat responded and turned into a golden light, disappearing into Zhang Yuan's summoning space. In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt a special connection with Alat. He could summon Alat at any time and even understand his thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's panel once again displayed the dungeon completion notification and rewards. After perfectly conquering the Dragon Fortress dungeon, Zhang Yuan not only obtained a divine stone, but also received a dragon emblem. The special effect of this item made his eyes light up. The bearer would be considered a dragon unit. Zhang Yuan quickly turned his attention to Arlet's Dragon God's Blessing skill. The effect of this passive skill was astonishing. All dragon allies, including Arlet himself, would deal damage increased by 10 times, and for each additional dragon ally in the team, this effect would double. Holy crap! Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "It's up to 40 times now. This is an exponential increase." He immediately realized that as a dragon unit, his damage would skyrocket to 40 times. To put this in perspective, his current I am the sword immortal talent only increased his damage by 20 times. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how overpowered Dragon God's Blessing was. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly chimed in. Ding! Achievement detected. Damage has reached unprecedented levels. Talent level up 1. Then, the system announced 2 pieces of good news. Congratulations to the host. I am the sword immortal talent leveled up. I am the sword immortal level 3. All damage increased by 30 times. Congratulations to the host. Absolute luck talent leveled up. Absolute luck level 2. Max luck during card draws, limited to 20 times per month. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had been immersed in the powerful effects of Dragon God's Blessing, and the system's sudden appearance with these unexpected upgrades left him even more bewildered. This system, which had been dormant for so long, had now made a stunning comeback. Looking at his upgraded talents, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This talent upgrade couldn't have come at a better time. Having cleared the Abyss dungeon in Beiwang Mountain and now the Dragon Fortress dungeon, he now had 12 divine stones in hand, far more than he needed. Moreover, he needed to draw more items, and the 10 monthly draws were simply insufficient. Now that absolute luck had leveled up, it was a massive boost for him. The system seemed to have fulfilled one of his dreams. System, well done. Zhang Yuan snapped out of his daze and decided to use the Fate Star Array in this dungeon. The 7th Fate position, Arlet's Fate position, max level Qi Xiao, max level Chun Jun, new exclusive weapons, whatever he drew. It would be a huge win. Decisively, Zhang Yuan took out 10 divine stones and placed them into the Fate Star Array. As the divine stones transformed into light and dissipated, the cards in the Fate Star Array began to rotate slowly. Holding his breath, Zhang Yuan waited for Fate's gift. A multitude of red cards swirled in the Fate Array, creating a dazzling visual spectacle. Suddenly, 4 cards emblazoned with swords emerged and flew towards Zhang Yuan. 2 Qi Xiao swords and 2 Chun Jun swords. The Qi Xiao and Chun Jun swords shot out from Zhang Yuan's sword array space, resonating with the 4 red cards. Instantly, the cards transformed into terrifying energy, which surged into the 2 divine swords. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the 2 swords erupted with an overwhelming aura. Red and golden sword energies intertwined, reverberating around the area as if they were tangible. The power was so immense that it instantly shattered the entire palace into countless fragments. Zhang Yuan stared intently at the 2 divine swords as their attribute panels appeared before him. Divine Sword Qi Xiao exclusive artifact, max level. Attack power 100,000. Critical rate 100. Critical damage 5,000. Special effect. When the wielder's HP reaches 0, remove all negative statuses, restore HP to 100, increase all damage by 100 times for 1 minute, and become immune to all damage once per day. Automatic protection of the wielder. Wielder is immune to mental attacks and ignores mental influences. Attacks always hit. No equipment level restriction. Divine Sword Chun Jun exclusive artifact, max level. Attack power 100,000. Automatic protection of the wielder. Wielder is immune to physical damage. Special effect. Each attack reduces the target's maximum HP by 20 and has a chance to cause stun. Perfect block or weapon clash destroys the opponent's weapon. Attacks always hit. No equipment level restriction. Artifact quest progress. Collect all 10 max level sword artifacts 410. Awesome. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shout, the massive boost filling him with excitement. As the Qi Xiao and Chun Jun swords completed their evolution, the remaining 6 red cards in the Fate Array also flew out. This time, the cards bore the image of Yalot. Yalot emerged from the summoning space and knelt on one knee before Zhang Yuan again. Thank you, my lord. I will become your steadfast shield and protect you forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 cards transformed into red light and poured into Yalot's body. Zhang Yuan immediately saw Yalot's new attributes. Dragon's Descendant Constellation 1. Immunity to magic damage when transformed into a dragon. Holy Dragon Speed Constellation 2. Flight speed increases by 100 times when transformed into a dragon. Eternal Shield Constellation 3. The Immortal Shield becomes a passive skill, no longer consuming mental energy, and refreshes automatically after the cooldown. Holy Dragon's Heart Constellation 4. While the Immortal Shield is active, all damage received by Dragon-type allies is transferred to Yalot, even if he is in the summoning space. Unyielding Will Constellation 5. When receiving fatal damage, Yalot falls into a 1-hour sleep, granting all allies 100 layers of Immortal Shield. Holy Dragon Constellation 6. Against deities, Yalot and Dragon-type allies cannot be instantly killed by the power of rules. With all 6 constellations unlocked, a faint golden glow emanated from Yalot, his presence becoming incredibly sacred. Zhang Yuan analyzed the newly acquired abilities. Constellations 1 and 2 are typical Dragon-type constellations, similar to those in the starry sky. Constellations 3, 4, and 5 are unique to Yalot, providing powerful synergy. Now, the Immortal Shield has a cooldown of only 10 seconds, granting 10 layers of protection each time it is used. This means Zhang Yuan can be immune to 10 attacks every 10 seconds. And even if Yalot is gravely injured and falls asleep, the shield will still refresh. As for the 6th constellation, Zhang Yuan didn't fully understand its implications yet, but the description alone indicated it was an immensely powerful ability. With Yalot and the starry sky, it's going to be really hard for me to die, Zhang Yuan said with a confident smile, feeling that even if he tried to get himself killed, it would be a challenging task. After receiving the constellations, Yalot returned to the summoning space. At the same time, 6 new divine stones formed in front of Zhang Yuan. Draw Yalot's constellation rewards, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. It's a pity I didn't get the 7th constellation this time, but the next month is almost here, and I can wait. Although slightly disappointed, Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with the results of this draw. Asking for more seemed a bit greedy. He carefully put away the divine stones and the fake compass, then returned the Qi Xiao and Chunjun swords to the sword array space before stepping into the teleportation vortex of the dungeon. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan didn't return to the real world, but instead found himself in a pitch-black, eerie space. What is this? Zhang Yuan immediately became vigilant, with the 4 exclusive weapons in his sword array space beginning to charge up, ready to face any potential threat. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the darkness. Zhang Yuan. The sound was like ice from the depths of the netherworld, piercingly cold, as if it aimed to penetrate Zhang Yuan's very bones. In an instant, an endless torrent of cursed power surged from all directions, threatening to engulf him. Just then, the effect of the Qi Xiao sword activated, and a crimson barrier formed around Zhang Yuan, blocking all the cursed power. The mysterious figure in the shadows seemed to realize that the cursed power could not affect Zhang Yuan and quickly withdrew it. A cold voice then echoed, "Level 70 is approaching. You can't escape my grasp." Before the words finished, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden weightlessness, as if he were falling from a great height. The next moment, Zhang Yuan jolted back to reality, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was the goddess of joy. Her face was etched with worry as she urgently asked, "Xiao Yuanzi, are you all right?" Zhang Yuan looked at the concerned goddess of joy and asked in confusion, "Li Xin? What's going on?" The goddess of joy explained, "I just sensed the power of the cursed demon god descending upon this area. It seems he's looking for you." A flash of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. So that voice just now was the cursed demon god? He then recounted his recent experience to the goddess of joy in detail. After hearing Zhang Yuan's account, the goddess of joy sighed in relief. "I figured he sensed you destroyed the heart of the cursed king, so he wanted to curse you again. Fortunately, your Qi Xiao sword was powerful enough to block his curse." Zhang Yuan asked hopefully, "Does this mean I'm safe now?" The goddess of joy rolled her eyes at him. "You wish. The only reason you escaped this time is because of the pact between the divine and demonic realms, which prevents the cursed demon god from manifesting in the mortal world. But his failure this time doesn't mean he'll give up. I suspect you'll face many challenges before you reach level 70. The cursed demon god won't just stand by and watch you surpass the cursed king." Zhang Yuan, however, seemed unfazed and confidently smiled. "As long as the cursed demon god doesn't come personally, any minions he sends are just free experience for me." Now, Zhang Yuan wielded 4 fully refined special weapons, had 2 max constellation dragons, and possessed the ultimate artifact, the Sky Tower. He was absolutely confident that, in this world, no human or demon could defeat him. Even against divine beings, he was ready for a fight. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confidence, the goddess of joy didn't argue. She just shrugged and said, "You sure are confident, kid. I came all this way to check on you. Well, since you're fine, I'll be off. If the cursed demon god is after you, he'll likely visit the furnace village too. I need to keep an eye on my blacksmiths to make sure my artifacts are safe. Bye." With that, the goddess of joy waved at Zhang Yuan and disappeared into thin air. Zhang Yuan stared at the spot where she vanished, lost in thought, mentally preparing for the challenges ahead. Though the encounter with the god of joy was brief, Zhang Yuan gleaned crucial information from it. He realized that upon reaching level 70, the challenges he faced were far more complex than just the cursed king. He might have to confront part, or even all of the cursed demon god's power directly. Reflecting on the moment he signed the contract with Aridis, Zhang Yuan had an epiphany. That cunning individual had likely planned everything from the start. Relying on the cursed demon god as his backing, he dared to sign the contract with Zhang Yuan and let him grow to level 70. "Cursed king, oh cursed king," Zhang Yuan smirked. "No matter how much you scheme, you can't predict that my trump cards are increasing." Suppressing these thoughts for now, Zhang Yuan summoned his flying sword and sped towards the unyielding Great Wall. He had already cleared the Abyss dungeon near Mount Baimang, and the next step was to repel the Abyss army to completely resolve this border crisis. As Zhang Yuan flew over the unyielding Great Wall, the battle outside the city was nearing its end. The professionals were emerging from the city, finishing off the last batch of Abyss monsters and cleaning up the battlefield. However, Zhang Yuan did not see Sima Dai and Xing Kong among them. He tried calling out to Xing Kong, but received no response. Where could they have gone? Zhang Yuan frowned as he landed on the battlefield outside the city. He approached a soldier who was cleaning up the battlefield and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen a girl with 2 giant dragons?" The soldier's eyes lit up with admiration. "You mean Miss Sima?" "Of course I have. She descended from the sky with 2 giant dragons and turned the tide of the battle. We owe our lives to her help. Where is she now? Zhang Yuan pressed. The soldier pointed north and explained, our scouts discovered that the source of these abyss monsters is in the Gale Plains to the north. Miss Sima and the unyielding Great Wall Strike team have gone there to cut off the source of the abyss monsters. Given that the number of abyss monsters here is dwindling, their mission should be going smoothly. I estimate they are on their way back now. If you head north, you should meet them halfway. Thank you. After learning Sima Dai's whereabouts, Zhang Yuan thanked the soldier and immediately ascended on his flying sword, speeding north. Unable to contact Xing Kong, he felt a growing sense of unease, suspecting that the situation in the Gale Plains was far from optimistic. 30 kilometers away in the Gale Plains, the sight before Zhang Yuan made his heart sink. The land was scorched, littered with the corpses of abyss monsters, clearly the site of a fierce battle. In the center of the plain, a massive black dungeon vortex stood out. However, Sima Dai and her team were not on the plain. It seemed they had already entered the dungeon. Zhang Yuan landed in front of the dungeon entrance and used the abyss eye on it. Gale Ruins dungeon difficulty. Demigod level. This information made his pupils constrict, immediately reminding him of his experience in the Dragon Fortress dungeon. Back then, the dungeon was of normal difficulty until he entered, causing it to spike to demigod level, a near impossible trap. Sima Dai and her team must be facing the same situation, Zhang Yuan thought, his brow furrowing. This is bad. Can they clear a demigod level dungeon? Although Zhang Yuan had solo cleared the Dragon Fortress dungeon, it didn't mean that demigod level dungeons were easy. He recalled the arduous siege battle, the life and death struggle with the invincible shielded demigod boss, and the final confrontation with the cursed king's shadow. Even a team of level 90, all divine class professionals, could easily be wiped out. This Gale Ruins dungeon was of the same demigod level as the Dragon Fortress dungeon, so its difficulty would be comparable. Even with Xing Kong and Xiao Chui's assistance, Sima Dai's chances of success were slim. Worse still, abyss dungeons only allowed one team to challenge them at a time, meaning no one else could enter once they were inside. Is there any way I can help them? Zhang Yuan paced back and forth at the dungeon entrance, racking his brain for possible solutions. Just then, he inadvertently touched the dungeon vortex, and a prompt suddenly appeared on his interface. Your teammates are fighting in the dungeon. Would you like to enter the Gale Ruins dungeon? Zhang Yuan stared at the sudden panel prompt, momentarily stunned. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. That's right. I've been staying in a party with Sima Dai to ensure Shinkong can assist her. Now that I'm part of this raid team, I can enter the dungeon too. Excited by this unexpected bug, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate to choose to enter. In an instant, the dungeon's vortex entrance lit up with a dazzling light, pulling him in. As the light faded, Zhang Yuan found himself on a vast plain. The elemental forces around him were restless, as if ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, he finally connected with Shinkong, only to find that Shinkong was in a revival state. Within seconds, Shinkong's health restored to half, but then it began to plummet at an alarming rate. Zhang Yuan's heart sank, realizing the situation was worse than he had thought. He immediately summoned his flying sword and sped towards Shinkong's location. Soon, the battlefield's grim scene unfolded before him. A massive black mist occupied the center, continuously spewing terrifying abyssal monsters. Sima Dai and 3 other level 80 professionals were desperately fending off the monsters with Shinkong and Xiaozui's support. However, the abyssal monsters were too numerous and dealt massive damage. Even level 90 Xiaozui struggled to hold them off. They had to rely on Shinkong's revival mechanism as the main tank, with Xiaozui covering the 10-second gap during Shinkong's revival. Despite this, Xiaozui was already severely injured and couldn't hold out much longer. The healer in the team had exhausted their mental strength and could only use their staff to hit the monsters' heads. We're at our limit. Luckily, I arrived just in time. Any later, and we would have been in big trouble. Zhang Yuan thought with relief. He immediately landed in front of the group, deploying a sword formation to restore everyone's stamina and mental strength. Junior Yuan Shin, Sima Dai, and the other 3 high-level professionals were both surprised and delighted to see Zhang Yuan appear suddenly. Zhang Yuan turned to them with a reassuring smile. Everyone, you've worked hard. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of flying swords rapidly gathered in the sky, forming a terrifying rain of blades. Leave the rest to me, Zhang Yuan said firmly and confidently, as if declaring the turning point of the battle. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, tens of thousands of flying swords rained down like a torrential downpour. The densely packed abyssal creatures fell under the sword rain, like a field of wheat being harvested. The system screen was flooded with kill notifications. In just 10 seconds, the entire dungeon's abyssal monsters were wiped out. A golden light burst forth from Zhang Yuan's body, and his attributes soared by over 5,000 points. His total attribute boost from the Abyssal King had nearly reached 140,000, and his level skyrocketed to 51. This scene left everyone present in awe. Sima Dai and the other three teammates were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at what had just transpired. How is this possible? Someone murmured. We were almost killed a moment ago, and now he has dealt with them so effortlessly. As everyone was lost in self-doubt, the massive black fog at the center of the battlefield began to churn violently. An overwhelming and suffocating aura emanated from it, instantly snapping everyone out of their shock. Sima Dai suddenly came to her senses and urgently shouted to Zhang Yuan, "Watch out, Junior! There's still a demigod-level abyssal boss in this dungeon. Those monsters were just his trial. The real challenge starts now." The other three teammates quickly chimed in. "Yuan Shen, we may not be as strong as you, but if there's anything you need us to do, just say the word. We won't hold you back." Zhang Yuan gave a calm smile, glancing at the black fog filled with a terrifying aura, and said lightly, "No need to worry. I've already cleared a demigod dungeon before, so I know how to handle this." Just as he finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed from the black fog. Humans, I didn't expect you to actually withstand the monster wave I prepared for you. It looks like I'll have to personally take action." Sima Dai and the three teammates immediately tensed up upon hearing the voice, clearly having experienced the terror of this boss before. The chilling voice had left an indelible mark on their minds. Zhang Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly at the sound of the voice. It wasn't because he felt pressured, but because the voice seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd heard it before. The next moment, a demon holding a staff and dressed in a purple robe emerged slowly from the black fog. He wore a smile on his face, but as soon as his eyes met Zhang Yuan's, the smile froze. The demon Odis hesitated for a moment before turning around without a second thought and disappearing back into the black fog. A system notification popped up. Successfully cleared the Blazing Wind Ruins dungeon. The previously tense group was now completely bewildered. Sima Dai couldn't help but ask, "Junior, you don't look that scary. Why did the abyssal demon run away like he'd seen a ghost?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "Let's just say it's a matter of fate." He had immediately recognized that the demigod-level abyssal demon was Odis, the first troublesome demon he had encountered. By all accounts, Odis should have died in the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon. Zhang Yuan was genuinely surprised to see that not only had Odis revived, but he had also ascended to demigod status. The healer in the team tentatively asked, "So, what do we do now? Even though there are no rewards, the system has already indicated that we've cleared the dungeon. Should we leave?" Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and shook his head slightly. "No rush. In the previous demigod dungeon I cleared, there was a similar situation. There's a high chance that there's a hidden trial dungeon here as well." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan's talent, "I Am Legend," activated, and a system notification appeared. A demigod-level trial has been detected in the dungeon, forcing the trial dungeon activation item to drop. The black fog churned once more, and a pitch-black key surrounded by dark energy flew out. However, in the next second, a hand suddenly reached out from the black fog, grabbed the key, and swiftly retreated back into the fog. This left Zhang Yuan completely speechless. He stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Sima Dai couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior, that abyssal demon doesn't seem keen on fighting you. What should we do now?" Zhang Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stepped towards the black mist, extending his hand cautiously to feel around inside. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as his fingers touched something solid. "Got it," Zhang Yuan murmured, then began to pull with all his might. However, the key seemed to be firmly anchored by something, refusing to budge. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow and decided to exert his full strength. Rolling up his sleeves, he used his attribute conversion skill to amplify his mental power tenfold into physical strength. Taking a deep breath, he yanked hard. Under the astonished gaze of Sima Dai and the other three teammates, Zhang Yuan not only pulled out the pitch-black key, but also unexpectedly dragged out a figure Odysseus. Odysseus looked at Zhang Yuan awkwardly, forcing a smile. "Zhang Yuan, long time no see." As he spoke, he released his grip on the key and turned to flee back into the mist. However, after only a few steps, the Qishao sword materialized, blocking his path. He quickly turned left, only to find the Zhanlu sword obstructing his escape. To the right, the Qixing Longyuan sword was already waiting. Finally, Odysseus looked up in despair to see the Chunjun sword gleaming coldly, suspended above his head. Unbeknownst to him, Odysseus had fallen into Zhang Yuan's meticulously laid trap. Realizing there was no way out, Odysseus clenched his fists, turning to glare at Zhang Yuan with gritted teeth. "Zhang Yuan, give me a chance to live. Don't make me beg." At these words, The expressions of Sima Dai and the others became a spectacle to behold. They couldn't fathom how this demigod-level demon, who had once driven them to the brink of despair, could utter such pitiful words in front of Zhang Yuan. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of terrifying psychological shadow Zhang Yuan had cast over Odysseus. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Odysseus with a relaxed smile and said, "Odysseus, it's been a while. Looks like you've done quite well for yourself, becoming a demigod and all." Odysseus gave an awkward smile, his voice trembling slightly. "It's all thanks to you that the Demon Dragon King resurrected me." Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening. "Let's cut the jokes. I have some serious questions for you. Why did the Demon Dragon King bring you back to life? By all accounts, your actions in the Holy Realm were a betrayal of the Abyss." Odysseus lowered his head and answered honestly. "The Demon Dragon King said I was the only demon in the Abyss with multiple encounters against you. He saw a lot of research value in me, which is why he chose to resurrect me." He suddenly looked up, hastily explaining, "Lord Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of being your enemy. I'm just a pawn following orders. The Demon Dragon King made me the final boss of this dungeon, and I had no choice. If I had known you would come here, I would have defied his orders, even at the cost of my life." Zhang Yuan remained expressionless, indifferent to whether Odysseus was being truthful. He stated bluntly, "I don't need your explanations. Just answer my questions honestly." Zhang Yuan didn't care why Odysseus was in this dungeon. If Odysseus wasn't the final boss, it would have been someone else like Westies or Easties. What intrigued him more was how the Demon Dragon King had managed to turn a level 70 Abyss demon into a level 100 demigod in such a short time. If creating demigods was that easy, the Abyss would soon be overflowing with them, which would spell disaster for the entire world. More importantly, if the Demon Dragon King could create demigods, then what level of power did he himself possess? Was he a god? This was something Zhang Yuan urgently needed to figure out, especially since he would soon face the Demon Dragon King in a life-and-death battle. Sensing the flying swords around him drawing closer, Odysseus grew tense and nodded quickly. "Okay, I won't say anything unnecessary. Please continue." Zhang Yuan's eyes were piercing. "How did he turn you into a demigod?" Odysseus hesitated, his face troubled, and remained silent. "Not going to answer?" Zhang Yuan's gaze hardened, ready to employ some methods. Sensing the danger, Odysseus quickly replied, "Lord Zhang, it's not that I don't want to say, it's that I genuinely don't know how I became a demigod." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "You don't know?" Odysseus hurriedly explained, "I swear, I really don't know. When I was resurrected, I already had these powers." Zhang Yuan changed his question. "Are there any other demigods created in the Abyss besides you?" Odysseus shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. According to the Demon Dragon King, I'm just an experiment." But he didn't rule out the possibility of more demigods appearing in the future. Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze, feeling slightly relieved. This meant that the Demon Dragon King hadn't yet found a way to mass-produce demigods, so he likely hadn't become a god himself. This was somewhat reassuring news. Suddenly, Odysseus dropped to his knees before Zhang Yuan, begging for mercy. "Lord Zhang, I'm just trying to survive in the Abyss. I finally gained the power of a demigod and haven't even had the chance to enjoy it. Please let me go. I promise I'll only cause trouble in the Abyss and never step into human territory again." Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, looking at Odysseus, and asked, "Do you really want to live?" Odysseus nodded fervently. "Yes, I want to live." "All right." Zhang Yuan suddenly smiled. "I'll make you the most frequently killed demon in the Abyss. That way, the Demon Dragon King will definitely keep resurrecting you to study me, given your unique experience." Odysseus looked bewildered. "What?" Before he could react, the four specialized swords that had been gathering energy for a while shot out, piercing through Odysseus directly. The system notification immediately sounded. "You have obtained the Abyss Seed. Abyss Seed God level. A bizarre seed from the Abyss, seemingly containing an eerie energy capable of turning one into a demon. Abyss Sovereign. 137235 Cursed Kingdom Demon Support. 30.00." As Odysseus turned into experience points for the team, the black key in Zhang Yuan's hand shattered. The system prompted again. "Demigod Trial Dungeon completed ahead of schedule. Rewards will be issued." Obtained a God-level demon's second awakening stone, a powerful stone imbued with the force of the Abyss. This stone can be used in conjunction with other second awakening stones to gain demonic powers upon awakening. Successfully cleared the Fierce Wind Ruins dungeon. Obtained a God Stone 1. A cascade of messages and rewards flooded Zhang Yuan's interface. His eyes quickly scanned each line, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The rewards for defeating Odysseus far exceeded his expectations, making him feel that the battle was well worth it. Zhang Yuan's fingers swiftly moved across the virtual panel, organizing the bountiful loot. His mind was already envisioning the next encounter with Odysseus, excitement evident on his face. Meanwhile, Sima Dai and the other three teammates were also reveling in their gains. Although they hadn't directly participated in defeating Otis, as Zhang Yuan's teammates, they had engaged in fierce battles against the abyssal creatures summoned by Otis before Zhang Yuan arrived at the dungeon. The system recognized these actions as effective attacks on Otis, so when Zhang Yuan delivered the final blow, they too received substantial rewards. Sima Dai looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude shining in her eyes. Junior, we really hit the jackpot this time thanks to you. Once we get out, I owe you a big meal. Zhang Yuan smiled modestly, waving his hand. This was a team effort. If it weren't for everyone holding out, I wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. The credit belongs to all of us. Zhang Yuan's words were not mere humility. If the team had been wiped out before he arrived, the abyssal passage would have fully opened, the unyielding wall would have fallen, and everything would have been lost. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, his teammates shook their heads, smiling. Yuan Shun, you're too modest, one teammate said. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have all perished here. Another teammate chimed in, that's right. We've never seen a demigod-level dungeon like this before. We owe all these rewards to you, Yuan Shun. We won't fight you for the credit of clearing this dungeon. With Yuan Shun's contribution, you might get promoted from colonel to general, right? A third teammate speculated, a general under 20? Wow, you'd be the first in all of Daxia. Embarrassed by the praise, Zhang Yuan scratched his head. He cleared his throat, trying to change the topic. Let's save the compliments. We've cleared the dungeon. Let's head out. After everyone left the dungeon, three teammates bid farewell to Zhang Yuan and hurried back to the unyielding Great Wall. As members of the military strategy team, their primary task was to report the results, prepare materials, and contribute to the military's evaluation. Watching her teammates leave, Sima Dai turned to Zhang Yuan with a smile. Junior, thanks to your help, the crisis at the unyielding Great Wall has been averted. How about coming back with me? I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. I'll take a rain check on that. I have some matters to attend to. Is it related to that archdemon? Sima Dai asked perceptively. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes. Since we've thwarted the Demon Dragon King's attack, he will show up as agreed. I intend to extract some useful information from him. Sima Dai's expression turned serious. Junior, my strength is limited, so I can't be of much help. But I know that dealing with abyssal demons is like bargaining with a tiger. You must be extremely cautious. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confidence, Sima Dai said no more. She leaped onto Xiao Chui's back. Then I won't hold you up. Good luck. I'll treat you to that meal another time. Bye. Goodbye. Zhang Yuan responded briefly. Xiao Chui let out a long cry as it took off, carrying Sima Dai away as a green streak disappearing into the sky. Zhang Yuan watched them leave, then turned to face the now normal Gale Plains dungeon and called out, Archdemon hiding in the shadows, isn't it time we discussed our cooperation? As soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired young demon emerged from the dungeon, a playful smile on his face. Zhang Yuan, you never cease to amaze me. When did you realize I was here? Since I started clearing the first abyssal dungeon. Haven't you been watching me from the shadows? Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. After observing for so long, you should have a good grasp of my abilities by now. Indeed, Dai Ren chuckled. Zhang Yuan, even someone as proud, as I must admit you're the most gifted human I've ever encountered. I have a strong premonition that if you continue to grow, when the day comes for you to face the Demon Dragon King, he will likely fall at your hands. Dai Ren paused. However, before we cooperate, I have a concern. Go ahead, Zhang Yuan indicated for him to continue. How can you guarantee that once the Demon Dragon King is defeated, I will become the new Demon King? Dai Ren stared straight into Zhang Yuan's eyes. After all, I saw you show no mercy when you killed Otis. Zhang Yuan laughed. Today has been an eye-opener. To think that an abyssal demon, one of the 7 archdemons, could be this naive. Dai Ren was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan spread his hands. I mean that I'm human and you're a demon. We'll never truly trust or understand each other. Trying to cooperate based on trust is pure fantasy. Do you think swearing an oath would make you believe me? Hearing this, Dai Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, but didn't refute. In fact, he had never trusted Zhang Yuan, nor did he intend to. This was precisely why he met Zhang Yuan with an avatar. With the current situation unclear, it was foolish to rashly choose sides between Zhang Yuan and the Demon Dragon King. Go on, Dai Ren said, giving Zhang Yuan a deep look. We can only use each other, Zhang Yuan said bluntly. You use me to achieve your goals, and I use you to achieve mine. We each get what we need. That's the correct way. Ah! Dai Ren laughed. Zhang Yuan, I suddenly think you might actually be more like a demon. Darren chuckled, a sly gleam in his eyes. Leaning back in his chair with his hands crossed over his abdomen, he asked with interest, So, tell me, what kind of mutual exploitation are you proposing? Zhang Yuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a fleshy, orb-like objective abyss seed he had obtained from Otis. Placing it on the table and sliding it toward Darren, he spoke in a low, firm voice. Tell me, what exactly is this abyss seed? Darren's gaze fell on the abyss seed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He looked up at Zhang Yuan, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Zhang Yuan, what's in it for me if I tell you? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, leaning forward slightly, his eyes sharp. This will allow me to create more trouble for the Dragon King, drawing his attention toward me, giving you more opportunities to maneuver in the abyss. Isn't that benefit enough? He paused, his tone growing sharper. Or are you saying that as a Grand Duke of Demons, you need me to place the Demon King's crown on your head for you to become the new Demon King? Even if I did that, would you really be content being a puppet Demon King? Sharp-tongued kid, Darren sneered, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You see things quite clearly. Even if I were to become the Demon King, I would never be a human's puppet. But you're right. If the Dragon King focuses on you, my chances of replacing him increase. At this point, Darren paused, his gaze becoming deep and contemplative. He seemed to be weighing how much information to reveal to Zhang Yuan. After a moment, he spoke slowly. The Abyss Seed is a unique creation of the Dragon King, containing mysterious energies that only he fully understands. Humans who ingest the Abyss Seed turn into demons, while demons who consume it gain greater power. Darren's voice grew lower, tinged with a warning. But whether human or demon, anyone who consumes the Abyss Seed falls under the Dragon King's control. There's no known cure for the Abyss Seed, at least none that I've found. He locked eyes with Zhang Yuan. So, killing Otis was the right move. He was already under the Dragon King's control, and if the Dragon King had wished, Otis could have stabbed you in the back at any moment. Hearing Darren's words, Zhang Yuan looked down at the Abyss Seed in his hand, his eyes downcast. His thoughts drifted to his parents, who had turned into demons, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him. This thing could turn humans into demons. They must have been controlled by the Abyss Seed. If he wanted to save them, he would have to start with this object. Noticing Zhang Yuan's change in expression, Darren continued. Since we're on the subject, let me give you another warning. His voice grew even more serious. The Dragon King's attack on the unyielding wall was just a probe. He is planning a much larger assault next. And this time, it will happen within your great Xia Empire. And it will also involve the Abyss Seed. Darren's eyes flashed with gravity. If your great Xia does not respond appropriately, countless people will turn into demons. If the Dragon King succeeds, forget about the great Xia Empire, the entire world will fall into his hands. His final words struck Zhang Yuan like a heavy hammer. At that point, Zhang Yuan, neither you nor I will have any chance to turn the tables. Upon hearing Darren's words, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He then asked, how long until the next attack? Darren let out a cold laugh and replied, at most a month. You don't have much time left. That's all I have to say. Zhang Yuan, let's see how you perform. As soon as Darren finished speaking, his body suddenly burst into flames, quickly consuming him entirely. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes and disappeared into the wind. The vast plains were left silent, with only Zhang Yuan standing there. Zhang Yuan stood still, deep in thought. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to contact Guan Chang'an and inform him of the entire conversation with Darren. He also planned to send the Abyss Seed to the military for research. He knew that the invasion of the Xia Empire by the Demon Dragon King was not something he could handle alone. It required the collective effort of the entire nation. Zhang Yuan understood that he couldn't fully decipher the Abyss Seed, but the Xia Academy of Sciences housed numerous world-class scientists and Abyss scholars whose knowledge far surpassed his own. By letting professionals study the Abyss Seed, they might not only develop technology to counter the Abyss, but also help Zhang Yuan save his parents. Zhang Yuan's current mission was clear: to continually strengthen himself. After personally handing the Abyss Seed to Guan Chang'an, he received a new general's insignia, officially promoted from a school-level officer to a general, on par with Ning Wuwei. This made him the fastest promoted and youngest general in the history of the Xia Empire. Over the next 10 days, Zhang Yuan trained intensely in the Advanced Skills Training Hall, raising his sword flying skill to level 10. This new ability allowed him to continuously consume mental energy to fly with his sword, and the range of his sword formation expanded by 100 times. After completing his training, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the training hall, ready to face the new month. The gentle sunlight warmed his face, and he smiled slightly. This is great. I can draw cards again. Ignoring his fatigue, Zhang Yuan quickly found a quiet, spacious place in the military headquarters. He took out the Destiny Compass and 9 Divine Stones. Let's do this, 9 draws in a row. He placed the Divine Stones into the Destiny Star Array, causing a flurry of red cards to spin within. Suddenly, a red card flew out, its light shooting up into the sky. The sound of a sword's hum echoed throughout the military base, and fierce winds swept in all directions. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, his heart racing against the seventh fate seat. Red light surged into Zhang Yuan's body, and he felt an infinite power welling up from the depths of his soul, rushing to his crown. The seventh fate seat had awakened. The new abilities left Zhang Yuan in awe. The sword Dao Fate Seat 7 could not only construct an invincible sword path, but also absorb or seize the powers of deities. The only laughter allowed skill could impose a joy mark on all targets within the sword formation, causing those who didn't laugh to lose 25 of their maximum health per second. Meanwhile, the Dragon God's field could turn all charging skills into instant cast abilities. Zhang Yuan marveled. Is this the power of the seventh fate seat, fused with divine strength? It's almost unreasonable. He realized that within the sword formation, he could control life and death. Those who laughed would enhance his attributes, while those who didn't would face death. This immense power left Zhang Yuan both exhilarated and a bit uneasy. The power of this skill is astonishing. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the information before him. The Dragon God's force field not only boasted impressive capabilities, but also perfectly compensated for the lengthy charge time required for gathering sword intent, transforming it into an instant cast skill. This remarkable enhancement made Zhang Yuan's heart race. What surprised him even more was that this wasn't the limit of the seventh destiny seat. As Zhang Yuan delved deeper, he discovered that this seat could continuously absorb the power of other deities, growing stronger over time, and eventually even nurturing a divine spark. This meant he was already on the path to godhood. While Zhang Yuan was immersed in this astounding realization, the Fate Star array stirred again. 6 red cards flew out, each set of 3 depicting a black sword and a white sword. The cards quickly merged, transforming into 2 tangible swords that hovered in midair. Zhang Yuan felt as if he could see 2 yin-yang fish swimming in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Before he could examine the attributes of the 2 swords, a system notification popped up. Obtain Moi Sword. Divine Sword Ganjiang has completed the Divine Artifact quest and evolved into a Divine Artifact, capable of refining to stage 3 or above. Obtained Ganjiang Sword. Divine Sword Moi has completed the Divine Artifact quest and evolved into a Divine Artifact, capable of refining to stage 3 or above. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned and immediately checked the attributes of Ganjiang and Moi. Information flowed into his mind. Divine Sword Ganjiang Stage 3. Attack 30,000. Auto-protects the wielder. Immune to light attribute damage. Continuously absorbs yang energy from the world. The left eye transforms into the sun eye, and if there is yin energy in the body, it achieves balance, enhancing the sun eye. The sun eye can be used during the day, consuming solar energy to ignite the target's body and soul, causing sustained damage. Enhanced usage has no restrictions. Divine Sword Moi Stage 3. Attack 30,000. Auto-protects the wielder. Immune to dark attribute damage. Continuously absorbs yin energy from the world. The right eye transforms into the moon eye, and if there is yang energy in the body, it achieves balance, enhancing the moon eye. The moon eye can be used at night, consuming lunar energy to replicate the target skills for personal use, with damage related to the user's attributes. Enhanced usage has no restrictions. As the information flooded in, Zhang Yuan's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. His left pupil changed into a sun shape, with golden flames swirling within. His right pupil resembled the moon, with strange water-like ripples. The surprises were not over yet. The Fate Star array emitted 2 final red cards. This time, the cards depicted 2 heavy sword scabbards. The Imperial Sword Treasury actively emerged from the sword array space, and the 2 cards transformed into light, merging into it. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Imperial Sword Treasury unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly absorbing the 2 divine swords, Ganjiang and Moi, that had just appeared. Zhang Yuan watched in amazement as all this unfolded, feeling the powerful energy surging within him, momentarily unsure of how to react. After acquiring the Ganjiang and Moi swords from the Imperial Sword Treasury, Zhang Yuan immediately felt the treasury's power surge. He eagerly checked the equipment attributes, and a series of information appeared before him. Imperial Sword Treasury Exclusive Tier 3, Infinite Space. When any of the 10 legendary swords are stored in the sword chest, the skill, True Form of the Imperial Sword, is unlocked. Each legendary sword grants a corresponding skill attribute. The treasury can devour God-level sword chests to acquire all their effects. True Form of the Imperial Sword. The user becomes one with the sword, cutting through all obstacles. Lasts for 5 minutes, granting special attributes based on the swords possessed. Cooldown time is 1 day. True Form of Ganjiang. Increases the damage of solar fire. Once the target is ignited, The fire will not extinguish even if the target is out of sight. True form of Moi allows the user to replicate target skills without meeting the usual conditions for use. Divine Weapon Quest. Collect all 10 legendary swords 610. Zhang Yuan was thrilled to discover that not only had the duration of the true form of the Imperial Sword extended from 1 minute to 5 minutes, but he also gained the true forms of Ganjiang and Moi. Although he had yet to experience the power of the Solar Eye and Lunar Eye, he instinctively knew these skills would be incredibly powerful. At that moment, a new prompt appeared on the panel. Ganjiang Awakened Sword Spirit Growth Phase. The Ganjiang sword can autonomously assist the wielder in combat. During this time, the wielder gains a Ganjiang sword intent boost, with all flying swords dealing an additional 10 Ganjiang sword damage, and the accumulation speed of solar chi increases. Moi Awakened Sword Spirit Growth Phase. The Moi sword can autonomously assist the wielder in combat. During this time, the wielder gains a Moi sword intent boost, with all flying swords dealing an additional 10 Moi sword damage, and the accumulation speed of lunar chi increases. The continuous enhancements left Zhang Yuan dazzled. He marveled at the power of max luck in card draws, noting the immense progress he made at the beginning of each month. He couldn't even imagine the envy and jealousy if others knew he only drew red cards. As the 9 divine stones were exhausted, another divine stone, gifted by drawing a constellation, formed in front of Zhang Yuan. He took a deep breath and placed the last divine stone into the Fate Star array. The red card spun once more, and soon, a golden pill emanating terrifying sword energy emerged. Zhuxian Pill. Upon consumption, the user's level decreases by 1. The next attack will trigger a coordinated strike from the Zhuxian sword, the Levexian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Juexian sword. Zhang Yuan was stunned. The Zhuxian Pill? The 4 Zhuxian swords? Aren't these mythical artifacts from legends? Could they actually exist? A bold idea sprouted in his mind. Would it be possible to draw these 4 divine swords in the future? Just then his communicator rang, pulling Zhang Yuan back to reality. The caller ID displayed, Teacher Yi. Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised, but quickly put away the Zhuxian Pill and answered the call, teasing. Teacher Yi, you've finally remembered your student. A tipsy voice, mixed with hiccups, came from the other end. Kid, it's been a while. You've been making quite a name for yourself in Daxia. Zhang Yuan humbly responded. Compared to you, the number 1 in Daxia, I still have a long way to go. You sure do have a long way to go. Yi Qing-song hiccuped again. That's why I've prepared a special training session for you. Come to the bamboo forest when you have time. Zhang Yuan was about to ask more about the special training, but he noticed that Yi Qing-song wasn't responding. Feeling suspicious, he asked with concern, Teacher Yi? The only response was a faint snore. Zhang Yuan was stunned, realizing that Yi Qing-song had fallen asleep during the call. Clenching his fist, veins bulging on his forehead, he felt a surge of anger. But soon, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Respect your teacher, he silently reminded himself, trying to understand his teacher's behavior. After ending the call, Zhang Yuan used the military's teleportation array to return to the school and headed straight for the bamboo grove. As soon as he stepped into the grove, several sharp sword auras came rushing at his face. However, the now stronger Zhang Yuan easily summoned his flying sword and deflected each of the attacks. More waves of sword auras followed, each more intense than the last. But for the now much more powerful Zhang Yuan, these attacks were still within his control. He effortlessly neutralized all the sword auras, retracted his flying sword, and quickly walked deeper into the bamboo grove. What he saw next left him momentarily stunned. Yi Qing-song was lying on a green stone, snoring away. This puzzled Zhang Yuan. If Yi Qing-song had been asleep the whole time, who had unleashed the sword auras earlier? As Zhang Yuan stood there confused, a barrage of nearly invisible, lightning-fast sword auras suddenly surged from all directions. His eyes narrowed as he immediately summoned his flying sword to defend himself. But this time, the sword auras were not only fast and numerous but also nearly imperceptible, making their trajectories impossible to track. Zhang Yuan was quickly struck by several sword auras, but fortunately, they caused no harm, dissipating into a gentle breeze upon impact. At that moment, Yi Qing-song, who had been seemingly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and instructed, Don't rely on your eyes. Calm your mind, clear your thoughts, and use your ears to listen to the sound of the wind. Following the advice, Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and focused on listening. Soon, he caught the faint sounds of the sword auras slicing through the air. Yi Qing-song continued to guide him. Good. Now, try to visualize the paths of the sword auras in your mind and position your flying sword along their trajectories. Concentrating, Zhang Yuan mapped out the paths of the sword auras in his mind and maneuvered his flying sword to intercept them. In the next second, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as he successfully blocked 90% of the sword auras. Excellent. Very impressive. Yi Qing praised with a smile. Kid, you definitely have what it takes to learn that immortal art. Magic arts? Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Yi Qing in surprise, his brows furrowed. Yi Qing casually took out a wine gourd, took a swig, and the aroma of wine filled the air. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. In ancient times, before everyone started drawing cards to change professions, there were no abyssal demons, no gods from the heavens, and no dungeons or monsters. Back then, everyone was an ordinary person, but extraordinary powers still existed in the world, and those who possessed such powers were called Xian. The skills they used were known as Xianshu or immortal arts. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Do these immortals still exist?" Yi Qing shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Immortals were always rare. As powerful professionals emerged, immortals were pushed from the top of the food chain to become outcasts. Their living space was squeezed, and some who refused to change professions were hunted down. Others chose to draw cards and change professions in order to survive, severing their heritage. Today, immortals are almost extinct, and only a few immortal arts have survived in the form of skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan frowned, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, "Teacher Yi, I've never seen this history in the library. How do you know all this?" Yi Qing chuckled, took another big gulp of wine, and burped. "Kid, that's why I'm a teacher. Have you heard of the wine sword immortal?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Yes, didn't you take me to the Pantheon last time to see the statue of that god? He even blessed me." A smug look flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. The wine sword immortal wasn't originally a god. He was an immortal who drew cards and changed professions 1,000 years ago, then ascended to godhood. I'm a blessed one of the wine sword immortal, and I learned these secrets from that deity. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. "So, Teacher Yi, you're blessed by the wine sword immortal. No wonder you love drinking so much. Does your blessing make you stronger when you drink?" Yi Qing's expression froze. "Not really. I just genuinely enjoy drinking." The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan asked, "So, how can I learn immortal arts?" Yi Qing tossed the empty wine gourd aside and smiled. "No rush. The preparations aren't done yet. Practice your sword skills first. I'll add some difficulty." As soon as he finished speaking, the wine gourd exploded with a loud bang, and a fierce sword aura shot towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly summoned his flying sword to block. However, the sword aura seemed to have a penetrating property. Even though he blocked it, he could still feel an invisible force hitting him. Yi Qing leisurely said, "Kid, I told you, don't just rely on your eyes. Sometimes, seeing isn't believing." Before he finished speaking, another empty wine gourd on the ground suddenly exploded, sending another sword aura his way. This time, Zhang Yuan tried closing his eyes to listen, but the surrounding noise was too distracting, and the sound of the sword aura was faint. Before he could catch it, he was struck again. "Keep going." Yi Qing said no more as the empty wine gourds on the ground continued to explode, sending wave after wave of fierce sword auras toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan practiced tirelessly. Hours passed, and he progressed from being unable to catch the wine sword aura at all to being able to distinguish that there were actually two auras overlapping. He could block one, but the other would always disperse and hit him. Despite his progress, Zhang Yuan still didn't know how to completely neutralize the attack. Just then, Wang Haoren's voice came from outside the bamboo grove. "Teacher Yi." Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and saw Wang Haoren struggling to carry a massive box, 10 meters on each side, step by step into the bamboo grove. "Wang, my brother?" Zhang Yuan was about to help, but Yi Qing stopped him. "This is his training. Let him do it himself." Yi Qing said calmly, his eyes fixed on Wang Haoren's arduous progress. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Zhang Yuan halted and turned to look at Wang Haoren. Wang's face was a ghastly shade of purple, his veins bulging and his arms trembling uncontrollably. Each step he took seemed as if he was walking on knife edges. Although he had less than 100 meters to go, it took him over half an hour to reach his destination, struggling all the way. Thud! A huge wooden crate hit the ground with a resonating thump, causing a slight tremor. Wang Haoren let out a long sigh of relief, his legs and arms still shaking, clearly exhausted. Zhang Yuan estimated that Wang Haoren probably couldn't lift an empty wine bottle at this point. Yi Qing nodded approvingly. "Well done, kid." He then turned to Zhang Yuan. "The preparations are complete. Go ahead and open the crate." Zhang Yuan stepped forward in response, opening the wooden crate to reveal a solid bronze statue of Jiu Jianxian, standing 10 meters tall. He was momentarily stunned and then looked at Yi Qing in surprise. "Teacher Yi, why did you have brother Wang move this statue here?" "Naturally, it's for you to learn the art of immortality," Yi Qing replied with a smile. retrieving 2 wine gourds from his storage space and tossing them to Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren. Drink up. Zhang Yuan caught the gourd and, using his abyssal eye, examined its contents. His pupils contracted in shock. Divine Raid wine? Teacher Yi, are you really letting us drink such a treasure? Just drink it already. Why are you asking so many questions? Despite his stern words, Zhang Yuan noticed Yi Qingsong swallowing hard. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Zhang Yuan raised the wine gourd. Teacher Yi, here's to you. Bottoms up. With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply, the rich aroma of the wine filling the bamboo grove. Wang Haoren followed suit, opening his gourd. Teacher Yi, I'll drink too. As they drank, a warm intoxication began to envelop them, and the surface of the bronze statue of Jiao Jianxian started to glow faintly. A powerful divine energy emanated from within the statue, enveloping Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren. After being enveloped by divine power, Zhang Yuan fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself and Wang Haoren in an ancient, traditional dojo. The walls were adorned with old scrolls and weapons, and the air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Zhang Yuan looked around curiously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Haoren, however, appeared somewhat dazed. He rubbed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Are we dreaming right now?" Just then, Yi Qingsong seemingly appeared out of thin air, stepping out from a nearby space. With a mysterious smile, he explained to them, "This is the Dream Dojo of the Wine Sword Immortal. You could say it's a special instance. Only specific methods can grant entry here." Zhang Yuan immediately asked, "What are we supposed to do here?" Yi Qingsong patiently explained, "This dojo houses countless treasures of the Wine Sword Immortal, including equipment, skills, and various materials. However, to obtain any of these treasures, one must pass corresponding trials. Moreover, each person can only take one treasure from the Dream Dojo." He pointed to the end of the dojo, where a statue of the Wine Sword Immortal stood tall. "Zhang Yuan, your task is to go to that statue. Sealed within it is a skill scroll, one of the most precious treasures in this dojo. You need to find a way to learn that skill." Wang Haoren quickly asked, "Teacher Yi, what about me? What is my task?" Yi Qingsong turned to Wang Haoren, smiling. "You have something to acquire as well, but your path is different from Zhang Yuan's. What you seek is outside the dojo." "Outside?" Wang Haoren was puzzled. "What's outside?" "Outside, there's a stone stele," Yi Qingsong explained. "You need to sit and meditate there. You'll understand afterward." At this point, Yi Qingsong glanced at his non-existent watch, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Time is of the essence. The effects of the Emperor's wine will only last for 12 hours. After 12 hours, you'll wake up from the Dream Dojo. In other words, you must pass the Wine Sword Immortal's trials within these 12 hours, or you'll get nothing." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren exchanged a glance and immediately rushed towards their respective goals. Wang Haoren pushed open the heavy dojo doors and ran to the stone stele inscribed with mysterious runes, sitting cross-legged in front of it. Zhang Yuan sprinted towards the deepest part of the dojo, his footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Yi Qingsong stood where he was, watching his 2 students with a look of satisfaction. However, his expression suddenly turned somber. He muttered to himself, if you two had been there back then, maybe he wouldn't have died. With that, he took out a wine gourd from his robe, took a deep swig, and gradually faded into the air. Zhang Yuan soon arrived at the statue of the Wine Sword Immortal. As he stood before it, a new prompt appeared on the interface. Talent, I am legend triggered. Discovered a demigod level trial. Forcibly dropping trial instance activation item. With this prompt, the skill scroll in the statue's hand suddenly flew out and landed directly in Zhang Yuan's hand. Whoa! Yi Qingsong, who was secretly observing from the shadows, was so shocked that he spat out the wine he had just sipped. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief, his mind in chaos. What's going on? Where's the Wine Sword Immortal's trial? How did the skill scroll just end up in Zhang Yuan's hand? Yi Qingsong was completely bewildered, unaware that anything was amiss. Zhang Yuan thought obtaining the skill scroll was just the beginning of the trial. He immediately examined the scroll in his hand. Drunken Immortal Sword Skill Scroll Divine. Used to learn the celestial art Drunken Immortal Sword. Drunken Immortal Sword. Consume any divine grade wine to enter a drunken state for 5 minutes. While in this state, agility 100, dodge 60. Each time you dodge an attack, all attributes 100 with no upper limit. Attribute increases last until the end of the battle. Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes repeatedly, confirming he hadn't misread. He felt dizzy with excitement. He imagined using this skill. With a 60 dodge rate and his various damage reduction shields, his attributes could swell to the point where he could even take on gods. Despite the allure of the Drunken Immortal Sword, Zhang Yuan's rationality eventually took over. He suppressed his urge to use the skill immediately. This skill scroll could be the key to activating the trial instance, he thought to himself. If I use it now, I might gain a powerful skill, but I could lose the chance for a greater opportunity. I can't sacrifice long-term gains for short-term benefits. Gripping the skill scroll tightly, Zhang Yuan looked around. Seeing no special mechanisms, he focused all his attention on the scroll in his hand. According to Mr. Yi, immortals existed long before professional practitioners. When these powerful beings wanted to pass down their legacies, their techniques couldn't be learned simply by using a tool. An idea flashed in Zhang Yuan's mind. He speculated that the skill scroll might contain methods for cultivating skills. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan carefully unrolled the skill scroll. Sure enough, the scroll was densely covered with text, but the characters were so twisted and squiggly that they resembled tadpoles, and Zhang Yuan couldn't recognize a single one. If I can't even read the words, how am I supposed to open the trial dungeon? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the scroll as he fell into deep thought. From the shadows, Yi Qingsong silently observed everything. When he saw that Zhang Yuan didn't just use the scroll outright, but was instead studying the text, waves of astonishment surged in his heart. He's encountering an immortal technique scroll for the first time, yet he already realizes that simply using it won't grant the complete technique. His talent is terrifying. Yi Qingsong couldn't help but compare himself to Zhang Yuan and immediately felt a pang of inadequacy. He recalled his own first encounter with the drunken immortal sword skill scroll, where he had used it without hesitation. It wasn't until he had mastered the skill that he realized the true essence of the drunken immortal sword and had to start learning it all over again. Yi Qingsong had originally planned to wait until Zhang Yuan mastered the skill through the trial and became familiar with the drunken immortal sword before gradually teaching him the true technique. But now it seemed unnecessary. No wonder everyone calls this kid Zhang Shun. A genius sees things differently. Yi Qingsong sighed, but no matter how talented he is, being illiterate won't help. I'll have to get him an ancient immortal text dictionary when he comes out. Yi Qingsong collected his thoughts and turned his attention to Wang Haoren. With Zhang Yuan already having the skill scroll, whatever he did next was less of a concern. But Wang Haoren still needed his guidance. Standing in front of the wine sword immortal statue, Zhang Yuan had no idea that Yi Qingsong was observing him from the shadows. He stared at the skill scroll that was as inscrutable as a heavenly book and suddenly had a brainwave. I wonder if using the abyssal will give me any hints? Zhang Yuan thought. Acting on his idea, he immediately used the abyssal eye on the scroll's text. In the next moment, the tadpole-like characters began to wriggle, and the entire skill scroll lit up with a dazzling light, pulling Zhang Yuan into it. Yi Qingsong, who was still focused on Wang Haoren, suddenly sensed a flash of light behind him. He quickly turned to where Zhang Yuan had been. The drunken immortal sword skill scroll lay quietly on the ground, but Zhang Yuan had vanished without a trace. Yi Qingsong's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed, "What the? Where did he go?" Zhang Yuan was sucked into the skill scroll and instantly found himself in a surreal world made of ink paintings. He stood on the back of a massive ink whale, surrounded by an ink-drawn sky with countless floating tadpole-like characters. Before he could take in the dynamic scenery, the trial of the mythic challenge began. Survive in this painted world for 12 hours. Suddenly, the tadpole characters transformed into black sword energy, shooting towards Zhang Yuan at high speed. His expression turned serious, and he quickly deployed a sword formation, summoning all his sword spirits. Activating his solar eye, his gaze burned intensely, incinerating the first wave of sword energy in an instant. Barely catching his breath, the second wave of sword energy arrived, faster and denser. Zhang Yuan used the solar eye again, barely managing to fend off the attack. The giant whale beneath him accelerated, and the tadpole characters rapidly changed, signaling the imminent third wave. Zhang Yuan knew he was in trouble. Despite the power of the solar eye, the sword energy waves were coming too quickly, and the sun's chi within him couldn't replenish fast enough. Decisively, he abandoned the solar eye, opting to control numerous replicated flying swords to block the sword energy. However, the sword energy was too fast and powerful. Even with 6 sword spirits assisting, Zhang Yuan could only block 80 of the attacks. The remaining sword energy precisely cut down his stamina by 5 with each hit. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan's solid foundation, combined with the 10 Zhanlu sword intent from the Xian, Shay, demon-slaying sword formation, and the indestructible shield from Yalit, allowed him to endure the relentless third wave for 10 minutes. The fourth wave of sword energy followed immediately, with even more numbers and greater speed. Zhang Yuan could only block 70 this time, but his formidable physical strength enabled him to withstand the onslaught for another half hour. As the fifth wave loomed, Zhang Yuan's expression grew grave. The sword energy had nearly doubled in number from the previous wave, and he realized that relying solely on his body was no longer viable. Suddenly, He remembered a technique taught by Yi Qing before his departure to evade sword energy. Closing his eyes, Zhang Yuan focused on listening to the sounds around him. Drawing from his training in the bamboo forest, he quickly detected the trajectory of the sword energy and directed his flying swords to intercept them preemptively. However, the sword energy here was far faster than during training, and the whistling wind from the whale's flight interfered, making his sound-based positioning less effective, barely blocking 50 of the sword energy. Despite this, Zhang Yuan persisted with this method. The Zhanlu sword's ability to restore 50 of his maximum stamina per second, along with Yalit's indestructible shield, provided temporary support. He knew he had to improve his sound-based positioning technique, while the difficulty was relatively lower to prepare for the more challenging waves ahead. In this ink world, Zhang Yuan engaged in a relentless battle against the endless sword energy. Each block and each hit was a grueling test of his survival skills. As time ticked away, the 12-hour survival challenge had only just begun. Zhang Yuan's choice proved to be correct. With continuous practice, the trajectory of the sword energy in his mind became increasingly clear. The fifth wave of attacks lasted a whole hour, and Zhang Yuan's interception rate gradually climbed from less than 50 to over 80, surpassing the efficiency of controlling the flying sword with the naked eye. Teacher Yu was right, this method really works. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, observing the brewing sixth wave of attacks, and began to try intercepting by using both his eyes and ears. The sixth wave came with even more ferocity, doubling the number of sword energies and increasing in speed. Although Zhang Yuan's interception rate dropped again, his resilient body and increasingly clear perception of the sword energy trajectories allowed him to maintain an interception rate above 70, enduring the assault. This method of improving while fighting was something only Zhang Yuan could achieve. Anyone else, even with an interception rate of over 95, might not have survived past the third wave. The sixth wave also lasted an hour. Towards the end, Zhang Yuan could easily use both his sight and hearing to identify positions, raising his interception efficiency to over 90. The subsequent waves grew increasingly difficult, but by relying on his dual sensory technique, a 10-second refreshing indestructible shield, and the sun eye to burn away some of the sword energies, Zhang Yuan managed to withstand the 15th wave, successfully enduring the 12-hour trial. Trial complete, the system prompt sounded. Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from the world within the painting, tinged with a hint of annoyance. Kid, how are you so skilled? I've never seen someone as ridiculous as you. Not only did you forcibly obtain the Drunken Immortal Sword Manual without passing my trial, but you also entered this world without learning any skills and still survived my hidden trial with just your physical body. Is this what Yi Qing taught you? Hearing the voice, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. What? So the trial was about dodging? Damn it. The ethereal voice almost cursed but held back, instead saying, Fine, you're impressive. Since you're so capable, I have another trial for you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? A system prompt popped up. The Drunken Sword Immortal invites you to a duel. You will fight a projection of the Drunken Sword Immortal at the same level. Do you accept? Zhang Yuan saw the prompt and hesitated, then said, The Drunken Sword Immortal, is this really necessary? The ethereal voice retorted. What? Are you scared? Zhang Yuan explained, No. I mean, I'm a student of Yi Qing. So technically, I'm like your grand disciple. If you lose to me, it would be embarrassing for you. God damn it, the ethereal voice finally cursed, Come on. If I don't beat you today, I won't be called the Drunken Sword Immortal. The Wine Sword Immortal forcibly descended a projection, initiating the trial abruptly. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw this notification on his panel, a pressure as heavy as a mountain descended from the sky, exploding within the painted world. Boom! After the loud noise, the giant whale beneath Zhang Yuan's feet dispersed like smoke. Caught off guard, he plummeted from the sky. Is he really that angry? Zhang Yuan muttered, quickly summoning a flying sword beneath him, standing firmly on its blade, and riding the wind. Flying with a sword? Kid, you're interesting, a sudden voice rang out. Zhang Yuan looked up to see a long-haired man in robes, with white hair and golden eyes, exuding a cold aura, appearing out of thin air in the painted world, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately activated his abyssal eye. The information Wine Sword Immortal Projection, level 51, appeared in his view. So it really is the Wine Sword Immortal? Zhang Yuan thought, then respectfully cupped his hands and asked, What kind of trial does the Wine Sword Immortal wish to conduct? The Wine Sword Immortal sneered, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Facing me without fear. Not too bad. He paused, then continued, Kid, I am not a deity who likes bullying juniors. If you can withstand 10 of my moves in this trial, you pass. Thank you for your mercy. Wine Sword Immortal, Zhang Yuan said respectfully. When shall we begin? Let's start right away. You make the first move. I want to see what you're made of. the wine sword immortal said indifferently. All right. Zhang Yuan didn't hold back. He instantly deployed a sword formation and marked the wine sword immortal with a joy mark. He teased, Master, you don't always have to keep a stern face. Smile a bit. Seeing the state suddenly appear on himself, the wine sword immortal's mouth twitched, a dark line appearing on his forehead. Wicked tricks, he snorted, but a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his cold face. Zhang Yuan felt his attributes double instantly, while the wine sword immortal smile turned somewhat awkward. Umph. So what if your attributes have doubled? The wine sword immortal said, trying to maintain his composure. Without waiting for the wine sword immortal to react, 6 specialized weapons appeared around Zhang Yuan, each awakening a sword spirit. Zhang Yuan then unleashed the true form of the imperial sword, his aura soaring even higher. The wine sword immortal forced a smile and said, It's fine, I can handle it. Come at me with all you've got. Zhang Yuan didn't hold back any longer. The 6 specialized weapons each multiplied into thousands, surrounding the wine sword immortal like a rain of swords. The wine sword immortal's expression finally cracked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan activated the dragon god's domain, instantly charging thousands of flying swords to 1,000 times their power, then launching them at the wine sword immortal like a torrent of arrows. With this earth-shattering strike, a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, raising his level directly to 52. Simultaneously, his summons also leveled up. Shinkong, the Rakshasa King, the Ice Spirit Queen all reached level 52, while Yalat reached level 35. As the dust settled, the wine sword immortal's projection reformed within the painted world. Zhang Yuan immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for the guidance, wine sword immortal. The wine sword immortal stared at Zhang Yuan as if he were a monster and sighed. Why did Yi Qingsong lower his level to preserve a thread of your soul? Isn't it completely unnecessary? Who in this world could kill you? Zhang Yuan respectfully replied, I will never forget the kindness of Teacher Yi and you, wine sword immortal. The wine sword immortal waved his hand. Forget it. I admit my defeat. This is your reward. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a white light orb entered Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan immediately felt a new power surge within him. He learned the divine-level Drunken Sword, received the Wine Sword Immortal's blessing, enhanced his 7th Fate Seat swordsmanship, and obtained the No Sword technique. A bright smile spread across his face as he bowed once again. Thank you, Wine Sword Immortal. No need to thank me. You earned it. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head slightly and then waved his sleeve. Now leave. I don't want to see you again for a while. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind howled, and Zhang Yuan felt his body lighten, instantly being blown out of the dungeon and back to the bamboo forest at his school. Zhang Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, the scene before him shifting instantly from the illusory trial grounds to the familiar surroundings of the dojo. Before he could adapt to the abrupt change, Yi Qingsong and Wang Haoren hurriedly appeared in front of him, their faces filled with worry. Are you all right? They asked in unison, their voices laden with concern. Seeing their anxious expressions, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask, Teacher Yi, Brother Wang, what's going on? Yi Qingsong explained urgently. You suddenly disappeared from the dream dojo. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find you. Where did you go? Wang Haoren added, Brother Zhang, you have no idea how worried Teacher Yi was. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have thought you were taken by abyssal demons and gone to the abyss to save you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized that entering the hidden trial was an unplanned event. He quickly explained, I accidentally stumbled into the trial of the Wine Sword Immortal and spent over 10 hours in there. It took a lot of effort to clear it. Sorry for making you worry. No need to apologize as long as you're safe, Yi Qingsong said, visibly relieved, but then asked in surprise, Did you say you cleared the Wine Sword Immortal's trial? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, why? Yi Qingsong, incredulous, pressed on, You haven't even mastered the true Drunken Sword technique. Without high evasion, how did you pass that hidden trial? Zhang Yuan explained. I used the sound localization technique you taught me to intercept over 90 of the sword energy. And the remaining 10? Yi Qingsong asked, knowing well the difficulty of the trial. I took it heed-in, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Yi Qingsong's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly composed himself and instead asked, Since you've cleared the trial, you must have learned the complete Drunken Sword technique, right? Zhang Yuan nodded again. Yes, and it's incredibly powerful. Yi Qingsong nodded in satisfaction and advised, Good. You need to practice diligently. Divine techniques are different from other skills. Even if some skills are silenced, divine techniques remain unaffected. They can turn the tide of battle. Saying this, Yi Qingsong retrieved a dictionary from his storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This is an ancient celestial script dictionary I compiled. Study it well. If you come across any divine technique scrolls on your adventures, Knowing ancient celestial script will help you. Thank you, Teacher Yi, Zhang Yuan said, accepting the dictionary with a solemn promise. I will study it diligently. All right, that's it for today's lesson. You can go now, Yi Qingsong announced. Yes, sir, Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren responded, preparing to leave the dojo. Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren stepped out of the bamboo forest after saying goodbye to Yi Qingsong. The early summer sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on them, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Brother Wang, what did you gain in the dream dojo? Zhang Yuan asked curiously, his eyes on Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's face lit up with excitement. Thanks to that stone tablet, I awakened 2 life seats in a row. Now I'm a 2-life dragon swordsman, and my combat power has more than doubled. Congratulations, Zhang Yuan said sincerely. Wang Haoren's smile widened. Though I can't compare to you, who maxes out just by drawing cards, I'm quite satisfied. There was a hint of good-natured teasing in his tone. Then he changed the subject. By the way, Teacher Zhu has woken up. I was planning to visit him at Mingjing Clinic. Do you want to come along? Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. As the only non-member who had survived contact with the Divine Selection Club, Zhu Yongfu might hold crucial information. When they arrived at the clinic, Gu Bingying, dressed in a white lab coat, was recording Zhu Yongfu's vital signs in the ward. Despite being awake, Zhu Yongfu looked extremely pale and weak. Hello, Teacher Gu, Teacher Zhu, they greeted in unison. Gu Bingying looked up and immediately said, you came at the right time. Haoren, help look after Teacher Zhu. Zhang Yuan, let's talk outside. She led Zhang Yuan to the edge of the corridor, her face serious. Teacher Gu, is something wrong with Teacher Zhu? Zhang Yuan sensed something amiss and asked directly. Gu Bingying nodded gravely. Teacher Zhu's vital signs are extremely abnormal, completely defying logic. By all rights, he shouldn't have survived. Zhang Yuan, can you tell me what happened to him before you brought him back? Zhang Yuan replied solemnly. To be honest, when I rescued Teacher Zhu, he was already unconscious. But I suspect his current condition is likely related to the hallucination demon god. Demon god? Gu Bingying's eyes widened slightly. Then she seemed to ponder, no wonder. Teacher Gu, have you discovered something? Zhang Yuan pressed. Gu Bingying explained. Teacher Zhu's condition is so abnormal that even my divine level purification cannot restore him. If this is the work of a demon god, it makes sense. Is there a way to heal Teacher Zhu? Zhang Yuan asked urgently. Gu Bingying shook her head. Unfortunately, unless the demon god personally withdraws its power, even the world's top healers would be powerless. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. What if the demon god falls? Could you save Teacher Zhu then? Gu Bingying gave a wry smile. If a god were to fall, I could use divine level purification to gradually erode the demon god's power within Teacher Zhu. But that's a fantasy. Even the weakest demon god is still a god. How can one possibly fall? Zhang Yuan fell silent, deep in thought. Gu Bingying gently patted Zhang Yuan's head, comforting him. Don't be too sad. At least you brought Teacher Zhu back. While I can't cure him, I can keep him alive, and that's a blessing in disguise. I need to prepare some medicine for Teacher Zhu. You should go see him. Zhang Yuan nodded and returned to the ward. By then, Wang Haoren had already helped Zhu Yongfu sit up. Zhu Yongfu looked at Zhang Yuan and said weakly, Zhang Yuan, I heard from Haoren that you single-handedly went to Ongwa Temple and rescued me from those lunatics. Thank you. I owe you my life. Teacher Zhu, it was my duty, Zhang Yuan said as he sat by the bed. Can you tell me what happened between you and the Divine Selection Club? Zhu Yongfu was silent for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Zhang Yuan, it's best if you stay away from that club. For your own good, keep your distance. Zhang Yuan pulled a gilded invitation from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Yongfu. Mr. Zhu, this is an invitation from the Divine Selection Club. I didn't seek them out. They came to me. There's nowhere for me to hide. Zhu Yongfu took the invitation and examined its intricate designs carefully. His expression grew increasingly serious, and after a long silence, he sighed deeply. He turned to Wang Haoren, who was standing nearby, and said in a low voice, Haoren, go help Teacher Gu. I need to talk to Zhang Yuan alone. Wang Haoren immediately stood up, his eyes filled with concern. Mr. Zhu, whatever concerns Zhang is my concern too. I can help. Zhu Yongfu shook his head firmly. No, you're not strong enough. Getting involved with the Divine Selection Club will not only bring trouble to you, but also drag Zhang Yuan down, just like my current situation. Wang Haoren wanted to protest, but Zhang Yuan gently patted his shoulder. Listen to Mr. Zhu. I can handle this. You don't need to get involved. Zhang, are you sure you can handle this alone? Wang Haoren still looked worried. If not, maybe Xiaohong can help. Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a confident smile. Don't worry. The Divine Selection Club is not something that requires Xiaohong's intervention. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confidence, Wang Haoren didn't insist further and left the room. Zhang Yuan got up, closed the door, and sat back down by the bed. Mr. Zhu, it's just the two of us now. Please explain in detail. Zhu Yongfu took a deep breath and began slowly. This matter starts with the campus competition league, specifically about the 4 members from our university who withdrew at the last minute. Zhang Yuan frowned. What do they have to do with this? Zhu Yongfu explained. The person you killed on the field, Huo Wei, was actually a member of the Divine Selection Club. Our 4 team members were persuaded by Huo Wei to withdraw from the competition. Why would they do that? Zhang Yuan pressed. Zhu Yongfu continued. Huo Wei wanted to win the championship, and our university team was his biggest threat. He used the power of a demon to manipulate our team members into withdrawing. Following Huo Wei's trail, I found out that after withdrawing, the 4 of them went to Ongwa Temple and then disappeared. To uncover their whereabouts, I infiltrated Ongwa Temple and eventually found their bodies. Bodies? Zhang Yuan's eyes sharpened instantly. Although he had suspected the worst, hearing Zhu Yongfu confirm it made his heart heavy. Zhu Yongfu nodded, his voice somber. Not just their bodies, but also the bodies of many other professionals. The lunatics from the Divine Selection Club are planning some sort of ritual inside Ongwa Temple. After leaving the Mingjing Clinic, Zhang Yuan was mulling over the intel provided by Zhu Yongfu about the Divine Selection Club. He quickly walked to a secluded corner, looked around to ensure no one was nearby, and whispered, God of Joy, are you around? As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the God of Joy appeared before Zhang Yuan with a signature smile. Zhao Yuanzi, did you miss me? Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. I have some questions, he asked with a serious expression. Why is the Divine Selection Club stockpiling bodies at Ongwa Temple? What are they planning? The God of Joy stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, those demons have a habit of hoarding bodies for various dark rituals, from blood sacrifices to descents. It's hard to pinpoint their exact intentions based on this alone. He paused, a glint of insight in his eyes. However, if it's the illusion demon hoarding bodies, I might have a theory. Zhang Yuan immediately pressed, please go on. The God of Joy began to explain. In the ancient battles between gods and demons, the illusion demon had a technique called thousand thread puppets. This spell could turn corpses into puppets that retained their abilities and memories, while also gaining some of the illusion demon's power. If he amassed enough puppets, he could trap the entire capital city, with its millions of inhabitants, in an illusion. Even more troubling, the illusion demon's consciousness could freely transfer between these puppets. As long as one puppet survives, he cannot truly die. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, so, as long as he hides some puppets, he can't be killed? The God of Joy nodded with a smile. Exactly. That's how he survived the God-Demon Wars. He's always been cautious and is now even more fearful of death in his weakened state. I bet he has thousands of puppets scattered worldwide. Eliminating all of them is nearly impossible. Zhang Yuan's expression grew even more serious. He muttered, so what do I do? Does this mean I can't kill him? He pondered silently, realizing that if he couldn't even defeat this weakened god, his mission to slay other gods would be indefinitely delayed. The God of Joy looked at Zhang Yuan with interest. Zhao Yuanzi, you're quite confident, actually considering slaying a god as a mortal. That's an admirable ambition. I support you. He patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Actually, there's a way to defeat him. Even without destroying all the puppets, you can still kill him. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. What's the method? The God of Joy explained. The key to the illusion demon survival is transferring his consciousness before his soul is destroyed. If you're strong and fast enough to obliterate him before he can transfer, he's done for, no matter how many puppets he has. Zhang Yuan frowned. Easier said than done. Even in his weakened state, he's still a god. Even if I could defeat him, I wouldn't be able to kill him before he reacts. The God of Joy chuckled. I know you can't do that, which is why I have a plan B. If you can't kill him instantly, you'll need a special skill or artifact to lock his consciousness in his main body. If he can't transfer his consciousness, killing his main body will destroy him completely. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. So, do you have such an artifact that can lock a god's consciousness? The God of Joy spread his hands. I don't have it. He shifted the conversation. But the water goddess has an artifact called the Soul Water Pearl, which can seal the illusion demon's consciousness. But you know, I upset the water goddess last time to get the Zhanlu stone. If I ask her, she definitely won't lend it to me. Zhang Yuan nodded in realization. Got it? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the God of Joy. He immediately grasped the deeper meaning and exclaimed excitedly. So your plan B is for me to go get the water goddess's artifact? Huh, you know me well, little UNZ. The God of Joy gave a sly smile and explained. The water goddess is quite the recluse in the divine realm. Her only real friend is the fire goddess. Doesn't the fire goddess think highly of you? I can arrange a meeting for you. Have a chat with that fiery lady. If she agrees to help you, the water goddess will surely lend you her soul water pearl. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows, showing a doubtful expression. He slowly said, God of Joy. Something doesn't add up. The God of Joy was puzzled. Isn't my plan perfect? Zhang Yuan nodded, admitting, going through the fire goddess to borrow the water goddess's artifact is indeed a good idea. He paused, then looked directly at the God of Joy and asked, but what's in it for you, God of Joy? What do you gain from this? The God of Joy immediately put on a hurt expression, his voice tinged with sadness. Zhang Yuan, we're friends. Isn't it normal for me to help you out? How could you doubt my intentions? Must I always have an ulterior motive? I'm hurt. Zhang Yuan waved his hand calmly and said resolutely, stop it. That spiel doesn't work on me. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, continuing, if you're offering to help me and there's no obvious trap, it means there's a bigger one hidden somewhere. So tell me your real motive, or I won't seek out the fire goddess. The God of Joy's expression shifted from hurt to sorrowful in an instant, and he sighed deeply. Trust between gods and men is so fragile nowadays. Little Yuanzi, you weren't always like this. Zhang Yuan retorted bluntly. I trusted you until you tricked me into destroying the Demon King's monument. Tisk! The God of Joy clicked his tongue, then dropped the pretense, spreading his hands in honesty. All right, fine. I also want to use that artifact, but if I ask for it, the water goddess definitely won't agree. But you're different. That fire-crazy lady admires you, and the water goddess will lend you the soul water pearl out of respect for her. Then, you can use the artifact to do me a small favor. Zhang Yuan frowned. Even if she lends me the artifact, isn't it unethical for me to lend it to you? The God of Joy chuckled and explained, I'm not asking you to give me the soul water pearl. I just need you to use it to do something for me. You'll be the one using it the entire time. I won't even touch it. What's unethical about that? You can use the artifact to kill the illusion demon god and help me out along the way. It's like borrowing a car from the water goddess to drive from Kyoto to Westlake City and giving me a lift to EC City along the way. It's perfectly normal. Hearing this clever analogy, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod and mutter, that does make some sense. The God of Joy saw that Zhang Yuan was persuaded and immediately seized the opportunity. Little Yuan, think about it carefully. How could I possibly deceive my own blessed one? It's settled then. I'll contact the crazy lady, and you head to the Star God Duel instance. Don't keep them waiting too long. Before he could finish speaking, the God of Joy disappeared without a trace, afraid that Zhang Yuan might change his mind. Hey! Zhang Yuan frowned, feeling that something was off. He wanted to ask more questions, but found no trace of the God of Joy. This God of Joy definitely has some ulterior motives, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. But he knew there was no turning back now. He hurried back to Dorm Zero and entered the Star Realm, quickly gathering 30,000 star stones. Just as he exited the realm, he bumped into Granny Nyo coming down from upstairs. Granny Nyo eyed Zhang Yuan suspiciously. You little rascal, what were you doing in the Star Realm? Granny Nyo, I need to enter the Star God Duel instance, Zhang Yuan answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Granny Nyo's face darkened. You troublemaker, didn't you just break the instance not long ago? And now another god wants you. Zhang Yuan gave an embarrassed laugh. Yeah, sigh. I must be destined for a life of toil, having to deal with you. Granny Nyo sighed and then warned. Fine, you can go in, but the instance was just repaired. Be careful and don't cause too much commotion. I'll try. I'm heading up now. Zhang Yuan didn't dare look Granny Nyo in the eye and hurried up to the 6th floor, entering the Star God Duel instance. Inside, the instance was still a magnificent arena. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped in, a blazing flame ignited before him, and the goddess of fire emerged gracefully from it. Zhang Yuan, I heard from the God of Joy that you're looking for me. The goddess of fire got straight to the point. Seeing the goddess of fire, Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to begin. The goddess of fire noticed his hesitation and spoke gently. There's no need to be nervous in front of me. Speak your mind. If there's anything I can help with, I will do my best. Encouraged, Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated and told the goddess of fire everything about the Divine Selection Club and the illusion demon god. After hearing his story, the goddess of fire's eyes filled with intense battle spirit. So, you've grown strong enough to kill gods? How about we have another match? Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. Goddess, that's not the point. The point is that the illusion demon god is targeting me, and I need to borrow the water goddess's artifact. But I've never met the water goddess, and I even owe her a debt. The goddess of fire conjured a flaming spear in her hand and smiled. I understand. I can take you to meet Little Water, but on one condition: you have to have a satisfying battle with me first. Seeing the battle spirit in the goddess of fire's eyes, Zhang Yuan knew this fight was inevitable. He bowed to her. Please guide me, goddess. Good. The goddess of fire laughed heartily, and the flames around her surged, her aura rapidly climbing until it stabilized at level 80. The intense flames ignited the entire arena, distorting the entire star god duel instance with her power. An 80-level projection of the goddess of fire had an aura that was at least 10 times stronger than when she was at level 40. Even with Zhang Yuan's significantly increased strength, he still felt immense pressure facing her at this moment. The terrifying divine might seem impossible to counter with mere equipment. The goddess of fire twirled her spear gracefully and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, since you're planning to fight the weakened illusion demon god, I thought I'd up my game a bit. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. Zhang Yuan didn't back down. He quickly set up his sword formation, awakening the spirits of his 6 dedicated swords while activating the solar eye and lunar eye. The 9 heavens crimson slaughter sword formation and the Xian water demon slaying sword formation were activated simultaneously, applying the joy mark to the goddess of fire, and he entered the drunken immortal state. With this series of enhancements, Zhang Yuan's aura surged, approaching that of the goddess of fire. The goddess of fire's eyes narrowed as she watched Zhang Yuan's transformation in astonishment. First, she was taken aback, then a wide, excited grin spread across her face. Zhang Yuan, it seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly in such a short time. This is getting more and more exciting. No sooner had she finished speaking than the goddess transformed into a blazing flame and vanished. In the next instant, tongues of fire surged around Zhang Yuan, and more than a dozen clones of the goddess of fire emerged from the flames, each wielding a long spear aimed directly at him. Zhang Yuan's ears twitched slightly as he keenly detected the subtle changes in the wind. Quickly discerning that some of the clones were mere illusions, he decisively ignored them. Relying on his drunken immortal state, he deftly dodged the attacks of the remaining real clones. In a flash, his attributes skyrocketed by 600. Activating his lunar eyes, Zhang Yuan instantly replicated the goddess of fire's cloning skill. Dozens of Zhang Yuan clones leapt from the flames, unleashing invisible sword energy at all the goddess's clones simultaneously. In a split second, every clone of the goddess of fire was annihilated. Well done, kid. The goddess's laughter echoed from above. Zhang Yuan looked up to see a massive fire qilin diving from the sky, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The fire qilin engulfed the entire arena, scorching flames sweeping in all directions. The Star God's duel instance faced the risk of collapsing once again. Meanwhile, outside the instance, Granny Nyo sensed the energy becoming chaotic and gritted her teeth. I knew it. This boy would never let me have peace. She quickly took out a large number of star stones, using the power of the star god to stabilize the instant space. Inside the arena, the sea of fire raged uncontrollably. The goddess of fire hovered in the air, her red eyes scanning the inferno below with a frown. Where did he go? Right above you, goddess. Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly came from behind her. The goddess's expression shifted as she hurriedly turned around. There, she saw Zhang Yuan, now in his true sword emperor form, with a flaming qilin and 6 powerful weapons poised for attack behind him. The battle is decided. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly as the 6 weapons and the qilin merged, shooting toward the goddess of fire like arrows loosed from a bow. The scorching flames and sharp sword energy exploded within the star god's duel instance. As the earth-shattering clash concluded, Zhang Yuan's level increased to 53. Simultaneously, Xingkong, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Queen's levels also rose to 53. Yao Yuot's level advanced to 45, while the Hellfire Demon Goat's level surged to 71. Upon defeating the level 80 projection of the goddess of fire, Zhang Yuan and his summoned creatures leveled up simultaneously. In an instant, the sky above the dungeon transformed into a brilliant starry night. The power of the star god descended like cool, refreshing dew, calming the raging flames and sword energy in the arena. Under this divine power, the shattered Colosseum quickly restored itself to its original state. That was exhilarating. The hearty laughter of the goddess of fire echoed once more in the Colosseum. Her projection reformed before Zhang Yuan, emanating a warm and powerful aura. Zhang Yuan respectfully bowed to the goddess of fire. Thank you for the match, goddess. The goddess of fire looked at Zhang Yuan with interest, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. At the rate you're growing, it won't be long before you shake the entire divine realm. I'm eagerly anticipating the day you become a god. Zhang Yuan humbly responded, You're too kind, goddess. I still have a long way to go. You're too modest, the goddess of fire said, giving Zhang Yuan a hearty pat on the shoulder that nearly made him stumble. With such strength at a young age, you have every right to be confident. She paused before continuing. As promised, I'll take you to see Xiao Shui and speak on your behalf. Zhang Yuan bowed again. Thank you for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. The goddess of fire grinned, looking up at the starry sky and calling out, Star God, link this dungeon to Xiao Shui's palace. As soon as she finished speaking, the starry sky above began to shimmer, and the surroundings changed in an instant. The Colosseum vanished, replaced by a sunlit forest. Not far away stood a majestic blue palace, surrounded by a mist of water vapor. By the pool outside the palace, a blue-haired girl was sitting and daydreaming. She wore a blue dress and had a single strand of hair sticking up from her head, exuding a faint water element aura. Zhang Yuan immediately used Abyssal Eye to confirm that she was indeed the goddess of water. Xiao Shui, the goddess of fire, called out. The strand of hair on the goddess of water's head twitched, and she snapped out of her daze. Fire sis, the goddess of water, stammered. The goddess of fire approached with Zhang Yuan and warmly introduced. Xiao Shui, let me introduce a new friend to you, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan immediately greeted. Hello? Hello. The goddess of water responded shyly, unable to look directly at Zhang Yuan, her hair drooping. Seeing the goddess of water's timid demeanor, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt, remembering how he had previously encouraged the god of mischief to bully her. The goddess of fire, seemingly accustomed to this, explained to Zhang Yuan. Xiao Shui is quite socially anxious and doesn't have many friends. Don't mind it and be patient with her. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand. I don't mind at all, it's fine. He thought to himself, she's a goddess, and I need her help. How could I dare to be offended? The goddess of fire smiled and turned to the goddess of water. Xiao Shui, Zhang Yuan would like to borrow your soul water pearl. Is that okay? Why wise? The goddess of water nodded repeatedly, immediately producing a pearl brimming with water elements and offering it to Zhang Yuan with both hands. Here you go. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting the goddess of water to hand over such a powerful artifact so easily. Used to the scheming ways of the god of mischief, he felt at a loss in front of such an innocent and pure goddess. Goddess, Zhang Yuan asked uneasily. Aren't you going to ask what I need the soul water pearl for before giving me such an important artifact? Any friend of fire sis is surely trustworthy. The goddess of water quickly replied, adding, also, you don't need to call me goddess. Just call me Xiao Shui. Hearing the goddess of water use an honorific, Zhang Yuan was even more bewildered. This seemed to invert the proper hierarchy. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confusion, the goddess of fire laughed and explained, that's just how Xiao Shui is. She gets so nervous around strangers that she can't think straight. Just take the soul water pearl. Looking at the straightforward goddess of fire and the innocent goddess of water, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that his own scheming ways, influenced by the god of mischief, were despicable. The bright sunlight shining on him seemed to expose all his inner darkness, making him feel utterly exposed. Guilt surged through Zhang Yuan like a tidal wave. He finally couldn't hold back and said, actually, I took the soul water pearl not only to deal with the illusion demon god, but also to help the god of fun. Is that okay? The water goddess quickly shook her head, her voice slightly flustered. No problem. The fire goddess chimed in with a smile. When the god of fun approached me, I guessed what she was up to. If she wants to use it, let her. With the approval of both goddesses, Zhang Yuan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He carefully took the soul water pearl. As he looked closely, he saw the surface shimmered with light, as if it contained the power of the entire ocean. Soul water pearl. Level. Divine. Effects. Grants immunity to water and mental attacks. Allows the bearer to breathe underwater. Enhances the effect of water element manipulation on spirits and consciousness. Grants skill. Water element control level 10. The moment Zhang Yuan touched the soul water pearl, a refreshing energy flowed through his body. To his astonishment, he realized that with just a thought, the surrounding water elements would obey him. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he knew any water spells, he could probably cast even the most powerful ones instantly. So this is the power of the soul water pearl. Zhang Yuan murmured, then bowed deeply to the water goddess. Thank you so much. I'll return it as soon as I'm done. The water goddess waved her hand dismissively. No rush. You can keep it for now. I don't use it much anyway. Feeling even more uneasy, Zhang Yuan spoke again. Goddess. Xiao Shui, this pearl is too precious. How can I repay you? Is there anything I could do for you? The water goddess was about to decline, but the fire goddess interjected. Xiao Shui, Zhang Yuan is being sincere. Don't be so modest. Haven't you always wanted those things from the human world? Let Zhang Yuan bring some for you. Hearing this, the water goddess's eyes lit up like stars reflected in a lake. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yuan quickly offered, Xiao Shui, what do you want? As long as it's available in the human world, I'll bring it to you. Really? The water goddess asked excitedly. The things I want are very precious. Really? Zhang Yuan replied, lacking confidence. After all, he wasn't sure he could get his hands on treasures even the gods found valuable. The water goddess spoke quickly in her excitement. I want the latest gaming console from Heaven's Edge, the complete set of Dragon Beads, Water Shadow Ninja, and Sea Emperor comics, preferably signed by the authors. Do you have them? Zhang Yuan was stunned, momentarily speechless. The dignified water goddess was so obsessed with human entertainment products? He opened his mouth but could only manage an. The goddess of water saw that Zhang Yuan was stunned and quickly said, "Is my request too much? If it's not possible, the comic book doesn't need to be a signed edition." Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and shook his head with a wry smile. He looked into the goddess of water's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation, and softly said, "Xiao Shui, your request is not excessive at all. In fact, for a deity like you, it's almost too simple." He paused for a moment and continued, "Forget about the latest gaming console and signed comic book. There are plenty of people who would do anything for you, even if it meant bringing the game company's CEO and the comics author here. Such trivial matters aren't worth trading your soul water pearl for." The goddess of water hesitated after hearing this. She softly said, "But Juan, you said these items are very precious." Zhang Yuan was taken aback and furrowed his brow in confusion. Did she really say that? At that moment, the goddess of fire scoffed and interjected, "The goddess of joy has pulled that trick more than once. She takes advantage of Xiao Shui's reluctance to go out and sells her common items at a high price." The goddess of fire's tone was filled with disdain. "That's not all. Last time, the goddess of joy gave Xiao Shui a super difficult game and embedded a virus in it. Just when Xiao Shui was about to achieve all the milestones, the virus activated and wiped out all her saved progress." Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "That's so malicious." The goddess of fire nodded. "Yes." Xiao Shui cried for a long time because of that. The goddess of water's eyes welled up with tears as she whispered, "I had to grind for so long afterward." Hearing the resentment in her voice, Zhang Yuan quickly assured, "Xiao Shui, don't worry. I promise I'll get you the latest gaming console, the full set of comics, and the author's autograph. In the future, if you want to play any game, just let me know, and I'll bring it to you, without any tricks." The goddess of water's eyes lit up. "Really? Really?" Zhang Yuan replied earnestly. "That's fantastic." The goddess of water almost jumped with excitement, but managed to compose herself to maintain her goddess image. She smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "Thank you." Zhang Yuan smiled back. "It's only right for me to do this after receiving your favor. If anything, I should be the one thanking you." He put away the soul water pearl and bowed to the goddess of water. "I'll take my leave now and bring the gaming console and comics next time." The goddess of water nodded with a smile. "All right, let's play together next time." Zhang Yuan then bowed to the goddess of fire. "Goddess, I will take my leave." The goddess of fire nodded slightly and added, "By the way, Zhang Yuan, I must remind you that although the illusion demon god is no longer at his peak, he is still a deity. No one knows if he has any hidden tricks. When dealing with him, ensure he is completely defeated before letting your guard down." "Thank you for the reminder, goddess. I will be cautious. Farewell." Zhang Yuan bid farewell to the two goddesses and exited the star god Duel instance. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Nyo Papa, who was busy and flustered. She immediately asked, "You brat, did you fight with the gods again?" Feeling guilty, Zhang Yuan lowered his head and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Nyo Papa. I tried to finish the battle as quickly as possible, but my limited strength couldn't make it a swift victory." Nyo Papa asked, "So, did you win or lose?" "Luckily I won. Winning is fine." Nyo Papa waved her hand dismissively. "Now go away. I have to repair the instance." Zhang Yuan tentatively asked, "Is there anything I can help with, Nyo Papa?" "The biggest help you can provide is not getting in my way." "All right, Nyo Papa. Goodbye, Nyo Papa." Zhang Yuan didn't dare say more and quickly bid her farewell, returning to his room. Upon entering, he saw the goddess of joy sitting on his bed, legs crossed, smiling at him. "Xiao Yuanzi, wasn't I right? Didn't you get it easily?" Zhang Yuan took out the soul water pearl and nodded. "Indeed, it went smoother than I expected." He paused, his tone turning serious. "But goddess of joy, you were too cruel. How could you bully such a soft and cute water goddess?" The goddess of joy pouted playfully. "I did it for you, didn't I?" She suddenly took on a mocking tone. "Or are you saying you find Xiao Shui attractive and are ready to abandon me?" Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. "Goddess of joy, you really have too much drama." Zhang Yuan heard the words of the god of joy, and with a blank expression, he retorted, "Let's get back to business. I have the soul water pearl, but how do I lock the illusion demon god's consciousness?" The pearl's description mentioned something about mental awareness, but I have no idea how to use it specifically. The god of joy seemed to have been waiting for this question, a sly glint in his eyes as he immediately replied with a smile. "Good question. Near the Sky Tower in the East Sea, there's a massive whirlpool. If you jump into it, you'll reach a hidden dungeon at the sea bottom." "Hold on." Zhang Yuan quickly interrupted, frowning slightly. Aren't we talking about the soul water pearl? Why are you bringing this up? Unfazed, the god of joy continued. Don't rush, let me finish. In that underwater dungeon, there's a hidden boss at level 100 with abilities similar to the illusion demon god. If you use the soul water pearl to defeat that boss, you'll know how to deal with the illusion demon god. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, what happens after I defeat the boss? That's it, the god of joy replied casually. Once you beat the boss, you can go after the illusion demon god. Zhang Yuan frowned and pressed further. I mean, didn't you want me to use the soul water pearl to help you with a personal matter? What's the personal matter? Let me handle it before my showdown with the illusion demon god. A hint of amusement flashed in the god of joy's eyes. Looks like you haven't forgotten about me, have you? Don't worry, my personal matter is for you to clear that dungeon. Using the soul water pearl there is helping me. Alright, I get it, Zhang Yuan agreed. Once I finish what I promised the water god, I'll head to that dungeon. Great, I'll be waiting for your news. The god of joy smiled and added, oh, by the way, I have some good news. The blacksmith's progress is excellent. That artifact is almost finished, and it's going to be incredible. Look forward to it. Goodbye, UNZ. With that, the god of joy blew Zhang Yuan a kiss and vanished into thin air. Watching the god of joy leave, Zhang Yuan immediately took out his communicator and ordered the latest gaming console from Soar, along with all the major game releases from recent years. He muttered to himself, the console is easy enough, but getting those 3 sets of autographed comics won't be so simple. I'll need some connections. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be excessive to trouble by Lao or Wan Zhanshun for such a trivial matter. Finally, he decided to call Li Fong. As the young master of the Sunlight Guild, Li Fong had extensive connections. Even if he wasn't directly into games or comics, he would likely know about them. Asking Li Fong for help seemed perfect. Zhang Yuan dialed Li Fong's number, and Li Fong's cheerful voice immediately came through the communicator. Hey, brother-in-law, what brings you to call me? Zhang Yuan hesitated slightly before speaking. Brother Li, I need a favor. Li Fong was taken aback and asked in surprise. You need my help with something? Brother-in-law, are you sure you haven't had too much to drink? If you can't handle it, what makes you think I can? Zhang Yuan quickly explained. No, Brother Li, you misunderstand. Actually, I'm looking for 3 sets of manga. He then detailed the request from the water goddess and added, these 3 mangas are quite popular, and getting the author's signatures might be difficult. Can you help me with that? Li Fong paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Is that all? I thought it was something huge. You scared me. Brother-in-law, I may not be as capable as you, but you underestimate the Li family. Our Li Group owns 51 of the publishing company those 3 authors are signed with. Forget about getting their signatures. I can even get you their unpublished drafts or original manuscripts. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother Li, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Have I ever lied to you? Li Fong's voice was filled with pride. Zhang Yuan was thrilled. That's fantastic. Brother Li, whether it's signed copies, unpublished works, or manuscripts, get as many as you can. And if you can get other excellent works originals, that would be great too. Li Fong readily agreed. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Send me your address, and I'll have them delivered via teleportation array by this afternoon. Zhang Yuan gratefully said, thank you, Brother Li. I'll treat you to a big meal afterward. Li Fong waved it off. No need for a meal. Just take me to level up sometime. That's better than any feast. Absolutely. Zhang Yuan agreed immediately. I'll take you to grind some dungeons until you can't take it anymore. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Yuan hung up the communicator and quickly sent his address to Li Fong. His face beamed with excitement, thinking this was an unexpected windfall. With Li Fong's help, not only could he easily complete the water goddess's task, but he could also exceed expectations. Imagining the water goddess's delighted reaction, Zhang Yuan felt this might make up for the hurt he caused her when he sought the Zhanlu stone. Before long, Li Fong sent a message saying everything was arranged. Zhang Yuan decided to wait in his dorm and use the time to study ancient celestial scripts. The afternoon arrived quickly, and he received a notification that the delivery had arrived. He promptly went to the dorm's package storage area. What greeted his eyes was the latest game console, a stack of game discs, and a massive cardboard box that was almost as tall as a small hill. Zhang Yuan stared in amazement at the enormous box and eagerly opened it. Inside were not only the complete sets of the 3 mangas, with authors' signatures and original artwork, but also various popular and obscure excellent mangas, signed copies, original artwork, and even a substantial number of limited edition figurines that were no longer available on the market. This will make little Shui so happy. Zhang Yuan couldn't contain his joy as he quickly stored everything in his storage space. He then headed to the Star's secret realm dungeon, collected 30,000 star stones, and sneaked into the Star God's Duel dungeon while Granny Nyo wasn't looking. This time, Zhang Yuan didn't even match with the deity. He went straight to the water goddess's palace. The fire goddess had already left, and the water goddess was alone, staring blankly by the pool in front of her palace. Little Shui, Zhang Yuan called softly. The water goddess was startled, her hair standing on end, and she turned around in a panic. Seeing it was Zhang Yuan, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you? You scared me. I thought some unknown deity had broken in. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask, Little Shui, are you afraid of strangers? The water goddess lowered her head, her voice a bit melancholic. I'm not good at socializing. I just like staying at home, reading manga and playing games. To other gods, I'm an incomprehensible oddball. In the divine realm, my only friend is Sister Fire. The goddess of water chuckled and added, well, I suppose the goddess of mischief is half a friend. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Zhang Yuan, surprised by her words, couldn't help but ask, you consider the goddess of mischief a friend? Doesn't she often play tricks on you? The goddess of water's expression softened, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Although the goddess of mischief does enjoy playing pranks on me, she's also the only one in the divine realm who brings me games and manga from the mortal world. To be honest, I'm quite grateful to her. Without her, I'd probably go crazy from boredom at home. Zhang Yuan chuckled and teased. Hearing you say that, I might start thinking the goddess of mischief is a saint. If I weren't her friend, I'd almost be convinced by you. With that, Zhang Yuan retrieved a large pile of items from his storage space. A gaming console, game discs, and a huge box filled with manga. He smiled at the goddess of water and said, Xiao Shui, I brought everything you asked for. The goddess of water was so stunned by the mountain of items in front of her that she couldn't speak, her antenna-like hair standing on end. She stammered, this much? Zhang Yuan explained with a smile. Besides the gaming console, the complete sets of 9 Dragon's Ball, Water Shadow Ninja, and Sea Voyage King, along with the author's signatures, I also brought a ton of game discs. Unpublished chapters and original manuscripts of these 3 mangas are here as well. Additionally, I included some of the world's other excellent manga works. The goddess of water's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. Zhang Yuan, you're really too kind. As she spoke, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Yuan tightly, enveloping him in a dense aura of water elements. A system notification immediately sounded. Receive the blessing of the goddess of water. 7th Fate Seed, Swordsmanship Enhancement, Heart of the Ocean, can purify all negative states of oneself or others using water elements. Zhang Yuan was stunned by the goddess of water's unexpected hug and blessing, his mind momentarily going blank. He had only intended to make up for the goddess of water a little, but he hadn't expected to receive such an important reward. Staring at his 7th Fate seat, now blessed by 4 deities, Zhang Yuan was deeply shocked. The water goddess suddenly realized her behavior was a bit out of line and immediately let go of Zhang Yuan. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes flickered with shyness as she stammered, Sorry, I just couldn't help but give you a divine blessing. If you don't like it, you can refuse, I won't mind. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile at the sight of the water goddess's bashfulness. He said gently, Why wouldn't I like it? Your blessing came just at the right time. The water goddess's eyes brightened instantly. She eagerly asked, Really? Of course. Zhang Yuan nodded affirmatively. The smile on the water goddess's face grew even more radiant. She asked shyly, Then can you play games with me? It's a bit lonely by myself in the palace. Zhang Yuan agreed readily. No problem, but let me help you move everything into the house first. Great. The water goddess cheered. I'll help too. Together, they moved the items Zhang Yuan brought into the palace. The water goddess's palace was grand and magnificent, but inside it felt empty and cold. Passing through the vast, empty hall, the water goddess led Zhang Yuan to her private room. In stark contrast to the chilly hall outside, the water goddess's room was packed with decorations. The walls were adorned with colorful manga and game posters, and the bookshelves were neatly lined with various manga volumes and game guides. In one corner, there was a large glass cabinet displaying an array of exquisite figurines. Over here, the water goddess directed Zhang Yuan to a cozy beanbag chair in the corner of the room. As soon as they sat down, a large projection screen formed from water elements in front of them. Simultaneously, the water goddess infused divine power into the latest gaming console Zhang Yuan had brought. The console lit up instantly, running without being plugged in, and the startup screen appeared on the projection. Zhang Yuan looked around in amazement. This is incredible. You're like the queen of the otaku world. If people knew you were like this, it would cause quite a stir. A hint of surprise flashed in the water goddess's blue eyes. Really? Are there many people among humans who like to stay indoors? Quite a lot. Zhang Yuan chuckled, picking up a game controller. What do you want to play? The water goddess excitedly replied, I want to see you play Black Myth. There's a boss I can't beat. All right, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yuan agreed with a nod. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the afternoon was gone. Phew, finally beat it, Zhang Yuan said, putting down the controller and sighing in relief. That final boss was tough. It felt harder than clearing an abyss dungeon. He turned to look at the water goddess and found her staring at him with shining eyes, full of admiration. Xiao Shui? Zhang Yuan called out in confusion. The water goddess excitedly praised. Zhang Yuan, you're amazing. Sister Fire always said you had great talent, unmatched even among the gods, and now I see you're also incredible at games. Zhang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment and laughed awkwardly. It's not that impressive. It's very impressive, the water goddess insisted. I tried beating that boss for a long time and couldn't do it. I was so frustrated I wanted to go in and fight it myself. She was visibly excited and eagerly asked, "What game should we play next?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the time and apologized. "Sorry, Xiao Shui, I promised the god of fun that I would help with a dungeon next. I have to go." Oh. The water goddess's antenna drooped, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. But she quickly perked up and reminded him, "You have to come back and play with me next time." "Sure, I will." Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. After bidding farewell to the water goddess, he exited the Star God Duel instance. This trip to the Star God Duel proved quite fruitful for Zhang Yuan. Not only did he gain Xiao Shui's friendship, but he also received her divine blessing. Now, with blessings from 4 gods, he was 3 away from forming his divine persona. This is progressing faster than I expected, Zhang Yuan mused, glancing at the star god's robe he was wearing. He realized that his ability to quickly gain favor with so many gods was closely tied to the 50 god favor gained from the robe. Even though I'm not the star god's chosen, I've benefited a lot from the star god, Zhang Yuan thought. After a brief tidy-up, he headed to the school's teleportation array and transported to the Bohai beach. Upon arrival, Zhang Yuan soared into the sky on his sword, flying over the vast ocean. According to the god of fun, the hidden dungeon was located beneath a whirlpool near the sky tower. Zhang Yuan thought, "I'll just search around here. I should be able to find the entrance." Zhang Yuan glided over the ocean on his flying sword, scanning the waters for whirlpools while muttering to himself. His eyes swept across the endless blue, filled with a sense of vigilance. Since the advent of the card-drawing era, this once joyous sailing paradise had turned into a forbidden zone for humans. The depths of the sea harbored countless high-level sea beasts, making it too dangerous for ordinary people to even approach the shore, let alone venture out to sea. Now, only a handful of powerful individuals dared to cross the ocean, and the underwater dungeons had become an unthinkable taboo for most. Hours passed, and Zhang Yuan's patience began to wear thin. Just as he was about to give up, a massive whirlpool finally came into view, located about 200 nautical miles southeast of Sky Tower. 200 nautical miles? And they call that nearby? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grumble, frowning slightly. He had expected nearby to mean just a few miles away, not nearly 400 kilometers apart. Li Zishun must be doing this on purpose. She probably wants to see me lose my mind searching the sea. With a hint of resignation, Zhang Yuan used the abyssal eye on the massive whirlpool below. Information immediately flooded his mind. Unnamed whirlpool, devouring everything around it. It might be a passage to somewhere. If you don't have the ability to repel water, stay away, or you'll end up in hell. This description reminded Zhang Yuan of Li Zishun's style. Could she have created this? He mused. Without hesitation, he jumped off his flying sword and plunged directly into the whirlpool. The soul water pearl instantly lit up, forming a shield of water elements around Zhang Yuan. Protected by this shield, he safely passed through the whirlpool and reached the deep-sea floor. The sight before him took his breath away. A massive dungeon whirlpool loomed large, and beside it stood a colossal octopus, several hundred meters tall, silently guarding the area. Instinctively, Zhang Yuan used the abyssal eye again, and information appeared. Deep Sea Terror, World Boss, Level, 100 Strength, Agility, Spirit, Stamina, Skills. Seeing all the question marks, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. So, even the gatekeeper of this dungeon is that powerful, he murmured, a serious look crossing his face. The moment Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to scout for information, the giant octopus boss guarding the dungeon entrance sensed his presence. The colossal creature instantly raised a massive, pillar-like tentacle and lashed out at Zhang Yuan. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yuan waved his hands, and a sword array instantly unfolded. Several flying swords shot out from the array like arrows, aiming straight for the incoming tentacle. However, when the sharp sword tips touched the tentacle's surface, they bounced off as if hitting an invisible barrier, unable to leave a scratch on the boss. Bounced off? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes, But he had no time to ponder, as the enormous tentacle was already upon him. The Chun Jun sword materialized a golden shield in front of him, barely deflecting the powerful strike. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Yuan controlled 6 specialized swords, this time targeting the boss's head. Yet the result was the same. The flying swords were deflected by the boss's strange, slippery skin, achieving nothing. So it's immune to physical attacks. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized that the boss's special defense mechanism negated nearly 80 of his offensive capabilities. But he wasn't out of options. He quickly summoned Shinkong and used the Soul Water Pearl to manipulate water elements to envelop it, ensuring it could move freely underwater. Shinkong, give this boss a blast of dragon breath, Zhang Yuan ordered. Roar! Shinkong responded confidently, swimming above the boss and unleashing a scorching dragon breath at the octopus's head. However, just as the breath was about to hit, the boss's skin glowed faintly, neutralizing the attack. Roar! Shinkong called out in confusion, preparing to attack again when a massive tentacle suddenly struck it, sending it flying. This creature is immune to magic attacks too? Zhang Yuan was astonished, but keenly observed the subtle changes in the boss's skin during Shinkong's attack. He devised a plan to test his hypothesis. With a flick of his fingers, numerous flying swords appeared around the giant octopus boss. He then shouted, "Domain of Dark Thunder." In an instant, black lightning and flying swords simultaneously attacked the boss. The boss's skin glowed again, blocking the black lightning, while the flying swords passed through the glow unhindered. But just as Zhang Yuan thought he had succeeded, the swords were once again deflected by the boss's slippery skin. Neither the flying swords nor the lightning could harm the giant octopus. So, it's immune to both physical and magical attacks. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. Immune to both physical and magical attacks? How are we supposed to play the game now? Despite this, Zhang Yuan didn't find the situation overly dire. Although the boss had incredible defenses, its attack frequency was low and posed no real threat to him. The key now was figuring out how to break through this seemingly impenetrable defense. Let's try a mental attack, Zhang Yuan thought, using the Chun Jun sword to block another tentacle strike while activating the Solar Eye, attempting to ignite the giant octopus boss with solar fire. According to the Solar Eye skill description, the solar fire could ignite a soul directly, essentially making it a mental spell. As Zhang Yuan's left eye glowed with golden light, a wisp of solar fire ignited the boss tentacle, starting to burn its soul. Roar! This time, the boss finally let out a cry of pain. Looks like it can't defend against mental attacks. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately intensified the flames, spreading the solar fire across the boss's entire body. In an instant, a massive fireball hundreds of meters high illuminated the previously dark underwater world. The world boss's health began to drop visibly, and it frantically lashed out at Zhang Yuan with its tentacles. But these attacks were ineffective against Zhang Yuan, who was also immune to physical damage. Zhang Yuan stood still, allowing the colossal tentacles of the octopus boss to lash at him. His eyes were sharp and unwavering, fixed on the gigantic creature as if he could defeat it with his gaze alone. The octopus boss, sensing that its usual attacks were ineffective, began to slam its tentacles against the seabed instead. Boom! 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 The constant thunderous noises echoed as the seabed cracked under the immense force. Suddenly, a thick, black liquid gushed out from the fissures, quickly enveloping Zhang Yuan and obscuring his vision. A system notification popped up. Affected by corrosive oil, vision obstructed, all attributes down by 90, losing 5 max HP per second. Oh, so it has this kind of trick, huh? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He then activated the heart of the ocean. In the water-rich environment of the seabed, a flash of blue light instantly cleared the oil from his body. Zhang Yuan once again used the sun eyes, continuing to scorch the octopus boss. This time, the boss had no means of defense and could only thrash its tentacles in fury, stirring up violent whirlpools on the seabed. However, with the 7-star Long Yuan sword, Zhang Yuan remained as steady as a rock, unaffected by the whirlpools, and kept his gaze fixed on the boss. Before long, this world boss, which had yet to show itself to the world, was literally stared to death by Zhang Yuan. System notifications flashed continuously. Obtained Fearful Soul Ember 1. Fearful Soul Ember, legendary item. The Soul Ember of the ultimate sea monster Deep Sea Terror can assist in second awakening. Obtained legendary item. Eye of the Deep Sea. Eye of the Deep Sea, legendary item, can summon a level 100 Deep Sea Terror to assist in battle, limited to ocean environments. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, leveling him and his summons up to level 54, while Yalet reached level 50, closing in on the main group. This gear can actually summon that sea monster? Let's give it a try. Zhang Yuan retrieved a football-sized stone eyeball from his storage space and used the item out of curiosity. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive apparition over 500 meters tall appeared before Zhang Yuan. Its terrifying tentacles spread out, nearly exceeding the range of Zhang Yuan's sword formation. Zhang Yuan looked up at the colossal being in front of him and checked its attributes. Deep Sea Terror, level 100. Strength, 10 million. Agility, 10 million. Spirit, 10 million. Stamina, 10 million. Skills, Slippery Skin, Elemental Shield, Ferocious Lash, Horrifying Scream, Deadly Entangle, Deep Sea Aura. It's enormous. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the Deep Sea Terror before him. When it was an enemy boss, its size wasn't as apparent, but now that it had become his summoned creature, its sheer scale truly stunned him. The starry sky, over 10 meters high, seemed like an ant compared to this giant octopus. Zhang Yuan carefully examined the Deep Sea Terror's skills. Smooth Skin and Elemental Shield provided physical and magical immunity respectively, while Ferocious Whip and Deadly Constriction relied on its tentacles for attacks. Terrifying Howl directly inflicted mental damage. All of these were expected, but the last skill, Deep Sea Aura, left him puzzled. Deep Sea Aura. Upon use, the Deep Sea Terror dies permanently, and the master receives a permanent blessing from an ancient god. A note warned that the blessing would bring uncontrollable changes, advising caution. Zhang Yuan felt curious about this mysterious ancient god and its blessing, but the warning made him decide to set the skill aside for now. Retracting the Deep Sea Terror, Zhang Yuan swam to the entrance of the underwater dungeon. The Ancient Sea Ruins dungeon was level 100 with unknown difficulty. This information made Zhang Yuan even more cautious, realizing that the task from the God of Joy was more complicated than it seemed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuan decided to enter the dungeon. After all, he had promised the God of Joy and was about to face the Phantom Demon God. If he couldn't even get through this hidden dungeon, fighting the Phantom Demon God would be a suicide mission. Just as he was being teleported, a mythic quest prompt suddenly appeared. Completing this dungeon will unlock the unique mythic quest, Ancient God. Different choices will determine your faction. Choose wisely. Before Zhang Yuan could react, he was already inside the dungeon. He found himself in a gray, desolate world. Standing on a reef, he was surrounded by an endless gray ocean, with the sky equally gray and lifeless. The air was filled with still dust, which only moved slightly with his breath. There was no wind, no sound, as if the entire world had been dead for a long time. Sensing the danger lurking beneath this calm surface, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned all his sword spirits and remained highly vigilant. Instead of diving into the water, he called forth the Deep Sea Terror to explore the eerie sea. With a thunderous roar, the Deep Sea Terror's tentacles stirred up massive waves, breaking the dungeon's silence. Suddenly, the water around Zhang Yuan turned black. Realizing the danger, he immediately soared into the air on his sword. From the center of the reef, the sea for miles around had turned pitch black. In the next moment, several gigantic tentacles, even thicker than those of the Deep Sea Terror, burst out of the water, entangling the Deep Sea Terror and dragging it down. The sea surged violently as Zhang Yuan saw the Deep Sea Terror's tentacles thrashing wildly underwater, its health depleting rapidly before his eyes. This sudden turn of events made Zhang Yuan realize that the real challenge had just begun. What is that? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him. The Deep Sea Terror, towering hundreds of meters high, seemed like a newborn octopus compared to the boss hidden beneath these waters. A question arose in Zhang Yuan's mind. Was he really supposed to fight this colossal creature? Could any human truly stand against such a being? At that moment, the God of Joy suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuan, softly introducing that down there is a projection of an ancient god. Startled by the sudden appearance, Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, God of Joy, you can enter this dungeon? The God of Joy smiled slightly and asked back, is there any place in this world that I can't enter? Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. All right, you're the goddess, you're powerful. He didn't dwell on the question and instead asked, what is an ancient god? He recalled the Deep Sea Terror skill, Deep Sea Aura, which could be sacrificed to receive the ancient god's blessing. The God of Joy explained, ancient gods are the oldest beings in this world. They existed long before humans were born. However, they have either perished or been sealed away, and have not appeared for a very long time. The world has long forgotten them. To put it plainly, ancient gods were the original inhabitants of this world. Both humans and us gods came later. Zhang Yuan pressed on. So, how were they eliminated? The God of Joy shook her head. That I don't know. The ancient gods had disappeared long before I was born. Not just me, but very few gods in the entire divine realm know much about them. I discovered the seal of an ancient god here by chance, and out of curiosity, I researched it for a while. Then I accidentally broke the seal. Accidentally? Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched. How careless do you have to be to break the seal of an ancient god? Details aren't important, the god of joy laughed, then continued. Anyway, I managed to repair the seal, but some of the ancient god's power leaked out, forming this ancient god's projection, and thus creating this ancient sea ruins dungeon. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, so why don't you just deal with this ancient god? I wish I could. The god of joy spread her hands. This ancient god's projection isn't very powerful. Normally I could crush it with a finger, but it has a troublesome ability. It can continuously split into numerous clones, and as long as even one clone remains, it can resurrect indefinitely. There are countless clones hidden in this ancient sea, making it impossible to kill them all. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. So, you need the soul water pearl? The god of joy nodded. Yes, the soul water pearl can give water elements the ability to attack souls. With this artifact, you have the power to handle the ancient god on your own. At that moment, a notification appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. Unique Mythic Quest. Progress on the ancient god has been updated. Please make a choice. 1. Help the god of joy deal with the ancient god's projection. 2. Help the ancient god break free from its seal. Note, this choice may have unknown consequences. Choose carefully. Zhang Yuan stared at the notification, completely stunned. Xiao Yuanzi? The voice of the god of joy interrupted Zhang Yuan's thoughts. He noticed the change in Zhang Yuan's expression, sensing something was amiss. You're not thinking of releasing that ancient god, are you? The god of joy asked, half surprised, half worried. Zhang Yuan remained silent, further confirming the god of joy's suspicions. Zhang Yuan, you seriously want to release it? The god of joy's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, with a hint of exasperation, he added, why don't I just let you take over my position as the god of joy? I love having fun, but I don't want to die just yet. Seeing Zhang Yuan still deep in thought, the god of joy dropped his divine demeanor, clasped his hands together, and pleaded, Zhang Yuan, I'm begging you. Please, solve this problem, and I'll even show you my swimsuit. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the god of joy's comical expression. Just kidding, he said. Then he turned serious and asked, but seriously, what would happen if the ancient god was released? The god of joy's face turned solemn as he replied, when I accidentally loosened the seal a bit last time, only a single tentacle emerged, and it took all my effort to shove it back. If that ancient god is fully released, I can't say what will happen to the divine realm, but your human world will definitely suffer. I see, Zhang Yuan mused, looking down at the turbulent ocean below. The life force of the deep-sea terror was nearly depleted, on the verge of being completely annihilated by the ancient god's projection. Zhang Yuan made a swift decision and recalled the deep-sea terror into its summoning space. With its target gone, the ancient god's projection immediately turned its wrath towards Zhang Yuan, and several tentacles, each over 100 meters wide, surged from the sea, aiming straight for him. Here it comes, Zhang Yuan muttered, his left eye's solar pupils suddenly glowing. Fierce solar flames ignited the tentacles, but the fire seemed to have little effect on the ancient god's projection. Instead of slowing down, the flaming tentacles became even more frenzied. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted as 6 specialized weapons quickly formed a shield in front of him. Boom! A tentacle slammed into the shield, and Zhang Yuan was shocked to see that the indestructible shield of Arlet was being consumed at an alarming rate. The tentacle's attack wasn't just physical, it also carried some bizarre attribute damage. Meanwhile, 3 other tentacles circled behind Zhang Yuan, their tips opening like flower petals to reveal rows of sharp teeth, forming 3 gaping maws. The god of joy, seeing this grotesque scene, grimaced in disgust. EW, that's so gross. I'm out, Xiao Yuanzi, do your best. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished in a flash of light. This god of joy, Zhang Yuan muttered helplessly. He creates the mess and leaves me to clean it up without lifting a finger. He then entered his drunken, immortal sword state, skillfully dodging the tentacle attacks from behind. Zhang Yuan's attributes spiked, and his aura surged. Countless replica swords materialized in the air, raining down on the tentacles. However, the ancient god's projection had skin even tougher than the deep-sea terrors, and the swords bounced off, causing no harm. More tentacles emerged from the sea, attacking Zhang Yuan from all directions. He used the drunken immortal sword's ability to dodge and boost his attributes while igniting the tentacles with his solar pupil. The blinding solar flame set all the exposed tentacles ablaze, making the ocean appear on fire, with steam filling the air. However, the ancient god's projection was simply too massive. Even with the accelerated accumulation of solar energy by the Ganjiang sword spirit, Zhang Yuan's solar energy consumption far outpaced its replenishment. At this rate, relying solely on solar fire wouldn't be enough to deal with the ancient god's projection. Dodging another attack, Zhang Yuan decisively took out the soul water pearl. I'll have to use this artifact to fight the ancient god's projection. Let's see what it can do, he muttered, attempting to control the water elements in the sea with the soul water pearl. Instantly, several water dragons rose from the ocean, fiercely striking the tentacles of the ancient god's projection. Although the damage was minimal, it effectively disrupted the tentacle's mental state. Zhang Yuan also noticed that using the soul water pearl to control water elements consumed mental energy. The more mental energy he used, the more water elements he could control. Additionally, the ability granted by the soul water pearl was recognized by the system as a skill. So that's how it works? Zhang Yuan suddenly realized and immediately activated the true form of the Emperor's sword. With the activation of the Zhanlu true form, all his skills instantly cooled down, and his mental energy consumption dropped to zero. Without hesitation, he maximized the power of the soul water pearl, waved his hands, and attempted to control the vast ocean. Boom! As the soul water pearl radiated a dazzling light, the ocean within the dungeon began to boil. Countless water elements obeyed his command, coalescing into an enormous cage that tightly trapped the ancient god's projection. Rise! Zhang Yuan shouted, manipulating the surging water elements to ascend. In no time, a gigantic octopus, towering hundreds of kilometers high, was dragged out from the depths of the sea by the endless torrents. When Zhang Yuan finally saw the full form of the ancient god's projection, he couldn't help but gasp. It was a massive entity, a grotesque fusion of human and octopus. To his horror, the tentacles that had attacked him earlier were merely the creature's whiskers. Facing such a colossal being, Zhang Yuan felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, but he forced himself to stay calm. Roar! The ancient god's projection let out a thunderous roar within the water cage, furiously attacking its confines. However, under the immense power of the soul water pearl, it remained firmly imprisoned. Zhang Yuan cast his gaze downward and saw that he had split the entire ocean in two, revealing ancient ruins on the seabed. It was a vast, ancient city with a bizarre architectural style. Just looking at those buildings made Zhang Yuan feel a discomforting mental disturbance. At the center of the city, an enormous golden magic array stood out. One corner of the array had a noticeable gap, marked with the seal of the god of joy, seemingly a temporary fix to contain the ancient god. Suddenly, a peculiar sound wave emanated from beneath the golden array with a buzz. The Qishao sword immediately formed a shield around Zhang Yuan, blocking the mental corruption contained within the sound wave. Then, an ethereal voice whispered in Zhang Yuan's ear, "Release me, and I will grant you supreme power." The voice seemed to stir the deepest desires within him, carrying an irresistible allure. Fortunately, with the Qishao sword's protection, Zhang Yuan remained unaffected. After this temptation, Zhang Yuan fully grasped the god of joy's warning. Releasing such an entity would be a monumental mistake. Forget it, you better stay put in there, Zhang Yuan decided, once again manipulating the water elements in the ocean. In an instant, all the hidden projections of the ancient god were locked within water prisons. A system prompt immediately popped up. Faction chosen. The unique mythic quest, Ancient God, has been updated. Eliminate the ancient god's projections. Assist the god of joy in reinforcing the seal, and find a way to kill the ancient god within a set time. Failure will result in the death of the god of joy. The god of merriment can die? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the penalty for failing his mission. What kind of mission is this? How could it involve the life of a god? He couldn't help but think to himself. Xiao Yuanzi, you've really messed up this time? At that moment, the figure of the goddess of joy appeared again in the dungeon, her face showing a hint of panic. It seems the ancient god sealed below has set its sights on me. You have to save me. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words. Clearly, the goddess of joy had received a similar mission. He couldn't help but say, Goddess of joy, you're a god at your peak, and yet you're asking a level 54 mortal who hasn't even had a second job change to save you? Isn't that a bit much? The goddess of joy spread her hands, looking helpless. Do I have any other options but to ask you? She said, slumping in defeat. If you don't save me, I'll just die right here. Zhang Yuan was speechless at her words. He scrutinized the goddess in front of him. The penalty for failing this mission seemed severe, yet he didn't sense any real concern from her. Either she was optimistic enough not to care about dying, or she was confident she wouldn't die and was just looking for some fun. Zhang Yuan felt the latter was more likely. Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask, Goddess of joy, are you hiding something from me? Nope, she shook her head earnestly. The situation is really serious. I can feel that the ancient god sealed below has fully awakened and is constantly attacking the seal. At the current rate, my seal won't last more than a month. A month? That soon? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as he calculated. A month was too short, with the gap between him and the ancient god. Even 20 draws wouldn't bridge it. Yeah, the goddess of joy nodded, still smiling. When it breaks free, it'll definitely come for me first. After I'm gone, you'll be next. Zhang Yuan felt a bit helpless hearing her words. If it's that serious, how can you still joke about it? He sighed and asked, do you have a solution? No, she shook her head again. If my true form were here, maybe I could handle it, but the divine realm forbids gods from interfering in the mortal world. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but retort. Interfering in the mortal world isn't something you do infrequently. The goddess of joy explained, there's a difference between doing it secretly and openly. Using a projection to stir things up is one thing. Many gods do it, and the divine realm turns a blind eye. But bringing my true form would be a serious violation of divine law. A battle between me and the ancient god would definitely attract the attention of the divine king. Once everyone knows the trouble I've caused, I won't escape punishment. Even if I don't die, I'll be severely punished. Zhang Yuan frowned. So, your true form can't come, and you expect me to deal with the ancient god? Yes, she smiled and added, but don't worry too much. I consulted the goddess of fate, and she said I have a major calamity ahead, but it's not within this month. So, Xiao Yuanzi, you must have a way to save me. Zhang Yuan forced a smile. You're putting a lot of pressure on me with that. The goddess of joy continued. Based on my research, the seal completely isolates the ancient god from the outside world. Over the ages, it hasn't been able to absorb any external elemental power, meaning its strength has diminished significantly. Now is its weakest moment. If you can find a way, it's best to eliminate it while it's still sealed. You make it sound so easy. How am I supposed to? Zhang Yuan paused mid-sentence as an idea struck him. Wait, I actually do have a way. He suddenly remembered the immortal execution pill he had previously drawn. The pill allowed him to lower his level by 1, and then unleash a coordinated attack from the immortal execution sword, the slaughter immortal sword, the trap immortal sword, and the absolute immortal sword. This powerful item might just be the key to defeating the ancient god. Zhang Yuan gazed at the flickering golden magic circle below, calculating his strategy to deal with the ancient god. The 4 celestial swords, according to mythology, were the most fearsome weapons under the heavens, and the formation they created was the deadliest of all. By mythological standards, even a Deluo golden immortal wouldn't withstand a single strike. If the 4 celestial swords summoned by the Juxian pill were as powerful as the legends claimed, they should be more than enough to handle this ancient god. The goddess of joy noticed Zhang Yuan had come up with an idea, and her eyes lit up. She exclaimed excitedly, I knew it, Xiao Yuanzi. You must have some hidden ace up your sleeve. Show it quickly. Zhang Yuan looked at the goddess of joy with a serious expression and said honestly, Li Zishun, I'm not entirely sure about the power of this ace. We only have one shot. If we succeed, great, we can solve everything in one go. But if we fail, I have no other way to deal with this ancient god. If that happens and the ancient god breaks free, we're all doomed. This is a high-stakes gamble. The goddess of joy, however, laughed lightly and said, don't worry. Go ahead and give it your all. This mess is my fault to begin with. Even if you fail, I can bring my true form to clean up the mess. Zhang Yuan was shocked by her words. Do you really believe in me that much? If your true form comes down, wouldn't that be the end for you? That's why you need to do your best and not let it come to that, she replied with a chuckle. This time, let me be your support. I'll do whatever you need. With that, the goddess of joy sent Zhang Yuan a team invitation. Zhang Yuan was stunned, thinking he might be the first person in the world to team up with a deity. What are you standing there for? Accept it quickly, so I can buff you, the goddess of joy urged. Zhang Yuan immediately accepted the invitation, and the goddess of joy's avatar appeared on his interface. Out of curiosity, he checked her stats. Goddess of joy projection. Level 100. Strength, like a weak girl. Agility, doesn't like exercise. Spirit, extremely high. Stamina, on a diet recently. Skill, swimsuit change. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth at these stats, unsure how to describe his feelings. Xiao Yuanzi, are you a peeping Tom? Why are you so curious about my stats? The goddess of joy teased. But these are a goddess's secrets, you know. Not for prying eyes. With that, she lightly tapped Zhang Yuan's forehead. A purple aura spread from his forehead, and he immediately felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body. System notification. You have received the goddess's blessing. Strength 9,999. Agility 9,999. Spirit 9,999. Stamina 9,999. Zhang Yuan was stunned as he looked at the overwhelming stat boosts on his interface. Li Zixun, are you serious about this buff? He asked incredulously. The goddess of joy laughed and replied, you've been buffed. Now go. Charge forward. Zhang Yuan ignored the words of the god of pleasure, his gaze fixed on the projections of the ancient gods trapped in the water prison in the sky. His expression turned serious as he thought to himself. Let's deal with these projections first. The Qi Shao sword soared into the air, and the nine heavens red fiend sword formation unfolded. In an instant, countless replica flying swords gathered above the sea, shooting towards the ancient god projections like raindrops. Although the projection skin could deflect all the replica swords, they couldn't withstand the Qi Shao sword's intent imbued within the nine heavens red fiend sword formation. Under the relentless assault, the projection's levels visibly plummeted, dropping below level 1 in no time. Suddenly, the Qi Shao sword emitted a blinding red light, and a scarlet flying sword tore through space, shattering the ancient god projection into pieces. A system prompt immediately sounded. Obtained item, Eye of the Ancient God. Zhang Yuan quickly checked the information on the newly acquired item. Eye of the Ancient God, divine level, one-time use. Using it summons an ancient god projection for a fatal strike and grants a random blessing from the ancient god. After the intense battle, both Zhang Yuan and his summoned creature, Xingkong, leveled up to 55, while Yaoyuo caught up to level 52. The god of pleasure couldn't help but tease. Little Zhang Yuan, you carry the curse of the experience-absorbing king and still manage a whole family of summoned creatures. Plus, you're in a hidden class which already has a massive experience requirement. With all these debuffs stacking up, your leveling speed is impressive. If it were someone else, with your experience needs, they might never reach level 50 in their lifetime. Zhang Yuan laughed indifferently. Though the experience is split, the boost from Xingkong and Yaoyuo far exceeds the benefits of leveling up. The more companions like these, the better. After a brief chat, Zhang Yuan took out the Eye of the Ancient God to examine it closely. The item resembled the Eye of the Deep Sea, both being stone-like eyeballs, but the Eye of the Ancient God was twice the size. More importantly, the item description indicated that using it would grant the blessing of the Ancient God. Curious, Zhang Yuan asked the God of Pleasure, "Do you know what the blessing of the Ancient God entails?" The God of Pleasure smiled confidently. "You asked the right person. Though I almost released the Ancient God, I've studied a lot about them. The blessing of the Ancient God is akin to a demon's contract. You gain significant enhancements, but at a great cost." "What kind of cost?" Zhang Yuan pressed. The God of Pleasure explained. "Typically, receiving the Ancient God's blessing means permanently losing body parts like eyes or arms. And that's the mildest outcome. If you're unlucky, you might lose part of your soul, turning into a madman or a vegetable. This thing is even worse than a demon's blessing and should be consigned to the trash heap of history." Disappointment flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. "So this loot is useless?" The God of Pleasure countered. "Not necessarily. If you ever find a way to negate the negative effects of the Ancient God's blessing, you can give it a try. But for now, I wouldn't recommend using it." "All right." Zhang Yuan put away the Eye of the Ancient God and turned his attention to the golden array at the seabed, asking, "Are you sure that if I attack this ceiling array, I'll hit the Ancient God below?" "Absolutely." The God of Pleasure formed a frame with his hands, and a purple box appeared above the golden array. "Aim at the box I've drawn. You'll definitely hit the Ancient God. But your attack will also shatter the seal here, so you only have one chance." "Got it?" Zhang Yuan nodded. Looking at the God of Pleasure, "I'm ready to start. Are you prepared?" The God of Pleasure was a bit surprised. "Starting now?" "Wait a moment." He closed his eyes. After a few moments, he opened them and smiled at Zhang Yuan. "I'm ready." "Go ahead." "What were you doing just now?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. "Getting a swimsuit." The God of Pleasure joked, then laughed. "Just kidding. I established a link between my projection and my main body. If you fail to deal with the Ancient God, I'll bring my main body here. We can't let this Ancient God escape this instance." "All right, let's do this." Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, preparing to launch his attack. "Little Yuanzi, let's see what you can do." The God of Joy chuckled softly and gracefully stepped aside to give Zhang Yuan space to perform. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan took out the Juxian pill. In an instant, terrifying sword energy erupted from the golden pill, wreaking havoc within the confined space. The God of Joy's eyes focused on the pill in Zhang Yuan's hand, a flash of undisguised shock crossing her face. A slight smile curled her lips, excitement evident in her expression. She murmured to herself, "Little Yuanzi, how many more surprises do you have for me?" Zhang Yuan stared at the Juxian pill in his hand, took a deep breath, and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved immediately, unleashing an indescribable and terrifying power that rapidly spread through his body. Intense pain, as if his bones were being crushed, surged through him, relentlessly assaulting his mental defenses. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder echoed in the dark sky, followed by a bolt of purple lightning that struck Zhang Yuan precisely. The lightning's force was so overwhelming that it instantly reduced Zhang Yuan's level to 54. The god of joy looked up at the sound, seeing a golden gate appear among the clouds. Four indistinct celestial swords flew out, their sharp energy weaving a formidable net in the sky. What an intimidating aura! The god of joy muttered, genuine fear flickering in her eyes as her body trembled involuntarily. She keenly sensed that although the four swords were merely projections, their power was deadly. She thought to herself that the power of these four swords might even surpass that of the once supreme artifact, the Sky Tower. Her gaze returned to Zhang Yuan, her curiosity deepening. Where did little Yuanzi get these treasures? She whispered. This kid, he just keeps accumulating more secrets. Zhang Yuan watched the Zhuxian sword, the Lucian sword, the Xianjin sword, and the Jishian sword manifest in the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. His last bit of worry vanished, as the effects of the four swords were clearly displayed on his panel. Zhuxian sword projection. Ignores all rules. Kills the target regardless of who it is. Lucian sword projection. Ignores all rules. Kills the target regardless of who it is. Xianjian sword projection. Ignores all rules. Kills the target regardless of who it is. Jishin sword projection. Ignores all rules. Kills the target regardless of who it is. When all four swords are unleashed, nothing can stand in their way. Gods will be slain, and Buddhas will be eradicated. The goddess of joy stared in shock at the four celestial swords floating high above, her mind blank. She could almost see the bloodshed these swords would cause in the divine realm. If the real ones descended, no god could stand against them. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the sealed formation, snapping the goddess of joy out of her terrifying visions. Realizing that the ancient god was accelerating its breakthrough, she quickly turned to Zhang Yuan and shouted, "Xiao Yuanzi, the ancient god under the formation senses a threat. It's gone mad. Act quickly, don't let it escape." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the golden formation below, which was flickering and covered in cracks. He murmured, "This execution pill was meant for the illusion demon god. I hope you, ancient god, count as a deity." With that, he summoned 6 specialized weapons, which shot through a frame drawn by the goddess of joy, directly targeting the golden formation. Crack! The formation shattered instantly, and a terrifying divine power surged from below, turning the entire sea region pitch black. An angry roar echoed through the heavens and earth. "Insignificant ants! How dare you!" Before the roar could finish, one of the celestial swords hanging in the sky transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the formation. The space around it tore apart, a blinding light erupted, and the terrifying sword energy spread out, slicing the entire instant space into fragments. Seeing this, the goddess of joy immediately flew in front of Zhang Yuan, using her divine power to create a barrier that shielded him. In the next moment, a violent explosion occurred beneath the formation, engulfing the entire instance in an instant. Zhang Yuan and the goddess of joy were blasted out of the instant space. In the real world, the teleportation vortex of the ancient sea ruins instance exploded, and immense energy swept the surroundings, causing the entire East Sea to churn. Just one attack from the celestial sword completely annihilated the ancient god before it could even scream. The 4 celestial swords then vanished without a trace. System notifications flashed continuously. The 4 celestial swords have absorbed the power of the ancient god. You cannot gain experience or rewards for killing the ancient god. The ancient god is dead. The unique mythic quest, Ancient God, is complete. You have gained the divine talent, Nemesis of Ancient Gods. Nemesis of Ancient Gods. When receiving blessings from ancient gods, no cost is required. You have slain a deity. The unique mythic quest, Path of the Sword Immortal Part 1, is complete. Your divine talent, I am a Sword Immortal, has advanced to Celestial Talent. I am a Sword Immortal Level 3. Damage increased by 300 times. You can downgrade by 3 levels to randomly summon one of the 4 celestial swords for coordinated attacks. Mythic Quest Update. Nemesis of Ancient Gods is now active. Nemesis of Ancient Gods. Having slain an ancient god, you are now considered an enemy by ancient gods and their followers. Hatred from ancient gods and their followers 100. To survive, kill 3 ancient gods 03. Mythic Quest Update. Path of the Sword Immortal Part 2 is now active. Path of the Sword Immortal Part 2. Obtain a Divine Spark 01. Due to the complete destruction of the Ancient Sea Ruins instance by an unknown force, no instance rewards can be obtained. Ding! Host has achieved the Divine Level feat, God Slayer, unlocking the unique Divine Talent. Congratulations, host, on awakening the unique Divine Talent, God Slayer. God Slayer. When slaying deities, you will absorb their Divine Sparks, converting them into Divine Spark experience to level up your own Divine Spark. If you do not possess a Divine Spark, The experience will be stored until you acquire one. Faced with a sudden influx of notifications, Zhang Yuan didn't have time to check his gains before he fainted from exhaustion. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely felt his head land on a soft lap. Time passed, and Zhang Yuan gradually regained consciousness, finding himself floating on the sea, his body rising and falling with the waves. The cold seawater enveloped him, but couldn't drown him. "You're awake," came the voice of the goddess of joy. Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes to see himself encased in a bubble of water elements, unable to sink. The setting sun cast a golden glow across the shimmering sea, and the goddess of joy, now in a swimsuit, sat on a piece of driftwood, smiling at him. "Li Xin?" Zhang Yuan asked, confused by the sight before him. Zhang Yuan jolted awake from his unconscious state, finding himself lying on a raft floating on the vast ocean. Despite the endless blue expanse around him, he had no time to appreciate the scenery. He immediately sat up and anxiously asked, "What happened to the ancient god?" The god of joy beamed at him and replied, "Xiao Yuanzi, you really outdid yourself this time. You only used one of the 4 celestial swords, and it obliterated both the ancient god and the entire dungeon. There's nothing left of that ancient deity." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan let out a deep breath, his shoulders visibly relaxing. "Is that so? That's good. That means our mission is complete. More than complete, it's overachieved." The god of joy's eyes curved in a crescent with excitement. "Thanks to the celestial sword you summoned, the entire ancient sea ruins dungeon was destroyed. All traces of my activities there have been wiped out, leaving no evidence behind. Even if the divine realm tries to investigate, they won't find a thing." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eyes. "Given how much I helped you, don't you think I deserve a reward?" The god of joy looked puzzled. "Haven't I already given you a reward? Where?" Zhang Yuan looked around, but saw no sign of any reward. The god of joy puffed out his chest proudly, pointing to his swimsuit. "Isn't this it?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. "Just this? Hey, what's with that disappointed look?" The god of joy frowned. "Are you not satisfied with my figure?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and admitted, "I'd prefer a material reward over eye candy." "Seems like you're hopeless." The god of joy sighed, but then flashed a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, you did me a huge favor. I won't let you down. Once the god of forging finishes his work, I'll have a surprise for you." With that, the god of joy stood up. "Since you're awake now, I should get going. The death of the ancient god revealed a lot of new things to me, and I need to study them. You can find your way back. Bye." With those words, the god of joy vanished into thin air, leaving Zhang Yuan alone on the raft. "This joy god always off to the next fun thing, leaving old friends behind." Zhang Yuan muttered helplessly, then settled back onto the raft. He opened his interface to check the rewards from this mission, only to be stunned by the sheer volume of notifications. "Whoa, this much!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Although he didn't receive the experience points or the divine stones for killing the ancient god due to using the celestial sword, the act of slaying the ancient deity completed 2 mythic quests and awakened a new system talent. From this single mission, he gained 2 new god-level talents and 1 unheard-of celestial-level talent. Reflecting on the mission's gains and losses, Zhang Yuan thought about the cost of summoning the celestial swords, which involved dropping 3 levels and not receiving kill rewards. However, having witnessed their terrifying power firsthand, he felt the price was entirely worth it. Thinking about his newfound strength, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile confidently. With this talent, he felt bold enough to stand before the cursed demon and flip it off. So powerful! Zhang Yuan clenched his fist, exhilarated by his new abilities. Zhang Yuan carefully examined the new effects of the Sword Immortal talent before turning his attention to the 2 God-tier talents, God Slayer and Nemesis of the Old Gods. He squinted his eyes, reading the description of God Slayer intently. For ordinary people, this talent seemed almost useless, even inferior to some common talents. After all, in this world, very few had the strength to slay gods. An average person with this talent might never activate its effects in their lifetime. However, the situation was entirely different for Zhang Yuan. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. He was about to acquire divine status and soon challenge the illusion demon god. This talent would soon prove invaluable. Next, Zhang Yuan focused on the nemesis of the old gods talent. When he read the line, "No cost required when receiving blessings from the old gods," he couldn't help but gasp. His mind raced, considering the potential value of this talent. "Does this mean I can use the Eye of the Deep Sea and the Eye of the Old God?" Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He recalled the warning from the God of Joy. Although blessings from the old gods could provide powerful enhancements, the cost was too great to justify accepting them. But now, with the nemesis of the old god's talent, Zhang Yuan could gain powerful enhancements without any cost. After careful consideration, Zhang Yuan decided to start with the fear of the deep sea. This ability could only be used in the ocean and wasn't very useful otherwise. He decisively took out the eye of the deep sea, summoned the fear of the deep sea, and commanded it to use the deep sea aura skill. At that moment, a warning message popped up on his panel. Do you want the fear of the deep sea to use deep sea aura? Note that using deep sea aura will result in the permanent death of the fear of the deep sea, and the old god's blessing may bring unpredictable consequences. Please choose carefully. Zhang Yuan looked at the warning and couldn't help but sigh. These old god's blessings do seem dangerous, considering all these warnings. Despite this, he unhesitatingly chose yes. As Zhang Yuan made his decision, the eye of the deep sea in his hand instantly disintegrated in a powder. A haunting wail emanated from within the fear of the deep sea, shaking his very core. In an instant, the surroundings changed dramatically. The once shimmering sea surface turned gray, the sunset in the sky was obscured by dark clouds, and a thick fog enveloped the open sea. The atmosphere became eerie and oppressive. The massive body of the fear of the deep sea was completely swallowed by the fog, and Zhang Yuan could only vaguely see its silhouette. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the silence. Zhang Yuan witnessed a horrifying scene. Numerous auras appeared around the fear of the deep sea, then abruptly contracted, binding it tightly. The auras continued to shrink, and the enormous body of the fear of the deep sea was crushed and deformed. With a painful howl, the fear of the deep sea burst like a balloon under the pressure of the auras. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy erupted, creating towering waves. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had the soul water pearl to control the water elements. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed by the giant waves. Witnessing all this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a cold breath. He never expected the process of receiving an old god's blessing to be so brutal and terrifying. Compared to this, the blessings from the god of joy and little Shui seemed like warm fairy tales. Zhang Yuan was relieved that he hadn't rashly chosen to release the old god earlier. He muttered to himself, "These guys are definitely not suitable as friends. Are all these old gods so twisted?" As Zhang Yuan was grumbling, he suddenly noticed a figure in the fog, pointing a sharp finger at him. The next moment, a strange ray shot out from the figure's fingertip, hitting Zhang Yuan. Immediately, new information appeared on his panel. The old sea god bestows a blessing, granting the soul of the ancient sea. The soul of the ancient sea allows the conversion of any water element into ancient sea water, which possesses water, poison, and psychic attributes. Creatures that come into contact with ancient seawater will have their souls bound and suffer continuous damage. While Zhang Yuan was reading this information, the figure in the fog uttered a chilling, eerie voice. Equivalent exchange. I shall take a part of thy soul. It floated toward Zhang Yuan, reaching out with a withered hand. At that critical moment, a prompt suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel. The nemesis of the old god's talent is activated. After receiving the old god's blessing, no cost is required. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within Zhang Yuan, enveloping his entire body. When the old god's hand touched the light, it let out a blood-curdling scream, quickly retracting its hand and vanishing into the fog. The thick fog over the sea gradually dissipated as the gentle rays of the setting sun cast a golden glow, dispelling the surrounding chill. Zhang Yuan gazed at the spot where the ancient god's apparition had vanished, a radiant smile spreading across his face. He was secretly delighted. Although he wasn't sure of the strength of this newfound ability, it could at least interact with the soul water pearl. More importantly, he had received a blessing for free. Doesn't matter if it's strong or not. Free stuff is always the best, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, a cunning gleam in his eyes. He then realized that the blessing from the ancient god wasn't recognized by the seventh constellation as a divine blessing. Those ancient gods truly are forgotten by the world, Zhang Yuan mused softly, his fingers gently brushing the ancient god's eye at his waist. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuan decided to put the ancient god's eye away. Although using it could grant him the ancient god's blessing, wasting such a precious attack opportunity now would be unwise. With the matter of the god of fun settled, it was time to face the illusion demon god. This artifact, capable of unleashing ancient god attacks, might prove invaluable in the upcoming battle. Time to prepare and then deal with the divine chosen club, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, summoning his flying sword and speeding towards the mainland. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Ongwa Temple, the demon prophet Bahu of the divine chosen club was meditating in front of a sinister idol. Suddenly, the space beside him twisted slightly, and an abyssal demon shrouded in black mist emerged slowly. Are you ready? The abyssal demon asked indifferently. a hint of impatience in his voice. Bahu opened his eyes slightly, a smile playing on his lips. We've spread the puppets throughout every corner of Kyoto. At your command, we can plunge the entire city into an illusion within 10 seconds. The abyssal demon nodded in satisfaction. Good. The king places great importance on this plan. Our abyssal seeds are almost in position. Make sure your divine, chosen club doesn't mess this up. Bahu lowered his gaze, his tone calm. We have the favor of the gods. We won't fail. But remember, once it's done, don't forget the terms you promised us. If you go back on your word, no one can withstand my lord's wrath. The abyssal demon chuckled softly. Don't worry, the king remembers. Once you plunge Kyoto into illusion, the king will lead the abyssal army to conquer this land. Then, the king will slaughter all humans in Kyoto and offer their corpses to the illusion demon god. Bahu added, don't forget Zhang Yuan's body. That's what my lord values most. Rest assured, the abyssal demon said confidently, with our kingdom and your divine, chosen club working together, Zhang Yuan is as good as dead. Zhang Yuan hurried back to the Mingjing medical clinic, a spark of hope igniting in his heart. The blessing of the water goddess flowed within him, and he believed he could pull Zhu Yongfu back from the brink of death. Without a hostage, he could fully confront the illusion demon god. As soon as he reached the door of the ward, he bumped into Gu Bingying, who looked extremely serious. She had just come out of the ward, her brows tightly furrowed. Professor Gu, what happened? Zhang Yuan asked urgently. Seeing that it was Zhang Yuan, Gu Bingying let out a heavy sigh. Xiao Zhang Yuan, Professor Zhu's condition is not good. You should go in and see for yourself. Zhang Yuan quickly walked into the ward, and the scene before him left him shocked. Zhu Yongfu was tightly bound to the bed, with thick ropes securing his limbs and torso. The moment Zhu Yongfu saw Zhang Yuan, he shouted, Zhang Yuan, you're finally here. I'm fine now. There was just a misunderstanding between Professor Gu and me. Please help untie me. Zhang Yuan frowned and turned to Gu Bingying, who had followed him in. Professor Gu, what's going on? Gu Bingying explained. On the surface, Professor Zhu seems normal, but he has completely turned dark inside and will attack anyone around him indiscriminately. Several students at the academy have already been severely injured by him. If I hadn't intervened in time, those students might have been killed by him. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, it's the illusion demon god's thousand silk puppet. Thousand silk puppet? What's that? Gu Bingying asked, full of confusion. Zhang Yuan explained succinctly. It's a signature skill of the illusion demon god, which can turn corpses into puppets. These puppets retain all the abilities and memories they had in life. Given Professor Zhu's current state, it's highly likely that he has become one of the illusion demon god's puppets. Gu Bingying gasped, turning corpses into puppets. Does that mean Professor Zhu is already dead? Zhang Yuan said solemnly. Thinking about it, the illusion demon god had no reason to spare Professor Zhu. This also explains why Professor Zhu's physical indicators are extremely abnormal, yet he appears to be alive. He's merely a corpse being controlled by the demon god. On the bed, Zhu Yongfu laughed again. Zhang Yuan, what are you talking about? I'm your teacher. How can you curse me to die? Have you forgotten that I told you about the Divine Selection Club? Hearing this, Gu Bingying frowned deeply and looked at Zhang Yuan with a complicated expression. Given Professor Zhu's current state, his power is continuously increasing. If this continues, he could break free and attack others at any moment. As the Dean of Mingjing Academy, for the safety of the students, if we can't find a way to save Professor Zhu, I will have to make a difficult decision. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, Professor Gu, if I remove the abnormal state from Professor Zhu and he reverts to a corpse, can your resurrection spell bring him back? You have a way to remove the demon god's power? Gu Bingying's eyes flashed with surprise, but she didn't ask for details and replied directly. As long as the soul remains within the body, no matter how long he has been dead, he can be resurrected. In Professor Zhu's case, since he retains his abilities and memories from life, his soul must be locked within his body. If you can free him from the demon god's control, I should be able to revive him. All right, let's give it a try. Zhang Yuan nodded and turned to Zhu Yongfu. He activated the soul water pearl, manipulating the surrounding water elements to form a large water sphere that enveloped Zhu Yongfu entirely. Gu Bingying watched in astonishment as Zhang Yuan commanded the water elements. Xiao Zhang Yuan, when did you become a water mage? I didn't switch classes. I'm controlling the water elements using an equipment, Zhang Yuan explained briefly. It was the blessing of the ocean's heart given by Xiao Shui. The water sphere around Zhu Yongfu began to glow faintly. Zhu Yongfu, who had been smiling, suddenly roared, his expression turning ferocious and terrifying. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing to me? Zhu Yongfu bellowed. Are you trying to take me away from my master's embrace? It's working. Zhang Yuan saw Zhu Yongfu's immediate reaction and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He continued to manipulate the water elements, intensifying the purification of the demon god's power within Zhu Yongfu. A thick black mist emanated from Zhu Yongfu's body, instantly turning the water sphere surrounding him pitch black. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to complete the purification, Zhu Yongfu, who had been roaring in agony, suddenly fell silent. A powerful divine force erupted from within him, shattering the water sphere. The terrifying energy swept outward in all directions. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly positioned himself in front of Gu Bingying. Teacher, step back. 6 specialized weapons appeared out of thin air, forming a 6-colored shield that blocked the force unleashed by Zhu Yongfu. Boom! After the deafening explosion, Zhang Yuan managed to withstand the impact, but the other objects in the room were instantly reduced to dust. Zhu Yongfu now floated in midair, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yuan, you never cease to amaze me. No one has ever broken my control over a doppelganger before you are the first. No wonder the cursed demon god is so fixated on you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you the illusion demon god? Standing behind Zhang Yuan, Gu Bingying's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the title, her heart overwhelmed with shock. The demon god had directly descended upon Zhu Yongfu. Such a development was entirely beyond her expectations. Gu Bingying quickly regained her composure, discreetly reaching behind her to retrieve a communicator from her storage space, intending to call for help from the principal. She thought, since the illusion demon god was only possessing Zhu Yongfu and not present in his true form, his combat power was at most that of a top-tier god-blessed individual. Kyoto University also had several god-blessed individuals, and together they might stand a chance against the illusion demon god. However, before she could send the message, an invisible force snatched the communicator from her hand. Little girl, this is a private chat. Calling others would spoil the fun, the illusion demon god said, pulling the communicator into his hand and crushing it. He then cast a barrier, completely isolating the room from the outside world. Now, no one can disturb us, the illusion demon god chuckled lightly, turning his gaze back to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan will give you 2 choices. 1. Betray the god who blessed you and accept my blessing, becoming my follower. I guarantee you will receive more power than any of my other followers. 2. Die here. Zhang Yuan responded with a smirk. Illusion demon god, how about I give you 2 choices? 1. Have your true form descend here right now so I can kill you with 1 stroke. 2. Get out of Teacher Zhu's body right now, and I'll go to Ongwa Temple to kill you there. The smile on the illusion demon god's face instantly froze. Shao, Zhang Yuan? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Bingying's pupils contracted sharply as she stared at the young man in disbelief. She even doubted her own ears. A human being claiming to slay a god? How could that be possible? Gu Bingying scrutinized Zhang Yuan closely, searching his face for any signs of a joke, but all she saw was determination. What had this freshman, who had just started college 2 months ago, gone through? A mix of surprise and concern surged in her heart. At that moment, the illusion demon god burst into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. Ha! How amusing! Truly amusing! I've lived for over 10,000 years, and never has a mere mortal dared to speak such bold words to me. Zhang Yuan, you are the first. The demon god's tone suddenly turned icy, as sharp as a blade. I want to see if your skills match your arrogance. Before his words even faded, a terrifying divine aura erupted from the illusion demon god, crashing toward Zhang Yuan and Gu Bingying like a tidal wave. In an instant, their attribute panels both displayed a brutal message. All attributes were forcibly reduced to 1% of their original values. Gu Bingying's face turned pale, and her breathing grew labored. She tried to cast a divine purification spell, only to find that her skills were completely ineffective against the demon god's pressure. At this moment, even standing required all her strength. The illusion demon god sneered, "Don't waste your energy. The gap between a god like me and mortals like you is greater than the gap between you and ants." He looked at Zhang Yuan with contempt, taunting, "Zhang Yuan, can you still say those bold words now?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan merely glanced at the debuff on himself, a disdainful smile curling his lips. "Is that all? Is that all?" The illusion demon god was momentarily speechless, while Zhang Yuan continued, "I thought you had more impressive tricks up your sleeve. Now, I'm a bit disappointed." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan activated the heart of the ocean, and water elements enveloped him and Gu Bingying like a delicate veil. Under the blessing of the water goddess, the negative status inflicted by the illusion demon god was instantly dispelled. The illusion demon god was shocked. "Aren't you the blessed of the god of joy?" His pupils contracted slightly, clearly not expecting Zhang Yuan to wield the power of the water goddess as well. However, before he could process this, he noticed a strange mark appearing on his body. Only laugh? What kind of ridiculous skill is this? The illusion demon god was bewildered, his mind blank. In that brief moment of confusion, he had already lost 25 of his health. The illusion demon god snapped back to reality, hurriedly forcing a grim smile onto his face. But it was too late. 6 specialized weapons pierced through the air, directly impaling his body. A massive damage number of 3.5 quadrillion exploded above his head, and his spirit dissipated on the spot, detaching from Zhu Yongfu's body. Gu Bingying stood there, dumbfounded, unable to even count the digits of the damage number. Ms. Gu, quickly, save Mr. Zhu. Zhang Yuan's shout snapped her back to reality. Gu Bingying then noticed Zhu Yongfu lying in a pool of blood, his spirit rapidly fading. She promptly summoned her staff and began chanting a spell. A beam of golden light shot from her staff, landing on Zhu Yongfu. His wounds began to heal rapidly, and under Gu Bingying's guidance, his dissipating soul slowly returned to his body. Lost souls, heed the guidance of light and return to the world of the living. As Gu Bingying's words concluded, a golden light enveloped Zhu Yongfu, his pallid skin regaining its color, and his chest rising and falling once more. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he asked, Ms. Gu, did you save Mr. Zhu? Gu Bingying nodded in confirmation. Yes, he's saved. Gu Bingying let out a long sigh of relief, a look of immense gratitude flashing in her eyes. She turned to Zhang Yuan, a grateful smile on her face. Xiao Zhang Yuan, it's thanks to you that Mr. Zhu's life was saved. The illusion demon was already eroding his soul. If you hadn't acted in time, Mr. Zhu would have been beyond saving by now. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Yongfu, who lay on the hospital bed out of danger. He quickly retracted his specialized weapon and strode towards the balcony. It's good that he survived. Ms. Gu, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave. Seeing Zhang Yuan in such a hurry, Gu Bingying frowned and asked, Xiao Zhang Yuan, Mr. Zhu is out of danger now. Where are you rushing off to? Without breaking his stride or turning back, Zhang Yuan replied, the illusion demon's true body is still hiding in Kyoto. My earlier strike must have severely injured it. I need to seize this opportunity to eliminate it once and for all. Gu Bingying was momentarily stunned by his words and asked, were you serious about the choice you gave the illusion demon earlier? Zhang Yuan stopped and turned to give Gu Bingying a meaningful smile. Ms. Gu, I never lie in front of you. With that, he summoned his flying sword, and under Gu Bingying's astonished gaze, he stepped onto the sword and leaped off the balcony, disappearing into the night sky. Meanwhile, in a dark hall within Ongwa Temple, Bahu was meditating in front of an eerie statue. Suddenly, a ghostly light flashed from the statue, and Bahu's eyes snapped open, filled with disbelief and shock. At that moment, Huijue, Xuanxiu, and Jonah sensed something amiss and rushed into the hall, anxiously asking, Elder Bahu, what happened? Bahu quickly stood up, his expression grave as he ordered, quick, contact the other club members and the abyssal demons. Ask them to come to Ongwa Temple for support. Our master has been wounded by Zhang Yuan. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Before they could react further, a deafening explosion echoed from outside the hall. 3 sharp flying swords then pierced through the air, instantly pinning Huijue, Xuanxiu, and Jonah to the statue. Blood trickled down the sword blades, pooling into a crimson puddle on the floor. Bahu's face turned ashen as he watched his 3 comrades die instantly. He spun around, glaring at the entrance of the hall, where Zhang Yuan descended lightly from his flying sword and walked in with a casual stride. Zhang Yuan glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the 5 statues, a cold smile curling his lips. So, all you rats are hiding here. He looked disdainfully at the grotesque statues. I really can't stand these bizarre gods. It's better to destroy them all. With a slight raise of his hand, a sharp sword light flashed. In an instant, the heads of the 5 statues rolled to the ground, sending fragments flying and dust rising. Bahu watched in horror as his expression shifted from shock to rage, finally settling into a look of utter despair. As Zhang Yuan destroyed the 5 statues, the illusion that shrouded Ongwa Temple collapsed instantly. The once quaint and ancient temple suddenly became dilapidated, with walls cracked and tiles missing. The monks, who had previously been guiding the incense burners with rosy faces, turned into bloodless zombies in the blink of an eye. Some even transformed into skinless corpses on the spot, their rotting flesh hanging precariously from their bones. The revered Buddha statues revealed their true forms, twisted into terrifying demon gods with hollow eyes that seemed to stare at everyone. A terrifying aura of the demon gods erupted from Ongwa Temple, instantly alarming various official agencies. The sudden change left all the incense burners in shock, plunging the entire temple into a deathly silence for over 10 seconds. Then, screams began to pierce the air as countless visitors scrambled to escape, creating utter chaos. Zhang Yuan surveyed the dilapidated surroundings with a sarcastic smile and turned to Bahu, saying, "Impressive, the Divine Selection Club. You managed to build such a demonic lair right in the capital of the Dashia Empire. Quite the achievement." Bahu, now ignoring the destroyed illusion, glared fiercely at Zhang Yuan, his voice low and menacing. "Zhang Yuan, we kindly let you and your master go last time. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also choose to oppose us." Zhang Yuan sneered, retorting bluntly, "Oh, it turns out you people are shameless enough to say something like that." From the corner of his eye, he noticed the three corpses of Huiju starting to show signs of revival. These guys really are hard to kill. I need to deal with the illusion demon god first, he thought to himself. Seeing that Huiju and the others were beginning to revive, Zhang Yuan decided not to waste time on them. He shouted loudly, "Illusion demon god, as a deity, are you so scared of a few stabs that you won't show yourself?" The voice of the illusion demon god suddenly echoed, controlling Baha's body and glaring coldly at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, do you think killing one of my avatars means you have the power to slay a god? My avatars are countless. Destroying one won't affect me at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the three monks, Taoists, and priests who had been killed by Zhang Yuan also stood up, their faces showing the same eerie smile as Bahu. Meanwhile, the monks of Angua Temple silently gathered around, surrounding Zhang Yuan, each exuding the aura of the demon god. In unison, they all said, "Zhang Yuan, my avatars are endless. How long can you keep killing them?" They looked at Zhang Yuan with mocking eyes, creating a chillingly eerie scene. However, Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. With his skills, he was least afraid of fighting in groups. The more enemies around him, the higher his damage would be. What troubled him now was that the illusion demon god seemed overly cautious. Despite Zhang Yuan's bold intrusion, the god still didn't dare to reveal his true form, only using corpse puppets to taunt him. A god too scared to show his true form when faced by a mere mortal. That's a rare sight, Zhang Yuan thought. But this also proves that the illusion demon god is severely injured, far from his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown away all his dignity. Now is the best time to slay him. According to Li Zixun, the illusion demon god's true body was hidden in a secret dungeon beneath Angua Temple. But with the temple full of his puppet avatars, Zhang Yuan didn't have the time to dig up the entire place to find the entrance. Before locating the true body, he couldn't reveal too many of his cards, lest he scare the god away. As Zhang Yuan pondered how to cleverly deal with the puppet avatars without making the illusion demon god feel too threatened, the god was also busy. He controlled the puppets to encircle Zhang Yuan more tightly, cutting off all his escape routes. The air was thick with tension, and a fierce battle was imminent. Just at this critical moment, a ringing sound broke the tense atmosphere in Angua Temple. Zhang Yuan's communicator rang at the most inopportune time, causing all the approaching puppet avatars to halt. The scene turned awkward. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Zhang Yuan said to the illusion demon god, "Sorry, I need to take this call." He pulled out his communicator, and the screen displayed a call from Wan Chang'an. The illusion demon god was enraged when Zhang Yuan picked up a phone call right in front of him. His face contorted with fury, and it seemed like smoke was about to rise from his head. "What an insult!" he roared internally. In an instant, all his puppet avatars shouted in unison, "Zhang Yuan, you're too arrogant. I am a god." With a thunderous roar, the terrifying power of the demon god erupted from the puppet avatars. They lunged at Zhang Yuan with astonishing speed. Zhang Yuan immediately entered his drunken immortal sword state, deftly dodging the barrage of attacks while answering Wan Chang'an's call. "Hello? We're God Wan, what's up?" Zhang Yuan said calmly, as if he were in a peaceful environment. Wan Chang'an asked in confusion, "Zhang Yuan, what's going on over there? Why is it so noisy?" "Nothing much, just clearing some mobs." "Go ahead," Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Without further questioning, Wan Chang'an got straight to the point. "Zhang Yuan, the Security Bureau recently discovered traces of abyssal demons operating in Kyoto. Our investigation indicates they seem to be colluding with the Divine Selection Club to plan an attack on the city." Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise as he glanced at the ferocious Ba, who behind the puppet avatars. The Abyss and the Divine Selection Club working together, he thought to himself. Looks like this demon god isn't as straightforward as he seems. He appears vulnerable, but is secretly scheming. Wan Chang'an continued, "Zhang Yuan, you're their common target. Moreover, the intelligence department has just reported detecting god-level energy within Angua Temple. The Divine Selection Club might have a demon god backing them." This could mean Daxia will face god-level power directly. You'd better stay away from Ongwa Temple. Zhang Yuan paused and glanced at the terrifying illusion demon god puppet not far away. He replied honestly, War God Guan, I'm currently inside Ongwa Temple, facing off against the demon god behind the Divine Selection Club. The energy fluctuations you detected are probably my doing. What? Wan Chang'an's roar came through the communicator. Are you crazy? Going solo against a demon god? Do you have a death wish? Get out of there immediately. That's an order. The power of a deity far exceeds your imagination. If that demon god makes a move, you're as good as dead. Zhang Yuan responded calmly. But I'm already fighting the demon god. Wan Chang'an yelled. Weren't you just clearing some small mobs? Zhang Yuan explained matter-of-factly, yes. The demon god's avatars. They should count as small mobs, right? Wan Chang'an was momentarily speechless, leaving only silence on the other end. Hello? Where God Wan? Are you stuck? Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yuan shouted into the communicator, but all he heard was a busy signal. He shook his head in frustration. War God Wan really has no sense of humor. Putting away the communicator, Zhang Yuan's gaze locked back on Bahu, who was possessed by the illusion demon. The demon's face was dark and menacing, as if ready to explode at any moment. Kid, you're so arrogant now, but it won't be long before you're crying, the illusion demon threatened through gritted teeth. Zhang Yuan chuckled, completely unfazed. Don't be so gloomy. A smile is good for your health. With a flick of his finger, all the puppet clones around him were instantly marked with a joyful seal. Seeing this, a flicker of agitation flashed in the illusion demon's eyes, but he forcefully controlled all the puppet clones to smile. As the puppets began to laugh, Zhang Yuan felt his attributes skyrocketing. Coupled with the attribute boost he had gained from dodging with the drunken immortal sword, he now exuded an overwhelming aura, like a terrestrial deity, descended to the mortal world. However, the puppets that had lost their facial muscles due to corpse decay couldn't smile. Their health points began to plummet. In just 4 seconds, a third of the puppet clones in Ingwa Temple collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Yuan shrugged innocently. I did say a smile is good for your health. Illusion demon, your puppets are really subpar. Zhang Yuan. The illusion demon could no longer contain his rage and roared, his forced smile collapsing instantly. At the moment the illusion demon lost his smile, all the puppet clones' health points dropped by 25. Then, as if controlled by some invisible force, the puppets contorted their faces into twisted smiles once more. Huh? Illusion demon, you're hilarious. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you perform face-changing in Sichuan opera? I'd definitely buy a front-row ticket. The blessing of the god of joy might not be the most powerful in combat, but it was unparalleled in messing with minds. As long as the illusion demon lost control of his emotions, his true form would soon be revealed. Zhang Yuan's taunt was the last straw for the illusion demon. All the puppet clones contorted their faces into twisted smiles and roared in unison. Zhang Yuan, if I don't kill you, I'll never return to the demon realm. Then you might never go back. Zhang Yuan chuckled and snapped his fingers. Skill. Dark Thunder Domain. With a thunderous roar, a thick cloud instantly formed over Ingwa Temple, crackling with arcs of lightning that alarmed the entire city of Kyoto. The illusion demon's face changed drastically as he immediately commanded all the puppet clones to cast shield skills. Crack! The first bolt of black lightning struck down, shattering a puppet clone's shield instantly. Then, countless bolts of lightning rained down like a waterfall. Boom! The lightning flashed continuously within Ingwa Temple, and the storm lasted for a full minute. When the thunderclouds finally dissipated, Ingwa Temple had turned into a charred wasteland. All the puppet clones, except for Bahu, had been reduced to ash. Zhang Yuan frowned, pondering. Did I overdo it? Could the illusion demon have escaped? Seeing that not a single puppet clone had survived the storm, he felt a pang of anxiety and quickly exited combat mode, his aura rapidly diminishing. Just then, the illusion demon's laughter echoed once more within Ingwa Temple. Ha! Zhang Yuan, I get it. I finally get it. In the next moment, Bahu, who had turned to ash, stood up again, grinning wickedly at Zhang Yuan. Kid, is it true that the more enemies you face, the stronger you become? Zhang Yuan remained silent, waiting for the illusion demon to continue. The illusion demon, brimming with confidence, analyzed gleefully. You don't have to admit it. I can guess. You destroyed all my puppet clones, but your aura has dropped by dozens of times. And your last skill clearly had splash damage, so when you used a wide area skill, the sheer number of my puppet clones became a deadly weakness. He grew more excited as he spoke, as if uncovering a monumental secret. The more puppet clones I have, the more your attributes increase. The more your attributes increase, the faster you destroy my puppet clones. So, the more puppet clones I have, the fewer there are. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he marked the illusion demon god with the sign of joy once more. Coldly, he said, with these low-quality puppets, you can't even take me on onion. The illusion demon god was silent for a moment before retorting with a cold laugh. Killing a few puppets has made you this arrogant? Do you think I was just on the defensive earlier? Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned, feeling a twinge of unease. Suddenly, a strange hum emanated from within the body of Ba Hu, controlled by the illusion demon god. A wave of black energy quickly spread from Ba Hu, forming an opaque black barrier that enveloped the entire Ngwa temple. The illusion barrier is activated, the illusion demon god announced coldly. In here, attributes cannot be enhanced, life and spirit cannot be restored, no one can enter or leave, and everyone will fall into illusions, continuously suffering mental erosion. This field effect cannot be purified. At that moment, the Qi Shao sword suddenly shone brilliantly, forming a shield around Zhang Yuan to protect him from the illusions and resist the barrier's mental erosion. The illusion demon god sneered, Zhang Yuan, weren't you going to stab me to death? Here's your chance. As soon as he finished speaking, all the charred puppet clones instantly turned into blood and merged into the ground. A pitch-black vortex appeared at the center of the ruins. My true body is in the dungeon. If you have the guts, come and get me, the illusion demon god said, and then Ba Hu, controlled by him, also turned into blood before Zhang Yuan's eyes. In the ruins of Ngwa Temple, only the black dungeon entrance remained, standing silently. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye to check the dungeon's information. Dungeon, Demon Nation Temple. Level? Difficulty, God level. Revealing yourself so easily? Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It seemed too abrupt for the illusion demon god to expose his true form so readily. He didn't enter the dungeon immediately, but instead moved to the barrier's edge and tapped on it. The barrier emitted a crisp sound, confirming it was solid. Zhang Yuan then attacked it with his flying sword, but all attacks were deflected, unable to damage the barrier. Looks like I can't get out without killing the illusion demon god, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. As he was about to return to inspect the dungeon, he suddenly heard a knocking sound from the barrier. Startled, Zhang Yuan walked towards the source of the noise. Hey, Yuanzi, can you hear me? If you can, put your hand here. The voice of the god of joy came from outside the barrier, accompanied by another series of knocks. God of joy! Zhang Yuan glanced at the Qi Shao sword in his spatial array. Seeing no reaction from the sword, he confirmed it wasn't an illusion by the illusion demon god and followed the instructions, placing his hand on the barrier. Instantly, a peculiar force passed through the barrier, entering Zhang Yuan's palm. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body and asked softly, God of joy, what is this? The god of joy's voice echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Oh, nothing much. The illusion demon god raised a barrier, and I can't watch your battle live anymore. So I'm installing a camera on you to watch the live stream. You can continue now. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan clenched his fist tightly. He had initially thought the god of joy had come to help, only to find out it was for such a trivial reason. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had been too naive. Xiao Yuanzi, don't be mad. As a reward for your streaming battles for me, I'll give you a heads up. The illusion demon is tricking you. His true form isn't the dungeon boss. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, how do I find his true form? The god of joy continued calmly, I haven't finished. Although this dungeon is a trap set by the illusion demon, he must link it to the dungeon where he's actually hiding to kill you. He'll also invest most of his power into a puppet in this dungeon. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows, listening intently. The boss in this dungeon might not be as strong as the illusion demon himself, but it's definitely his most powerful puppet, the god of joy said seriously. When you defeat this dungeon boss, use the soul water pearl to trap the illusion demon's consciousness in the puppet. Then, when you kill the boss, the illusion demon will be severely weakened even if he doesn't die. The god of joy paused, and then continued. That guy's been recovering for thousands of years from near death. He won't just watch you kill his puppet and let himself fall back into that state. His true form will come out to fight you. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and summarized. So, as long as I use the soul water pearl when fighting the boss, the illusion demon's true form will appear. Exactly, the god of joy praised. Of course, if you can't defeat the boss, no plan will work. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, his expression grave. He said no more and walked straight to the dungeon vortex, placing his hand on it. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the Demon Kingdom Temple dungeon? Warning, this dungeon has a high risk of death. Please choose carefully. Challenge. Zhang Yuan chose without hesitation. A strange light enveloped Zhang Yuan, pulling him into the dungeon. A strong smell of blood filled the air as Zhang Yuan cautiously looked around. The dungeon sky was dominated by a blood moon, casting an eerie red glow over the world. In front of him stood an ancient blood-red temple, with two mangled corpses of pilgrims hanging at the entrance, swaying gently in the wind. Through the temple doors, Zhang Yuan saw humanoid monsters in monk robes wandering inside. He immediately used his abyssal eye on them, phantom monks level. The abyssal eye only revealed their names, with no additional information. Zhang Yuan frowned and quickly summoned his sword array, sending flying swords to attack the monks. To his dismay, the swords passed through the monks without causing any harm. Physical immunity again? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. The monks, upon being attacked, charged out of the temple, claws bared, rushing at Zhang Yuan. Sun Eye. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan used the sun fire to ignite the monks. Amidst their agonized screams, they turned to ash. Obtained Phantom Crystal Core 11. Even the small fry give 500,000 experience points. As expected of a god-level dungeon, Zhang Yuan thought as he looked at the experience gained. He then summoned the Hellfire Demon Ram, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Queen, sending them into the temple first to scout for traps. Once they confirmed it was safe, Zhang Yuan followed them inside. The smell of blood inside the temple was even more intense. Corpses were everywhere, lying on the ground, hanging from trees, or half buried in the soil. The temple statues were all grotesque demons, and just a glance made Zhang Yuan feel mentally disturbed. These are truly an eyesore, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. However, there weren't many monsters in the temple. By the time Zhang Yuan reached the deepest courtyard, he had only killed about 20 phantom monks, not gaining much experience. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering dead tree, with hundreds of human corpses hanging from its branches. Crows perched on the branches. Under the tree stood a woman with demon horns, gray hair, and gray eyes, wearing a sickly smile and surrounded by black mist. Under the blood moon, her beautiful face looked extremely eerie. Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye on her. Unable to detect target, as expected, the abyssal eye provided no information. The voice of the god of joy echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind, filled with astonishment. Wow, so the puppet avatar of the illusion demon god is her. Hearing the god's exclamation, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "You know her?" The god of joy immediately began to explain, with a hint of reverence in his tone, "Of course, I know her. She is Shui, the greatest genius of the Oni clan in Sakura Nation 500 years ago. In less than 40 years, she became a demigod with incredible power. After becoming a demigod, she led the declining Oni clan out of the mountains and launched a fierce attack on Sakura Nation." The god of joy continued, "At that time, Shui was unmatched. The god-level warriors of Sakura Nation were no match for her, and all fell under her blade. In just half a year, the Oni clan conquered the entire Sakura Nation, and countless citizens became their slaves." His tone suddenly turned puzzled. But just when the Oni clan was unstoppable and ready to expand into Dacia, Shui mysteriously disappeared. Without their leader, the Oni clan fell into chaos, with various factions vying for power. Eventually, they collapsed and were driven back by the human warriors of Sakura Nation. The god of joy sighed. After that battle, Sakura Nation eradicated the Oni clan to prevent future threats. Today, there are probably fewer than 10 Oni left in the world. I never expected that this missing genius would become a puppet for the illusion demon god. As the god of joy was explaining the background of the dungeon boss, Shui suddenly spoke, her voice cold and mocking. "Zhang Yuan, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Her gaze fell on the 3 summoned creatures ahead, and she sneered, "How cautious of you. Despite your strength, you still send these 3 weaklings to scout ahead. But they are an eyesore." Before she finished speaking, one of her eyes turned black, and tears of blood flowed. The space in front of Zhang Yuan twisted instantly, and his 3 summoned creatures vanished, only to reappear hanging from a withered tree nearby. Zhang Yuan's interface immediately displayed 3 notifications. Hellfire Demon Goat lost. Rakshasa King lost. Ice Spirit Queen lost. He instantly lost contact with the 3 summoned creatures, and his heart sank. Shui let out an eerie laugh. Zhang Yuan, let me test your mettle for my master." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished from her original spot. Zhang Yuan felt a cold wind brush his face, and suddenly saw Shui reappear in front of him, wielding a red glowing katana, slashing down at him with tremendous force. Zhang Yuan saw Shui's blade coming at him, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. He swiftly summoned the Chunjun sword from his sword formation space and activated the block intuition skill. Clang! The Chunjun sword precisely deflected Shui's attack, the powerful countershock shattering Shui's katana. "My demon blade!" Shui exclaimed. her pupils contracting sharply. Before she could react, Zhang Yuan produced a bead pulsating with immense water elemental energy. Little sister, my quality isn't something you can test so easily. Zhang Yuan sneered as a fierce torrent of water elements surged from the soul water bead, instantly trapping Shui in a water prison. Ancient Sea Soul. Zhang Yuan immediately used the ancient god's blessing skill. The water prison turned gray, and Shui's face contorted with extreme pain. Her life force drained at an astonishing rate, depleting in the blink of an eye, leaving her dead on the spot. From Shui's corpse, a mass of black energy emerged, condensing into a struggling soul within the water prison, resembling the consciousness of the illusion demon god. Within the water prison constructed by the soul water bead, this consciousness could not escape and was continuously corroded by the ancient seawater. As Zhang Yuan contemplated how to completely annihilate the illusion demon god's consciousness, a prompt suddenly appeared on his interface. Mythical Quest, Queen of the Ghost Clan. Quest requirement: help Shui break free from the control of the illusion demon god. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, still processing the information, when a furious roar descended from the sky. Looking up, he saw the blood moon had transformed into a massive red eye, its terrifying aura sweeping over everything. Zhang Yuan, that is the true form of the illusion demon god. The god of joy's excited voice echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. The giant I shot out a black beam, instantly shattering the water prison that held Shui. The illusion demon god's consciousness broke free, quickly ascending to merge with the eye. Boom! With its power reclaimed, the illusion demon god's presence swelled once more, causing the entire dungeon to tremble under his terrifying divine might, threatening to collapse. Zhang Yuan's quest updated. Mythical Quest, Queen of the Ghost Clan updated. Quest requirement: preserve the Ghost Queen's body intact. Zhang Yuan quickly scanned the ground for Shui and noticed her body was slowly fading away. He immediately used the soul water bead to envelop her body with water elements, preventing her soul from dissipating. Then, Zhang Yuan activated the true form of the Emperor's Sword, maximizing the power of the soul water bead. Boom! An immense amount of water elements surged from the soul water bead, forming a colossal water barrier that enveloped the entire dungeon. Soul water barrier activated. No spiritual entities can leave the barrier. The illusion demon god in the sky noticed the barrier, first stunned, then laughing maniacally. Well done, Zhang Yuan. You, a mere human ant, went to such lengths to kill me. You borrowed the soul water bead from the water goddess just to build this spiritual prison for me? Do you really think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Even though my power is far from its peak, I am still a god, and you are but a man. The illusion demon god's angry roar echoed through the air. The giant eye shedding bloody tears. The gap between us is like the difference between the moon and a firefly. A strange aura emanated from the eye, instantly filling the entire dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the barrier of Anhua Temple, the god of joy was watching Zhang Yuan's live stream through a screen. Sensing the aura emanating from the illusion demon god, his eyes flashed with surprise. The aura of rules? How does a dying god like him possess the power of rules? Is another demon god aiding him? Realizing this, the god of joy looked back at the screen and murmured, "Looks like Zhang Yuan is in trouble this time. Good thing the wine sword immortal has a wisp of his soul stored. He won't die in this dungeon." Zhang Yuan's failure allowed the Dragon King's conspiracy to continue, making the turmoil in the Xia Empire seem inevitable. Just as the god of joy was contemplating this in secret, Zhang Yuan sensed a sudden change in the aura of the illusion demon god. The pressure made him realize for the first time that he was facing a true demon god. The massive red eye in the sky stared at Zhang Yuan, and the voice of the illusion demon god echoed, "Zhang Yuan, do you know the greatest difference between gods and mortals?" Zhang Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and asked warily, "What is it?" "It's the rules." The illusion demon god's answer made Zhang Yuan raise an eyebrow. He suddenly remembered Arlot's sixth constellation, the Holy Dragon, which ensured that neither he nor his dragon allies could be killed instantly by the power of rules when facing gods. Could the rules the illusion demon god mentioned be the rule power described in Arlot's constellation? The illusion demon god continued to explain, "Gods control the power of rules, while mortals can only live according to them. Once the rules change, all your skills become meaningless. And now, the rule power I control dictates that you must die immediately." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile, as if he had given himself a mark of joy. He thought, "What a coincidence with the dragon crest. I am considered part of the dragon race, and I won't be killed by the rule power." Unaware that he had been countered by Zhang Yuan, the illusion demon god's laughter echoed in the sky. Zhang Yuan, open your eyes wide and see the gap between gods and mortals. As soon as he finished speaking, a death ray imbued with rule power shot out from the red eye, aiming straight at Zhang Yuan. This is the price for defying a god. Turn to ashes. However, the illusion demon god's triumph quickly turned to shock. A shield suddenly appeared around Zhang Yuan, effortlessly blocking the death ray. Zhang Yuan stood unscathed, and the illusion demon god's laughter abruptly ceased. The god of joy, watching the live broadcast outside the dungeon, was equally stunned and utterly puzzled. How on earth is this kid ignoring the rule powers? Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. Illusion demon god. Now that your show is over, it's my turn, isn't it? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan decisively cut himself down 3 levels. In an instant, a crack appeared in the blood-red sky, and a sacred celestial gate slowly emerged. The next moment, the terrifyingly powerful absolute immortal sword flew out from the gate. Seeing this, the illusion demon god immediately sensed a fatal danger. His eyes filled with boundless fear, and his previous arrogance vanished. He began to beg Zhang Yuan for mercy. Wait, Zhang Yuan, there's been a misunderstanding, please. However, Zhang Yuan simply uttered one word, go. The absolute immortal sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the massive eye in the sky. A brilliant light blossomed in the night sky, successfully vanquishing the illusion demon god. The Jueshian sword absorbs divine power, but it does not grant experience or rewards for slaying deities. As the divine power accumulates, the sword's affinity increases, and the talent, I am the sword immortal, upgrades accordingly. Currently, I am the sword immortal has reached level 4, boosting damage by 400 times and allowing the user to lower their level by 5, randomly summoning one of the Juxian, Luxian, Xian, or Jueshian swords for coordinated attacks. The 7th constellation activated. Zhang Yuan seized the illusion demon god's power, gaining the demon's strength. He unleashed the infinite sword domain, creating a barrier that traps enemies within. Inside the barrier, enemies cannot escape or recover their stamina and spirit. The sword formation automatically triggered all its patterns, enhancing its effects. The 9 Heavens Crimson Fiend sword formation was strengthened. Within the formation, enemies lose 1 level per second, and each hit from the flying swords further decreases their level. The Xian Shui demon-slaying sword formation was similarly enhanced, generating 10 Zhanlu sword intents upon activation to block 1 attack each. Additionally, 1 more sword intent is generated per second, with a maximum of 10 at any given time. The Hellfire Demon Ram, Rakshasa King, and Ice Spirit Queen have returned to the summoning space. The Myth Quest Queen of the Ghost Clan has been updated, now requiring the revival of the Ghost Clan Queen. The talent I Am Legend triggered, and Zhang Yuan discovered a myth trial within the dungeon, forcibly dropping the item required to start the trial. With the fall of the illusion demon god, the myth trial was declared complete. A flood of notifications appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface, but before he could read them, a crisp sound echoed from the large tree in the courtyard. The trunk split open, and a black heart rolled out. Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment at the unusual heart, quickly picking it up. The system indicated it was a divine-level godhood, left by the fallen illusion demon god. Using it would grant a lower-tier godhood, allowing the user to become a lesser demon god. As Zhang Yuan pondered this unexpected boon, the voice of the god of joy chimed in. Well, little Yuan, you're really lucky to have the illusion demon god's godhood drop. Normally, his godhood should have dissipated upon his death. I'd guess the illusion demon god split his godhood to nurture it and leave himself an escape route, but he didn't expect to be instantly killed, leaving the godhood behind. Zhang Yuan curiously asked, I see the description says I can use it to directly gain godhood and become a demon god. Is that true? The god of joy explained, absolutely. One reason gods are gods is that they each possess a unique godhood. Now that you have the illusion demon god's godhood, you can certainly absorb it and replace him. Historically, many humans have become gods by acquiring another deity's godhood. However, I wouldn't recommend it. Why not? Zhang Yuan pressed. The god of joy patiently explained. First, you have great potential to develop your own godhood, which would be far stronger than seizing another's. Moreover, those who become gods through another's godhood are stuck at that level with no potential for further growth. If you become the illusion demon god now, you'll be strong but forever capped as a lesser demon god. My advice is to give this godhood to one of your summons. Give it to my summons? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Is that even possible? The god of joy chuckled. Of course it is. Anything can become a god. Even a stone could, given the right opportunity. However, whether your summons can withstand the godhood's power is another matter. After hearing the god of joy's explanation, Zhang Yuan fell into thought. Moments later, he summoned the Hellfire Demon Ram, Rakshasa King, and Ice Spirit Queen. Yet, when he attempted to let these three summons absorb the godhood, the results were less than ideal. Each could only absorb half before being unable to continue, clearly unable to bear the immense power contained within the godhood. The god of joy shook his head, his expression serious. No, your three summoned creatures are too weak to bear the power of a divine essence. He paused, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Don't you have dragons? Let them give it a try. Zhang Yuan also shook his head, his tone firm. Starry Sky and Yalit both have immense potential and limitless growth. There's no need for them to absorb a lower divine essence. The god of joy shrugged, his tone relaxed. Then you should just keep the divine essence. It doesn't have an expiration date, and you'll find a suitable candidate eventually. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement and was about to put away the demon's essence when his gaze suddenly fell on the figure of Shui, encased in a water sphere. His eyes lit up with an idea. Turning to the god of joy, he asked, Joy God, do you have a resurrection skill? The god of joy immediately looked displeased, his face showing annoyance. Kid, are you doubting my divine abilities? If humans can master such skills, how could I not have them? Zhang Yuan remained unfazed and directly stated his request. Then do me a favor and resurrect Shui. The god of joy frowned slightly, his tone puzzled. Why? Are you planning to let Shui absorb the demon's essence? She's been a puppet for centuries and can perfectly integrate with a demon's divine essence, but she doesn't know you. She might even be your enemy. Giving her the essence would be pointless. Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously. I received a mission. Just help me resurrect her first. A mission? The god of joy was taken aback, then seemed to understand something and nodded. All right, I don't have much divine power left in you. Touch her forehead, and I'll use my power to bring her back. Following the instructions, Zhang Yuan reached into the water sphere and gently placed his hand on Shui's head. In the next moment, he felt a surge of warmth flow from his arm into Shui's body. A faint glow enveloped Shui as her injuries began to heal visibly. At that moment, a task panel suddenly appeared in Zhang Yuan's vision. Mythic Quest, Queen of the Ghost Clan. Quest progress updated. Quest requirement: find the Illusion Demon Divine Essence. Illusion Demon Divine Essence obtained. Do you want to give the demon's essence to Shui? Quest reward: Shui's loyalty 100. Just as I thought. Seeing the updated task panel, Zhang Yuan unhesitatingly sent the demon's essence into the water sphere for Shui to absorb. As the demon's essence entered her body, the glow around Shui intensified, merging continuously with the essence. Her aura began to surge wildly, like a seedling breaking through the earth and growing into a towering tree within seconds. The god of joy, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, a 100 compatibility. This girl is truly impressive. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's task panel updated again. Mythic Quest, Queen of the Ghost Clan completed. Shui has become a summoned creature. As the prompt on Zhang Yuan's panel indicated that Shui had become his summoned creature, a strange connection quietly formed between him and Shui. Zhang Yuan focused his attention on Shui's attribute panel and was instantly stunned by the data before him. Shui's attribute panel displayed. Level 100. Rank restriction, lower deity. Strength, 1 billion agility, 1 billion spirit, 1 billion endurance, 1 billion. The skill list showcased a series of intimidating abilities. Blade Draw, a deadly slash that can decapitate a target, bypassing all rules. Demonization, transform into a fearsome demon, increasing all attributes by 500 times. Teleportation, move freely within a 1000 meter range. Heavenly Demon Slash, like a devastating strike that deals massive dark attribute damage. Divine Body, reduces incoming damage by 99. Divine Might, increases inflicted damage by 1,000 times. Illusionary Demon Eye, use eye techniques to trap the target in an illusionary space. Thousand Threads Technique, manipulate invisible elemental threads to control or cut targets. Divine Seat, 0. Zhang Yuan's mouth involuntarily twitched as he looked at these terrifying attribute numbers. His once proud stats of several 100,000 seemed insignificant in front of Shui, like an ant compared to a giant. A strong sense of urgency surged within him, and he silently resolved to quickly increase his own strength. He calculated in his mind, planning to find an opportunity to train in the Abyss battlefield and aim to boost his attributes to millions or even billions. Just as Zhang Yuan was deep in thought, Shui slowly opened her eyes. She immediately knelt on one knee, pledging her loyalty to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Master, for granting me new life. I will become your blade and cut down all obstacles in your path. Hearing Shui call him Master, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel elated. he thought to himself. Who else in this world can boast of having a deity-level summon creature, especially one as cool and beautiful as this white-haired warrior? Amidst his joy, the mischief god's teasing voice rang in his mind. Hey, Zhang Yuan, wipe that drool off your face. It's time to go. Your elders outside are almost worried sick. Your fun is over here, so I'm out. With that, the presence of the mischief god vanished completely. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yuan turned to Shui and asked, Shui, can you enter the summoning space? Yes, Shui nodded slightly, but then hesitated. Noticing her hesitation, Zhang Yuan probed further. You don't want to enter the summoning space? No, Shui shook her head and explained. I noticed that your summoned creatures are too weak. If you allow me, I can train them in the summoning space. Surprised, Zhang Yuan exclaimed. You have that ability? Shui calmly replied. When I led the demon clan, I was also responsible for training its talents. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan excitedly waved his hand. No problem. Go ahead and train them hard. As long as they don't die. Push them to their limits. Yes, master, Shui responded, pulling out a whip from nowhere and then transforming into a beam of light as she entered Zhang Yuan's summoning space. Seeing Shui wielding a whip, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but silently sympathize with his other summons like Shinkong. Then, he turned his attention to the treasure chest that had suddenly appeared in the center of the courtyard. Eagerly, he opened it to claim his dungeon rewards. The rewards in the chest made Zhang Yuan's eyes light up. Divine Stones 5. Job-specific skill, Scroll 1. Divine Second Awakening Stone 1. The description of the Divine Second Awakening Stone was particularly enticing. Formed from the residual divine power of a fallen deity, this awakening stone can be used in conjunction with other awakening stones. The user who awakens with this stone will gain the power of a deity. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. This job-specific skill scroll came at the perfect time, allowing him to learn one last job-specific skill before his second awakening at level 60. And this divine second awakening stone was incredibly valuable. Combined with the 2 awakening stones he had previously obtained, he now possessed 3 awakening stones. Even more exciting was the fact that this divine second awakening stone could be used alongside the demon second awakening stone. Thinking about the possibility of a 4-fold awakening for his second job, Zhang Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. He carefully stored the awakening stone in his inventory space and then decisively used the job-specific skill scroll. As the scroll transformed into a beam of light and merged with his body, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of new power awakening within him, as if a door to a higher realm had been opened. The description of Tiana's sword level 1 left Zhang Yuan stunned. This skill could gather the spiritual energy of all things into one sword, descending from the heavens and dealing massive damage to all enemies within the range of the sword formation. Even more astonishing, it could harness sword intent to gather power, allowing it to attack enemies outside the sword formation as if they were within it. Zhang Yuan quickly calculated the impact range. His Ghost God sword formation had an effective radius of 500 meters. The first life seat expanded this radius by 20 times to 10 kilometers. In the state of sword flight, the radius further expanded by 100 times, reaching an astounding 1,000 kilometers. Using the Tiana's sword, the skill's impact radius could reach an unbelievable 100,000 kilometers. Holy crap! Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although this world was much larger than Earth, the Great Xia Empire, one of the largest countries in the world, had a horizontal distance of only about 200,000 kilometers. This meant that with one strike, the range would almost cover the entire Great Xia Empire. Even more terrifying, this was just a level 1 skill. The power at level 10 was simply unimaginable. Swallowing hard, Zhang Yuan realized this was a nation-destroying forbidden technique that spared no one, friend or foe. He quickly regained his composure, put away the divine stone, and left the dungeon. Although he wanted to continue drawing cards, he thought of Wan Chang'an and the others who might be anxiously waiting outside the barrier, so he decided to leave first. As Zhang Yuan passed through the teleportation exit, the barrier enveloping in Guan Temple instantly dissipated. The sight in front of him made him freeze. The streets were filled with heavily armed infantry and tanks, and a modified super demon-slaying cannon was set up in the middle of the street, its barrel gathering terrifying energy. Before Zhang Yuan could react, a roar came from afar. Fire! His pupils contracted, and he knew things were bad. But the next second, a blinding laser shot out from the demon-slaying cannon, instantly evaporating the air in the street and melting the asphalt. In the nick of time, Shui appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, holding a red demon blade and assuming a drawing stance. Master, step back, she said calmly, then drew her blade, slashing out a crescent moon. The demon-slaying laser vanished instantly, and the modified cannon was cleaved in half on the spot. On the street, a long spatial rift was left where the blade light had passed, and all the soldiers who had been on high alert were left dumbfounded. Shui didn't stop. She instantly teleported above the mechanical troops, gripping her blade handle, and coldly said, "Heavenly Ghost." The demon blade crackled with dark red lightning, about to be unsheathed. "Come back!" Zhang Yuan finally reacted, recalling her into the summoning space just as the demon blade was about to be drawn. Above the mechanical troops, the dark red blade light dissipated. Zhang Yuan looked at the disappearing blade light, his legs weak. He thought with lingering fear. That was a close call. The moment Zhang Yuan withdrew Shui back into the summoning space, Wan Chang'an and Bai Jing was shot out from the team like arrows, landing steadily in front of him. Concern was etched on the faces of the two elders as they asked in unison, "Child, are you all right?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, a hint of apology on his face. "War God Wan, old Bai, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. I lost control of my summon just now, and she destroyed the demon annihilation cannon." Wan Chang'an's brows furrowed as he warily scanned the ruins of Ongwa Temple around them. His right hand gripped the sword at his waist, ready to counter any potential threat. "That's not important," he said in a deep voice. "You need to leave this dangerous area first. Leave the God-chosen club and the demon god to us." Bai Zhengwen nodded in agreement, his tone filled with concern. "Child, you've held on long enough. Don't worry about us old folks. The Great Xiao Empire has the protection of the Pantheon. We can barely manage against a demon god." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan gave a bitter smile. "War God Wan, old Bai, you don't need to be so tense. I've already taken care of it." "Taken care of it?" Wan Chang'an was stunned, a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Do you mean the demon god is left?" Bai Jinghua also frowned, murmuring to himself, "It can't be. We haven't even made a move. Why would the demon god retreat?" Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and explained further. "What I mean is that I've already dealt with those guys from the God-chosen club and the demon god." Upon hearing this, Wan Chang'an and Bai Zhengguo were thunderstruck, their eyes widening in unison as they exclaimed, "What did you say?" Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. "I said I have slain the demon god." Also, his gaze swept across the ruins of Ongwa Temple. There should still be many corpses turned into puppets by the demon god inside the temple. If we send healers with resurrection skills now, we might be able to save a lot of them. Bai Zhenghua immediately suppressed his shock, his expression turning serious. "All right, I'll arrange for high-level healers to come over right away." With that, he quickly walked aside, took out a communicator, and contacted the Adventurers Association to arrange the rescue efforts. Wan Chang'an pulled Zhang Yuan aside and asked in a low voice, "Child, is what you said just now true? Did you really slay a god?" Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "Barely, but that demon god was severely injured, and its strength was at most equivalent to a level 100 god projection." Hearing this, the corner of Wan Chang'an's mouth twitched involuntarily. At most equivalent to a level 100 god projection, how is that even human talk? A god projection is still a god. Wan Chang'an asked himself honestly. He probably couldn't even handle a level 50 god projection. Yet, in Zhang Yuan's eyes, a level 100 god projection seemed insignificant. Wan Chang'an was filled with questions, wanting to know what Zhang Yuan had gone through during this time. In just one day, Zhang Yuan's strength seemed to have skyrocketed, an improvement speed that was almost absurd. However, Wan Chang'an didn't voice these questions. He knew that everyone has their secrets. Some questions shouldn't be asked, nor could they be. More importantly, Wan Chang'an clearly realized the immense pressure that young Zhang Yuan was shouldering. Bearing the fate of the entire nation on his own, any amount of progress under such pressure was understandable. Thinking of this, Wan Chang'an gently patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, his tone full of appreciation. "Kid, you did well. Keep it up." Zhang Yuan respectfully bowed slightly to Wan Chang'an. "I will remember your teachings, War God Wan." Then he recalled something and asked, "By the way, War God Wan, wasn't the Abyss planning to attack Kyoto City? Is there anything I can help with?" Wan Chang'an's face relaxed into a smile. "You don't need to worry about that. The trouble has been mostly dealt with." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Dealt with?" Wan Chang'an explained. "Perhaps your solo confrontation with the God-chosen club disrupted the Abyss's plans. After the barrier at Ongwa Temple was raised, those traitors we had been secretly monitoring ceased their activities. Our agents didn't move in to avoid alerting them. In short, the Abyss's attack has been temporarily postponed. All we can do now is strengthen our vigilance and fortify our defenses. These basic tasks aren't something you need to worry about. Besides, you've just been through a tough battle. Go back and rest for now. We'll handle the aftermath here." Hearing Wan Chang'an's words, Zhang Yuan felt relieved and nodded. "Then I'll head back to school. Please contact me immediately if anything comes up." "Sure, don't worry. You've grown into a sharp blade for our Daxiao Empire, and we won't hesitate to put you to good use when needed. Now go on back." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Wan Chang'an and Bai Jinghua, He hurried back to his dormitory at school. His steps were light, and his heart was filled with anticipation. This month, he still had 10 lucky draws left, and the 5 divine stones he possessed made him eager to try his luck. Back in his dorm, Zhang Yuan sat on the edge of his bed, carefully planning. If he used all the stones to draw for Shue's constellation, combined with the bonus divine stones, he might still have one left. The image of Shue's completed constellation appeared in his mind, bringing a smile to his face. He secretly hoped to upgrade the swords Ganjiang and Moi to their highest level or draw a new exclusive weapon. With this small wish in mind, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the Destiny Compass and the 5 divine stones from his storage space. This time, he didn't rush to use all the stones at once. Instead, he opted for a cautious approach, using one stone first to test his luck. As the first divine stone turned into light and entered the Destiny array, a multitude of red cards began to spin rapidly within the array. Soon, a red card depicting a Ghost Clan girl flew out of the array. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up indeed. It was Shue's constellation. Seeing the first draw go so smoothly, Zhang Yuan decided to press his luck. He quickly threw the remaining 4 divine stones, along with the bonus stone he just received, into the Destiny array. With a thunderous roar, the 5 divine stones spun wildly within the array, and soon, 5 more red cards featuring the Ghost Clan girl flew out. The terrifying divine power instantly filled the entire room, causing the entire Zero dormitory building to shake violently. Downstairs, Nyopupa suddenly sensed the powerful divine energy coming from above and jumped up in shock. She stared in disbelief at the upper floors of the dormitory, a terrifying thought crossing her mind. Could a demon god have descended upon Zero dormitory? But why was there no reaction from the star god? Without further hesitation, Nyopupa transformed into a blur and sped up the stairs, following the source of the energy. Meanwhile, in room 310, Shue slowly emerged from the summoning space. Her gaze fell upon the 6 floating constellation cards, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shue immediately knelt on one knee before Zhang Yuan, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your gift, master. I will protect you with my life." As Shue made her vow, a notification suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. Shue's loyalty has reached its maximum. She will devote herself to you completely and never betray you. As soon as the words were spoken, the 6 red cards floating in the air transformed into a terrifying energy, flooding into Shue's body like a torrent. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shue's aura surged dramatically, enveloping the entire room with powerful energy waves. "Hey kid, are you alright?" Granny Nyo's voice suddenly broke the silence in room 310. Just as Shue had finished absorbing the power of 6 life stars and was reveling in the immense energy, Granny Nyo used her authority as the dormitory manager to kick the door open. The scene before her made her freeze. Shue was kneeling in front of Zhang Yuan, her face full of ecstasy. The air instantly became tense, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Zhang Yuan noticed Granny Nyo's strange look and hurriedly explained. "Granny Nyo, it's a misunderstanding really. Let me explain." Granny Nyo coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence. She said, "I understand young people have their ways. I was too abrupt just now. I'll leave you to it." With a chuckle, she stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her. After leaving room 310, Granny Nyo glanced at the closed door and couldn't help but sigh. This kid is getting weirder by the day. He can even play around with a demon god. No wonder the star god hasn't reacted. Humans have really produced a monster. Am I just out of touch with the times? She muttered to herself, shaking her head as she returned to her duties. Inside the room, Shue saw Zhang Yuan's constipated expression and couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you need me to explain to her?" Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and shook his head with a wry smile. "No need. The more we explain, the worse it'll get." He then said to Shue, "Stand up. Let me check your life stars." "Yes." Shue stood up, and Zhang Yuan began examining her life stars. Ghost Shadow Life Star 1. Teleportation skill no longer has distance limits. Night Ghost Spirit Life Star 2. Nighttime, Ghost Transformation Amplification effect increased by 100 times. Bloodthirsty Blade Saint Life Star 3. Each attack deals true damage equal to 10 of the target's maximum health and absorbs 1,000 of the damage dealt as health and mental power. Nether Ghost Domain Life Star 4. After Ghost Transformation, greatly enhances the power of Phantom Eyes, allowing the illusion to become reality. In the illusion, it is always considered nighttime, and all allies receive the Ghost Transformation Amplification effect. Eternal Oath Life Star 5. When taking fatal damage, becomes untargetable, recovers to 100 health within 10 seconds, can freely move while untargetable, and transfers all attributes to the master. Yellow Springs Demon God Life Star 6. Gains the power of the Yellow Springs rule. Hiss! Zhang Yuan gasped, staring in shock at the 6 awakened life stars of Shui. After a while, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're a god. Each life star is more outrageous than the last." Shui respectfully replied, "Shui owes everything to you, master." Zhang Yuan smiled. "This is your own ability. I'll just help you unlock it. No need to flatter me." He then asked, "By the way, Shui, what is the power of the Yellow Springs rule from your 6th life star?" Shui explained, "Master, after awakening the 6th life star, an independent space called Yellow Springs appeared within me. I can pull the souls of the dead into it and use them. But since I'm a newly ascended god, I'm still exploring many of its abilities. For now, I can't fully explain its other effects." Zhang Yuan nodded, smiling, "No problem. None of our 6th life stars are weak. Since you're a deity, this life star named Demon God must be extraordinary. Take your time to explore it. Thank you for understanding, master." Shui bowed to Zhang Yuan and then transformed into light, returning to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the 5 divine stones floating above the fate compass. He decided to return one to the summoning space and use the remaining 4. He threw the 4 divine stones into the fate star array, causing a large number of red cards to roll again before 4 cards flew out. As expected, the 4 cards were 2 Ganjiang swords and 2 Moi swords. As Ganjiang and Moi emerged from the sword array space, the 4 red cards in the air turned into red light and merged into the swords. Boom! The 2 divine swords erupted with an earth-shattering aura, filling the entire space with blinding light. Ganjiang and Moi, the legendary twin blades, had finally reached their peak state. Ganjiang's blade shimmered with dazzling golden light, as if it had gathered all the yang energy in the world. Its attributes were astonishing: an attack power increase of 100,000 points and an unmatched auto-protection ability. The wielder not only became immune to light attribute damage, but could also continuously absorb yang energy from the environment. Most intriguingly, the wielder's left eye would transform into the sun eye. If there was yin energy within the body, it would achieve a balance of yin and yang, further enhancing the power of the sun eye. At the same time, Moi emitted a deep, dark glow that seemed capable of devouring all light. Its attributes were equally impressive: an attack power increase of 100,000 points and an auto-protection ability on par with Ganjiang. The wielder would be immune to dark attribute damage and could continuously absorb yin energy. The right eye would become the moon eye, and if there was yang energy within the body, it could achieve a balance of yin and yang, enhancing the power of the moon eye. Zhang Yuan gazed at the immensely powerful swords with an ecstatic smile on his face. He recalled the previous battles against the ancient god and the illusion demon, where the sun eye had been incredibly powerful, but drained energy too quickly. Now, that weakness had been completely addressed. Using the sun eye no longer consumed yang energy, effectively granting him infinite power. Even better, the absorbed yang energy could be converted into life force, essentially giving him an extra life. As Zhang Yuan reveled in his newfound strength, the sky tower in his storage space suddenly began to glow with a strange light. The tower trembled slightly and then flew out on its own, hovering in front of him. Just as he stood there in shock, Li Shuer's voice came from within the tower. Yuan, come in." "Shuer." Zhang Yuan was taken aback when he heard Li Shuer's voice coming from inside the sky tower. He stared at the floating tower in the room and hesitated for a moment before asking, "How do I get in?" "Just place your hand on the sky tower," Li Shuer's cheerful voice replied. Following her instructions, Zhang Yuan pressed his palm against the smooth surface of the sky tower. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the tower, enveloping him entirely. He felt a sudden weightlessness and in the blink of an eye, was drawn inside. As the light dissipated, Zhang Yuan found himself standing in a breathtaking field of flowers. Li Shuer, dressed in a flowing white gown, stood in the middle of the floral sea, smiling. She teased, "Yuan, while I was asleep, it seems the number of beauties around you has grown. There's Li Zixun, Xiao Shui, and that new demon goddess. The competition is tough. Maybe I should have woken up sooner." Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words, coughing awkwardly and not knowing how to respond. Seeing his reaction, Li Shuer chuckled and then turned serious. "All right, enough teasing. I woke up this time because I have something important to discuss. How is the repair of the sky tower going?" Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "I've found the sky stone. The current task is to find the sky heart, but I have no leads yet." Li Shuer squinted her eyes with a smile. "I know where the sky heart is." "Where?" Zhang Yuan asked eagerly. "Do you remember Yulong's Snow Mountain?" Li Shuer replied with a question. Zhang Yuan nodded. "Of course, that's where we first met when you fainted." "Exactly, that mountain range," Li Shuer explained. "I went there partly to find the sky heart needed to repair the sky tower. I found the dungeon where the sky heart is located, but there's a demigod-level boss at the entrance. I barely escaped with my life and was saved by you." She paused, then continued. Now that you're much stronger, I'm sure you can conquer that dungeon and retrieve the sky heart. With that, Li Shuer took out a detailed map of the snow mountain from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This map marks the exact location of the dungeon. Follow it, and you'll find it. Zhang Yuan took the map and nodded solemnly. All right, I'll head out immediately. Wait! Li Shuer suddenly called out. I have another request. Take my main persona with you. Zhang Yuan was surprised, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. You want to come too? You're only level 30 outside. Won't it be too dangerous for you? Li Shuer smiled playfully. Isn't that why you're here? My divine shard is also in that dungeon. You help me conquer it, and you'll get the sky heart while I retrieve my shard. Once I gather all my divine shards, I'll give you a huge surprise. As she finished speaking, a system prompt suddenly echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Mythic quest triggered. Help Li Shuer collect divine shards 05. Mythic quest. Zhang Yuan was shocked, thinking about how high a status one must have to issue a mythic quest. Seeing his reaction, Li Shuer quickly instructed, Yuan, I'll need to go back to sleep for a while. Don't let my main persona know about the divine shard, or those guys in the divine realm might find out. Just make up a reason to get me there. Please, I'm counting on you. Before she finished speaking, the entire flower field was engulfed in a blinding white light. When the light faded, Zhang Yuan found himself back in his dorm room, with the sky tower still floating quietly in midair. This girl, she's full of secrets, Zhang Yuan muttered under his breath, storing the sky tower and the map in his inventory. He then took out his communicator and dialed Li Shuer's number. The call connected quickly, and Li Shuer's voice came through. Yuan? What's up? Shuer, what have you been up to lately? Zhang Yuan asked tentatively. Just leveling up and attending classes. Li Shuer sighed. The coursework at Mingjing Academy is overwhelming. Every day I have to attend classes, level up, study medicine, and intern at the Mingjing Medical Pavilion. It's exhausting. Your Jinshin Academy seems so much better. No classes, and teacher Yi doesn't care much about you. Zhang Yuan chuckled bitterly. If you came to Jinshin Academy and met that weirdo teacher Yi, you'd be crying. True. Li Shuer laughed softly. I'm no genius. I can't keep up with that teacher's pace. Li Shuer chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She cheerfully asked, You suddenly contacted me. Surely, it's not just for a casual chat, right? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly thought of something. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the cup noodles on the table, and an idea struck him. Acting nonchalant, he said, Of course not. Shuer, guess what? I won a grand prize from eating cup noodles. A luxurious 3-day, 2-night trip for 2 to Yulong Snow Mountain. Want to come with me? On the other end of the phone, Li Shuer was clearly excited, her voice rising a few octaves. A trip with you? However, after the initial excitement, she hesitated, but my schedule is packed with classes lately, and they don't allow absences. I'm afraid if I miss too many, Mr. Gu won't let it slide. Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a confident smile as he assured her, Don't worry about that. I know Mr. Gu well. I'll get the leave approved for you. Plus, we can squeeze in some gaming sessions during the trip to help you level up. It won't affect your studies. Hearing this, Li Shuer was immediately convinced. She replied joyfully, All right, I'll head back to the dorm to pack. When and where should we meet? 1 hour later, at the school gate. Zhang Yuan answered decisively. Got it. Li Shuer responded before hanging up. Zhang Yuan quickly dialed Gu Bingying's number, casually fabricating a reason to request leave for Li Shuer. To his surprise, Gu Bingying was exceptionally lenient with Zhang Yuan, not even questioning the validity of the excuse. She merely reminded him to take good care of Li Shuer and cheerfully approved the leave. With the leave approved, Zhang Yuan's gaze returned to the cup noodles on the table. After a moment of thought, he decided to call Li Fong, asking him to contact the noodle company to arrange a temporary promotion. Zhang Yuan figured that if Li Shuer asked which brand of noodles had the prize, he should have a ready answer. When Li Fong heard that Zhang Yuan had fabricated this story to take his sister on a trip, he agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Our family owns 51 of Kong Shuifu Group shares. Arranging such a promotion is a piece of cake. You and my sister go enjoy your trip. He'll make sure everything is set up perfectly for you. Thanks, Li Go. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to the enthusiastic Li Fong before starting to pack his bags. An hour later, Zhang Yuan arrived at the school gate. He hadn't even come to a stop when he heard a familiar voice. Following the voice, Zhang Yuan saw Li Shuer standing not far away. She was dressed in a gray t-shirt, paired with shorts and stockings, hands behind her back, a mysterious smile on her face. Playfully, she said, Guess what I've got for you? Zhang Yuan saw Li Shuer bouncing with excitement and couldn't help but ask with a smile, What's with the secrecy? What have you prepared? Li Shuer took out a half-drunk bottle of Kongshui Fu iced red tea and said cheerfully, I won the ultimate prize. The ultimate prize? Let me see. Zhang Yuan took the iced tea and carefully peeled off the cap. Inside, he found the words Ultimate Prize along with a QR code. Li Shuer eagerly urged, "Scan the code to see the reward." Zhang Yuan immediately took out his communicator and scanned the QR code on the bottle cap. Instantly, a prize page popped up. Kongshui Fu Group Ultimate Prize, a 3-day, 2-night ultimate luxury trip to Yulong Snow Mountain, including a free stay in the presidential suite at the Mountaintop Hot Spring Hotel and unlimited dining at Lin Chimi's 3-star restaurant. Note: the ultimate prize is a hidden version of the grand prize. If the consumer wins both the ultimate prize and the grand prize, they will enjoy the ultimate prize, and the grand prize can be converted into equivalent cash. Seeing this highly specific description, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He marveled at Li Fang's efficiency, not only launching the Kongshui Fu Group's event within an hour, but also ensuring Li Shuer won, even upgrading the reward. Li Shuer, however, was completely unsuspecting. She exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe my luck today. I just bought a random drink at the convenience store and won the ultimate prize. Should I go buy a lottery ticket too?" Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and followed her lead, saying, "Since you won the hidden reward, let's stick to your prize itinerary. Shall we head to the teleportation array now?" Li Shuer asked. "No need." Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "I've got something more thrilling for you today." With that, he summoned a flying sword, stepped onto it, and extended his hand to Li Shuer. "Hop on." Seeing Zhang Yuan standing on the flying sword, Li Shuer hesitated. Before she could react, Zhang Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the sword. "Hold on tight. We're taking off?" Zhang Yuan said with a grin. He then took flight on the sword. Amid Li Shuer's startled screams, they soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading southwest. Initially, Li Shuer was so scared she couldn't open her eyes, clinging tightly to Zhang Yuan's waist, her legs trembling. "Yuan, slow down, I can't take it," she said in a trembling voice. "Don't worry, the sword's energy will protect you. You won't fall." Zhang Yuan reassured her. "Really?" Li Shuer was half convinced. "Really? See for yourself." Zhang Yuan chuckled and immediately inverted the sword. Li Shuer screamed, but then realized she was supported by an invisible force, unable to fall. Even more astonishing, despite Zhang Yuan's speed being dozens of times the speed of sound, she only felt a gentle breeze without any discomfort. "Seems like it's really fine." Li Shuer gradually adapted and began to open her eyes to enjoy the scenery below. Instantly, the grandeur of the Xia Empire's landscapes took her breath away. In this world, cities were mainly connected by teleportation arrays, and the wilderness was filled with monsters and mysteries. Few professionals ventured more than 100 kilometers from towns. The Xia Empire's territory was vast, with distances between cities ranging from hundreds to thousands of kilometers, making most areas uninhabited. In these rarely visited places, despite the lurking dangers, nature's masterpieces were everywhere, with breathtakingly beautiful scenery. Although Li Shuer was already 19, it was her first time witnessing the stunning landscapes of these uninhabited areas. No wonder so many adventurers die in the wild every year. Yet people keep flocking to these forbidden zones. "It's just too beautiful," Li Shuer remarked. As she was immersed in the stunning scenery below, she suddenly received a team invitation from Zhang Yuan. "Yuan?" Li Shuer asked in confusion. Zhang Yuan chuckled and explained, "Didn't I promise to help you level up? We have over 100,000 kilometers to Yulong Snow Mountain, with 90 of it being uninhabited. These areas are full of high-level monsters in large numbers. We can't waste the opportunity." After accepting the invitation, Li Shuer curiously asked, "With your speed, how do we farm monsters?" "Auto farming, of course," Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. He then deployed a sword formation, summoning 6 specialized swords. He had the sword spirits control these weapons to harvest the lives of wild monsters. In an instant, Li Shuer's interface was flooded with monster kill notifications, and her experience bar skyrocketed like a rocket. In just a few breaths, Li Shuer leveled up from 31 to 32. She gasped in astonishment, her eyes shining with disbelief. She recalled how it had taken her an entire month to reach level 31 from 30 during her first awakening. And now, following Zhang Yuan, she had leveled up again in less than 10 seconds. The speed of this progression was simply unimaginable. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "It can get even faster." With that, he increased the speed of his sword flight. 6 specialized swords flew like meteors through the forest, and wherever they went, countless monsters fell instantly, transforming into experience points for the two of them. Even the world boss hidden in the forest couldn't escape their fate, meeting their demise before they could even react. High in the sky, Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer admired the magnificent landscape below. On the ground, 6 sword spirits acted as merciless reapers, claiming the lives of one monster after another. The Yulong Snow Mountain, located in the southwest of the Great Xia Empire, was over 100,000 kilometers from the capital city. Zhang Yuan, flying at more than 10 times the speed of sound. Took just over 8 hours to bring Li Shuer from the capital to the Yulong Snow Mountain while slaying monsters along the way. Countless bosses and wild creatures fell under Zhang Yuan's blade during the journey, and their storage spaces quickly filled with various monster materials. Li Shuer barely had time to appreciate the scenery, continuously clearing out their storage on the flying sword, keeping only the epic quality equipment and materials. That day, many high-level adventurers in the uninhabited area witnessed a bizarre scene. Numerous monsters suddenly dropped dead, scattering materials everywhere. These materials covered the mountains and fields, allowing many adventurers to make a fortune. Numerous related videos appeared online, with some capturing the fleeting moment of the sword's light. Various conspiracy theories spread like wildfire, with some even considering it a sign of the apocalypse. Ultimately, this event became one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Great Xia Empire. As for Zhang Yuan, the mastermind behind it all, he had already brought a dazed Li Shuer to the hot spring hotel on Yulong Snow Mountain. Shuer, we're here, Zhang Yuan said softly. Oh! Li Shuer dismounted from the flying sword in a daze, glanced at her now level 55 self, and then at the level 57 Zhang Yuan. She murmured, Mom, I've hit the jackpot. The two of them walked into the hot spring hotel together, the marble floor of the lobby gleaming like a mirror under the dazzling light of the crystal chandelier. A well-dressed, graceful attendant quickly approached them with a smile and asked, Good evening. Do you have a reservation? Li Shuer took out a Kong Shui Fu bottle cap from her bag, feeling a bit nervous. We're here to claim a reward, she said. The attendant's eyes lingered on the bottle cap for a moment, a flash of surprise crossing her face. She quickly stepped back half a pace, took out a walkie-talkie, and spoke in a low voice. Attention all departments. VIP guests have arrived. Please prepare accordingly. After giving the instructions, the attendant immediately regained her professional smile and bowed deeply to the two of them. Honored guests, we will arrange your check-in right away. This way, please. She gestured invitingly, guiding Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer to the front desk. Instantly, all the staff in the lobby stood up straight and shouted in unison, Welcome. The enthusiastic greeting echoed through the spacious hall. Startled by the commotion, Li Shuer tugged on Zhang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Yuan, this Kong Shui Fu prize is really something. Everyone's attitude changed the moment they saw the bottle cap. Zhang Yuan understood the reason behind all this, but just smiled and said, Well, it is a unique reward. It's only natural for the hotel staff to be extra attentive. Li Shuer nodded and followed the attendant to the front desk, handing the winning bottle cap to the staff. The receptionist accepted the cap politely and said, May I see your IDs, please? I'll handle your check-in. Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer handed over their IDs. After a quick computer check, the receptionist gave them a room key card. Your room is 801, a deluxe hot spring suite. Please take the elevator on the left to go upstairs. Li Shuer noticed that there was only one key card and blushed slightly. Do we only have one room? The receptionist confirmed with a nod. Yes, the prize includes only one room. Zhang Yuan hesitantly asked, Is it possible to pay for an additional room? The receptionist shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, it's peak tourist season and all other rooms are fully booked. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this must be Li Feng's doing. The lobby was empty. How could it be fully booked? However, before he could expose the obvious lie, Li Shuer had already taken the key card and said, Well, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Yuan, let's go up. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Shuer, are you sure we should share one room? Li Shuer smiled and pushed him lightly. I don't mind. Why are you being so hesitant? Let's go. With that, she pulled Zhang Yuan into the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, the luxurious decor of room 801 came into view. It was a top-floor suite spanning over 300 square meters, with a large hot spring pool in the center, steaming and adorned with rose petals. Next to the pool was a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a breathtaking view of Yulong Snow Mountain in the distance. The moonlight cast a silvery glow on the snow-capped peaks, creating a picture-perfect scene. However, Zhang Yuan quickly noticed that the spacious suite had only one large bed. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the room's original design or another deliberate arrangement by Li Feng. Li Shuer seemed to have already adapted to the situation and broke the silence first. I didn't expect the hotel room to be so big. And it even has an indoor hot spring. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and stammered, Yeah, it's pretty big. Amused by his shy demeanor, Li Shuer suggested, Since we're here, we shouldn't waste this opportunity. How about we soak in the hot spring together? Zhang Yuan's heart raced. Together? Shuer, isn't that a bit too fast? Li Shuer playfully tapped his forehead with her finger, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just so we're clear, we can soak together, but you can't let your mind wander, your eyes can't stray, and your hands can't roam. Got it? Okay, Zhang Yuan replied, his mind going blank. He couldn't fathom how he would manage not to think or look in such a situation. But he was confident he could at least keep his hands to himself. Li Shuer bit her lip nervously after Zhang Yuan agreed, and said, "Turn around first." Zhang Yuan, as if under a spell, stiffly turned his back to her. The room fell into silence, with only the sound of Li Shuer's light breathing and the rustle of clothes behind him. Zhang Yuan's heart began to race, as if an invisible hand was drumming inside his chest. The air was thick with an indescribable tension. Moments later, the gentle sound of water indicated that Li Shuer had entered the hot spring. Unbidden images flooded Zhang Yuan's mind, causing his breathing to quicken. "Okay, you can turn around now," Li Shuer said, her voice laced with shyness. Zhang Yuan slowly turned to see Li Shuer with her hair tied in a ponytail, wrapped tightly in a bath towel, half submerged in the hot spring. Her face was flushed as she bit her lip again, reminding him, "Remember, we agreed you wouldn't do anything inappropriate." The sight was too much for Zhang Yuan. A nosebleed started uncontrollably. He dumbly replied, "All right," his mind blank. Li Shuer clutched her towel tightly and gestured with her eyes to the towels hanging in the room. "You should change too." "I won't look," Zhang Yuan numbly responded. "Okay," and mechanically changed into a bath towel before joining her in the hot spring, sitting across from her. Despite the soothing warmth of the spring, Zhang Yuan grew even more anxious. His heart pounded like a heavy metal drummer was playing inside his chest. Neither dared to make eye contact, and the room fell into an awkward silence again. Gradually, the steam filled the room, making it hard to see clearly. In the mist, Zhang Yuan could barely make out Li Shuer's tense posture. He was equally nervous, unable to speak. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan finally mustered the courage to break the silence. "The view outside is really nice." "Yes, it is," Li Shuer replied, her head lowered. "Beautiful." In reality, the floor-to-ceiling windows were fogged up, obscuring any view of the outside. They lapsed into silence again. The two nervous novices soaked in the hot spring for over an hour without anything happening. It wasn't until a knock on the door and a server's inquiry about dinner broke their reverie, ending their strange and awkward hot spring experience. After soaking in the hot springs, the two headed to the hotel's upscale restaurant for a fine dinner, and then returned to their room together. As night fell, the exhaustion from their long journey began to set in, and the need for rest became urgent. However, a new problem arose. They only had one bed, but there were two of them. Zhang Yuan glanced at the sofa in the living room, about to suggest he sleep there, but Li Shuer interrupted him. "We already shared the hot springs, so this is no big deal. The bed is big enough. We can both sleep on it without feeling cramped." Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised and cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" Li Shuer's face turned slightly red, but with a hint of shyness and firmness. She replied, "If I say it's fine, it's fine. Just don't try anything funny." All right, all right." Zhang Yuan felt his heart pounding in his chest and nodded involuntarily. As the night grew deeper, they changed into their pajamas and lay down side by side on the spacious bed, facing each other. The soft moonlight filtered through the window, highlighting Li Shuer's graceful profile. At that moment, everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Zhang Yuan gazed at the scene before him and suddenly felt a sacred aura emanating from Li Shuer. His heart skipped a beat, realizing this was the feeling of being moved. Time quietly passed, and Li Shuer seemed to have calmed down. She looked directly into Zhang Yuan's eyes, a playful smile on her lips. "Yuan, you've been staring at me for a while. So, let me ask you, do you think I'm pretty?" "Of course, you're beautiful," Zhang Yuan answered honestly. "Good to hear," Li Shuer chuckled softly, then yawned. "Even though I'm excited right now, to be honest, I'm exhausted. Do whatever you want, but I'm going to sleep. Good night." With that, she closed her eyes. Hearing her words, Zhang Yuan's mind went blank. Do whatever I want? Is she giving me permission? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He tossed and turned, several times wanting to reach out to touch Li Shuer, but ultimately, he didn't dare to cross the line. The next morning, Li Shuer got up, stretching lazily. "Yuan, good morning. How did you sleep last night?" She turned to look but found the spot next to her empty. Already awake, she muttered to herself and walked to the living room, but there was still no sign of Zhang Yuan. Just as she was about to call him, the living room window suddenly opened, and Zhang Yuan climbed in from outside. The frigid mountain wind rushed in, making Li Shuer shiver and instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Zhang Yuan quickly closed the window, apologizing. "Sorry, I didn't know you were awake." "I'm fine." Li Shuer wrapped her robe tighter around her and asked curiously, "Where did you go?" It turned out that after Li Shuer said, "Do whatever you want," Zhang Yuan couldn't sleep all night. He decided to get up and explore Yulong Mountain with a map. Following the map, he discovered a frozen valley deep in the mountains, guarded by a demigod-level world boss and a golden hidden dungeon vortex. Zhang Yuan was just scouting and didn't engage the boss. After confirming the route, he returned directly. On his way back, Zhang Yuan thought of a reason to take Li Shuer there. He explained, I couldn't sleep last night, so I wandered around the mountain and found a hidden dungeon. Hidden dungeon? Li Shuer was immediately intrigued. What kind of dungeon? Zhang Yuan continued, there's a boss outside the dungeon. I thought of coming back to take you there, so I didn't engage the wild boss. Do you want to go with me? Or would you rather explore the mountain resort? Of course, I want to go to the dungeon. Li Shuer chose the dungeon without hesitation, excitedly saying, exploring a hidden dungeon is way more exciting than sightseeing. Besides, I've been to Yulong Mountain before and done all the tourist stuff. Yesterday, I experienced what I wanted to, so there's no point wasting time here. Let's go straight to the dungeon. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan finally felt relieved. He had been worried that Li Shuer might be disappointed about missing the mountain resort, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. He smiled and said, all right, freshen up and once you're ready, we'll head out. Give me 2 minutes. Li Shuer responded quickly and began preparing for the upcoming adventure. Since they were heading into battle, Li Shuer skipped the makeup, quickly freshened up, and changed into her combat gear. In less than 3 minutes, she was ready and said to Zhang Yuan, I'm all set. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by her swift efficiency and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Shuer, there's no need to rush. The dungeon isn't going anywhere, Li Shuer replied seriously. When we're on the actual battlefield, there won't be much time to dilly-dally. Let's go. Seeing her determination, Zhang Yuan didn't say more. He summoned his flying sword. Hop on. Li Shuer deftly jumped onto the sword and wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan's waist. Hold on tight, Zhang Yuan warned. And with that, they became a streak of light, leaving the hot spring hotel behind and heading deep into the Yulong Snow Mountain. To reach the dungeon, they had to pass through a region plagued by perpetual blizzards. But for Zhang Yuan, who could fly on a sword and had a protective sword aura, this area posed no threat. They effortlessly traversed over 300 kilometers of blizzard and arrived at a frozen valley. In the center of the valley, a golden dungeon vortex spun quietly. Li Shuer glanced back at the howling blizzard behind them, then looked at the completely frozen valley ahead. She couldn't help but tease Zhang Yuan. Yuan, how did you find this place? Your casual wandering last night took you pretty far. This doesn't look like a place you just stumble upon. Zhang Yuan laughed it off. Haha, I've got a bit of an adventurous spirit. He then cautioned, be careful, Shuer. The boss here is quite formidable. Li Shuer confidently replied, Yuan, don't underestimate me. You might not know, but when I first transitioned, I awakened and advanced from a rare class to the legendary class of Elven Oracle. I'm already level 50, so I won't be a burden. Before she could finish, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, followed by a fierce, icy wind. Li Shuer looked up to see a colossal frost dragon, towering 60 to 70 meters high, descending from the sky and landing heavily in the valley. Frost Song the Glacier Demigod level 100. The terrifying dragon's presence swept through the valley, and the smile on Li Shuer's face froze instantly. She looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Zhang Yuan, that frost dragon is the quite formidable boss you mentioned? Yeah, Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly. A level 100 demigod dragon is only quite formidable. Li Shuer was left speechless, staring blankly at the awe-inspiring behemoth before them. As Li Shuer fell silent, a thunderous roar erupted from frost at the peak of the valley. In an instant, a terrifying frost wind swept down, plummeting the surrounding temperature below freezing. Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer felt their bodies start to freeze, with a glaring warning flashing on their screens. Extreme cold environment detected, body heat rapidly depleting, losing 5 max HP per second. The icy wind cut like a knife, making their cheeks sting. The extreme cold not only numbed their limbs, but also slowed their thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Li Shuer quickly summoned her staff and began chanting a spell. A green aura spread from her feet, enveloping Zhang Yuan as well. Zhang Yuan immediately felt the chill dissipate, replaced by a warm flow throughout his body. He looked at his screen in surprise, seeing the incredible effects of the Blessing of Holy Lights buff, restoring 10 max HP and mana per second, increasing all attributes by 50, boosting movement speed by 50, increasing damage by 30, reducing damage taken by 30, and enhancing all resistances by 50. Shuer, this skill is amazing. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise. Li Shuer smiled and replied, Yuan, I may not be as strong as you, but I'm no pushover. How's this buff? It's incredible. Zhang Yuan didn't hold back his admiration. An idea struck him, and he used his lunar eye on Li Shuer. As the lunar energy passed through her, Blessing of Holy Light appeared on his skill panel as well. Zhang Yuan immediately cast the newly acquired skill, and a similar green aura spread from his feet, covering the entire sword formation. To their astonishment, their blessing of holy light buff stacked, pushing their ice resistance to 100. Frost's icy winds lost their effect instantly, and the hypothermia warnings on their screens disappeared. Yuan, what is this? This is my exclusive awakened skill. How can you use it? Li Shuer exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yuan pointed to his right eye and grinned. Thanks to this eye, I have a skill that lets me copy other skills. That's just too overpowered. How can anyone compete with that? Li Shuer said, half laughing, half crying. Zhang Yuan responded confidently. I don't know about others, but I know that together, we have 100 all-attribute resistance. As long as the enemy can't reduce our resistances, we're unbeatable. Seeing its ice magic rendered ineffective, Frost let out another furious roar from above the valley. It soared into the sky and, with a menacing aura, dived towards them. The fierce, icy wind howled through the valley. However, midway through its dive, a golden dragon formed by Shinkong and Aluo's transformation burst from the summoning space, biting down on Frost's wings with precision. Frost let out a harrowing scream and unleashed its most powerful dragon magic. In an instant, a deadly blizzard swept through the valley, freezing Shinkong and Aluo into ice sculptures. Just as Frost was about to break free, the space in front of it subtly distorted. The next moment, Snow stepped out from the twisted space, holding her demonic sword. She calmly gazed at Frost before delivering a seemingly ordinary slash. Ayajutsu. The dark red blade light sliced through the space, precisely severing Frost's neck. The massive dragon head, which had just been casting powerful magic and roaring in fury, crashed to the ground. A system notification popped up. Obtain Frost Heart 1, Frost Claw 1, Frost Scale 1. Obtain Demigod level equipment Ice Dragon Ring. Obtain Demigod level equipment Ice Dragon Necklace. Obtain Demigod level equipment Ice Dragon Band. Ice Dragon Ring Demigod level. Strength 200, Ice Attribute Damage 100, Equipment level 100. Ice Dragon Necklace Demigod level. Spirit 200, Ice Attribute Damage 100, Equipment level 100. Ice Dragon Band Demigod level. Agility 200, Ice Attribute Damage 100, Equipment level 100. Ice Dragon Set Effect. Vitality 200, Immune to Ice Damage, Gain Skill Absolute Zero Storm. Absolute Zero Storm. Summon a large-scale blizzard, reducing the ice resistance of enemies within range by 1,000, dealing massive ice damage over time, and freezing all enemies within range. The power of the Underworld's rules, summoned by Shui, took effect, mercilessly dragging the soul of Frost, the Glacier Song, into the Underworld. Zhang Yuan's system panel began to flicker, and a new notification caught his attention. Frost could be tamed, and if successful, it would become a powerful summon. With the fall of the Ice Dragon, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of immense energy flowing into his body, instantly elevating his level to 58. Beside him, Li Shuer experienced an even more astonishing transformation, breaking through 5 levels consecutively and reaching level 60, thus qualifying for her second-class advancement. Li Shuer stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The massive ice dragon's body was gradually dissipating, transforming into countless light particles floating in the air. Her mind was still struggling to process everything that had just happened. Zhang Yuan had defeated a level 100 demigod boss without even lifting a finger, relying solely on a summon. Is it over? Li Shuer murmured, her voice filled with incredulity. She began to imagine what kind of earth-shattering scene would unfold if Zhang Yuan fought with all his might. However, she realized that her imagination could no longer keep up with Zhang Yuan's rapidly growing power. While Li Shuer was still immersed in shock, Zhang Yuan had already started conversing with his summoned Shui. Shui, you said you can tame that ice dragon? Zhang Yuan asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shui responded respectfully, yes, master. After defeating the ice dragon, I have already imprisoned its soul within the underworld inside me. Given some time, I can make it fully submit to you and become your summon. Zhang Yuan asked in amazement. You have such an ability. Does this mean that any creature you kill can be drawn into the underworld within you? Shui explained, indeed, master. This skill is shared between us. Any creature you kill, I can also draw its soul into the underworld and convert it into a summon. Zhang Yuan excitedly said. So the more I kill, the more summons I have? Shui, however, slightly dampened his enthusiasm. I'm sorry, master. Currently, the underworld within me has limited capacity and can only hold the souls of 10 creatures. Moreover, the expansion rate of the underworld is related to the quality of the souls it contains. I recommend only storing the souls of demigod-level bosses. Despite this, Zhang Yuan still felt immensely excited. Having 10 demigod-level boss summons is already incredible. Shui assured him, rest assured, master. The underworld within me can continuously expand. In the future, I will certainly build a divine army for you, dedicated to serving you. Listening to you, I can hardly wait. Zhang Yuan laughed. Shui will never let you down, master, Shui solemnly promised. After ending his conversation with Shui, Zhang Yuan began to examine the attributes of the newly acquired Ice Dragon set. To his delight, he discovered that this set not only replaced the Dis's three-piece set, but also came with a more powerful area skill. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan immediately swapped out the Dis's set. With the new equipment, Zhang Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He quickly opened his attribute panel and saw that his strength, agility, and stamina had all surpassed the 500,000 mark, while his spiritual power had reached an astounding 900,000, on the verge of breaking the million mark. And this is without even farming attributes in the Abyss battlefield. My spiritual power is almost at 1,000,000. Zhang Yuan marveled at his exaggerated attribute panel. He clearly realized that he was straying further down the path of inhuman power. The gatekeeper boss is down, and now it's time to head into the dungeon and retrieve the Sky Heart. Zhang Yuan quickly sorted through the rewards from slaying the demigod Ice Dragon and turned to see Li Shui, who had also finished organizing her loot. The two of them walked in sync towards the golden dungeon vortex, carefully examining the dungeon information. The Lost Divine Sanctuary appeared in bold letters, followed by alarming details. Dungeon level, difficulty God tier. Li Shui's face turned pale instantly, and her voice trembled. Yuan, are you sure I can handle this dungeon? She swallowed hard and continued. In my experience, nightmare difficulty is already the highest. If there's anything beyond that, it would be abyssal. But this, God ear. She took an involuntary step back, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Yuan, it's not that I doubt your abilities. I just feel like I'm useless. If I go in with you, I'll definitely hold you back. Maybe I should wait outside. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head, taking her cool hand in his. What are you talking about? I said I'd take you through the dungeon, and I will. Besides, swear, you're not weak at all. Before she could respond, he had already placed his hand on the vortex, pulling her along. A system prompt immediately popped up. Do you wish to challenge the Lost Divine Sanctuary dungeon? Note, this dungeon may contain God-tier enemies and is extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose challenge. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the vortex, enveloping them both and transporting them into the dungeon. As the teleportation completed, a hidden quest notification appeared on both of their system panels. Hidden quest conditions met. The Lost Divine Sanctuary dungeon has activated a hidden quest. Hidden quest. The avatar of the Shattered God Shard has awakened, significantly increasing the difficulty of the dungeon. Complete the dungeon within 10 hours, or the quest will fail, and the avatar will escape. They found themselves inside a massive palace, with 3 paths branching out ahead of them. Li Shui looked at the quest notification, her face growing even paler. Yuan, do you think our luck is too good? How can we randomly trigger a hidden quest like this? She laughed bitterly. If it were a normal dungeon, it wouldn't be so bad, but this is a god-tier dungeon. It was already insanely difficult, and now the difficulty has shot up even more. How are we supposed to survive this? She glanced around nervously, as if expecting a single sneeze from a mob to end her life. Zhang Yuan knew that the hidden quest trigger was likely related to Li Shui, and the awakened avatar of the Shattered God Shard was probably something she needed. However, he couldn't say this out loud. Instead, he reassured her, Shui, don't worry too much. I've tackled similar god-tier dungeons before. With me protecting you, we'll be fine. Li Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. I believe you, Yuan. I'll rely on you to carry us through this dungeon. I'll buff you up. With that, she cast a holy light blessing on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan then used his lunar eye to copy the skill, stacking both of their resistances to 100. With their buffs in place, Zhang Yuan didn't rush in. He summoned his scouting trio and directed them to explore the 3 paths ahead. The palace maze was vast and complex, and one wrong turn could lead to a dead end. Although 10 hours seemed like a lot of time, in a dungeon of this scale, a single mistake could waste several hours. Zhang Yuan watched the 3 directions cautiously, ready to plan the optimal route based on their scouting results. Zhang Yuan knew that choosing the right initial route was crucial to clearing the level within 10 hours. He decided to proceed cautiously, even if it meant a slower start, to lay a solid foundation for a swift completion later. As his summoned entities, the Rakshasa King, the Ice Queen, and the Infernal Flame Ram advanced along their respective paths, they all encountered elite monsters blocking their way. These monsters, clad in white armor and resembling knights, were the elite guardians of the Lost Temple, with a staggering level of 100,100. Even Zhang Yuan's abyssal, I couldn't discern their exact attributes. However, he could clearly sense the fear transmitted through his summons. This temple's monsters are no joke. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. Even with the bonuses from the summoning book, giving them all my attributes, they're still scared, not daring to waste any time. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed his sword formation, summoning flying swords to launch a fierce attack on the elite monsters, clearing the path for his summons. As numerous temple guardians fell, his storage space accumulated several temple key fragments. While Zhang Yuan was puzzled about the purpose of these fragments, his three summons simultaneously reached new junctions. Each junction branched into three different paths, but this time it was more challenging. Each path was blocked by a closed door that required three key fragments to open. After a quick calculation, Zhang Yuan realized that to open all 9 doors, he needed 27 key fragments. However, the drop rate for these fragments was extremely low. He had just killed nearly 100 temple guardians with splash damage and only obtained 10 fragments, enough to open just 3 doors. This level is ridiculous. Zhang Yuan watched the 9 different doors through the eyes of his summons, his expression growing more serious. At this rate, clearing the level within 10 hours seemed unlikely, and even seeing the first boss within that time frame was uncertain. Just as Zhang Yuan was feeling at a loss, Li Shuer beside him suddenly rubbed her eyes and said, Yuan, I think I'm seeing things. Zhang Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and asked with concern, What's wrong? Li Shuer pointed to the path on the far right of the hall and said in confusion, Why do I feel like that path is glowing? Glowing? Zhang Yuan followed where Li Shuer was pointing, his eyes scanning the dim passage, but he saw nothing unusual. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It could be Li Shuer's divine intuition guiding them. Shuer, you lead the way. Just follow the glowing path you see, Zhang Yuan said decisively. Li Shuer hesitated, her brow furrowed. Are you sure? What if we go the wrong way? Zhang Yuan gave a confident smile and reassured her, Don't worry. My other summons are scouting ahead. We have room for trial and error. With Zhang Yuan's assurance, Li Shuer nodded and said, All right, follow me. She started walking along the glowing path only she could see. Since Zhang Yuan had already cleared the monsters on the path with his summons, they proceeded without any trouble. Before long, they arrived at a crossroads where the Rakshasa King was said to be. Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 doors ahead, but couldn't tell any difference between them. Shuer, is there a glowing door? He asked. Li Shuer stepped forward, carefully examining the 3 doors, and finally pointed to the middle one. Yuan, the middle door is glowing. Okay, step back. I'll check for traps, Zhang Yuan said as he combined 3 key fragments into a golden key and cautiously approached the middle door. As the door opened, a hidden temple guard suddenly lunged with a spear. Before Zhang Yuan could react, Shuer, his summon, burst out from the summoning space and decapitated the guard in one swift motion. Then, she dissipated into light particles. Obtain temple key fragment 1, the system prompt sounded. Seeing this, Li Shuer couldn't help but marvel. Yuan, your summon is amazing. She can even guard you autonomously. I didn't even see the guard before she killed it. Zhang Yuan chuckled and replied, She's indeed strong, but it seems I don't get much of the gaming experience myself. Hearing this in the summoning space, Shuer immediately said, Sorry, master. I will reflect on my actions. In the future, I will assess the enemy's strength before intervening to ensure you have a full experience. No need for that. This is fine as it is. Zhang Yuan quickly stopped Shue's idea and then turned to Li Shuer. Shuer, the danger is cleared. Let's move on. Okay. Li Shuer nodded and continued to lead the way. To be safe, Zhang Yuan had the Rakshasa King use the key to open another door at the crossroads, only to find a dead end. He then had the Hellfire Ram and the Ice Queen each open a door, both also leading to dead ends. This confirmed Zhang Yuan's suspicion. Li Shuer's divine intuition was indeed guiding them. He then recalled his summons back to the summoning space. Shuer, your chosen path is correct. Let's pick up the pace, Zhang Yuan said. With this confirmation, Li Shuer gained confidence and walked with more determination. Even so, it took them over an hour to navigate through the complex temple maze and reach a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood 3 tall female knights. They were clad in golden armor, wielding giant swords and shields, exuding an imposing aura. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye to check their information. Holy Knight Alice, Demigod level 100. Holy Knight Meryl, Demigod level 100. Holy Knight Elena, Demigod level 100. All 3 are demigods. As expected of a god-level dungeon, Zhang Yuan muttered, then set up a sword formation and summoned 6 specialized weapons to attack the 3 knights. Seeing this, the female knights quickly assumed battle stances, raising their large shields to conjure 3 golden barriers. Skill. Holy Shield, they shouted in unison. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Yuan's weapons struck the barriers but were deflected. So they can block my specialized weapons? Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, they were demigods with divine power. If they were easily defeated, he would have doubted if they had taken the right path. To understand the skills of the three demigod knights, Zhang Yuan used his lunar eye to copy their abilities. Holy Shield, immune to all incoming attacks from the front, he murmured, a glint flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yuan quickly summoned a barrage of replicated special weapons behind the three demigod knights, sending them towards the knights like a metallic storm. However, the knights seemed to anticipate this move and instantly raised their shields, back to back. In an instant, a golden barrier enveloped them completely, blocking Zhang Yuan's flying swords once again. Seeing the three demigod knights huddled together, their holy shield forming an impenetrable 360-degree defense, Zhang Yuan frowned. He recalled the skill description and realized that as long as the knights kept their shields up, the holy shield would not disappear. We've encountered a turtle shell formation, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, observing the three demigods hiding within the barrier like turtles, showing no intention of attacking. He found himself in a predicament, not expecting to face such a roadblock. As Zhang Yuan was about to ask Shui to see if she could forcibly break through the holy shield, Li Shui suddenly spoke up, Yuan, let me handle this. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to respond, he noticed a change in Li Shui's demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with divine light. Shui, you? Chill. Just for a moment. Don't say anything. Li Shui winked at Zhang Yuan, signaling him to stay quiet. She then turned her gaze towards the three demigod knights, her eyes glowing with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The three demigod knights lowered their shields, causing the holy shield to vanish instantly. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, too shocked to speak. Yuan, the window is short. Act now, Li Shui urged. Zhang Yuan quickly snapped out of it, commanding 6 specialized weapons along with a swarm of replicated flying swords to shoot at the demigod knights. The swords sliced through the air, accompanied by a resounding crash, piercing the three demigod knights on the spot. The power of the Yellow Springs rule from the summoned creature, Shui, took effect immediately, pulling Alice, Meryl, and Elena into the Yellow Springs realm. A system notification followed. Alice, Meryl, and Elena have voluntarily submitted. The 3 have become summons and are now transferred to the summoning space, available for summoning at any time. They surrendered just like that? Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shui in astonishment. Li Shui gave a mysterious smile and explained, they were my subordinates in the past. Though their power is greatly diminished, they're still useful to you at this stage. Keep this a secret, okay? Listening to Li Shui, Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to check the attributes of the 3 demigod knights. Alice, the Holy Knight, served as their representative, and her attribute panel appeared vividly before his eyes. Demigod level, 100 strength, 10 million agility, 5 million spirit, 10 million stamina, and 20 million skills. Zhang Yuan carefully examined their skills. Holy Shield, Holy Sword Cross Slash, Stamina Enhancement, and Strength Enhancement. The attributes and skills of the 3 demigod knights were identical, representing a standard level 100 demigod. Besides their passive skills, they only had 2 active skills. Holy Sword Cross Slash was a standard attack skill with unremarkable damage, essentially useless for someone like Zhang Yuan, whose damage output was overwhelmingly high. However, the Holy Shield of the 3 female knights was a top-tier defensive skill. Despite its simple description, blocks attacks from the front, Zhang Yuan had witnessed firsthand that the barrier they created was a 120-degree arc. This meant that as long as all 3 used Holy Shield simultaneously, they could form an impenetrable 360-degree defense. Zhang Yuan understood that the role of these 3 demigod knights was clear: support and defense, specifically to protect their teammates. As Zhang Yuan was checking the knights' attributes and skills, the divine side of Li Shui fell asleep again, and her human side regained control of her body. Upon waking, Li Shui found gaps in her memory of what had just happened. She only remembered Zhang Yuan instantly defeating the 3 female knights, completely unaware that she was the main force in this boss raid. Looking at the massive amount of experience she had accumulated since reaching level 60, Li Shui was overjoyed. She realized that once she returned and completed her second-class advancement, this experience would allow her to jump 7 or 8 levels instantly. She couldn't help but exclaim, Yuan, your leveling speed is insane. Reflecting on the past 2 days, Li Shui was deeply shocked. Just yesterday, she had been level 31, and in just 1 day, Zhang Yuan had propelled her into the ranks of high-level professionals, saving her years, or even more than a decade of grinding. The exhilarating experience of rapid leveling left her barely noticing the strange gaps in her memory. Seeing the divine glow disappear from Li Shui's eyes, Zhang Yuan tactfully avoided mentioning the details of defeating the 3 knights and instead said, Shui, we haven't cleared this dungeon yet. Let's keep going. Okay, Li Shui nodded, calming her excitement and following Zhang Yuan onward. After defeating the 3 knights, only one path remained, leading deeper into the palace. Without the need to navigate a maze, and with the temple's monsters unable to withstand Zhang Yuan's damage, the two progressed swiftly, soon reaching the dungeon's deepest part. At the heart of the temple was a massive natural cavern. In the center stood an ancient statue of a goddess, covered in moss. Embedded in the statue's chest was a crystal, emitting a golden glow and exuding terrifying divine power. Zhang Yuan immediately recognized it as Li Shuer's divine fragment. Li Shuer warned cautiously, "Yuan, be careful. I have a feeling that statue is more than it seems. It might be the final boss of this dungeon." As soon as she finished speaking, the divine fragment in the statue's chest lit up, illuminating the entire cavern. In the next instant, the ancient statue of the goddess, enveloped in bright light, came to life, transforming into a goddess whose features were indistinguishable. Zhang Yuan quickly used Abyssal Eye on the goddess, but received a cannot detect target message. This result confirmed his suspicion a goddess before them was indeed the final boss of this dungeon. "Shuer, step back. Leave the boss to me," Zhang Yuan instructed, then activated his sword formation, summoning a multitude of replica flying swords to attack the boss. Meanwhile, Shui appeared behind the boss, slashing with her blade. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Both Zhang Yuan's flying swords and Shui's attack missed, as the goddess, transformed from the statue, had already moved to a different location. Seeing her attack miss, Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Refusing to give up, she instantly teleported behind the boss again, ready to use her sword draw technique. Once again, Shui's blade sliced through the air, but the eerie boss instantly teleported behind her. Shui's sharp instincts sensed the danger from behind, and she quickly spun around with her sword. However, the boss seemed to anticipate her every move, effortlessly dodging and landing a palm strike to her chest. Bang! Shui was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the cave wall. In the next moment, a dark red glow emanated from the stone wall, and a ghostly Shui surged out with incredible speed, her blade aimed at the statue's neck. The dark red blade light tore through the dungeon space, her movements so fast that Zhang Yuan could barely keep up. Yet, even in her ghostly form, Shui failed to touch the boss, who struck her again with ease. She staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady herself. Zhang Yuan observed with a frown, noting that despite hitting Shui twice, the boss had not broken through her defenses. Strangely, although Shui's strength and speed far surpassed the boss's, she couldn't land a hit, as if the boss could foresee her every move. At this moment, Li Shuer noticed something amiss and urgently called out, "Yuan, something's wrong. Look at the mission countdown." Zhang Yuan immediately checked and saw that the countdown was sporadically decreasing by several seconds. His pupils contracted as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. "Is the dungeon bugging out?" Zhang Yuan muttered, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly summoned a flying sword, cutting his finger to let the blood drip onto the ground. Meanwhile, Shui, unwilling to give up, swung her blade at the boss once more. As expected, the boss easily evaded again. Li Shuer exclaimed, "Yuan!" The time jumped again. Zhang Yuan stared at the ground, noticing a few drops of blood had appeared out of nowhere. He suddenly understood, it's the ability to delete time. Confirming that the boss wielded time magic, Zhang Yuan quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He shouted to Shui, "Shui, prepare your sword technique, and wait for my signal to strike." As soon as Zhang Yuan gave the order, Shui quickly distanced herself from the boss, sheathed her demonic blade, and assumed a drawing stance, her sharp gaze fixed on the goddess statue boss. Sensing the danger, the boss immediately abandoned its attack on Shui and turned its assault towards Zhang Yuan. In an instant, 3 knights burst out from the summoning space, forming a triangle and raising their holy shields to protect Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer. Clang! The boss's heavy attack struck the holy shields but was deflected by their indestructible barrier, achieving nothing. Seeing Zhang Yuan's sudden action, Li Shuer couldn't help but ask, "Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhang Yuan explained, "I remembered a manga where the main villain, much like this boss, had time magic that could erase segments of time. I guess it can foresee a few seconds into the future and jump directly to the most advantageous moment for itself." Li Shuer was shocked. "Erasing time? How are we supposed to fight that?" "It's actually quite simple," Zhang Yuan said confidently. "Its biggest weakness is continuous, wide-area attacks. Even if it skips a few seconds ahead, as long as it's still within the skill's range, it'll get hurt." With that, Zhang Yuan activated the Endless Sword Realm, instantly sealing off the entire cave and cutting off the boss's escape route. He then unleashed his newly acquired area skill Absolute Zero Storm. Whoosh! A fierce blizzard swept through the barrier, freezing everything in its path. The boss immediately erased the next 5 seconds of the future, only to find all possible futures enveloped in the blizzard. Soon, it was frozen solid, unable to move. Since the boss was the only enemy within the area, Zhang Yuan's sword array splash effect couldn't stack, and the blizzard's damage was limited. But this was exactly what he intended. He shouted, "Xue now!" Poised and ready, Xue sprang into action, executing her draw technique on the frozen boss. The dark red blade light cut through the ice and snow, striking the boss's neck with precision. As the boss fell, a series of system notifications followed. Level up, various rewards obtained. The most eye-catching was the god-tier equipment, Crown of Time. Zhang Yuan eagerly swapped out his previous legendary equipment for the Crown of Time. His mental power skyrocketed to 1.8 million, and he felt a peculiar force surge into his Imperial Sword treasury and summoning space. Under the influence of time power, all sword spirits evolved, increasing the damage bonus for flying swords from 10 to 20. It really works? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Watching the sword spirits upgrade, he felt invigorated. Next to Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer was excitedly checking her loot. Although she had not contributed much in the dungeon and didn't get any boss drops, the experience points and fixed rewards from clearing the dungeon exceeded her expectations. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and her face was lit up with a satisfied smile. Yuan, the rewards this time are amazing. Li Shuer turned to Zhang Yuan, her eyes full of anticipation. Can you take me through more dungeons in the future? After being carried by you, I just can't get excited about regular ones anymore. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Of course. That's awesome. Yuan, you're the best. Li Shuer cheered, taking a quick step forward and planting a kiss on his cheek. The sudden act of intimacy left Zhang Yuan stunned, his mind going blank for a moment. By the time he snapped out of it, Li Shuer was already bouncing towards the dungeon's exit portal. She looked back at the still-dazed Zhang Yuan with a playful grin. What are you standing there for? It's time to go back. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her bright smile. Let's go, it's time to leave. After exiting the Lost God's Secret Realm dungeon, they teleported directly back to the Hot Spring Hotel at Dragon Snow Mountain. Having just experienced an exhilarating God-level dungeon adventure, an ordinary Snow Mountain trip no longer satisfied them. Despite the hotel staff enthusiastically introducing various relationship-building activities, the two politely declined all arrangements and, under the staff's reluctant gazes, used the hotel's teleportation array to return to Kyoto University. Back on campus, they exchanged brief goodbyes and went their separate ways. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered his dorm room, he eagerly took out the Sky Tower and asked, "Shen Shuer, I've retrieved your Divine Shard." Li Shuer's voice came from the Sky Tower. "You can hold on to the Divine Shard for now. Give it to me once we've gathered all of them. Where are the remaining 4 Divine Shards?" Zhang Yuan asked. "I can't sense them right now," Li Shuer replied, "but my power is now highly bound to the Sky Tower. Perhaps once the Sky Tower is repaired to a certain extent, we'll be able to find them. So, the current task is to repair the Sky Tower?" Zhang Yuan confirmed. Yes. With a definitive answer, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the heart of the sky, ready to begin the enhancement process. The system prompt sounded. Do you want to consume the heart of the sky to repair the Sky Towers? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose yes. The quest for the Sky Tower artifact has been completed, partially restoring the tower's energy. The third artifact quest is now available. Zhang Yuan gazed at the floating sky stone before him, watching as it transformed into a dazzling light and merged with the Sky Tower. In an instant, he felt a powerful wave of energy. The metallic exterior of the tower seemed to grow thicker, and the overall aura of strength it emitted intensified. Filled with curiosity, Zhang Yuan immediately checked the latest attributes of the Sky Tower. Sky Tower Fragmented Artifact. The bearer can expend a fixed 5 of their maximum health to reset skill or equipment cooldowns. The consumed health cannot be restored within a day, and cooldowns cannot be reset once health is at 1. The bearer can break through boundaries and awaken the 7th constellation. The bearer can awaken the 2nd divinity. Artifact Quest 3 Find a Sky Bone 01. 2nd divinity? Zhang Yuan murmured in surprise. He didn't even have the 1st divinity yet, and now he could awaken a 2nd one. The Sky Tower was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Shen Shuer had fallen asleep again. Zhang Yuan did not disturb her and gently stored the Sky Tower back in his inventory. He noticed that there was no information about the 2nd divinity on his panel, which meant that awakening it might require him to become a god first. For now, it was beyond his reach. Setting aside the matter of divinities, Zhang Yuan turned his attention to the more pressing issue of his 2nd awakening. His excitement grew as he reviewed the materials he had collected for this purpose. 1. A god-level 2nd awakening stone imbued with the power of fate, gifted by the goddess of fate. 2. A god-level 2nd awakening stone imbued with demonic power, obtained after defeating the demigod Odysseus. 3. a god-level second awakening stone imbued with the power of a demon god, acquired from the illusion demon god. 4. A god-level second awakening stone obtained from the lost god's secret realm dungeon. I never thought I would gather 4 god-level second awakening stones, and I can use them all together. Zhang Yuan marveled as he looked at the stones floating in midair, each exuding a different aura. Who else in the world can have a second awakening as grand as mine? With excitement in his heart, Zhang Yuan initiated the breakthrough process. The system prompt appeared. Level 60 reached. You can perform a second-class awakening. Proceed with the awakening? Zhang Yuan chose Start without hesitation. Awakening ceremony initiated. Note: there is a chance of failure for the second-class awakening. Current success rate, 50. You can use the Embers of Strong Souls to increase the success rate. There's a risk of failure? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He recalled that there was no such issue during his first awakening. He had assumed that his awakenings would always be guaranteed successes. However, he quickly remembered the Embers of Strong Souls he had obtained after defeating the Demon Dukes, Disses, and Hades. Zhang Yuan swiftly retrieved 2 gray crystal-like Embers of Strong Souls from his inventory. The system immediately inquired, do you want to consume the Embers of Strong Souls from the Demon Dukes to increase the success rate of the second-class awakening? Yes, Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation. As the 2 gray crystals dissolved into light, Zhang Yuan felt a unique power surge into his body. The system prompt updated. Second-class awakening success rate increased by 40. Current success rate, 90. Only 90s? Zhang Yuan frowned. Although 90 seemed high, using 4 god-level second awakening stones meant he needed to succeed 5 times in a row. This translated to a total success probability of only 59. Such a low chance meant that a single failure would result in significant losses. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan remembered he had another Ember of Strong Souls, the Fear Ember obtained from defeating the demigod Deep Sea Terror. Unlike the solid embers from the Demon Dukes, this was a misty substance, exuding an ancient godlike power. He quickly retrieved the gray mist, and the system prompted again. Do you want to consume the Fear Ember to increase the success rate of the second-class awakening? Note: this ember is from an ancient god. Seeking power from an ancient god requires an equivalent exchange. An equivalent exchange with an ancient god. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Well, I love getting something for nothing from ancient gods. As the embers of the fearful soul turned into gray light and entered Zhang Yuan's body, his dormitory was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. Zhang Yuan looked around cautiously, noticing a vague silhouette appearing and disappearing in the mist. A familiar yet eerie voice echoed, "Equivalent exchange, since you..." Before the voice could finish, it suddenly changed tone. "What the heck? It's you again!" The ancient god's phantom clearly recognized Zhang Yuan and instantly flew into a rage, baring its teeth and claws as it lunged at him. Zhang Yuan didn't have time to react before a golden light burst from within him, like an invisible shield, and repelled the ancient god's phantom. The phantom dissipated in midair, leaving behind a cold threat. "Human, my power is not so easily taken. Wait, I will be back soon." As the voice faded, the thick fog in the dormitory gradually dispersed. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but noticed a new prompt on his panel. Second profession awakening probability increased. Current success rate 100. It worked! Zhang Yuan exclaimed excitedly, momentarily putting aside the ancient god's threat. He remembered his mythic quest to kill 3 ancient gods and thought that this one showing up on its own saved him a lot of trouble. Eagerly, Zhang Yuan began the awakening process. The panel prompted him to use the second-tier awakening stones, and 4 divine second-tier awakening stones lit up with different glows. A new prompt appeared. Due to the excessive number of usable divine awakening stones, please select one as the core awakening stone. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan decided to use the Lost Divine second-tier awakening stone as the core, both because it was clearly marked for core use and because it might contain the power of the high-ranking deity Shuer. With his choice made, the 4 awakening stones transformed into lights of different colors and auras, merging into his body. He felt his aura surge instantly. A series of prompts flashed rapidly on the panel. Ghost Sword Master advanced to Ghost Sword Emperor. Ghost Sword Emperor advanced to Shadow Sword Sovereign. Shadow Sword Sovereign advanced to Shadow Sword God. Shadow Sword God advanced to Eternal Sword God. Finally, the core Divine Awakening Stone took effect, and the Eternal Sword God ultimately advanced to Sword Heart Celestial Monarch. Feeling the powerful force coursing through his body, Zhang Yuan looked forward to the upcoming challenges with great anticipation. As Zhang Yuan completed his awakening, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from him. Eagerly, he immediately opened his attribute panel, and the data that appeared before his eyes made his pupils contract sharply. Name: Zhang Yuan. Title: Curse King. Class: Sword Heart Celestial. Level: 60. Strength: 3,580,155. Agility: 2,545,155. Spirit: 12,307,080. Constitution: 2,545,155. Special attributes: critical rate 159, critical damage 1590. 12 million in spirit power. Zhang Yuan was visibly shocked as he saw his spirit power surpass 10 million right after awakening. He did some quick calculations in his mind. A level 100 demigod typically had 4 attributes around 10 million each, yet here he was at level 60 already reaching that benchmark. And that didn't even account for his numerous skills that boosted his attributes and damage. After his second awakening, Zhang Yuan realized he no longer needed any skill or constellation enhancements. His baseline power had already reached demigod levels. He couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing boost provided by the 4 divine second awakening stones. With anticipation, Zhang Yuan continued to review his skill changes. Each skill had received an ultimate enhancement. 1. Sword Heart Domain Level 10. Establishes a sword formation with a maximum radius of 10 kilometers, significantly boosting allies' combat power. 2. Heaven and Earth as Sword Level 10. Turns all things into swords, instantly killing targets with less than 50 health. 3. Airborne Mastery Level 10. Allows free flight in the air, expanding the sword formation's influence range by 500 times. 4. Universal Thought Level 10. Converts spirit power into other attributes with a 100-fold increase. 5. One Sword to Break All Laws Level 10. Chargeable flying sword attack with up to 10,000 times damage increase. 6. Sword Shadow Untraceable Level 10. All flying swords within the sword formation can teleport. 7. Celestial River Sword Level 1. Condenses celestial energy to deal massive rule-based damage. Zhang Yuan thought to himself that the only word to describe these skills was invincible. However, his enhancements didn't stop there. Besides the 7th constellation, the basic 6 constellations had also undergone significant changes. 1. Sword Sovereign Constellation. The effective radius of the sword formation increased by 100 times. 2. Sword Intent Constellation. Sword Heart Domain no longer consumes spirit power and weakens enemies. 3. Sword Bone Constellation. Continuously restores health and purifies negative states within the Sword Heart domain. 4. Sword Embryo Constellation. Attacks cause 100 splash damage. 5. Sword Heart Constellation. Attacks always critically hit with greatly increased critical damage. 6. Sword Immortal Constellation. Ignores enemy defense and calculates damage in additional time. 7. Sword Tao Constellation. Absorbs divine power to nurture a divine core. Seeing these incredible enhancements, Zhang Yuan realized that although he didn't yet possess a divine core, his power was almost on par with deities. Once his sword formation was deployed, it would be akin to an entire nation ascending, reaching the pinnacle in offense, support, and defense. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying effect of the 4 divine second awakening stones, their power so immense that words could scarcely describe it. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him and was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Zhang Yuan was extremely satisfied with his new profession after his second transformation. He envisioned a future where, during a massive invasion from the abyss, he would only need to fight on the front lines, unleash his sword formation, and turn all the warriors of the Great Xiao Empire into mini Zhang Yuans. If everyone is overpowered, then no one is. Looks like I'm about to create a world without cheats, Zhang Yuan mused with a confident glint in his eyes. He quickly finished washing up, left his dormitory, and briskly walked to the school's teleportation center. His destination was clear the front lines of the Abyss battlefield in the Great Xiao Empire, known as the Bing Great Wall. As a newly transformed, powerful warrior, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to test his strength, and the monsters of the Abyss battlefield were undoubtedly the best targets. However, when Zhang Yuan stepped out of the teleportation array at the Bing Great Wall, he was met with chaos and despair. The city was filled with noise. Cries of pain were endless, and urgent orders pierced through the clamor. Quick, anyone who can still fight, get to the wall and hold the line. Don't let the Abyss monsters break through. Healers. We need healers over here. The anti-demon cannon on the east side is overloaded. Engineers, come quickly. A level 80 Abyss boss is attacking the west wall. We need support. We're running low on mental potions. The city was in disarray, with injured and dead being constantly carried down from the walls. Healers tirelessly cast healing and resurrection spells, and empty potion bottles piled up like mountains. Every face was etched with stress and exhaustion. Is the Abyss attacking the city? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he immediately took to the sky. From high above, Zhang Yuan witnessed a terrifying scene. Ning Wuwei was leading a group of elite soldiers, desperately fighting off the overwhelming swarm of abyss monsters outside the city. The monstrous army stretched as far as the eye could see, an endless black tide. In contrast, the human defenses were steadily crumbling. The barrier of the Bing Great Wall had been breached, and all the anti-demon cannons were in an overloaded state. Some flying abyss monsters had already bypassed Ning Wuwei's defensive line, attacking the wall and tearing apart the mages on it. Many brave warriors fought to the death to rescue their comrades' bodies from the monster's jaws, bringing them back to the city for resurrection. However, the healers were already exhausted, and the bodies waiting for resurrection piled up. Those who were fortunate enough to be revived barely had time to catch their breath before having to return to the battlefield. The entire battle was brutally intense, a blend of blood and fire, despair and hope. So this is war. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a moment of shock before becoming resolute. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword heart domain. Buzz! A golden light spread from beneath Zhang Yuan's feet, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The warriors who had been fighting fiercely suddenly felt a new aura envelop them, and they looked up in astonishment towards the sky. It's Zhang Yuan, they exclaimed, a renewed hope igniting in their eyes. With the appearance of Zhang Yuan, the entire Binge Great Wall erupted in excitement. Countless professionals looked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ever since Zhang Yuan single-handedly defeated a legion of abyssal monsters, he had become a living legend within the Binge Great Wall. To many veteran soldiers, Zhang Yuan was akin to a war god. His presence at this moment was like a beacon of hope in the darkness, reigniting the spirits of those present. Amidst the heightened morale, a rookie at the front line accidentally strayed from the troops' defense line. Several abyssal hellhounds pounced on him instantly, biting into his legs and dragging him into the horde of monsters at an alarming speed. In mere moments, a swarm of creatures engulfed him. "Help me!" the rookie screamed in terror. However, the surrounding professionals merely sighed, offering no assistance. They had seen this scene too many times when someone was dragged into the monster horde by the hellhounds. Their fate was sealed, and even the gods couldn't save them. "Another unlucky soul got eaten," someone murmured. "Everyone, stay alert and tighten the line. Don't stray from the group," another voice reminded. "Damn monsters," a veteran soldier cursed through gritted teeth. "Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is a profit." Just as everyone assumed the rookie was doomed, his screams continued to pierce the air. "This kid is really unlucky, still not dead. Must be in agony. If it were me, I'd rather take a bullet to the head than suffer like that." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed veteran noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, look at that rookie." The rookie, though gripped by a hellhound at the neck, was enveloped in a faint golden light, rendering the surrounding monsters incapable of harming him. "What the heck? Is that kid cheating? How did he suddenly become invincible?" At the same time, more veterans noticed that the previously tough abyssal monsters had become incredibly fragile, falling with a single strike. "What's going on? How did my attack power suddenly skyrocket?" "I get it. Everyone, check your status bars. This is Zhang Yuan's boost." Exclamations echoed all around. The professionals checked their status and discovered a range of powerful buffs: damage immunity, purification, continuous mental and physical recovery, guaranteed critical hits, 5,000 critical damage increase. Ignoring enemy defenses, some even joyfully realized they had unlocked new abilities. Is this the power of a primordial spirit? One skill, and we're all mini-gods. Ha! Time to fight. Let's go. This is a rare chance. Charge. As more professionals realized their newfound power, a frenzy overtook the battlefield. Some battle-hungry individuals went berserk, charging into the monster horde with their blades, entering an unstoppable mode. In an instant, the monster army was like a field of wheat being harvested. Warriors cut down enemies with each swing. Mages cleared large areas with a single spell, and healers at the rear rejuvenated their comrades with relentless healing and resurrection spells. The rookie, who had been surrounded by monsters, now noticed the changes in his status. He slapped the hellhound, biting his neck, roaring, "How dare you bite me?" The hellhound was stunned by the slap, and before it could react, was kicked over and killed by the rookie. "Ha! I am the war god. Come at me, you abyssal scum." The rookie's confidence soared, and he moved through the monster horde like an unstoppable force, embodying the very essence of a war god. With Zhang Yuan's arrival, the battlefield's tide turned in an instant. Among the abyssal monsters, Ning Wuwei, who had been fighting fiercely, saw Zhang Yuan's impact and felt a surge of excitement. He swept his spear, felling every monster within 100 meters like harvested wheat. "Kid, well done!" Ning Wuwei shouted in admiration. Zhang Yuan immediately landed beside Ning Wuwei, respectfully greeting him. Instructor Ning. Ning Wuwei flicked the blood off his spear and smiled at Zhang Yuan, saying, "Kid, you've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you." "Thank you for the praise, Instructor Ning," Zhang Yuan humbly replied. "You got a sweet tongue, kid." Ning Wuwei laughed, his eyes full of approval. Ning Wuwei let out a hearty laugh, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. He turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, "By the way, what brings you to the front line all of a sudden? Didn't the god of war tell you to take a good rest?" Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, "I just had my second awakening and wanted to test my sword on the Abyss battlefield." Ning Wuwei's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Yuan. "You've already had your second awakening? How did you manage that?" He recalled his own second awakening at the age of 40, making him one of the youngest second-tier professionals in the Great Xiao Empire at the time. And Zhang Yuan was barely 18. Zhang Yuan nonchalantly explained, "It was simple. I fought my way from the capital city to Yulong Snow Mountain, killed some level 100 demigod bosses, and then leveled up to 60. Ning Wuwei was momentarily speechless and could only remain silent. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan changed the subject. "Instructor Ning, let's not dwell on my level. It's not important. Just add me to the Legion." Watching everyone fight so enthusiastically, my hands are itching to join in. To him, every abyssal monster on the battlefield was a potential attribute point, and he was eager to kill them all himself. Ning Wuwei snapped out of his daze, added Zhang Yuan to the Legion, and then handed over the position of Legion commander to him. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Instructor Ning, what's this about?" Ning Wuwei explained, "You are now at the general level and qualified to be the Legion commander. Leading the Legion to victory in a battle earns military merits. Since this victory depends entirely on you, it's only right that you take the position of Legion commander. No need to decline." Zhang Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and began to review the new Legion commander privileges. Besides basic personnel management, he could allocate buffs, arrange battle formations, and distribute military merits. But what caught his attention the most was the experience distribution authority, allowing him to adjust anyone's experience gain rate, even to the point of preventing someone from gaining any experience at all. A flash of inspiration hit Zhang Yuan, and he asked, "Instructor Ning, if I set my experience gain rate to 0 and distribute all the experience from the monsters I kill to the Legion members, does that mean I won't gain any experience no matter how many monsters I kill as long as I'm in the Legion?" Ning Wuwei confirmed, "Yes, but no Legion commander has ever done that. After all, no one dislikes gaining experience. Currently, the Legion defaults to distributing experience based on individual contributions." Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan adjusted his experience gain rate to 0 and distributed the experience evenly among the other members. Ning Wuwei's pupils contracted again in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Zhang Yuan, are you planning to replicate what you did at Bing Great Walls?" Zhang Yuan chuckled and admitted, "Yes, Instructor Ning, I have a skill that's not convenient to use in the Great Xiao Empire. The vast expanse and abundance of monsters in the Abyss battlefield make it perfect for me to try it out." With that, Zhang Yuan carefully adjusted the range of his sword formation, ensuring that using Tiana sword would not affect the borders of the Great Xiao Empire. He then took a deep breath and activated the skill. Tiana sword. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the abyss, causing the entire battlefield to change dramatically, as if the heavens and earth were shaken to their core. Beyond the Great Wall of Binggu, the clashing of weapons on the battlefield abruptly ceased. Warriors halted their actions, instinctively looking up at the sky. A chilling aura of terror condensed in the air, as an immense force of elemental power converged from all directions, forming a gigantic golden vortex above Zhang Yuan. The dazzling golden light dispelled the darkness of the abyssal battlefield, illuminating the astonished faces of every soldier. At the rear of the abyssal army, two demon lords also took notice of this phenomenon. Dairen, the commander, and Clary, who wore a red robe and resembled a vampire, both raised their heads to gaze at the golden vortex. A subtle gleam flashed in Dairen's eyes before he feigned terror and said to Clary, "Clary, it seems the humans are preparing something formidable. We should retreat." Clary cast a disdainful glance at Dairen and replied coldly, "Dairen, are you scared? The Dragon King ordered us to conquer the Great Wall of Binggu. How do you plan to explain failure?" Dairen urgently pleaded, "If we retreat now, at least we can live. If you insist on advancing, it will only lead to death." Clary's disdain deepened, and he mocked, "Dairen, you truly are useless. After failing to breach the unyielding wall last time, the king made you my deputy to redeem yourself. Now, faced with a slightly stronger human force, you want to retreat? Such cowardice should see you removed from your position among the seven lords, making way for a more capable demon." Feigning anger, Dairen retorted, "Clary, if you're so capable, why don't you go break that human skill and show me?" With a sneer, Clary replied, "What's so difficult about that? The humans must be using a group of formation masters to cast this. All I need to do is kill them, and the skill will collapse. He added mockingly, humans are fragile, weak as individuals, and can only huddle together for warmth. Their alliances are easily broken. I'll just kill a few, and the rest will beg for mercy. Dairen, watch closely how I break through the human defenses. Before finishing his words, Clary transformed into a black mist and sped towards the Great Wall of Bingu. Watching Clary's departing figure, the feigned anger in Dairen's eyes gradually turned into amusement. He thought to himself, fool, heading to your death without realizing it. That vortex is clearly Zhang Yuan's skill. That guy even killed the illusion demon god. Now, even the Dragon King dares not leave the abyss lightly, yet you charge ahead. Well, one less competitor for me. A cold smile appeared on Dairen's lips as he transformed into gray mist and slipped into the abyssal entrance, quietly leaving the battlefield. Meanwhile, outside the Great Wall of Bingu, Ning Wuwei gazed in awe at the golden vortex in the sky and couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yuan, what skill is this? Zhang Yuan calmly replied, Tiana sword, my exclusive skill. As soon as he spoke, a massive golden sword slowly descended from the vortex. Terrifying sword energy swept across the barren abyssal battlefield, stirring up a storm of sword chi. At that moment, a powerful demonic presence surged from the direction of the abyssal entrance. Ning Wuwei turned to see a vampire-like figure in red robes rapidly approaching. Ning Wuwei's expression changed, and he urgently warned, Zhang Yuan, be careful. That's the demon Lord Clary. Zhang Yuan, unfazed, smiled and responded, it doesn't matter. The Tiana sword is already formed. Even a god can't stop it now. He didn't even bother to glance at the approaching Clary, focusing solely on controlling the descending Tiana sword. The sword shadows vanished, and within the sword formation, all flying swords could teleport. One sword to break all spells, and all flying sword attacks could charge, increasing damage up to 10,000 times based on charge time. When the sword intent peaked, it ignored any invulnerability effects. Dragon God's domain could consume mental power, making all charged skills instant. The celestial sword in the sky suddenly vanished, and with a smile on his face, Clary had already flown outside the Binge Great Wall. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a colossal golden sword, thousands of feet long, descended from the heavens and struck heavily behind him. The terrifying sword energy surged like a tsunami, instantly melting Clary and the surrounding abyssal creatures. The golden light soared into the sky, visible even from the edge of the abyss battlefield at the indomitable Great Wall. The entire battlefield sky was dyed a dazzling gold. In an instant, millions of abyssal troops outside the Binge Great Wall were reduced to ashes without even a moment to feel pain. The sword's energy continued to spread outward, obliterating abyssal creatures wherever it reached. Inside the Binge Great Wall, hundreds of thousands of professionals stood in stunned silence, bathed in the golden light, watching their experience bars skyrocket, leveling up within seconds. Over 500,000 professionals within the Great Wall saw their status panels nearly burst from the rapid influx of experience. The power of the celestial sword finally halted at the barrier of the indomitable Great Wall and gradually dissipated. The vast abyss battlefield became desolate, with not a single abyssal creature in sight. This was a scene humanity had never imagined since the abyss's arrival. As the golden sword disappeared, the sky above the abyss battlefield cleared for the first time in ages. The Binge Great Wall fell into a deathly silence, with everyone's levels soaring past 70. Over 500,000 combat professionals above level 70, this was a number even the current Daxia Empire couldn't fathom. At this moment, the national strength of the Daxia Empire even surpassed its peak 30 years ago. The one who created this miracle, Zhang Yuan, was happily checking his skyrocketing attributes, grinning from ear to ear. The Abyss Sovereign title granted him a 35,612,311 attribute boost, and with his equipment's bonuses, all his four-dimensional attributes exceeded 100 million, and his mental power approached 300 million. Although he had not yet become a deity, Zhang Yuan's attributes officially surpassed those of the level 100 lower demon god Shui. At this moment, he could truly be called a terrestrial sword immortal. While Zhang Yuan was immersed in his joy, the long silent Binge Great Wall suddenly erupted with earth-shattering cheers. God Zhang, long live! Sovereign Yuan, long live! Countless excited professionals rushed towards Zhang Yuan, lifting him high and chanting his name in unison. With this single strike, Zhang Yuan not only temporarily cleared the abyssal creatures from the battlefield, but also dispelled the gloom hanging over the Daxia Empire. From this day forward, with over 500,000 level 70 combat professionals, the Daxia Empire would no longer fear the threat of the abyss. Ever since Zhang Yuan single-handedly cleared the abyss battlefield, His fame has spread across the globe, making him a living legend of the Daxia Empire. Leaders from various nations have been reaching out to Daxia, and even the president of the world's most powerful country, the Lighthouse Nation, made a personal visit, hoping to enlist Zhang Yuan's help in eradicating abyssal creatures. However, all these requests were firmly denied by the elder statesman of Daxia. Zhang Yuan, despite the widespread admiration, did not bask in his glory. After clearing the Abyss battlefield, he immediately returned to dormitory number 0 and sought out Granny Nyo. Granny Nyo, I'm here to take on the trial dungeon, Zhang Yuan said energetically. Granny Nyo looked at the spirited young man before her and couldn't help but remark, "You brat, can you take a break? You just caused such a commotion in the Abyss battlefield, and now you want to proceed with a level-up trial." Hee hee, I can't sit still, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin. He then asked, I'm already level 60. Shouldn't I be able to move directly to the 5th floor now? Granny Nyo shrugged and explained, technically yes. But right now, I can only prepare the trial for moving to the 4th floor. Why? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. As you know, dormitory number 0 has undergone several major renovations recently and is quite run down. Perhaps the Star God couldn't stand it anymore and bestowed divine power for a comprehensive upgrade. The dormitory is still under renovation, so the 5th floor isn't available. Zhang Yuan awkwardly smiled, pretending not to know that the dormitory was being renovated because of him, and asked, Granny Nyo, how long will the upgrades take? A month if we're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 months if not. All right, I'll just take on the trial for the 4th floor then, Zhang Yuan said, a bit disappointed but not in a hurry. After all, he had already used up his lottery chances for the month. So even if he got a Star God stone, he'd have to wait until next month to draw from the divine treasury. Following Granny Nyo to the 4th floor, Zhang Yuan handed her 1,000 star stones with practiced ease. Granny Nyo waved her sleeve lightly, and the star stones transformed into starlight, merging into the gray mist enveloping the floor's entrance. A blue dungeon vortex appeared before Zhang Yuan. Granny Nyo, following protocol, said, Zhang Yuan, although you probably find this redundant, we still need to go through the formalities. If you pass the trial, the rent for a room on the 4th floor is 1,000 star stones per day. The trial dungeon has certain risks, but you can exit at any time. If you encounter danger, you must exit immediately. Safety first. I understand, Granny Nyo. Can I go in now? Go ahead. All right. Zhang Yuan stepped into the trial dungeon vortex without hesitation and was instantly transported to an enclosed room. Looking around, Zhang Yuan saw the familiar room layout and felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, a familiar voice called out, Xiao Yuanzi. Zhang Yuan sighed and turned around. There, wearing a cheongsam, stockings, and high heels, the god of pleasure sat cross-legged on a chair in the room, smiling at him. So, are you here to mess up my trial dungeon again? God of pleasures? Zhang Yuan asked, exasperated. The god of pleasure adjusted his sitting position, swapping the crossed legs, and continued. How can you say I'm messing things up? I'm here to increase your rewards. This trial dungeon is no challenge for you. You'd clear it in no time. What's the fun in that? Zhang Yuan candidly replied, I actually enjoy clearing dungeons quickly. Honestly, I didn't find those previous dungeons you designed very interesting either. You! The god of pleasure stood up in anger. Xiao Yuanzi, how dare you say the great god of pleasure's dungeons are boring? That's blasphemy. And then, Zhang Yuan asked calmly. Fine, fine. Spoiled by favor, aren't you? The god of pleasure, seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of reaction, said, the god of forge is about to finish crafting the divine weapon. I was planning to take someone to the forge town after they passed this trial, but it seems now that someone isn't very interested in that divine weapon. He is interested, Zhang Yuan replied succinctly. The god of pleasure raised an eyebrow and said, if he really is interested, he should say, oh beautiful god of pleasure, I'm sorry 1,000 times. As Zhang Yuan was about to leave, the god of joy suddenly spoke. Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, realizing he might have said something wrong. The god of joy began counting slowly. 3, 2. Zhang Yuan quickly corrected himself. Oh beautiful goddess of joy, I apologize. Hee, you still have 999 more times to go, the god of joy chuckled. Zhang Yuan reluctantly repeated, oh beautiful goddess of joy, I apologize. Oh beautiful goddess of joy. Put some feeling into it, the god of joy reminded him. Zhang Yuan raised his voice and added more emphasis. Oh beautiful goddess of joy, I apologize. That's more like it, the god of joy nodded in satisfaction. For the next half hour, Zhang Yuan had to repeat this embarrassing apology over and over. He felt like his lips were about to fall off, but the god of joy listened to every single one of the 1,000 apologies without getting bored. Oh beautiful goddess of joy, I have finished, Zhang Yuan said, feeling numb all over. Ah, that feels much better, the god of joy chuckled, then turned serious. Now, let me explain the rules of this dungeon. This trial dungeon has 4 players. Yumi, Little Shui, and the Mad Flame Goddess. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. 3 goddesses? What is this all about? Listen to the rules first. The god of joy rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan and continued. This dungeon is set in a large city divided into various zones, including but not limited to residential, industrial, and commercial areas. We players must move through the city following specific routes, with the distance determined by rolling dice. Each player starts with 10 million in initial funds and can spend money to buy unowned facilities or territories in the city. If a player lands on another player's territory, they must pay various fees to the owner. There are also special tasks hidden in certain parts of the city, and random events will occur periodically. In essence, players must plunder each other's funds while growing their own. The game ends when a player's funds reach 0 or go negative, and the player with the most money wins. The god of joy smiled confidently and asked Zhang Yuan, "So, Xiao Yuan, what do you think of this dungeon I meticulously designed? Isn't it super fun?" Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "Isn't this just Monopoly?" He had played this kind of game to death in his previous life, but he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, "I can't wait. Let's get started." The god of joy didn't think much of it and excitedly rubbed her hands together. All right then. As the voice of the god of pleasure faded, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan found himself in a Kyoto city, suspended in midair. The city had been divided into hundreds of independent areas by divine power, each randomly scattered and floating in the void. Roads formed by the god of pleasure's power connected these areas into a massive game board. Zhang Yuan discovered he was standing at the starting point of the Kyoto University area on the board. A detailed map of the instance appeared on his panel, highlighting the functions of each area in Kyoto. Most areas could be bought and upgraded, with varying land prices and tolls. A striking red area at the center of the map caught his eye. Its land price and fees were the highest, undoubtedly a strategic point of contention. In addition to purchasable areas, the map featured special zones like prisons, banks, and hospitals, as well as locations marked with mysterious events. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but admire the effort the god of pleasure had put into designing this game, even though it was essentially a classic Monopoly-style board game. Unable to hold back, Zhang Yuan quipped to the god of pleasure, "Couldn't you design an original city? Using Kyoto directly seems a bit lazy." The god of pleasure retorted immediately, "Come on, creating game rules is already brain-draining. If you make me design a whole new map from scratch, it would exhaust even a god. Just make do with this." She clapped her hands and announced, "The game is ready. Other players, please enter." As soon as she finished speaking, a torrent of water elements gathered in the instance, forming a girl in a dark blue dress named Xiao Shui. "Hello, Zhang Yuan," she greeted with a smile. Simultaneously, a blazing flame erupted in the instance, from which the fire goddess emerged, dressed in a white gown. Zhang Yuan greeted them both. "Good evening, Xiao Shui, fire goddess." The fire goddess nodded slightly, scanning the surroundings before directly asking the god of pleasure, "You promised I could have an exhilarating battle in this instance. You weren't lying, right?" "Relax, you'll definitely get your fill of combat," the god of pleasure assured with a smile. She then announced, "Now that everyone is here, let's start. If you're unclear about the rules, you can check them on your instance panel." With a snap of her fingers, a 12-sided die appeared beside each person. In the sky above the city, chibi avatars of the 4 players appeared, each labeled with an initial fund of 10 million. The god of pleasure briefly explained the game rules. The rules are simple. Players roll the die to determine their movement. If any player's funds drop to 0 or below, the game ends, and the player with the most money wins. The order of actions will be based on the first roll. "I'll go first." She rolled a 6. Xiao Shui followed, rolling a 10. The fire goddess, eager to win, shot a fire bullet at her die, but only rolled a 1, visibly frustrated. Finally, it was Zhang Yuan's turn. He calmly rolled the die, scoring a perfect 12. The god of pleasure announced with a smile, "Looks like the order is set. Zhang Yuan goes first, Xiao Shui second. I'll go third, and the battle maniac goes fourth. I want to reiterate the rules one last time. The next player can only take their turn after the previous player has finished theirs. However, to keep things interesting while you wait, you can explore the area, where you might encounter monsters and treasure chests. You might find some useful items." The goddess of fire frowned and turned to the god of joy, questioning, "Joy god, you designed this dungeon, so you must know where the hidden items are. Isn't it unfair for you to participate in this game?" The god of joy waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry about that. To ensure the game's fun, I left the creation and placement of items to the god of stars. I have no idea what's hidden in this map either." Xiao Shui's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as she asked, "What about the rewards? If we win the game, what do we get?" The god of joy's smile widened. "Xiao Shui, if you win, I'll give you every game released in the next 10 years, and Xiao Yuanzi will be your personal gaming companion for a month, free of charge. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to speak, the god of joy interrupted. Xiao Yuanzi. The game has started. Roll the dice. Zhang Yuan wanted to retort, but held back when he saw the eager anticipation in Xiao Shui's eyes. He took a deep breath and reached out to roll the dice. The dice rolled across the table and finally landed on an 8. A dazzling light enveloped Zhang Yuan, transporting him to the 8th area peaceful residential neighborhood. A virtual panel popped up in front of Zhang Yuan, displaying a prompt. You have arrived at Jinhua Community. Would you like to spend 1 million to purchase this land? Players who land on this property will pay you a toll fee of 100,000. Almost reflexively, Zhang Yuan thought, no. The panel disappeared immediately. As a seasoned player who had long grown tired of Monopoly, Zhang Yuan had already formulated his winning strategy before the game began. In this dungeon, the cheapest plot of land costs 1 million, and his starting capital was only 10 million. If he bought every plot he landed on, he would quickly deplete his funds. In this Kyoto city divided into over 500 areas, even rolling the dice 10 times would only cover a fifth of the board. Even if he used all his cash to buy land, the chances of other players landing on his properties were slim. And even if someone did land on his property, they would only need to pay a toll fee of 100,000, which would be insignificant for Zhang Yuan. More importantly, there were various special events in the dungeon. If an event caused him to lose money, making his funds negative, the game would end immediately. Zhang Yuan knew that to win this game, the key was to wait for various events to unfold or to purchase crucial item cards from the shop and then devise a plan accordingly to turn the tide. In short, he needed to adapt to the situation and win with wisdom. After ending his turn, Zhang Yuan turned to the god of joy, who was still at the starting point, and flashed a confident smile. Joy God, even though you created this game, today, you'll learn firsthand the ruthlessness of capitalism. After Zhang Yuan finished his turn, he immediately began searching for treasure chests in Jinhua Community. Unfortunately, despite his thorough search, he found nothing. While Zhang Yuan was still looking around, Xiao Shui started her turn. The dice rolled in Xiao Shui's hand and landed on 12. Her game character was instantly teleported in front of Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, Xiao Shui spent 1 million to purchase the land beneath her. Instantly, numerous bubbles rose from the ground, marking the area as her private property. Next, the god of joy rolled a 10, and the goddess of fire rolled a 9. They quickly followed suit, each buying the land they landed on. Soon, the game map was illuminated with a mix of purple glows and fiery flames, indicating new property ownership. Watching their moves, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, amateurs, buying land without any strategy. He gently rolled the dice, which showed a 4. Fate had other plans. As Zhang Yuan was teleported to Xiao Shui's property, you have entered the water goddess's territory. Pay a toll of 100,000, flashed on the game screen. Zhang Yuan's funds quickly dropped from 1 million to 990,000, while Xiao Shui's increased to 910,000. Seeing this, Xiao Shui exclaimed excitedly, haha, Zhang Yuan, you landed on my property. Zhang Yuan smiled calmly and replied, yeah, a bit of bad luck. Curious, Xiao Shui asked, why didn't you buy any land earlier? Isn't the game about owning as much land as possible? Zhang Yuan explained, I think the land is too expensive. If you buy recklessly, your funds won't last long. Xiao Shui didn't fully grasp Zhang Yuan's reasoning and continued. But according to the game rules, every 5 turns, the bank gives interest based on how much land you own. The first place gets 2 million, while the last place gets only 500,000. If you don't buy land, your money will just keep decreasing. Zhang Yuan remained firm. I still think it's too expensive. Though Xiao Shui didn't quite understand, she didn't argue further. She just smiled and said, anyway, the key is to have fun and play the way you like. Let's do our best. With that, she rolled the dice and teleported away. In the following turns, Xiao Shui, the goddess of fire, and the god of joy continued with the same strategy, buying land with every move. Xiao Shui's luck was exceptional, as both the goddess of fire and the god of joy landed on her properties and had to pay her tolls. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan stuck to his strategy, not buying any land and only searching for treasure chests in his area. 5 turns passed, and apart from defeating a few monsters for some coins, he didn't trigger any other events. However, he managed to avoid landing on others' properties. After 5 turns, the bank distributed interest rewards. Xiao Shui, with the most land, received 2 million. The goddess of fire and the god of joy, tied for second place, each got 1.5 million. Zhang Yuan, with no properties, received only 500,000. Despite not buying any land, Zhang Yuan's cash, bolstered by the coins from defeating monsters, totaled 1.1 million, placing him first. The god of joy and the goddess of fire, each with 4 properties, had 800,000 and 750,000 respectively, influenced by the treasure chests they found. Xiao Shui, who bought 5 properties and collected tolls 3 times but found no treasure chests, had the least cash at 730,000. At this point, the god of joy's projection appeared beside Zhang Yuan, asking curiously, Xiao Yuan, what's your strategy? Don't you understand the rules? It's not just about having the most cash. Land counts as assets, and if you run out of cash, you can sell land at 80 value to cover debts. You can't win like this. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. How about we make a bet? What do you want to bet on? The god of joy's interest was piqued. Let's bet on who will win this game, or you 3 goddesses? Zhang Yuan said confidently. Intrigued, the god of joy responded enthusiastically. Oh, big talk, I accept. Zhang Yuan chuckled and added, since it's a bet, let's add a prize. If you lose, you have to help me find a god to bless me. Hearing this, the god of joy laughed. If it were just her against Zhang Yuan, she might have hesitated, knowing the game depended on luck and the outcome was unpredictable. Zhang Yuan was alone, facing off against 3 goddesses in a meticulously designed game. So far, he hadn't purchased a single piece of land. The goddess of joy's smile grew even brighter, confident in her impending victory. No problem, the goddess of joy suggested confidently. If you lose for the next month, you have to do whatever I say, without any compensation. Deal? Deal, Zhang Yuan responded without hesitation. Great. The bet is on, no backing out, the goddess of joy declared, and her projection disappeared from Zhang Yuan's area. It was Zhang Yuan's turn to roll the dice. This time he rolled a 6. 5 spaces ahead was the Kyoto Imperial Exchange, the in-game store. The system informed him that he could purchase up to 3 items, with the inventory refreshing randomly each time. Finally, a store, Zhang Yuan remarked, looking at the prompt. In the first 5 rounds, except for his initial roll of 8, his results had been below 6. Despite going first, the 3 goddesses had already left him far behind. Zhang Yuan immediately opened the store interface. 6 special effect item cards appeared before him. He quickly scanned them. A smile forming on his lips as a plan for victory began to take shape in his mind. Direction change card. Alters the direction of any target within 3 spaces, priced at 150,000. Super Jelly Wall. Turns any 6-space area into a jelly zone, causing anyone who touches it to move back 2 spaces, priced at 100,000. Super Missile. Launches a missile at the other 3 players, sending them to the hospital for 3 turns, priced at 1 million. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan spent 1,250,000 to purchase these 3 item cards and was then transported to a space just in front of the exchange. The system prompted, you have arrived at the Kyoto International Trade District. Would you like to spend 2 million to purchase this property? Players who land here will pay you a 200,000 toll. This time, Zhang Yuan chose to buy the land. Golden Sword energy rose from the ground, marking his ownership. The goddess of joy, seeing this, teased, little Yuan, finally buying some land. Are you starting to understand the rules? Even though we're far ahead, and you won't collect tolls from us, at least you have some real estate now. Keep it up. Zhang Yuan merely smiled faintly, patiently waiting for his turn. When the goddess of fire finished her turn, Zhang Yuan immediately used the direction change card to redirect his movement back to the Kyoto Imperial Exchange. The goddess of joy, noticing this, laughed again. What are you trying to do? All the spaces behind us are already bought. Are you just looking to spend some money paying us tolls? Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan used the Super Jelly Wall card to turn the space behind the exchange into a jelly zone. Then, he pulled out the Super Missile item card. Seeing this, the goddess of joy's expression changed, as if realizing something. Little Yuan, what are you planning? With a light chuckle, Zhang Yuan calmly replied, I'm going to blast you all away, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan swiftly pulled out a Super Missile card. An exaggerated rocket launcher appeared out of thin air in his hands. He turned around, firmly placing the launcher on his shoulder, aiming at the god of joy, little Shui, and the goddess of fire. Before the 3 goddesses could react, Zhang Yuan decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! 3 rockets whistled out of the launcher, precisely hitting the area where the goddesses stood. Before the smoke from the explosion had even cleared, the 3 goddesses were transported to Kyoto Hospital, incapacitated for 3 turns. Zhang Yuan flashed a triumphant smile and grabbed the dice, rolling it forcefully. The dice rolled across the board and finally landed on 12. His game piece passed by the Imperial Trading Post again, and a shop interface immediately popped up. Glancing at the refreshed items, a cunning glint appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes. 2 jelly walls and an audit card were among them. Without hesitation, he spent 400,000 to acquire the 2 super jelly walls and the audit card. As he continued, Zhang Yuan soon encountered the jelly zone behind the Imperial Trading Post, which forced him back 2 spaces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he passed by the shop once more. This time, the shop offered an audit card and 2 new items, a teleport card and a fortune card. Without a second thought, he spent 1,200,000 to buy all 3 cards. With the fortune card activated, Zhang Yuan was enveloped in a faint golden light. He retreated to his property, and the Kyoto International Trade Commercial District was immediately upgraded for free, with the toll fee jumping to 400,000. Zhang Yuan decisively invested another 1 million to raise the toll fee to 800,000. While the other players were still immobilized in the hospital, Zhang Yuan began his harvest operation. He used the audit card on the God of Joy and the Goddess of Fire, extracting 15 of their cash. Under the stunned gazes of the 3 goddesses, he used a super jelly card in the area behind the Imperial Trading Post once again. For the next 3 turns, Zhang Yuan continued the cycle of passing by the shop, buying items, and upgrading the commercial district. The toll fee of the Kyoto International Trade Commercial District skyrocketed, eventually reaching an astounding 12,800,000. When the 3 goddesses were finally discharged from the hospital, Zhang Yuan had 3 teleport cards ready. With a flick of his wrist, 3 beams of light enveloped the freshly recovered goddesses, teleporting them directly to the fully upgraded Kyoto International Trade Commercial District. Game over, Zhang Yuan said calmly. The 3 goddesses were instantly charged the astronomical toll fee of 12,800,000. Their cash was drained, properties forcibly sold, and they ended up owing Zhang Yuan millions. The game system promptly declared Zhang Yuan the ultimate winner, having cleared the Star God trial dungeon. A colorful Star God stone appeared before Zhang Yuan as the city board gradually faded away. Zhang Yuan and the 3 goddesses returned to the enclosed room, leaving the God of Joy bewildered, muttering to herself, "This isn't how the game is supposed to be played. The city core, hidden missions, city events, none of those have even started yet." Zhang Yuan put away the Star God stone, a smug smile appearing on his face. He turned to the God of Joy, his eyes gleaming with a sly light. "Li Shun, a bet's a bet. Don't forget what you promised me." The God of Joy's face darkened, and he replied reluctantly, Yeah, I know. I'll find a god to bless you later." His tone was filled with frustration. The Goddess of Fire raised an eyebrow upon hearing this conversation and turned her gaze to Zhang Yuan. "You want a god's blessing?" she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Zhang Yuan immediately bowed deeply to the Goddess of Fire and respectfully answered, "Yes, I have a special destiny that allows me to receive blessings from multiple gods. Once I gather enough blessings, I can condense my divine essence." The Goddess of Fire's eyes lit up with a fierce battle spirit, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "If I bless you, you can become a god." Before he could respond, a bright flame appeared in her palm and swiftly entered Zhang Yuan's body. As the vast fire elements surged in, Zhang Yuan felt an indescribable power filling his entire being. A system prompt followed. Receive blessing from the Goddess of Fire. 7th Destiny, Swordsmanship Enhancement. Fiery Soul, damage increased by 500 times. Zhang Yuan hadn't expected the Goddess of Fire to bless him so readily and with such powerful effects. His face beamed with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Goddess of Fire." Seeing this, the God of Joy's eyes shifted cunningly, and he said with a grin, "Zhang Yuan, now that the Goddess of Fire has blessed you, our bet is settled." The Goddess of Fire immediately interrupted his wishful thinking. "Li Shen, my blessing to Zhang Yuan has nothing to do with you. You still owe him a god's blessing. Find him a new one as soon as possible." The smile on the God of Joy's face froze instantly. The Goddess of Fire then turned back to Zhang Yuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Although I didn't get the thrilling battle I wanted today, I did hear some good news. I look forward to the day you become a god, and then we can have a foolin' fight." Zhang Yuan solemnly bowed to the Goddess of Fire. "I will." "Good." The Goddess of Fire nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Xiao Shui. "Xiao Shui, it's time for us to go." Xiao Shui nodded obediently and waved goodbye to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, let's play games together next time." Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Sure, Xiao Shui. Goodbye." Zhang Yuan, "Goodbye, Li Shun. I had so much fun today." Xiao Shui said cheerfully before disappearing with the Goddess of Fire in a flash of teleportation light. In the now closed room, only Zhang Yuan and the God of Joy remained. Zhang Yuan looked at the slightly dejected God of Joy and tentatively asked, "Li Shen, feeling better? How about I play the game with you properly this time?" The God of Joy rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuan, a hint of resignation in his voice. "At least you have some conscience. Although your speed run through my dungeon was a bit of a blow, it's your ability. I have to admit, thinking it over, your speed run is a different kind of fun." He paused, then continued, "But I don't want to play this game for a while. Let's go. I'll take you to Forge Town." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.